Chapter 2. Jiufang Ming on a bustling night in Jiufang City. Whispers spread like wildfire among the street vendors and resting tea drinkers regarding the elopement of the second young master of the Jiufang family. "I've heard that this Jiufang's second young master is utterly useless," exclaimed a fishmonger, his gray cloth hat perched atop his head as he chopped the fish in his hands, engaging in conversation with a nearby pork vendor. "What do you mean you've heard?" "He is nothing but an incapable wretch who cannot cultivate," retorted the meat seller, disdainfully striking his cleaver against the cutting board while handing a portion of pork to an elderly woman. "If it weren't for that Jiufang's second young master, we wouldn't have fallen to such dire straits." The fishmonger, having packaged the fish scraps, handed them over to the elderly woman. "What do you mean by that?" she asked, taking the fish and settling her payment. The Jiufang's second young master is inherently overbearing and unreasonable, frequently causing us trouble that my once thriving shop was ruthlessly destroyed by him. The fishmonger lamented, his helplessness palpable. "Had it not been for the fact that he is the second young master of the Jiufang family, I would have lunged at him with my fish knife without hesitation. Yet, I dare not." Her face adorned with a smile. The fishmonger and meat vendor exchanged glances, puzzled by the woman's amusement, yet they found themselves smiling alongside her. The elderly woman, carrying her fish and pork, made her way to a gathering place for cats and dogs. However, one particularly gluttonous cat suddenly wobbled on its feet, its eyes glazing over before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the elderly woman shed her illusionary disguise, revealing her true form as the youthful Min Jiuge, who had wed into the Jiufang household 3 days prior. In her heart, she mused, such meat infused with ethereal force is beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to endure. Most would perish from its potency. Jiufang City is a tangled web of fish and dragons, and it's no wonder that unscrupulous vendors thrive unimpeded. The meat, while delicious, poses a significant risk, yet the fishmonger employs the same perilous methods for profit. Disregarding the consequences, they would never allow their own families to consume such tainted fare, well aware of the harm ethereal force can inflict upon the uninitiated. Had that elderly woman truly been an ordinary person, she would likely have met her untimely demise on the very day she indulged in that meat. Min Jiuge gracefully leaped onto the eaves, gazing upon the city of Jiufang, where the first lights of the lanterns began to glimmer. At this moment, the street vendors had closed their stalls, and pedestrians were returning home. The sky was painted with a hint of twilight, and as Min Jiuge ascended to a higher vantage point, he sensed the bustling world below, a cacophony of carriages and chatter that resembled a whisper, akin to a soft murmur. The distant winds stirred the depths of his heart, carrying the unspoken feelings of a young maiden to an unknown realm. What an audacious young man! The burly middle-aged leader, caressing the hilt of his large blade, harbored intentions of violence. "Big brother, this lad seems unfamiliar. He is likely not a scion of any prominent family." "Even if he were, we could still," muttered the lean, tall companion beside him, casting a glance at the black-clad youth sipping tea not far away. "My young brother, this private room has long been reserved by our 5 brothers. You see," the burly man spoke calmly, perhaps sensing that the black-clad youth was not one to be trifled with, thus moderating his tone. The other 4 youths, taken aback by their usually boisterous leader's demeanor. "Then let us drink. I am Jiufang Ming. May I inquire your name, esteemed brother?" Jiufang Ming rose to speak. "I am Tang Hu. Just call me Hu Go." Tang Hu returned to his original tone, speaking loudly. "Have you all turned mute?" Tang Hu barked at the other youths. "I am Ning Zishuan, from the Ning family of Tiana City." Ning Zishuan deliberately proclaimed his lineage, aiming to intimidate Jiufang Ming with his status. He Ping, from the He family of Tongjin City. He Ping mimicked Ning Zishuan's approach. Jing Xinglan, from the Jing family of Nanyangzu. Jing Xinglan added. Yun Zimo, from the Yun family of Jushi City. Upon hearing the names, Tang Hu said, his smile widening. "If a brawl were to break out, I fear I would not stand a chance against you." Jiufang Ming mused silently. Before long, Tang Hu arranged for a feast, and the 6 of them, having just met, indulged in hearty drinking for a considerable time. The following day, as the sky turned a pale fish-belly white, Tang Hu and Jiufang Ming awoke from their stupor, while the other 4 remained sprawled over the table. Yun Zimo mumbled in his dreams, and Ning Zishuan's wine bottle slipped from his grasp, fortunately caught by Tang Hu just in time. As dawn broke a little further, it was time for Tang Hu and his companions to set out. Jiufang Ming's eyes glimmered with a hint of redness, a touch of drowsiness washing over him as he contemplated the arduous existence of hunters. It is not as arduous as you might imagine. There is money to be made, and one can also enhance their cultivation, So it can be said that we find joy in hardship. Jiufang Ming bitterly shook his head. He had once yearned for the life of a powerful individual. Yet alas, he found himself incapable of cultivation. To seek a method of training. He had fled from his marriage, perhaps making him the first to do so. What troubles you, young brother? Tang Hu inquired, noticing Jiufang Ming's despondent demeanor. To be frank, brother Hu, I am unable to cultivate, and I fear I shall never join the ranks of those who practice illusory cultivation, Jiufang Ming replied with a bitter smile. Tang Hu was taken aback but quickly offered words of comfort. There is no need for concern. How old are you this year? 15, like Zi Xian, Jiufang Ming answered. Then what is there to worry about? Let me tell you, the essence of illusory cultivators lies in the illusory dust, and its awakening varies. That young lad, Ning, did not awaken his illusory dust until he was 14, yet through diligent effort, he has now achieved the 5th stage of illusory cultivation. Tang Hu asserted confidently. He then asked, young brother, how dare you venture into such perilous territory without any cultivation? One must place themselves in life-threatening situations to achieve rebirth. Jiufang Ming declared resolutely. No, the tavern we are currently in is quite safe. Protected by an illusory formation throughout the day, once we step outside, it will not be as simple as you imagine, Tang Hu cautioned. Though I lack cultivation, I have practiced body techniques for several years. How about this? You join us for a hunting expedition, Tang Hu proposed. Brother, that simply will not do. Before Jiufang Ming could respond, a voice from behind interrupted, none other than the earlier insolent Ning Zishuan. I have heard everything you said. If we were to bring along such a burden, wouldn't it simply be an encumbrance? Ning Zishuan scoffed. Brother Hu, I think it best to part ways. I would merely be a hindrance. If I act alone, I can come and go as I please, Jiufang Ming stated, followed by a moment of silence. Very well, young brother, you shall not seek your own fortune, Tang Hu remarked, recognizing Jiufang Ming's silence and refraining from further discussion, which subsequently condenses into elemental force, challenging the heavens. Though seemingly insignificant, this dust determines the innate talent of illusory cultivators. There are 4 types of this dust: Songlong Heavenly Dust, Baihu Imperial Dust, Jiuge Xian Dust. Achieving illusory spirits at a tender age, illusory immortals before turning 100, illusory deities before a millennium, and condensing illusory flames within 10,000 years. The illusory dust awakened by such individuals is known as the primordial elemental dust, which soon transformed into an overwhelming surge of passion. Huanchuan, when shall you awaken? With this thought, Jiufang Ming quickened his pace, in search of formidable phantom beasts, aspiring to unleash his potential through battle. Character profile: Jiufang Hong, in a remote town. The rhythmic clanging of a blacksmith's hammer roused a slumbering youth, as a wild cat stealthily darted past, clutching a lifeless mouse. How is it that this wretched sword has been hammered all day and still remains unfinished? Its blade aimed directly at the blacksmith's throat, and calmly stated, Silence, I trust you comprehend your predicament. The blacksmith felt a pang of despair, realizing this was to be his new master. The previous owner had never been so fearsome. However, Jiufang Hong remained dissatisfied, for this sword was hardly a precious artifact, and the time taken was utterly unacceptable. The blacksmith shop was situated at the entrance of the town, adjacent to an inn and a resting place frequented by travelers. Today, however, the arrival of a dark lord cast a pall over business, affecting both the inn and the tea house. Thud, 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 the sound of iron horseshoes striking the ground echoed nearby, indicating the approach of a visitor. Jiufang Hong turned to observe a single rider galloping towards him. Having journeyed to visit relatives, I request accommodations at your establishment, a young maiden announced, leaping gracefully from her horse, clad in a simple. She spoke coolly as Jiufang Hong prepared to depart. The blacksmith seized him by the arm. Boss, this young lady requires lodging, but, Jiufang Hong declared with a booming voice, surely we ought to exchange names? He had long sensed the gentle, flowing sword intent that nourished his consciousness like a clear stream, invigorating his spirit. Surrounding Jiufang Hong's abode was a grove of bamboo, with the dwelling itself constructed from local materials, showcasing the craftsmanship of many skilled artisans. Yet, only Jiufang Ming could harmoniously blend the structure with nature. Practicing swordplay at dawn, are you not concerned about disturbing others? Jiufang Hong remarked nonchalantly. The pigs and dogs are already awake. What noise could possibly disturb mere mortals? At this hour, my swordplay would only rouse those of lesser stature. A cool, ethereal voice emanated from the bamboo grove, solitary and imbued with a hint of sword intent. Recognizing the voice as Su Yao's from the previous day, Jiufang Hong was taken aback rather than angered. This maiden, so young yet adept in sword intent, must surely be a prodigy, perhaps a descendant of a prominent family, let alone applying it to other pursuits. Do you not find it stifling beneath that veil? Jiufang Hong expressed a hint of dissatisfaction, but it is of no concern to you. Su Yao replied, disregarding Jiufang Hong as she proceeded towards her quarters. A flicker of emotion stirred within Jiufang Hong, and he swiftly turned, grasping Su Yao's arm to remove her veil. Is it not sufficient to wear a veil? Do you also need to disguise your appearance? Upon unveiling the veil, he discovered beneath it a face so extraordinarily ordinary that it starkly contrasted with Su Yao's graceful figure. Being adept in the art of disguise himself, Jiufang Hong instantly recognized that this face was not her true visage. A regrettable trade-off. After practicing sword techniques for a while in the morning, he found no advancement in his cultivation, remaining at the mere 4th tier of the illusionist level. Jiufang Hong smiled reassuringly. The necessity of food becomes less significant for those who cultivate. As one's level ascends, their dependence on sustenance diminishes, replaced instead by the spiritual energy of the world. Ever since his cousin departed from the family, he had restrained his cultivation for 3 years. A surge was inevitable, and he hoped it would not be revealed before the arrival of the Min clan. Jiufang Hong gazed at Su Yao's silhouette. These items are far too precious. To me, they are of no use. Did you not notice that I am unable to cultivate? Jiufang Hong remarked with a wry smile, not because he truly lacked the ability to practice. Su Yao replied in a low voice, before urging her horse away with haste. Jiufang Hong was left speechless, reluctantly accepting the herbs. It seemed he had indeed encountered a wealthy young lady. Jiufang Hong sighed softly. In comparison to his miserly cousin, this woman was remarkably generous. However, her true identity remained shrouded in mystery, warranting caution in forging a deeper connection. Given her prowess with sword intent, she was certainly worth befriending. That individual earlier must have been the young master of the city. Jiufang Hong felt a surge of tension, sensing that trouble was brewing, and he quickened his pace to escape. Madam, a lavishly dressed woman remarked, her beautiful eyes lingering, her red lips parting slightly as she spoke to her attendant. Yet, of course, she cannot compare to your beauty, madam. The clever maid ensured to seize every opportunity to flatter her mistress. Since when did a young master of the city emerge, madam? Jiufang Hong thought to himself, hastening his steps. Finally arriving at the city lord's estate, he entered with measured steps, only to be spotted by a guard. Indeed, we have guests. I wonder if the guests are male or female. Jiufang Hong couldn't help but chuckle to himself, realizing that his habits were still under the control of his mother. He then inquired, is it a young lady? She is quite. The guard feigned mystery, a playful smile gracing his lips. Jiufang Hong could only clear his throat and bid farewell to the guard before making his way directly to the reception hall. Upon entering, the first sight that met his eyes was a beautiful middle-aged woman. Indeed, it was his mother. Beside her sat a young girl, her features exquisite, with cherry-red lips slightly parted and enchanting eyes that sparkled with vitality. Minji, it is you, Su Yao, he said with a relieved smile. Chapter 3. The Awakening of Illusions. Jiufang Ming ventured alone into the Qingwu mountain range, walking briskly as the cool breeze filled his sleeves. The damp air greeting him face on. The speed of the illusionary cultivator beside him was comparable, yet upon witnessing Jiufang Ming's ethereal movements, they couldn't help but be astonished, while others ran upon the ground. Jiufang Ming walked upon the air that he stepped lightly upon a bending stalk of bamboo, causing dewdrops to fall as if startled, some landing upon the slowly traversing merchant carriages below, the Qingwu mountain range. Ordinary mystical beasts were akin in rank to illusionary cultivators, while those above were the ethereal spirit beasts, and above them loomed the terrifying existence of primal beasts. One more step forward, and the tranquility of the present would be shattered. Jiufang Ming pondered, then slowed his pace, drawing forth a long sword. As he delved deeper into the mountains, where human footprints were scarce, an eerie silence enveloped him. Even the sound of snakes slithering became distinctly audible. The mountain's periphery was overgrown with weeds, where spiritual herbs were exceedingly rare. However, the depths of the mountains told a different tale. The dangers lurking within were unpredictable. An illusionary cultivator might encounter perilous mystical beasts or traps laid by other illusionary cultivators along the way. Thus, Jiufang Ming proceeded with utmost caution, deliberately slowing his steps. Mystical beasts corresponded to the illusionary cultivator's realms. The latter absorbed the primordial energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. with their foundation resting upon the illusionary dust condensed within them. Some illusionary cultivators possessed naturally formidable illusionary dust, allowing them to cultivate at a pace many times faster than ordinary individuals. The cultivation of mystical beasts, however, was distinct. They could not condense illusionary dust and relied on consuming rare treasures nurtured by primordial energy. Its gaze fixated upon him with an unsettling intensity. Remnants of flesh still clung to the serpent's maw, and upon noticing the approaching human, a glint of ferocity flickered in its dark, reptilian eyes. Overwhelmed by terror, Jiufang Ming found his grip on his sword faltering, rendering any attempt to flee futile. "Are you in such a haste to become Master Serpent's delectable meal?" The serpent spoke with a voice that resonated eerily. Drawing upon his dwindling courage, Jiufang Ming retorted, "I was merely fishing for snakes, and it appears you have taken the bait." The serpent coiled its massive form, finishing the morsel it had been consuming. Thwarted his efforts. His blade merely grazed its surface. The serpent absorbed the blow without sustaining any injury. Dismissing it as a mere tickled in a swift motion, the serpent shattered Jiufang Ming's sword with its fangs. The serpent's venomous fangs pierced through his chest, staining his garments a deep crimson. With a single bite, the beast emitted an odd exclamation. "It turns out you are no practitioner. Consuming you has sullied my mouth." He felt a dull ache in his chest and glanced down. His clothes were soaked in red, and a gaping wound marred his torso. Ripping open his shirt, he was astounded to discover that he bore no injuries whatsoever. Suspicion brewed within him that a masterful being might have intervened on his behalf, yet he swiftly dismissed this notion. That serpent, capable of speech, was undoubtedly a high-tier phantom beast. It was improbable that anyone would risk offending such a ferocious creature for a mere waste of existence. Breaking the old to establish the new, he repeatedly chanted to himself. His thoughts drifted to a specific kind of phantom dust known as Jiufang dust, a substance that could only be awakened by women. "I hope it is not a waste dust." Jiufang Ming remained ignorant of the true nature of his phantom dust. Despite his severe injuries, he disregarded the pain and retrieved some sustenance from his storage ring. The former Jiufang Ming exuded an air of gloom, but the present Jiufang Ming, though still bearing traces of youthful innocence, radiated a newfound confidence. As a fifth-tier illusionist, Jiufang Ming felt immensely satisfied with his cultivation speed. Typically, a 15-year-old would attain a second or third-tier illusionist status, while reaching the fourth or fifth tier would denote genius. Achieving the rank of illusionist at such a tender age was indicative of extraordinary talent. That year, his standing among his contemporaries plummeted, with only his elder brother, Jiufang Wei, offering him care and support, while their parents focused solely on the promising Jiufang Wei. He vividly recalled that year when he had a small pet, a jet-black bird affectionately named Xiaohong, which was sold off by the clan's elders under the pretext of prohibiting the personal ownership of spirit pets. Chapter 4. A reunion with Tang, who as Jiufang Ming journeyed deeper into the Qingwu mountain range. He became increasingly aware of a pungent scent of blood permeating the air. Traversing a thicket of thorns, he encountered the lifeless bodies of human cultivators suspended among the brambles, devoid of vitality. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to discover that these were the recently deceased. An alarming thought crossed his mind. Could these thorns also be illusion beasts? Cautiously, he severed a few thorny branches before retrieving the broken sword that had been bitten through by a giant serpent. These thorns were evidently part of an illusion array, a vicious trap capable of ensnaring even cultivators. Jiufang Ming narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the Qingwu mountain range harbored not only perilous illusion beasts but also hidden adversaries. With his fifth-tier illusionist cultivation, the journey was indeed effortless. Wind surged beneath his feet, yet he remained vigilant. The speed of an illusion cultivator depends not only on their cultivation level, but also on the techniques they employ. Jiufang Ming had diligently refined his agility, allowing him to traverse the terrain without the usual fatigue. His footfalls startled some weaker illusion beasts. The crisp rustling of leaves beneath him reminiscent of the sound made when stepping on the shattered bones of cultivators, sending chills down his spine. Beneath the carpet of fallen leaves lay the remains of many fallen cultivators. As leaves returned to the earth, cultivators with sufficient prowess might extend their lifespans, yet aside from fatal encounters. Here, seeking rest becomes an arduous endeavor. Jiufang Ming had not slept for 3 days, and now, with his ethereal energy utterly depleted, he dared not continue his journey. He discovered a deformed tree and leapt up to its highest, relatively safe point, intending to close his eyes and slumber. Yet, he was captivated by the breathtaking spectacle before him. Ethereal beasts soared through the sky, their wings fanning vibrant hues of elemental energy as the sun dipped below the horizon. Would they not form a magnificent rainbow? He then channeled his ethereal energy, conjuring a ribbon made of 5 distinct elemental forces in the air. Engrossed in his own amusement, Jiufang Ming soon succumbed to the embrace of sleep. However, his limited vision betrayed him, for upon the back of one of the flying beasts stood a shadowy figure. As the dawn's light began to unfurl, Jiufang Ming was roused by the flutter of an ordinary bird. Today he must hunt some ethereal beasts. Otherwise, he would have nothing to eat. He retrieved his meager meal and devoured it heartily. Suddenly, caught off guard, he misstepped and snapped a branch of the tree. Without any forewarning, Jiufang Ming tumbled to the ground, landing amidst a carpet of leaves. His face smeared with dirt. A bit embarrassed, he stood up, relieved that no one had witnessed his clumsiness, and then he proceeded to walk forward slowly. As Jiufang Ming approached a thicket, he heard the faint sounds of a struggle. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, presuming it was merely cultivators hunting ethereal beasts. However, as he continued on, he sensed the presence of the human cultivators waning. If the situation fell within his control, he would lend his aid. Should they mutually perish, it would be even better, perhaps allowing him to reap the rewards. Thus, he pondered as he crept closer to the ethereal beast. Quietly observing the unfolding battle from behind the brush, the young girl was ensnared by a colossal ethereal beast, which flapped its wings and vigilantly eyed the 5 human cultivators at its feet. From a distance, Jiufang Ming recognized the girl and shook his head. Given her apparent lack of revealed cultivation, he dismissed the notion of intervening. She conceals her strength. I must not act rashly, Jiufang Ming silently resolved. Yet, upon closer inspection of the 5 cultivators, he chose to take a risk. Tiger brother. Jiufang Ming's gaze ignited with fervor as he recognized the figures before him as Tang Hu and his companions. Chapter 5. Ming Jingshi. Tang Hu and his companions lay on the ground, gravely injured and unable to rise, while the ethereal beast behind the girl remained on high alert. This vigilance stemmed from the hidden and terrifying lethal moves that human cultivators. Stirring fallen leaves and dust from the ground, it seemed that a lethal strike was imminent, but a chill ran through Tang Hu's heart. Faced with such a formidable phantom beast, the 5 ordinary illusion cultivators were utterly powerless. Yet, they too possessed their own deadly moves. Today, it appeared that survival was an impossibility. The remaining 4 simultaneously emitted a mournful cry. Reflecting on the hunting life shared with his brothers, they were all filled with an overwhelming sense of loss. Watching his comrades fall lifelessly to the ground, Tang Hu yearned to struggle, but found himself immobilized, his words becoming increasingly slurred. Was the journey of illusion cultivation truly coming to an end? In a daze, he managed to open one eye just enough to glimpse the silhouette of a young man. Jiufang Ming could not stand idly by, witnessing Tang Hu on the brink of peril. Heffen, it seems you shall feast well once more today. The maiden's expression became steely, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she looked at Jiufang Ming. A shiver ran down his spine. Hearing her words made it clear that she was no benevolent soul, and a bloody battle was inevitable. The phantom beast Heffen's eyes gleamed as it turned to Jiufang Ming, then looked at the girl with an ingratiating demeanor. Jiufang Ming drew his long sword, the Qingwu Mountains. The beast remained unfazed at the sight of Jiufang Ming raising his sword, while the young maiden regarded him with disdain. 5th stage of illusion. She assessed Jiufang Ming's cultivation level with a dismissive snort. The phantom beast let out a series of ear-piercing roars, filled with rage, in order to prevent further harm to Tang Hu and the others. Jiufang Ming resolved to lure the creature to a more open area. His strike was a lethal maneuver, channeling his phantom energy into the long sword, which resonated softly as he reveled in the sensation of energy flowing through him. Heffen leaped to intercept Jiufang Ming's strike. To have such foresight, the tamed phantom beast exhibited remarkable loyalty. Jiufang Ming felt a sense of foreboding, yet resolved to buy time. To human traffickers, this was a prized possession for illicit trade, yet no one dared to provoke the Jiufang family. Jiufang Ming gazed intently at Heffen, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his mind. At the tender age of 7, he had participated in the awakening of the spiritual veins alongside his peers, yet he alone had failed to awaken the phantom dust. That year marked a significant decline in his standing among his contemporaries. Only his elder brother, Jiufang Wei, had shown him any kindness, while their parents lavished their attention solely on Jiufang Wei. He vividly recalled that fateful year when he had a small pet, a pitch-black bird he affectionately named Xiaohe. What am I to do? Jiufang Ming pondered, as he fixated on Heffen, An unexpected wave of familiarity washed over him. Heffen, wary of the human before him, refrained from launching an attack to the young girl. It seemed a mutual instinct of caution. However, the next scene left her utterly astonished. Jiufang Ming gazed at Heffen, tears welling in his eyes as he stepped closer. "Xiaohe, is that you?" he murmured, his eyes glistening. He remarked with a smile. "Heffen, what are you doing? Quickly, eliminate him," the girl exclaimed, sensing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Heffen looked at her with an innocent expression, seemingly at a loss for words. Torn between her childhood master and her current owner, Heffen found itself in a state of confusion. "Must I be the one to take action?" the girl demanded, leaping forward and wielding her long whip towards Jiufang Ming. As expected, Xiaohe intercepted the blow, leaving visible wounds on its body. "Xiaohe!" Both Jiufang Ming and the girl cried out in unison. "You wicked girl! How can you be so cruel to your own pet?" Jiufang Ming spoke bitterly. "Sold? Do you take me for a fool?" The girl clearly did not believe him. "I found Xiaohe in the mountains. When I encountered him, he was completely bare and one of his wings was broken. If you grant me a moment, I will explain everything to you. However, for the sake of Xiaohe, could you spare my friends today?" Jiufang Ming said, his expression serious. "Very well, should you fail to clarify. But rather to discard it outright. Had it not been for the encounter with Ming Jinsher, the little black creature would likely have met its untimely demise, after undergoing a series of enchanting treatments from the young girl. Heffen, let us depart." Ming Jinsher nonchalantly waved her hand and leapt onto Heffen's back. However, the little black creature remained motionless. Whoa! It gazed longingly at Jiufang Ming, filled with reluctance. "You cannot possibly intend to take it with you." "You? Change what?" Ming Jinsher retorted angrily, for time was already of the essence at that moment. Jiufang Ming was half-clad, and upon seeing his physique, Ming Jinsher's cheeks flushed crimson. Tang Hu and his companions remained in a state of unconsciousness. Shielded by the illusion array the girl had set up to heal the little black creature, thus sparing them from any potential intrusion by phantom beasts. Through his conversation with Ming Jinsher, Jiufang Ming had also gleaned the reason behind the girl's lethal intent towards Tang Hu and his party. They harbored designs on the little black creature, conspiring to capture it. They could only blame their own folly for choosing the wrong phantom beast. The current strength of the little black creature was beyond the reach of ordinary illusionists. With its inherently formidable physique, coupled with a crushing superiority in cultivation, Tang Hu and his 5 companions were no match for it. It was merely their misfortune. With a wry smile, Jiufang Ming resolved to refrain from further dry discourse. "You sit at the back," Ming Jinsher instructed. "I've never sat before, I fear," Jiufang Ming said, looking at the vast expanse of the bird's back. Feeling somewhat troubled, "Sit wherever you wish, just don't fall off," Ming Jinsher replied, her hair tousled by the gentle breeze. Jiufang Ming rubbed his hands together, leaping onto the bird's back, and then inching closer to Ming Jinsher. "May I hold you?" "I am afraid," he chuckled nervously. "Not permissible. Keep your distance," she replied sharply. "Then you hold me. I fear heights," Jiufang Ming said plaintively. "You? Let go," Ming Jinsher exclaimed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger as Jiufang Ming encircled her waist with his arms. "Release me when we arrive." Jiufang Ming clung to Ming Jinsher tightly, fearful of falling. At that moment, the little black creature had already taken to the skies, ascending to a considerable height above the ground. "Understood?" Tang Hu said gravely, casting a serious glance at Yun Zimo. Yun Zimo understood Tang Hu's intention. Revealing the truth would lead to a significant decline in Tang Hu's reputation, consequently diminishing the combat effectiveness of the entire team. "I understand, brother." Chapter 6. Huaizong Jiufang Ming, battling a wave of drowsiness, forced his eyes open, only to discover he was back on the ground. Gazing upward, he was met with a wall constructed of countless piled stones, inscribed with the 3 characters Huaizong. The inscription was undoubtedly the handiwork of a formidable figure within the realm of illusion, executed with tremendous vigor. "That impudent girl, she abandoned me in this wretched place and fled." Jiufang Ming was seething with anger. Although illusionists require little sleep, Jiufang Ming had expended a considerable amount of illusionary energy during his journey, leading him to doze off upon the back of Heffen. Jiufang Ming brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up, gazing at the 3 characters of Huaizong etched on the stone wall that appeared to be a sect, with a sense of suspicion. Jiufang Ming scanned his surroundings and discovered that there was no one in sight, prompting him to proceed forward. After taking a few steps, Jiufang Ming realized something was amiss. The illusionary energy here was exponentially greater than that of the outside world. and there was undoubtedly a powerful illusionary array in place, imposing an invisible pressure upon him. Although Jiufang Ming still remained at the 5th level of an illusionist, his agility had significantly improved since entering the Qingwu Mountain range. Practice makes perfect, and among illusionists, there are no ranks in agility. Once one reaches a certain level of familiarity, they can traverse the void and glide through the air with ease. The ancient illusion master. And the names of nearly all agility techniques today bear the Weisheng prefix. Jiufang Ming practiced the Weisheng Duankong step, a renowned technique from the Weisheng family, with nearly every disciple having created their unique form of agility. With Duankong being one of them. As Jiufang Ming walked, he couldn't help but hum a little tune, though his grip on the long sword remained firm. Who was making such a racket here? Jiufang Ming turned to see a graceful young woman, who was now eyeing him warily. Was humming a tune truly that bothersome? Jiufang Ming thought little of it. It sounds so dreadful, the girl murmured softly. Though Jiufang Ming caught every word. I am here searching for someone, Jiufang Ming stated. Who are you looking for? Tai Mu Yun replied impatiently. Ming Jin, sure. Do you know her? Jiufang Ming continued forward without hesitation. I don't know her. There is no one by that name in Wyazong. You may leave, Tai Mu Yun replied after a moment of contemplation. Then let's take a look inside. That should suffice, Jiufang Ming said, glancing at the girl with a sense of resignation. That can work. Tai Mu Yun's lovely eyes brightened, and she greeted him with a smile. Initially, she had not noticed his cultivation level, assuming he was just a mischievous brat. But after a thorough inspection, her attitude shifted. This boy is also probing me, Tai Mu Yun thought, her smile tinged with a hint of displeasure. Jiufang Ming smirked inwardly. Had he concealed his cultivation, the girl would likely have continued to obstruct him. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, it was best to handle matters amicably. The mere 3rd-level illusionist dares to probe me. Jiufang Ming's indifferent expression betrayed a hint of disdain, but in that fleeting moment when he turned his head, he noticed a flicker of murderous intent in the girl's eyes. Jiufang Ming was not oblivious to this. He silently cursed his misfortune, recognizing that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Jiufang Ming gradually emerged from the illusion, remaining ever vigilant. While the girl perceived his demeanor as one of astonishment, the Wyazong sect, 2 enormous essence stones stood tall, the left inscribed with Wyazong and the right with Yuzong. Confounded, Jiufang Ming inquired, what do these 2 signify? Is not your sect called Wyazong? These essence stones were erected by our sect's founding patriarch, Ming Wyazong, while the stone on the right, Yuzong, was erected by the 2nd-generation sect leader, Ming Yuzong. The 2 patriarchs were blood brothers. Upon the death of Wyazong, Yuzong was deeply grieved, lamenting the futility of resisting fate, pondering how one could ever be without limits. Before long, he too succumbed to sorrow. Tai Mu Yun articulated, a hint of regret seeping into her tone. Upon hearing this, Jiufang Ming could not help but sigh. It is said that even the illustrious can transcend mortality, yet it seems there exists a day of demise. Tai Mu Yun led Jiufang Ming into the sect, and along the way, numerous disciples of Wyazong whispered amongst themselves. What position do you hold within this sect? They appear quite fearful of you, Jiufang Ming queried. Those are merely outer disciples. I am an inner disciple, possessing the same authority as the outer elders, Tai Mu Yun replied. Given your standing, if you were to join Wyazong, you would likely be relegated to the status of an outer disciple. Tai Mu Yun scoffed. Jiufang Ming, unfazed by her disdain, merely chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself, if those like you are deemed inner disciples, then I must surely be an elite among them. What are you laughing at? Tai Mu Yun's annoyance was palpable. Ignoring her, Jiufang Ming continued to step forward. As they reached the outer gate of the sect, he distinctly felt someone tugging at him. It was Tai Mu Yun. Is there something you need? Jiufang Ming inquired. What is your name? Tai Mu Yun asked. I am called Ming Jiufang. Jiufang Ming replied, hastily offering a name. Who are you trying to fool? You impudent child? A male voice interjected, causing both Jiufang Ming and Tai Mu Yun to turn toward the newcomer. At that moment, Tai Mu Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Senior brother Han Yun, this is a suspicious individual I encountered upon my return from training. I kindly request you to apprehend him. Is it merely a child? Jiufang Ming noted the newcomer's striking appearance, clad in deep purple fabric, with an inky cloud-patterned headband entwined in his flowing hair. That I came from the heavens. Jiufang Ming waved his hand dismissively. Heavens? Tai Mu Yun genuinely glanced skyward to avoid misunderstandings. Jiufang Ming briefly recounted how he had arrived there, left abandoned outside the sect. Han Yun appeared skeptical. You just mentioned your name is Ming Jiufang. Is that true? Taimuyan probe.my true name is Jiufang Ming, he clarified, noticing that neither of the two before him bore any ill intent. Jiufang? I have never heard of that surname. It likely does not exist in the Yoshang kingdom. Taimuyan remarked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is this not the Yoshang kingdom? Jiufang Ming's expression shifted dramatically. What troubles you? Si Hanyun inquired. I hail from the Min dynasty, Jiufang Ming stated earnestly. Both Si Hanyun and Taimuyun exchanged astonished glances. Realizing he was from a place 1,000 miles away, Taimuyun gazed toward the distant east, while Jiufang Ming felt a sense of confusion wash over him. I initially suspected you to be a spy sent by the Jiugong Sacred Hall. If a master of the Jiugong Sacred Hall disguised themselves as a child, would that not be inviting a wolf into one's home? Si Hanyun's brow furrowed slightly. Taimuyun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. But she managed to hold them back. I merely wish to inquire about someone. Yet it seems the sister has been withholding information from me. Jiufang Ming looked at Si Hanyun and stated, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. There truly is no one in the sect that matches your description. Taimuyun stammered. Who? Si Hanyun inquired with keen interest. Ming Jinshe, Jiufang Ming replied. Isn't she the senior sister? Si Hanyun blurted out. When did we acquire another senior sister, Brother Hanyun? Taimuyun asked, puzzled. This senior sister is quite significant. She is the eldest daughter of sect leader Ming. Although she is younger than I, her cultivation surpasses mine, and in terms of seniority, I am considered her junior. How can we find her? Jiufang Ming asked, for Xiaohe was still with her. Lost in contemplation, a beam of sunlight filtered through the cracks in the door and window, illuminating the dust particles dancing in the light. Thinking of Xiaohe, Jiufang Ming's expression suddenly shifted. The distance between Yushangua and Minchao stretched for thousands of miles. How had Xiaohe been found so far from home? There must be some mystery behind it. Jiufang Ming was eager to locate Ming Jinshe, the woman who had brought him to such a distant place, seemingly to his peril, leaving him stranded outside the sect. Out of both sentiment and reason, he felt compelled to demand an explanation from her. Just as Jiufang Ming was formulating a concrete plan, a series of knocks disrupted his thoughts. Hey, get up. The boss wants you to leave immediately. Jiufang Ming turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a somewhat shabby-looking youth. Your boss? Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow in confusion. Is it the one who brought me here yesterday? Si Hanyun? He conjectured. Indeed. The youth, seeing Jiufang Ming's youthful visage, felt a pang of sympathy. How old are you? Why are you here alone? By the way, the older brother said if you don't leave soon, he'll send someone to teach you a lesson. Take my advice and leave quickly. Staying here will only make you a servant disciple. The youth spoke gently. Jiufang Ming felt reassured. It seemed Si Hanyun was not as trustworthy as he appeared, presenting one face in public while hiding another behind the scenes. Anger flickered within him, but he soon smiled wryly, recognizing his status as an outsider. Shaking his head, he chose to disregard the youth and strode out of the servant disciple's quarters. Turn left and keep walking. That leads to the square. There's a teleportation array there, the youth reminded him. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. I hope you fare well. Little one, the youth cast a meaningful glance at the receding figure of Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming chuckled at the remark before hastening towards the square as mentioned by the youth. A year later. Wow, this newcomer is incredibly impressive. A 16-year-old illusionist at the 7th rank. The awakened illusionary dust is certainly extraordinary. Two male disciples strolled while casting glances at the white-clad youth not far away. Jiufang Ming sensed someone was observing him, yet he paid no heed, inhaling deeply before continuing his forward journey. Although choosing to remain in Huaizhong was not the optimal decision, it was undoubtedly the correct one. The path indicated to him by that youth was both erroneous and accurate. It was misguided in that it did not lead away from Huaizhong. Yet it was correct in that it illuminated a direction for Jiufang Ming. Upon reflection, he realized he had wronged Si Hanyun, as the youth he had encountered was likely a manifestation of Si Hanyun, seemingly deceiving him while subtly guiding him. However, Jiufang Ming had never comprehended the profound meaning and motivations behind Si Hanyun's actions. If he wished for him to remain, why not simply convey it directly instead of shrouding it in ambiguity? As the surrounding disciples gazed at him in astonishment, for the elder exuded an extraordinary presence and held a revered status, the white-bearded elder ambled toward Jiufang Ming, who, upon noticing the elder's approach, I shall join the sect. Jiufang Ming entered the grand hall amidst the envious gazes of other disciples. Prepared to receive the inheritance of the Huaizhong golden seal. A strand of golden elemental energy flowed from the elder's palm into Jiufang Ming's forehead. whereupon a tiny golden pattern materialized on his brow before vanishing from sight. Disciple of Huaizong, Jiufang Ming, you are not to leave the sect before mastering the realm of illusion, the elder declared sternly. A dual practitioner of illusion and martial arts, truly a prodigy. Generally, disciples of the illusionary realm could come and go freely within the sect, but they were restricted from entering the inner sanctum. This Jiufang Ming, that old man seems to be the grand elder, a youthful voice whispered. Yet now, Jiufang Ming was indeed a true senior, while the current sect leader was merely a few centuries old. A disciple of his own master, thus it posed no issue for them to consider each other as brothers, provided they were fellow disciples. Who could blame this ancient figure for only accepting these two apprentices? Jiufang Ming's innate talent was not exceptional, yet his comprehension was remarkably high, and his illusionary dust was indeed extraordinary. Known as the eternal dust of longevity, my child, I am hungry. Quickly fetch me something to eat. This old man was once again craving sustenance. Jiufang Ming ceased his contemplation upon hearing his master's transmission, naturally not daring to delay. The enter Huaizong is to be free from worries, yet the existence of life is finite, and the heart remains burdened. Jiufang Ming gazed into the distance and soared away on his sword. The gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing a refreshing chill, as the youth's lofty ambitions stirred passionately within him. The journey ahead was long, shrouded in uncertainty. Reaching the pinnacle of illusionary martial arts was Jiufang Ming's ultimate goal. Chapter 8. Tai Mu Yun, as the ethereal forces of Jiufang Ming guided his flying sword gently downwards. He arrived at the dwelling of his master. Jiufang Ming retrieved the carefully prepared game and approached a thatched cottage. What delicacy have you brought for your master today? The old man with the white beard, upon detecting the enticing aroma, recognized that his young disciple had arrived. Just as he was about to rise, he sensed a sudden presence behind him. Roasted hare, Jiufang Ming casually remarked. His master had a particular fondness for roasted hare. Yet achieving the perfect roast was no simple feat. To ensure the hare was thoroughly cooked, one had to adeptly control the fire of the illusory yuan force. The old man snatched the hare and began devouring it with great gusto. Would you like a taste? He inquired, glancing at Jiufang Ming, who sat nearby. I've had my filled. I burnt several others in the process. Jiufang Ming replied with a wry smile, while the perfectly roasted ones were fine. The charred ones had to be consumed by him alone. As he waited for his master to finish the roasted hare, he pondered how to better master the illusory yuan force. When condensed into fire, the force could incinerate all things. Transformed into water, it could envelop the heavens. Molded into earth, it could forge mountains and rivers. My lad, how fares your cultivation? The old man inquired, wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth and fixing his gaze upon Jiufang Ming. Illusionist, 6th stage, Jiufang Ming responded. I find it increasingly difficult to see through your potential, the old man remarked, lifting his gaze toward the distant mountains, his eyes shimmering with light. Jiufang Ming explained. This must be the effect of the longevity yuan dust concealing one's cultivation. Remember, Minger, your yuan dust must never be revealed. Should anyone inquire about your concealed cultivation, simply attribute it to a particular technique, the old man instructed, patting Jiufang Ming's left shoulder with a serious demeanor. After engaging in conversation for a while and seeking his master's insights, Jiufang Ming eventually noticed a figure lingering outside the door. The young girl, seeing that someone had finally acknowledged her presence, softly asked, Senior brother, may I come in? Jiufang Ming looked to the old man, who silently nodded. What is it? The old man asked impatiently. Is that all? The old man raised an eyebrow, noticing the girl's trepidation. Jiufang Ming stepped forward to comfort her, saying, Do not be afraid, junior sister. The old man is quite amiable. The girl gazed at the youth before her with astonishment, finding herself at a loss for words. If only he knew what this old man had done in his youth, he would likely not speak so lightly. Young lady, I find you rather appealing. The old man began to gesticulate toward her. However, Jiufang Ming swiftly intervened, prompting the old man to fall silent and sit back with a bemused expression, as if watching a performance unfold. By rights, I should be your senior sister. The girl steadied her thoughts. Had it not been for my senior sister and senior brother's clandestine assistance back then, I would now be a mere wastrel in a foreign land. Jiufang Ming remarked, From now on, you may call me Sister Mu Yun. He then inquired, Why is it that I cannot discern your cultivation level? Tai Mu Yun pushed Jiufang Ming aside, her beautiful eyes fixed upon his handsome visage, no longer reminiscent of the mischievous child he had been a year prior. It is due to my cultivation technique, Jiufang Ming replied without so much as a blink. Tai Mu Yun cast a glance at the old man beside her, who was hiccuping, seemingly coming to an understanding. Your sister has now become a phantasmist, she proclaimed proudly, conjuring pure phantasmal energy, exuding the unique aura of her newfound status. Sister, you truly are impressive. But what of brother Shihanyan? Jiufang Ming feigned surprise before inquiring about his whereabouts. Our senior brother has made significant progress and is now half a step away from becoming a phantasm master. He is currently in seclusion for further cultivation, Tai Muyun responded. Will he not participate in the clan tournament? Jiufang Ming asked, puzzled. This tournament is limited to those below the peak of the phantasmist rank, and I too am participating, though achieving a commendable ranking is particularly challenging, Tai Muyun explained. My dear Minger, what are your thoughts on this clan tournament? The old man with a white beard inquired. Given my limited cultivation, it would be best for me not to participate, Jiufang Ming contemplated, though deep down he yearned to showcase his abilities. That is not the intention I had in mind. The old man shook his head, then calmly stated, you shall represent me and oversee this clan tournament. With that, the old man vanished from sight with a mere movement. Goodness, that old man. Jiufang Ming's lips twitched, realizing that the old man had deliberately thrust this burden upon him. This, Tai Muyun was at a loss for words that it shouldn't be an issue for me to oversee. Jiufang Ming remarked casually, you will be overseeing alongside the outer sect's headmaster and several inner sect elders. It may not be entirely appropriate for you to attend, Tai Muyun reasoned after some thought. Dismissing the idea, then it appears there is no other option. That old man simply relishes putting me in a difficult position, Jiufang Ming sighed. Accustomed to bearing the brunt of such burdens, Tai Muyun sheathed her flying sword and took Jiufang Ming by the hand. Leading him to the arena, where thousands were seated in the audience, to conceal his cultivation level, Jiufang Ming refrained from using his flying sword and instead embraced Tai Muyun, both riding upon a single sword. This clan tournament certainly boasts numerous talented individuals, Jiufang Ming mused, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 9. The Elder's Gift. Who is that young man walking alongside Sister Muyun? A girl clad in a dark green dress embroidered with blue orchids gazed longingly at the handsome boy in the distance. Who was none other than Jiufang Ming accompanying Tai Muyun. At that moment, Jiufang Ming remained outwardly silent, yet internally he was probing the cultivation levels of those present. The less formidable auras indicated recent initiates, mere spectators drawn by curiosity, while those with more stable energies were diligent practitioners, either here to observe or to engage in combat. Participating in the clan tournament not only offered the chance to win prizes bestowed by the sect, but also the opportunity to garner the attention of esteemed elders and high-ranking members of the inner circle. Furthermore, some young prodigies would seize the occasion to showcase their prowess, attracting the admiration of countless beauties and inciting envy among their peers. Among them, several individuals exuded a formidable aura, while Jiufang Ming could not discern their cultivation level. These were the elders from the outer sect and a few stewards from the inner sect, summoned to preside over this grand competition. After assessing his own abilities, Jiufang Ming considered himself to be among the elite of his peers. Tai Muyun noticed Jiufang Ming's silence and mistakenly thought he was lost in thought. Why are you daydreaming again? Tai Muyun feigned annoyance. The young woman frowned and then walked towards the area with fewer spectators. Junior brother, this time I too wish to participate in this sect competition. What do you think? Tai Muyun said with a hint of shyness, using backdoor connections or something like that. Jiufang Ming responded slightly awkwardly. As he was presiding over this outer sect competition, with the ultimate authority resting in the hands of those elders and stewards, it was truly their approval that commanded respect. I will do my best. Jiufang Ming smiled and waved his hand, yet his gaze towards Tai Muyun dimmed slightly. Upon seeing Jiufang Ming's agreement, Tai Muyun joyfully grasped both of his hands. Her hands felt somewhat cold, noticing that there were still empty spots on the host platform. Jiufang Ming made his way directly to the elevated dais, passing by the large flags swaying in the wind. Stepping onto the high platform and looking down, he was met with a sea of faces. A throng of people densely packed, which oddly made Jiufang Ming feel a twinge of nervousness. Is this person not a fool? That is the position of the Grand Elder, a fair-skinned young girl mocked. Who would have thought our sect had a fool among us? Perhaps he is just a mere servant. I can sense that his elemental energy fluctuations are so weak, he likely isn't here to cause trouble. As the crowd noticed an additional figure occupying the central empty spot on the high platform, they were astonished, initially believing the Grand Elder had arrived, and began to murmur among themselves. However, after a short while, the host platform was enveloped in a magical barrier by the other elders, rendering anyone below the rank of Illusion King incapable of perceiving the situation within. Jiufang Ming also caught snippets of the crowd's discourse. Some mocking, others expressing concern for him, while Tai Miyun below simply smiled at him, as if offering encouragement. Suddenly, several figures appeared before him, startling Jiufang Ming. They had approached him silently, indicating they were formidable beings of significantly higher cultivation. Indeed, they were several elders and stewards, one of whom appeared to have just finished cultivating, his complexion flushed and radiant, while the others bore the marks of age. "Young man, who are you?" one elder inquired, his voice so hoarse that Jiufang Ming could not clearly hear. "Senior, what did you say?" Jiufang Ming awkwardly asked the elders before him. "I asked you who you are. Do you not understand?" The elder, who had earlier spoken in a low tone, suddenly erupted in anger. "I am Jiufang Ming." A disciple of As Jiufang Ming began to mention his master. He awkwardly realized he did not know his master's name. "Which old fool took you in? You certainly have some audacity to dare occupy the Grand Elder's position," exclaimed an elder named Zhu Yabing, his voice filled with fury. Initially, a small group of individuals journeyed together, filled with laughter and lively conversation as they rode on their flying swords. However, upon nearing their destination, they unexpectedly encountered a younger person who had brazenly occupied a position, leaving them in a state of embarrassment. An elderly man, Jiufang Ming, with an expression of indifference, uttered words that left the others in a state of bemusement. "Pray tell, who is it? The old do not bully the young. Yet this particular elder is destined for a beating," remarked another elder named Li Haotsong with a mischievous grin. Jiufang Ming inwardly cursed the four old men for their lack of respect and shamelessness. Who dares to strike this old man? Just as Jiufang Ming felt helpless, a voice resonated from the horizon, a voice he knew all too well. "Old man, you have finally arrived." Jiufang Ming's face flushed with embarrassment. "Grand Elder, you have at last graced us with your presence." The other elders gasped in surprise, hastily removing their restrictions. A white figure shimmered into view, turning to Jiufang Ming, who, at this moment, was no longer under the oppressive weight of the elder's aura, allowing him to rise effortlessly. "My dear disciple, I am Ming Feizhou. I seem to have forgotten to mention that you are henceforth forbidden from calling me old man," Ming Feizhou announced. Jiufang Ming's lips quivered, caught between laughter and tears, feeling utterly trapped by this old man. The promise he made to his senior sister seemed destined to remain unfulfilled, and the trouble now lay squarely with the elders before him. "Did you not just declare your intent to strike this old man?" Ming Feizhou said with a sly smile. Zhu Bing, in his heart, lamented the unfortunate turn of events, feeling a pang of regret for having entangled himself with such a formidable troublemaker, realizing that this young man was none other than Ming Feizhou's second direct disciple. Meanwhile, Li Haotsong stood nearby, his legs trembling, his complexion dark and brooding like ink. "Master, these elders merely wish to reward me. You arrived before I could finish my words." Jiufang Ming chuckled inwardly, quickly attempting to smooth things over. Indeed, we only wish to bestow a reward upon this young gentleman." Li Haotsong glared at Jiufang Ming through gritted teeth, then painfully produced a medicinal pill, stating, "The Dragon and Phoenix Beauty Pill. Quite remarkable." Ming Feizhou, a connoisseur of such matters, erupted in hearty laughter. Yet, to Li Haotsong's ears, this laughter sounded jarring, a concealed dagger within mirth, while Zhuang Bing inwardly cursed Li Haotsong for offering such a premium pill as the Dragon and Phoenix Beauty Pill. Fearing that without any extraordinary treasures of his own, his path within the inner sect would not be a peaceful one. The Dragon and Phoenix Beauty Pill, a creation only possible with the use of illusory flame. It seems this young man is no ordinary individual. What on earth has transpired? Have I missed something? Hearing the discussions, Zhu Bing's face turned a shade of deep crimson. "I too possess a 9 revolutions gathering spirit refining pill." Zhu Bing, in anguish, handed over the medicinal pill he held to Jiufang Ming. "Thank you, esteemed elders," Jiufang Ming replied with a satisfied smile. "Do not rush. I too have my contribution, the Jade Clarity Gathering Spirit Pill." Helian Wenyao smiled, presenting the pill before the last steward could intervene. "The old man will not be outdone either. Here is the Heavenly Mystery Condensing Essence Pill." Weixing Guanyu smiled serenely. Jiufang Ming and Ming Feizhou exchanged knowing glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. "Wait, what about my masters?" The ninefold infernal lion opened its maw wide, seemingly intent on delivering a severe reprimand to the elder before it. The several elders were left with no choice but to concede, smiling as they presented the coveted elixirs. Ming Feizhou observed that the ninefold infernal lion appeared to be somewhat excessive in its actions, yet refrained from voicing any objections. Instead, he bestowed upon each of the two attendants a tome of cultivation techniques. Wei Shengguanyu, upon receiving the text, underwent a drastic change in demeanor. Helian Wenyao exhibited a similar reaction. Though he quickly regained his composure, they had not suffered a loss, for each received a book, The North Dipper Wind and Thunder Step, and The Pursuit of the Wind Solitary Inquiry Technique. Ming Feizhou mused inwardly about their good fortune. Meanwhile, the other two elders were filled with regret, their disdainful gazes reflecting their missed opportunity, having underestimated the situation. Fortunately, this time there was a truce, and financial losses were but a means to avert disaster. However, a hint of resentment lingered in their eyes as they regarded the ninefold infernal lion. Chapter 10. The sudden betrothal. Such generous treatment from the two elders and two attendants towards their junior shall not go unappreciated, declared the ninefold infernal lion with earnestness that a gentleman acquires wealth through propriety, and there exists a limit to such pursuits. His intent to smooth over the situation stemmed from a desire not to offend these individuals upon his first encounter. Noticing Ming Feizhou had gifted the two attendants each a volume of techniques, he surmised the other two elders harbored feelings of indignation and potential resentment, even with the backing of his mentor Ming Feizhou. Such support was merely fortuitous and could not be relied upon in every circumstance. Reflecting on his previous concessions, the elders and attendants exchanged relieved smiles and clasped their hands in acknowledgement, saying, "Master Uncle, please forgive us, but we truly cannot accept such a title." They then cast glum glances at the ninefold infernal lion, who was watching the unfolding drama with interest. "Although my disciple may be younger than you, in terms of seniority, he is indeed a generation above that. He stands on equal footing with the sect leader, so you may refer to him as Little Master Uncle," Ming Feizhou articulated after a moment's contemplation. "Little Master, Uncle," Zhu Yongbing replied with a respectful bow. "Little Master Uncle, what an intriguing title," the ninefold infernal lion remarked with a playful smile. The ninefold infernal lion felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing Zhu Yongbing address him in such a manner. Displaying generosity, he retrieved a tome of techniques and tossed it to Zhu Yongbing. "Yongbing, this is a profound martial art from the ninefold clan, created by my ancestor, Jiufang Ming, and later refined through rigorous practice by subsequent generations, resulting in this enigmatic technique," he stated earnestly. The ninefold infernal lion, situated 1,000 miles away in the Yoshan Kingdom, was unconcerned about the technique being frivolously practiced, as its requirements for cultivation were exceedingly stringent. Those who succeeded in mastering the art were not necessarily exceptionally gifted, but they were assuredly diligent. "Thank you, Master Uncle," Zhu Yongbing expressed, casting a triumphant glance at the elder beside him, who appeared devoid of any accolades. At that moment, Zhu Yongbing was relieved not to have made an enemy of the ninefold infernal lion, and he stole a glance at Ming Feizhou, who was reveling in the discomfort of Li Haozong. Li Haozong, disdainfully eyeing the tome tightly clasped in Zhu Yongbing's arms, rose abruptly and sat heavily back down in his seat. "Now that the misunderstandings have been cleared, Elder Taishang, may we commence the grand competition?" Zhu Yongbing inquired cautiously. "Patience," Ming Feizhou replied. Zhu Yongbing felt a knot tighten in his chest, a chill creeping down his throat. "First, let your master uncle demonstrate a technique of illusory dust," Ming Feizhou remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the ninefold infernal lion furrowed his brow. "Illusory dust? A demonstration?" The assembled disciples gasped in astonishment. Illusory dust? Only a few disciples with considerable worldly experience displayed no astonishment. Instead, they exhibited a profound curiosity. It appeared that, aside from the Grand Elder, another eminent figure had arrived to preside over the sect's grand competition, but a young man gazed dreamily at Ming Feizhou on the high platform and remarked. Gritting his teeth, Jiufang Ming began to attempt to condense the illusory primordial force, activating the illusory dust to summon forth his own ethereal aura. With a mere flick of his hand, shimmering lights danced in the air, intertwining and transforming as Jiufang Ming harnessed the illusory primordial force, eventually dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. Just as the onlookers assumed Jiufang Ming was merely flailing his fingers aimlessly, a colossal phantom of an illusory beast materialized above the dual platform. The apparition enveloped the arena, sending sand and stones soaring into the sky, as the phantom gradually took on a more tangible form. Opening its vast maw in a spectacular display, a mournful howl echoed from the illusory beast. Subsequently, it closed its mouth, its eyes shimmering with a violet light, its form fading once more into obscurity. The hidden phoenix, one of the ancient illusory divine beasts, had been summoned. The illusory dust technique Jiufang Ming employed was derived from the gift of the everlasting primordial dust, which, as its name suggests, signifies eternal life. The eternal beings are the Xuanwu. Hence, the everlasting primordial dust is also referred to as Xuanwu primordial dust and Xuanwu primordial body, primarily focusing on body protection while also supporting the Xuanwu illusory formation. However, Jiufang Ming was different. Under Ming Feizhou's guidance, he had mastered techniques exclusive to other illusory dust. The four great primordial dusts and their techniques complement one another, allowing for simultaneous cultivation. In contrast, ordinary illusory dust practitioners cannot learn techniques from others. Moreover, grasping such illusory techniques relies on the practitioner's innate understanding and serendipitous encounters. It cannot be forced. Ming Feizhou's illusory dust is the vermilion bird primordial dust, soaring through the 9 heavens, commanding flowing flames, and racing through the void, engulfing all in fire. Unlike the phoenix, the vermilion bird possesses the ability of rebirth, and the might of the ghostly phoenix primordial dust technique surpasses that of the vermilion bird primordial dust considerably. Jiufang Ming's illusory dust technique was merely for display, possessing grandeur without true power. If it truly harbored murderous intent, its destructive potential would be unimaginable. That truly the Yanling divine phoenix, an ancient illusory beast belonging to the hidden phoenix clan. Thankfully, it is but a mere phantom, an elder gasped, his mouth agape, revealing an expression of trepidation. Zhu Yongbing saw an opportunity to flatter and slowly made his way toward Ming Feizhou's position. Grand Elder, your disciple is indeed extraordinary, Zhu Yongbing remarked with a smile. That shouldn't you refer to him as little martial uncle? Ming Feizhou replied nonchalantly, his white eyebrows twitching slightly in discontent. But it's little martial uncle. Truly impressive at our age. When did it become your turn to flatter? Ahem. Time is of the essence, Grand Elder. Little martial uncle's performance has concluded. Succinct yet splendid. Elder Weisheng applauded, smiling. Below, in the training arena, Jiufang Ming retracted his illusory primordial force, calming the illusory dust as much as possible, while the many disciples below expressed their mixed feelings. Is he here to entertain us? A richly dressed youth scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Jiufang Ming in the center of the training ground. Did he not merely conjure a phoenix? Another youth echoed in agreement. What phoenix is this? Clearly, it resembles a mere chicken. Yet, it is rather beautiful, observed a girl clad in ethereal gauze, her gaze fixated on Jiufang Ming with an almost obsessive admiration. At that moment, a masked maiden adorned in dark-hued makeup and draped in translucent silk flowers stepped into the center of the martial arts arena. Jiufang Ming offered her a smile before executing a graceful leap. Ascending from amidst the crowd to the elevated platform, the masked maiden cast a fleeting glance at Jiufang Ming and then proclaimed, "The external sect competition shall now commence." Upon her declaration, the audience erupted in excitement. The girl at the center of the arena soared into the air, channeling her elemental energy, and arrived atop the platform where Ming Feizhou and his companions stood. Once on the platform, the first thing the masked maiden did was to remove her veil, for the weather was somewhat warm. Is that not my dear granddaughter? Ming Feizhou exclaimed upon recognizing her. Promptly rising to his feet, "You old rascal, if you still acknowledge me as your granddaughter, then you ought not to have sent me away for training." The girl crossed her arms defiantly, her tone laced with annoyance. "Well then, come here, my precious granddaughter, and let grandfather treat you to some sweets." Ming Feizhou, noticing his granddaughter's displeasure, hastily produced a treasured item to appease her. "Do you think I am still a child of 3? Ming Jinxiu retorted, tugging at Ming Feizhou's beard in exasperation. Several elders, intrigued by her words, turned their gazes toward the item in Ming Feizhou's hand. That in his possession was the spiritual elixir previously gifted by Zhu Yongbing and others, which he now presented to his granddaughter as if it were mere candy. Zhu Yongbing's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his cheeks, aimlessly surveying the vast arena. Upon seeing the so-called sweets, Ming Jinxiu expressed her disappointment. "What kind of elixir is this, grandfather? Do not try to deceive me with such trivialities." Ming Feizhou, chuckling, retrieved the roasted wild rabbit that Jiufang Ming had given him, reluctantly wrapping a generous portion in paper before offering it to Ming Jinxiu. "This is..." Ming Jinxiu stared in astonishment at the roasted rabbit in Ming Feizhou's hands, wondering how this old man had come to enjoy such delicacies. "My dear granddaughter, do give it a taste. It is a delicacy of the mortal realm," Ming Feizhou encouraged. Noticing the two elders and the steward eyeing the dish hungrily, he distributed several pieces of rabbit meat to them as well. Unable to resist the tempting aroma, Ming Jinxiu delicately took a bite. The rabbit meat was rich and succulent, with a crisp exterior that bore a hint of char, making it all the more alluring. "Grandfather, did you personally roast this meat?" Ming Jinxiu inquired, savoring the last morsel. "Indeed, such delectable rabbit meat could only be prepared by you, esteemed elder," Zhu Yongbing praised, munching contentedly. The surrounding spectators recognized this as Zhu Yongbing's flattery, and they chuckled dismissively. However, Ming Feizhou, undeterred, found the compliment quite delightful. With a smile, he produced more pieces of rabbit meat, eager to ensure the elders enjoyed themselves. For he would later rely on their care for his disciples and granddaughter, a matter of reciprocity. "After all, not at all, this exquisite roast was not prepared by me," Ming Feizhou teased, deliberately withholding the truth mid-bite. Zhu Yongbing, caught off guard by Ming Feizhou's remark, awkwardly chuckled, only to have the rabbit meat lodged in his throat. "Oh dear, water, quickly, water." Zhu Yongbing's complexion changed dramatically as he clutched his throat, gasping for water. "Look at you, have you forgotten your own skills just to eat something?" Li Haotsong mocked. And the martial duel. Bingyan. Chun, Zhu Yongbing struggled to articulate, nearly forgetting his own identity. With great difficulty, he managed to say. Zhu Yongbing gathered his elemental energy, and the aura belonging to the martial duel Bingyan Chun enveloped the entire training ground, sending a chill through the air that nearly all the illusion cultivators present could sense simultaneously. "You foolish pig, are you so sick that you need to conjure water?" Li Haotsong scolded, feeling his spotlight stolen by Zhu Yongbing. In the sweltering heat, Li Haotsong's illusionary dust, Yin Yulin function, could summon winds to dispel the surrounding warmth, ensuring he stood out, earning him much admiration among the disciples. Now, with Zhu Yongbing preemptively cooling the training ground, his moment of glory had been usurped. Igniting Li Haotsong's ire, seeing the agony etched on Zhu Yongbing's face, Li Haotsong suddenly grasped the situation. Cunning as ever, he thought, feeling inferior. Zhu Yongbing choking on rabbit meat was no mere accident. It was intentional. One could hardly believe that a king of illusions could choke on food. It was deliberate. That foolish pig. Li Haotsong gritted his teeth, realizing he had finally discerned Zhu Yongbing's true nature. Zhu Yongbing gulped down the conjured water and then awkwardly smiled. "This roasted meat is truly delicious. I accidentally choked on it." Ming Feizhou could easily see through Zhu Yongbing's ruse, but chose to remain silent. "If I am not mistaken, this roasted rabbit was prepared by my little master uncle," he said with a smile, savoring a large piece of rabbit meat before glancing at Jiufang Ming. "Indeed, roasting rabbit meat requires precise control of the heat," Ming Feizhou remarked. "I have a naturally fierce temperament and have roasted it myself. But the flames I conjured turned to ash upon contact." He shook his head in resignation, secretly wishing he could enjoy roasted meat as well, but alas, his high cultivation rendered his elemental energy too pure, making his fire elemental energy comparable to the profound flames within the illusionary fire. "Little master uncle? Grandfather? Who is this person? I have never seen him before." Ming Jingming inquired curiously, her gaze fixed upon Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming felt a wave of warmth wash over him, his face flushing slightly, and introduced himself. "I am Jiufang Ming." Upon seeing the delicate and elegantly adorned young woman before him, Jiufang Ming felt a twinge of inadequacy. Ming Feizhou, perceiving the awkwardness, quickly intervened. "This is my granddaughter, Ming Jingming." "Jingming?" Jiufang Ming murmured softly, mentally noting the name. "Jing, as in splendid, and Ming, as in nightmare. I am Ming Jingming," she stated with a hint of indifference, though they were of similar age. Ming Jingming, possessing extraordinary talent, naturally regarded her peers with disdain. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Ming Feizhou spoke earnestly. "You are my dear granddaughter, and you are my excellent disciple, and my granddaughter is to be married, and my disciple is to take leave. If you both can continue to accompany this old man, I would be thoroughly content. Grandmaster, why not betroth Jingming to my little master uncle?" Zhu Yongbing suggested without a moment's hesitation. "Mind your own business." Jiufang Ming silently cursed. Jingming, resolute in her decision not to marry, proclaimed, "Moreover, in this world, there exists no man worthy of my esteem." Ming Jingming. Upon hearing Zhu Yongbing's words, Ming Jingming remained unmoved. Jiufang Ming awkwardly chuckled. "Disciple already has a fiancée. It's just that on the day of the grand wedding, Ming Feizhou was taken aback. He had devoted considerable effort to nurturing his disciple, and it was his desire to see his granddaughter wed to Jiufang Ming. What have you done?" Ming Fei Zhou inquired. I fled from the wedding, Jiufang Ming admitted, his heart racing. A wise decision. Ming Fei Zhou laughed heartily, his aged visage seemingly rejuvenated. He was acutely aware that Jiufang Ming's longevity and potential were far from ordinary, and it was merely a matter of time before he ascended to the rank of illusion sovereign. This, Jiufang Ming frowned. Surely, that is not appropriate. Ming Ming glared disapprovingly at Jiufang Ming. And just based on him, is he truly deserving? She scoffed, hurling another piece of rabbit meat to the ground. Much to Ming Fei Zhou's dismay. It is my fault as your master for broaching this matter too early, Ming Fei Zhou sighed. Then, did you have this plan all along? Jiufang Ming inquired, seeking to regain his composure. Indeed, Ming Fei Zhou replied with unwavering conviction. Jiufang Ming forced a smile. Even if I were to marry her, she would never look my way. Would she, old man? Let it unfold naturally. Ming Fei Zhou mused internally. Let us first observe the upcoming outer sect competition. I have already secured your spot, Ming Fei Zhou declared. Jiufang Ming was taken aback. This old man had ensnared him countless times before. Yet he was fortunate to be well prepared. With his cultivation at the 6th tier of illusionist, while he may not rank among the top 10, he certainly would not find himself at the bottom. Chapter 11. The hidden foe. The martial arts arena was exceedingly expansive, with numerous tiers of spectator stands filled to capacity with disciples of the Huaizong. Numbering around 10,000. Jiufang Ming strolled alone along the sect's bustling food street. Inhaling the myriad of enticing aromas wafting from every direction, there were scents of medicinal herbs, the savory fragrance of roasted meats, and an array of perfumed fragrances permeating the air. Although Jiufang Ming and Ming Fei Zhou shared living quarters, all the meals were arranged by Jiufang Ming. Ming Fei Zhou's lodgings were quite inconspicuous, a mere dilapidated thatched hut. Jiufang Ming's willingness to reside there stemmed from another reason: the concentrated illusion elemental energy present, which significantly accelerated his training compared to the outer sect. Thanks to Ming Fei Zhou's guidance and the abundant illusion elemental energy, Jiufang Ming ascended from illusionist to the 6th tier in just 1 year. A feat also attributable to his own diligence and fortuitous circumstances. Speaking of fortune, during his year of training, Jiufang Ming frequently ventured to the sect's rear mountain to hunt illusion beasts. Initially, he sought only small, weak beasts for roasting, but the rear mountain was not devoid of formidable creatures. Although not as powerful as those in the outer regions of Qingwu Mountain, they posed a latent threat to the lives of human cultivators. Through battles against these lurking illusion beasts, Jiufang Ming significantly honed his agility and proficiency in illusion martial techniques. After advancing to the realm of Illusory Master, Jiufang Ming, with the tacit approval of Ming Fei Zhou, entered the 2nd level of the Illusion Technique Pavilion for cultivation. Jiufang Ming, looking both ahead and behind, selected 3 jade slips of illusion techniques to study. The innate 10,000-foot sword technique. Jiufang Ming once again took out one of the jade slips. Savoring the essence of the swordsmanship, transforming into a sword, a myriad of swords united as one. After several rounds of contemplation and reflection, Jiufang Ming began to grasp the primary principle of this sword technique, which was to conjure forth swords that resonate with one another, forming a cohesive whole. While conjuring swords was a relatively straightforward task, mastering them all simultaneously proved to be a formidable challenge. Jiufang Ming circulated his illusory yuan force, attempting to manifest a single sword. Due to the fire attribute of his illusory yuan force, the sword materialized in a vibrant crimson-hued. A thought struck Jiufang Ming, and he employed his water attribute illusory yuan force to conjure a translucent, ice-colored illusionary sword. Is this the illusory sword? Jiufang Ming exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the illusionary sword, nearly the size of a real one, before him. Increasing the output speed of his illusory yuan force, he conjured several additional illusionary swords. However, upon manifesting the 7th flying sword, the illusory yuan force underwent a drastic fluctuation. Surging wildly through Jiufang Ming's meridians, a sharp pain shot through him, causing all the illusionary swords before him to shatter and dissipate into the ether as erratic illusory yuan force. 7 swords. This was already my limit. The illusory yuan force is insufficient to sustain such a considerable expenditure. Jiufang Ming rubbed his aching meridians, breaking into a cold sweat. Then, recalling the name of this sword technique, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The innate 10,000-foot surely requires the simultaneous manifestation of 10,000 flying swords. Jiufang Ming was left speechless. Just as he was lost in thought, the sound of footsteps behind him drew his attention. Typically, This place is scarcely frequented, and with Ming Feizhou presiding over the outer sect competition, who could it be? Turning to look, he saw a young girl adorned in water blue attire with phoenix patterns, appearing to be of a similar age to him. Although the newcomer seemed devoid of malice, Jiufang Ming remained vigilant. "Excuse me, are you the junior uncle Jiufang Ming?" the girl inquired shyly, her voice delicate as a whisper. Jiufang Ming reluctantly put away the jade slip and stood up. "Indeed, but I cannot bear the title of junior uncle. It makes me feel rather old," he replied with a smile as he approached the girl. "I am Nandai. Apologies," Jiufang Nandai responded, slightly anxious. "Nandai, what brings you to me?" Jiufang Ming questioned, skeptical that someone named Nandai would come without a purpose. "Junior uncle, I have a question to ask," Jiufang Nandai stated earnestly. Observing Jiufang Ming's composed demeanor, a hint of hostility flickered in her eyes. Jiufang Ming nodded, encouraging her to continue. "Nandai shares the surname Jiufang, just like you, junior uncle," she said, her expression somewhat complex. "Jiufang, you share the Jiufang surname too?" Jiufang Ming exclaimed, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Though he quickly regained his composure, "Please do not misunderstand, junior uncle. Nandai is aware that you have come from 1,000 miles away, from the Min dynasty, and share the Jiufang surname. Hence I relayed the information to the family head." Jiufang, Nandai clarified. "Family head? Could it be that there exists a Jiufang clan in this Yushan kingdom?" Jiufang Ming exclaimed in surprise. "So, you are a member of the Jiufang clan," Jiufang Nandai said with delight. Jiufang Ming turned around, his expression intricate, uncertain whether it was joy or sorrow. Jiufang Nandai gazed at him, suddenly revealing a strange demeanor. "Die," she exclaimed, unleashing her illusionary martial technique, delivering a powerful punch to Jiufang Ming's back. However, Jiufang Ming had long been on guard, sensing the murderous intent behind him. He immediately summoned his illusionary energy to form a protective barrier. Jiufang Nandai's strike proved ineffective, as Jiufang Ming swiftly countered, locking her throat and causing her figure to blur, ultimately dissipating after a brief struggle. Had he been even slightly negligent, he might have become a lost soul beneath another's hand. In a distant, vast pavilion, a young girl suddenly opened her eyes, revealing her anger. "You, Jiufang Ming," she exclaimed, rising with evident displeasure. "This grand competition truly is quite lively." Two young maidens walked together, engaged in cheerful conversation. As dusk gradually fell, Jiufang Ming established the necessary prohibitions before resuming his cultivation with peace of mind. Despite having practiced all day, he felt no fatigue. For illusionary cultivators, sleep is the least required, and Jiufang Ming was no exception. Unless completely drained of illusionary energy, prolonged slumber was unnecessary, and generally, illusionary cultivators seldom sacrificed their training time for rest. Volume 1, Chapter 12, The Outer Sect Competition. Jiufang Ming retrieved a jade slip, once more comprehending the innate 10,000 Ren sword technique. The 3 flying swords he conjured could be effortlessly controlled, maneuvered, and even directed to strike. With a flourish of his hands, the illusionary swords traced elegant arcs across the distant sky, leaving behind a dazzling display of colors. This reminded him of the scene in the Qingwu Mountain range, where he mused that if 9 different attribute illusionary beasts unleashed their illusionary energy, they could form a rainbow. Now, attempting to create a rainbow with illusionary swords seemed exceedingly challenging. The process of condensing and manifesting flying swords is inherently difficult. Jiufang Ming's current limit was the simultaneous conjuration of 7 swords, and any misstep could reverse his illusionary energy, resulting in significant pain, and in severe cases, total destruction of his meridians. Jiufang Ming withdrew his illusionary energy, causing the 3 flying swords to vanish instantly. The term innate 10,000 Ren implies that, upon reaching the final stages of cultivation, one could conjure a myriad of swords. However, manifesting flying swords necessitates immense and pure illusionary energy. Given Jiufang Ming's current proficiency, upon advancing to an illusionary master, he could at most conjure 7 swords under complete control. Noticing the dawn breaking, Jiufang Ming rose and stepped out of the thatched hut. The morning air was thick with dampness, and the gentle breeze showed no signs of abating. Gazing at the ethereal, distant mountains across the lake, he suddenly felt a sense of detachment from the world. His dwelling, nestled by the boundless lake of the sect, was quite idyllic. He could fish at leisure or simply observe the ebb and flow of the weather. Jiufang Ming looked out at the misty clouds above and the fish filling the lake. Feeling as if the external world had nothing to do with him, In a wonder the old man favored this place, he mused. Jiufang Ming reveled in the gentle caress of the breeze, involuntarily closing his eyes to indulge in a moment of respite. Jiufang Ming, facing Wei Jinghao. As Zhu Yongbing uttered Jiufang Ming's name, she deliberately raised her voice. Jiufang Ming opened his eyes and slowly rose from the training ground, immersed in a state of oblivion. He had almost missed this crucial duel. Realizing he was seated on the training field, Jiufang Ming awkwardly stood up, brushing off the dust from his attire. It seemed that Ming Feizhou had brought him here. Glancing towards the high platform, he noticed that Ming Feizhou was absent, stirring a sense of confusion within him. Wei Jinghao regarded the silent youth before him with a hint of irritation. "Kid, I advise you to leave now, lest I accidentally injure you," Wei Jinghao proclaimed, his gaze brimming with disdain. "You remain silent, and so shall I." Suddenly, the air was thick with the palpable tension of their respective battle intense. Enough with the pleasantries. A faint smile playing on his lips. "Do you truly believe that having the advantage will guarantee your victory?" Wei Jinghao too drew his sword, dispersing the dust. The brilliance of their illusionary energies intertwined. Frustrated by his fruitless pursuit, Wei Jinghao sheathed his physical sword into a storage ring. Possessing the cultivation of a fourth-tier illusionist, Wei Jinghao, without fully comprehending Jiufang Ming's prowess, assumed him to be a novice illusionist. Having performed the illusion dust technique publicly at the outset, leading Wei Jinghao to perceive him as a mere amateur, believing he held the upper hand in their confrontation. Gazing skyward, Wei Jinghao gathered his earth attribute illusionary energy. Twisting his neck in preparation, Jiufang Ming instinctively heightened his vigilance. After all, everyone possesses their own trump cards. Let us see how you escape this time. Wei Jinghao laughed heartily, the flow of illusionary energy in his hand unabated. Sky-piercing divine sword. He shouted that a colossal sword sliced through the air, looming ominously above Jiufang Ming, exuding an overwhelming aura. Jiufang Ming regarded the massive blade with a tinge of disdain, yet he remained alert. The onlooking youths were awestruck, dreaming of the day they might wield a giant sword and stand tall against the heavens. "What a magnificent sky-piercing divine sword!" exclaimed a tattered youth, brushing his darkened face and hastily arranging his unruly hair. The surrounding onlookers cast mixed expressions upon the ragged disciple, a blend of scorn and sympathy. The youth lowered his head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Wei Shixiang's move certainly imposes considerable pressure on that Jiufang Ming. "Cheatone, return my fragrant pouch," Zhu Yunxiao exclaimed, flustered at the theft. All right, here you go," she teased, tossing the pouch back to Zhu Yunxiao. "Although I am aware of your admiration for Jiufang Ming, it is evident that you have also recognized that Wei Shixiang is a fourth-tier illusionist. His presence so faint that it eludes even the most astute of observations." Zhu Yunxiao concealed her fragrance pouch and inquired, "Are you truly resolved to meet your demise?" Wei Jinghao gazed at Jiufang Ming with a look of astonishment. For as the wielder of the Qitian divine sword, he understood all too well the formidable power it possessed. Thanks to the protective enchantments of the training ground, there was no fear of damage to the premises. Jiufang Ming's feet grazed the gravel, his mind grappling with the decision of whether to employ the innate 10,000 fathom sword technique. If executed poorly, he would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries, while he could evade the strike solely through agility. Innate 10,000 fathom sword technique. With a surge of illusory energy, he conjured 3 identical phantom swords. At this critical juncture, Jiufang Ming recalled the Shanqing Luiying, allowing one sword to mirror multiple blades. The 5th tier of illusionists. He could previously create 3 additional swords from a single one. This time, he directly employed the Shanqing Luiying technique to manifest 7 swords from 1.3 times 7 equals 21. Thus, 21 phantom swords arranged themselves around Jiufang Ming. Yet, the true swords he needed to control were merely 3 among them. Consequently, by creating myriad swords, he needed to manage only a few, and with the refinement of the Shanqing Luiying style, a master could produce hundreds. "Your Qingtian divine sword shall be mine," Jiufang Ming declared with a mysterious smile. Wei Jinghao, in a rush, activated the colossal sword to strike at Jiufang Ming, the blade slicing through the air with astonishing speed. The dust stirred by the attack enveloped the entire training ground. Yet Wei Jinghao refrained from continuing his assault. In his eyes, Jiufang Ming was already as good as dead. Volume 1, Chapter 13. Oath of Heaven. Jiufang Ming regarded the descending giant sword with an impassive gaze. Calmly commanding the 21 illusory swords to shield him, he maximized the protective effect of the Changxing Yuan Shan, as he was uncertain if he could withstand such a powerful blow. In battles among illusionists, The outcome hinges primarily on cultivation levels, and Jiufang Ming held an unexpected advantage in this regard. However, the decisive factor lay in the techniques and martial arts one had mastered, including any hidden skills or trump cards. Li Haotsong seized the opportunity to provoke Zhu Yabing. Weren't you two all smiles when you arrived? How is it that the moment one sits down, one behaves like a mere child? Ming Feizhou's voice resonated in the ears of the two. I report to the Supreme One. We perceive that our junior master is in imminent danger and are contemplating whether to intervene, Zhu Yang said with a smile, despite the cold sweat trickling down his brow. Unbeknownst to them, Ming Feizhou had appeared atop the high platform, startling the two, who promptly bowed in respect. Don't give me that. Ming Feizhou waved his hand in disdain, though internally he felt a flicker of hesitation. My Minger is no ordinary being. Ming Feizhou narrowed his murky eyes slightly, casting a gaze toward the training ground. If he takes my sword strike, the 9 directions Ming will not only be gravely injured, but may also face death. Wei Jinghao mused silently, brimming with confidence in his mighty sword. As the dust gradually settled, Wei Jinghao's colossal sword also vanished from sight. Illusions are typically fragile, yet the illusionary sword of the 9 directions Ming was different. Infused with a more uniform phantom energy, it proved resilient against destruction, maintaining its defense even after enduring multiple external assaults. Wei Jinghao disdainfully waved away the dust before him, stirring a cloud of debris that left the spectators in the stands groaning in dismay, while he himself choked on the dust. Damn it, this Wei Jinghao. I coughed. A young man cursed fiercely. The illusionary cultivators stationed around the perimeter of the training ground were nearly all affected, covering their faces, while some, caught unprepared, found themselves covered in dust, coughing incessantly. Fortunately, Li Haotsong used wind-based illusion techniques to promptly clear the dust, providing some relief to those impacted. Damn it, this Wei scoundrel, Li Haotsong muttered in displeasure. As the dust dispersed almost entirely, the disciples observed that the training ground, which should have formed a massive pit, remained utterly unscathed. This could only mean, "Look, it's the 9 directions Ming." A cry of astonishment erupted from the crowd, channeling phantom energy to summon the 21 illusionary swords once more. After withstanding another strike from the colossal sword, the brilliance of the 21 illusionary swords dimmed significantly. The 9 directions Ming swiftly infused more phantom energy, causing the blades to shimmer with renewed luster and radiance. Observing Wei Jinghao's bewildered expression, the 9 directions Ming let out a cold chuckle. Did you think that your mighty sword? Wei Jinghao, in a flurry, drew forth his protective artifact, preparing to counter the 9 directions Ming's attack while shouting, "You were merely fortunate." Noisy, the 9 directions Ming's killing intent erupted as he moved, charging toward Wei Jinghao, with the 21 illusionary swords trailing closely behind. Wei Jinghao clumsily attempted to block with his artifact, managing to deflect only 5 of the flying swords. You dare to kill me? Wei Jinghao still retained an air of disdain, noticing the murderous intent radiating from the 9 directions Ming. His voice quivered slightly. Why would I not dare? The 9 directions Ming was acutely aware of the might of Wei Jinghao's sword. Had he not exerted all his strength to defend, he would surely have faced severe injury, or worse. As the tip of the sword was poised to slice through Wei Jinghao's throat, an unseen force abruptly altered its trajectory. Ming Ming. Jiufang Ming turned to his side, where stood Ming Feizhou's granddaughter. Ming Ming. With a flourish of her long whip, she stirred a cloud of dust. The whip danced gracefully, akin to a sinuous serpent, and no matter how exquisite the young girl appeared, in Jiufang Ming's eyes, she resembled a venomous snake. Why do you meddle in my affairs? Jiufang Ming coldly regarded Ming Ming as he spoke. Seeing a savior arrive, Wei Jinghao hastily wiped the blood from his lips and pleaded, "Sister, please save me. This brat is still intent on killing me." Terrified, Wei Jinghao lay on the ground, crying out, "Sister, save me. I shall intervene in your matters." Ming Ming's voice rang out with a fierce command as she summoned her whip's might. Jiufang Ming may soon harbor animosity toward my granddaughter. Alas, he signaled Li Haotsong to establish defensive barriers to prevent the fluctuations of Yuan power from harming the innocent. Li Haotsong, momentarily taken aback by the command, quickly instructed his disciples to comply. Isn't Sister Ming usually gentle? Why has she turned so ferocious today? Wei Jinghao gazed in astonishment at the ethereal figure of Ming Ming before him, inwardly lamenting the precarious situation. Seizing the opportunity amidst their conflict, Wei Jinghao plotted his escape from the training grounds. As long as the green hills remain, I need not fear the absence of firewood. My life is paramount. Dare you obstruct me? Jiufang Ming seethed with fury, suspecting that the girl who had previously identified herself as Jiufang had orchestrated the ambush. He withdrew 21 illusory swords and retrieved a long sword from his storage ring. As Ming Jinming's whip launched an aggressive assault, Jiufang Ming, in that fleeting moment of withdrawing the illusory swords, seized the opportunity to counter. The whip pierced into Jiufang Ming's chest, causing him to plummet from the air in agony. Crimson blood soaked his chest, and Jiufang Ming's brow furrowed, his heart racing as he felt the same life-threatening peril he had encountered upon meeting a giant serpent in the Qingwu Mountains. To his dismay, Ming Jinming's whip was laced with poison. Sensing his illusory yuan power waning, he hastily produced medicinal pills to replenish it. 1 pill, 2 pills, 3 pills, yet to no avail. The illusory yuan power continued to dwindle. Leaving Jiufang Ming fatigued, regret washed over him for having withdrawn the illusory swords. But had he not done so, his yuan power would have been depleted regardless. The immediate concern was the toxin contained within Ming Jinming's whip, prompting a sense of urgency in Jiufang Ming. "Why Alia Ming style?" he exclaimed, unleashing his murderous intent in a desperate bid for survival. However, the moment he called upon that power, he coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. As Jiufang Ming lifted his gaze, he found himself met with Ming Jinming's mocking eyes. Third-tier illusionist. Jiufang Ming's pupils constricted, his consciousness wavering. The Chongqing Yuanshan also stirred slightly, sensing its host's vitality gradually fading away. Amidst the snow and frost, perishing at the hands of this venomous foe, you were truly worth it. Ming Jinming retracted her long whip, casting a disdainful glance at Jiufang Ming. "Xiaohong, once I attain the legendary title of Illusion Sovereign, I shall take you soaring through the 9 heavens." Jiufang Ming, groggily opening his eyes, was met by the sight of a child and a diminutive black bird. The black bird, named Xiaohong, seemed to comprehend human speech. Excitedly hopping onto the child's shoulder, "You, aspiring to be an illusion sovereign?" A few nearby youths, upon hearing the child's words, erupted into laughter. "Did everyone hear that? Our second young master Jiufang is still entertaining dreams of becoming an illusion sovereign. Xiaohong, am I truly a worthless being, that you would disdain me?" The child's eyes reddened as he gazed at the small black bird upon his shoulder. "What words can I possibly exchange with a mere bird?" The child silently mourned. The black bird flapped its wings, soaring towards Jiufang Ming, who awakened with a start. Once fervently longing to ascend to the status of illusion sovereign, he could not allow himself to perish here. The realm of illusion sovereign. Jiufang Ming gradually regained consciousness. He realized that his face was pressed against the ground, tiny grains of sand finding their way into his mouth, and as he spoke to himself, "The Eternal Heart Inquiry Scroll." Jiufang Ming silently recited the vital dust technique in his heart. "I in the realm of heaven and earth." The winds and clouds shifted dramatically, and the mists from all directions converged upon the training ground. As if responding to the summons of a certain individual, the restorative effects of eternal vital dust were maximized, yet it merely alleviated a fraction of the poison within the whip. Jiufang Ming's legs trembled slightly, for at this moment, all his illusionary energy had been utterly expended. The vital dust technique, however, utilized the essence of vital dust. Dust, by its very nature, is insignificant. The essence of illusionary dust is of utmost importance to illusion practitioners. Due to the uniqueness of vital dust, Jiufang Ming could directly employ illusionary energy to cast lower-tier vital dust techniques, while the casting of vital dust techniques required the use of vital dust essence or illusion spirit power, the latter being exclusive to the illusion monarch. No. Ming Feizhou did not anticipate Jiufang Ming would resort to the vital dust technique, and reprimanded him loudly. Hearing Ming Feizhou's furious admonition, Jiufang Ming's face paled even further. "That old fool, you dote on your granddaughter too much." Jiufang Ming's body swayed uncontrollably, and a fresh wave of blood surged up his throat, trickling down from the corner of his mouth. Ming Feizhou was left speechless. "What is this all about? Elder Zhu, why do you not intervene?" Time Muyun, observing the severely injured Jiufang Ming, felt a sense of urgency. "Save whom?" Zhu Yongbing feigned ignorance that I in the arena. One was the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, while the other was the so-called Little Master Uncle, and Zhu Yongbing secretly wished for Jiufang Ming's early demise. Now, a splendid spectacle unfolded before his eyes. It was evident to all, and no one dared to meddle. The identity of Jiufang Ming remained unknown to many disciples, yet Ming Jinming's identity was certainly extraordinary. "You." Just as Time Moon was about to step forward to reason, another girl beside her pulled her back. "Junior sister, do not." Zongjin Weiyang whispered a warning, then fell silent, signaling an ant shaking a tree. Ming Jin Dream once again lashed her long whip, and although she held little regard for Jiufang Ming, she dared not to let her guard down, for before her stood a practitioner of the Yuan Dust Realm. Do you think I would grant you another opportunity? Ming Jin Dream's figure shifted as she launched herself towards Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming exerted all his strength to tread upon the void, with Ming Jin Dream closely in pursuit. Why are you so relentless in your desire to kill me? Jiufang Ming halted, enduring excruciating pain, and exclaimed hoarsely, Jin Dream, that is enough? He received a transmission from Ming Feizhou. If this brat truly wishes to fight to the death, even your grandfather cannot save you. Ming Feizhou's voice was tinged with anger, clearly disapproving of any harm befalling either his disciple or granddaughter. Though he leaned slightly in favor of his granddaughter, Ming Jin Dream was taken aback, and then she withdrew her long whip. If you swear an oath to the heavens. Ming Jin Dream replied nonchalantly, very well, I swear. Jiufang Ming dispelled his Yuan Dust technique, and the dense clouds in the sky dispersed entirely. Ming Jin Dream smiled in relief and tossed a pill to Jiufang Ming. However, he disdainfully cast the pill aside, and her expression remained unchanged, merely blinking in surprise. Be why the heavens above, I. Jiufang Ming, in this life I end this world. Jiufang Ming continued to speak, his injuries still plaguing him, his words coming in fits and starts. The onlookers were puzzled. The dialogue between the two was clear to the many disciples and elders present. What was this oath to the heavens? Soon, the underlying circumstances began to circulate among them. It turned out that Jiufang Ming was the disciple of the Grand Elder. Thus, he could not be addressed by name, but rather as Little Shirshu. Little Shirshu. Tai Muyun gazed at Jiufang Ming, overwhelmed by emotions. Recalling how just recently she had referred to him as her junior brother. He called me sister, yet I was powerless to act. Tai Muyun sighed softly. The Grand Elder intended to betroth his granddaughter to Jiufang. You useless fool, the boy, still covered in dust from the earlier confrontation, cursed vehemently. What does that have to do with me? Wei Zhenghao retorted with a cheerful grin, appearing unconcerned. You could have simply admitted defeat. The boy pointed angrily at Wei Zhenghao. Jiufang Ming closed his eyes slightly, seemingly in deep contemplation. I end this life, and this world, he proclaimed, gazing skyward. The crowd was filled with curiosity about what would follow. All eyes fixated on Jiufang Ming. I shall not take a member of the Ming clan as my wife. Jiufang Ming declared with unwavering resolve. Though, my granddaughter. Ming Feizhou's expression fell in disappointment. He had initially thought that if Jin Dream refused to marry, he still had several granddaughters to consider. Now that Jiufang Ming had sworn this oath, should he truly be a member of the Ming clan, he would inevitably fall victim to the corruption of his inner demons, rendering his cultivation null and void. If any of the Ming clan women would ever fancy you, Ming Jin Dream thought disdainfully. Jiufang Ming lowered his head, secretly amused. This troublesome matter has finally been resolved. Not only without harming the amicable relationship between master and disciple, but also successfully avoiding a confrontation with Ming Jin Ding. However, I shall repay this grievance in due time. Gazing at his scar-laden body, Jiufang Ming, filled with indignation, clenched his fists. Despite the presence of the longevity Yuan Dust, the recovery from such numerous wounds would undoubtedly require a significant duration. I declare, in this battle, Jiufang Ming is victorious. Zhu Yongbing announced, following the momentum of the situation. With such unforeseen developments, Zhu Yongbing's declaration faced no objections. Wei Zhenghao's withdrawal midway was tantamount to forfeiture. Elder Zhu, wait, Jiufang Ming called out to Zhu Yongbing, who was supporting him. Little uncle, is there something amiss? Zhu Yongbing avoided meeting Jiufang Ming's gaze, fearful that he might inquire why he did not intervene against Ming Jin Ding. Take me to Limpan Cave. Jiufang Ming struggled to maintain his stance. You are in such a condition, yet still think of cultivating? Zhu Yongbing expressed his astonishment. I shall repay this lash in due time, Jiufang Ming declared, his eyes fixed on the departing figure of Ming Jin Ding. Very well. Zhu Yongbing observed Ming Feizhou nodding before responding affirmatively. Ming Feizhou cast a meaningful glance at Jiufang Ming. My Minger has changed. His already aged visage seemed to have aged further. Volume 1. Chapter 14. The Sixth Rank of Illusionists. Zhu Yongbing escorted Jiufang Ming to a secluded cave on the sect's rear mountain, the Linen Cave, where he often secluded himself for cultivation. The cave was overgrown with weeds. Although the spiritual energy here was abundant, it was unsuitable for cultivation due to the overwhelming presence of illusory beasts. Jiufang Ming could ensure a degree of safety while cultivating within the cave. Yet he remained vigilant, aware that despite its concealment, he could not afford to be careless. Sensing Jiufang Ming's concerns, Zhu Yongbing set up an illusionary array outside the cave to prevent disturbances from external illusory beasts. At this moment, Jiufang Ming was already injured, his strength diminished. Engaging in another direct confrontation could be perilous. Elder Zhu, I kindly ask for your protection. Jiufang Ming took out several medicinal pills, placing them in his mouth and swallowing them all. The restorative effects of the longevity yuan dust merely eliminated a portion of the toxins, leaving remnants still within Jiufang Ming's body, which diminished the potency of the pills, no matter how many he consumed. It would be of little avail. And then there was that Wei Jinghao. The thought of him ignited a murderous intent within Jiufang Ming. Zhu Yongbing, sensing a trace of this murderous aura, furrowed his brow. Suspecting an illusory beast might be approaching, that if you do not eliminate this poison promptly, your cultivation will likely be hindered, Zhu Yongbing remarked. How can I detoxify? Jiufang Ming, discerning the implications in Zhu Yongbing's words, inquired directly. Zhu Yongbing smiled. Then I shall not conceal my abilities any longer. He gathered his hand seals, concentrating the illusionary elemental energy within his palm. Subsequently, a flame with a heart of black fire materialized in his hand, flickering gracefully, drawing the surrounding illusionary elemental energy toward it rapidly. Is this a fire attribute illusion technique? Jiufang Ming questioned, uncertainty evident in his voice. Not quite. This is illusionary flame, Zhu Yongbing said, pride gleaming in his eyes as he regarded the flame in his hand. However, Zhu Yongbing suddenly found himself in a predicament and spoke up. A straightforward person does not beat around the bush. Jiufang Ming appeared somewhat anxious, as Zhu Yongbing was undoubtedly seeking to gain some advantage. But Zhu Yongbing remained silent, clearly indicating his unwillingness to accept it. Zhu Yongbing silently controlled the illusory flame, and then uttered a low command. Return to the origin, mirror moon flame. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Zhu Yongbing's forehead. Gather all the illusory elemental force within you into form. Zhu Yongbing gazed at Jiufang Ming. Following his instruction, Jiufang Ming manifested 21 flying swords. The flying swords were born from the transformation of illusory elemental force. The burning of the illusory flame required this force, and the heart of the illusory flame was its essence, which could be preserved at will. However, once exposed to the illusory element, it would burn fiercely. In no time, the illusory elemental force within the cave was consumed entirely. The illusory flame ravenously lunged toward Jiufang Ming's illusory swords. Initially, Jiufang Ming intended to defend, but upon seeing Zhu Yongbing's indication, he relaxed his mind. The 21 flying swords were devoured entirely, and Jiufang Ming conjured another 21 flying swords. As expected, the illusory flame's consumption speed was astonishing, leaving no opportunity for the illusory elemental force to resist. Noticing that nearly half of his illusory elemental force remained, Jiufang Ming intensified the transformation. Innate 10,000 ren. Jiufang Ming exclaimed. 7 illusory swords materialized in midair, though their radiance appeared somewhat dim, boundless flowing light style. Jiufang Ming intended to employ the supreme flowing shadow technique, but reconsidered and opted for the second style, boundless flowing light, which consumed more illusory elemental force than the first, precisely what Jiufang Ming desired. However, the portion of illusory elemental force tainted with toxins continued to linger within him. The illusory flame has entered the body. You must endure it. Zhu Yongbing looked at Jiufang Ming with concern. Entering the body, Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow. The illusory flame was inherently violent, and the notion of it entering his body made him uneasy. Come what may. Jiufang Ming closed his eyes and said. Zhu Yongbing cautiously urged the illusory flame, injecting a wisp of it into Jiufang Ming's body. Upon entering, Jiufang Ming initially felt a tingling sensation, followed by an excruciating torment. The illusory flame roamed freely within him until it found its preferred target. The illusory elemental force, feeling the searing sensation within his meridians, Jiufang Ming gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat soaking his white attire. The illusory flame consumed the last remnants of illusory elemental force, simultaneously burning away the toxins. However, the illusory flame sought to press further, advancing toward the eternal elemental dust. Jiufang Ming was taken aback. The elemental dust was under threat, and he could not afford to be negligent. The illusory flame poses no danger to the illusory dust. Zhu Yongbing retracted the illusory flame, letting out a sigh of relief. Jiufang Ming remained skeptical, then reached toward his dantian. The moment a wisp of illusory flame made contact with the elemental dust, it transformed into a faint trace of elemental force and vanished entirely. How do you feel? Zhu Yabing inquired with concern, still worried about Jiufang Ming's condition. Please, keep this confidential, Zhu Yabing stated earnestly. He then sat aside, quietly observing Jiufang Ming. As the ethereal energy within Jiufang Ming's dantian was completely depleted, a striking contrast emerged. The essence of Yuan was now radiating a resplendent glow. Was this a sign of imminent ascension? Jiufang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of joy flickering as he gazed at his dantian. The ethereal energy in the cave had just been consumed, only to be swiftly replenished. Seizing the opportunity, Jiufang Ming began to absorb this ethereal energy, allowing it to flow gently through his meridians. Once again nourished by the ethereal force, Jiufang Ming felt revitalized, though the scars on his body remained unhealed. He refrained from hastily consuming medicinal pills, instead opting to gradually nourish every inch and fiber of his skin with the ethereal energy. The restoration of Jiufang Ming's injuries was visibly rapid. He was merely an ethereal practitioner of the 5th order. Within a month of joining, he ascended to the 6th order. Half a year later, he reached the pinnacle of the ethereal practitioner at the 9th order. A year into his time at the sect, he had become an ethereal master of the 6th order. This remarkable leap was largely due to the guidance of Ming Feizhou and the infusion of medicinal pills, allowing him to break through barriers and unleash the accumulated potency of the elixirs in one fell swoop, resulting in a 3-tier ascension. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Zhu Yongbing exclaimed in astonishment, noting that prior to his advancement, Jiufang Ming had only been an ethereal master of the 6th order, yet he had now surged directly to the 9th order. An achievement he could scarcely fathom for himself. It was merely a stroke of luck, Jiufang Ming replied, waving his hand dismissively. At the tender age of 16, Jiufang Ming stood as a remarkable ethereal master of the 9th order, yet when compared to Ming Jin Ming, a certain gap remained. However, given sufficient time, Jiufang Ming would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of ethereal sovereign. Zhu Yongbing mused to himself. It seemed prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with this individual, Zhu Yongbing cunningly contemplated. Now that my injuries have healed, may I continue to participate in the battle? Jiufang Ming inquired. The outer sect competition is overseen by that fellow Li Haotsong. I can certainly speak to him on your behalf. Zhu Yongbing replied that I would appreciate the elder's assistance with a small favor. Jiufang Ming said somewhat awkwardly. What favor? Speak freely, Zhu Yongbing encouraged. Jiufang Ming mentioned that Tai Miyun would also be participating, albeit without disclosing too much. Zhu Yaobing smiled knowingly. No problem. Leave it to me. Thank you, Elder Zhu, Jiufang Ming expressed gratefully, relishing the ease of conversing with an astute individual. Chapter 15. Victorious without battle, Yan Qidong faced off against Yin Qingshui as Li Haotsong announced the names of the two combatants with an impassive expression. The two young women gracefully descended into the martial arena, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the male disciples. Both were renowned within the outer sect for their extraordinary talents and captivating beauty. Yin Qingshui, Tai Muyun remarked, casting a wary glance at one of the young women in the arena. Sister Qingshui, I hope I have not offended you. Yan Qitong gently spoke, her lips parting slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with liveliness. Two ethereal practitioners. Jiufang Ming observed the two young women in the arena with mild surprise. Upon arriving at the martial arena, Zhu Yongbing approached Li Haotsong, who was presiding over the competition, and offered some insincere compliments. Li Haotsong nodded in acknowledgement. Zhu Yongbing then turned to Jiufang Ming, signaling that all arrangements had been successfully made. Jiufang Ming nodded in response. The two combatants performed their respective bows, then unleashed their individual auras. Jiufang Ming quickly concocted a plausible explanation. He was rather looking forward to the battles between the young female illusionists. Ice Dragon's roar, Yin Qingshui exclaimed with a delicate voice, following her cry. At this moment, Fang Yaxian was prepared to make her move. How will you defend yourself? After executing her illusion technique, Yin Qingshui swiftly approached Yan Qitong. The execution of an illusion technique took but a fleeting moment, and within that instant, destinies would be decided, outcomes determined. With the Lingyan step, upon seeing the impending illusion technique, Yan Qitong first distanced herself from Yin Qingshui, subsequently preparing her defenses. However, to adopt a defensive stance as an offensive tactic, catching the opponent off guard, was precisely the outcome Yan Qitong desired. Sister, you truly are formidable, Yan Qitong praised. Clear wind, bright moon, Fang Yaxian declared coldly. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, as a brilliant moon ascended quietly. Why has the sky turned dark? The lower-ranked illusionists gazed in awe at this spectacle. Their curiosity piqued out a profound tier illusion martial technique. Jiufang Ming couldn't help but regard the young women with newfound respect. A powerful gust of wind effortlessly shattered Yin Qingshue's ice dragon. My junior sister is also full of surprises. Seeing her ice dragon so easily dispelled, Yin Qingxue felt a twinge of anger. Yet it was now Yin Qitong's turn to counterattack, in the shadowy arena. Illuminated by a sliver of moonlight, the contours of the young girl became strikingly clear, her illusionary elemental power more vivid than ever. Clear wine transforms into blade. Yin Qitong's face lit up with delight. It was evident that victory was within her grasp. The fluctuations of the wind blades could be easily perceived by illusionists during the day, yet in the night, the trajectory of the blades became imperceptible. Had Yin Qingxue reached the Illusion King level, possessing the ability to sense her surroundings with illusionary spirit power, she could have effortlessly evaded the wind blades' assault, sensing the wind blades approaching from all directions. Yin Qingxue hastily activated her protective technique to defend herself. Before long, she found herself defeated. I concede. Yin Qingxue gritted her teeth, glaring at Yin Qitong as she forced out those words, then exited the training ground on her own accord. Yin Qitong wins, Li Haotsong announced. Qitong won. Zhu Yunxiao stared blankly at Yin Qitong in the arena. Yin Qitong turned toward Zhu Yunxiao, flashed a smile, and then began searching for something among the crowd. With a flutter of her beautiful lashes, Yin Qitong draped a pale purple veil over her shoulders and gracefully departed from the training ground. Jiufang Ming, face off against Ning Xiaodai, Li Haotsong said somewhat awkwardly. I concede. The girl named Ning Xiaodai stuck out her tongue, speaking with a hint of resignation. What the hell? No fight? Jiufang Ming seemed to grasp the situation. It must have been Li Haotsong's doing. Deliberately pairing her with someone of lower cultivation for the match, Jiufang Ming had initially intended to tease the junior sister. Yet Ning Xiaodai conceded outright. Jiufang Ming wins, Li Haotsong declared. Jiufang Ming was left speechless. Weitong faced Gu Muqing in a short while. The victor was determined. Gu Muqing emerged triumphant. Li Haotsong announced expressionlessly. Tai Muqing squared off against Xiao Ziru. Upon hearing Tai Muqing's name, after discerning Xiao Ziru's cultivation, Jiufang Ming felt a wave of concern for Tai Muqing, who was merely at the 4th tier of illusionist rank Do. She has reached the 6th tier. Jiufang Ming was astonished to discover that Tai Muqing had successfully broken through. I wonder how brother Han Yun is faring, as well as Xiao He. Suddenly reminded of Si Han Yun, Jiufang Ming's thoughts drifted afar. Tai Muqing has won, Li Haotsong announced once more, his face still devoid of expression. While Zhu Yaobing, concealed in the shadows, let out a sigh of relief. One strike. Jiufang Ming was taken aback, turning his gaze towards Tai Muqing in the arena. Good heavens, one strike. Am I seeing things? The youth beside Jiufang Ming exclaimed with excitement. Jiufang Ming mused privately, for transcending tier boundaries in combat is a desire held by every illusionist. To surpass one's peers in strength within the same tier is nothing short of a miraculous phenomenon. After 3 days of rigorous selection during the outer sect competition, over 20 individuals, including Jiufang Ming, were ultimately chosen. Jiufang Ming had 5 matches that he won without contest. All participants received a 2nd-tier elixir as a reward. The reward for the first place was exceptionally enticing. 5 7th-tier elixirs, 3 profound-tier illusionary martial techniques, and the guidance of a senior elder. Jiufang Ming felt little interest in such accolades, as he had a master of the Illusion Emperor level, who was also proficient in alchemy, ensuring he had no cause for concern. Reflecting on alchemy, Jiufang Ming's expression darkened. That old man had yet to teach him the craft, consistently using the excuse of honing control over illusionary elemental power to send him off to roast wild rabbits. Now, upon reflection, Jiufang Ming felt a surge of irritation. Among the final 20 illusionists, aside from 3 illusion masters, the rest were all illusionists. Jiufang Ming's understanding of the situation grew clearer. However, even the illusion masters had only recently ascended. Having registered with the 9th-tier illusionist rank and retained their qualifications to compete despite advancing mid-competition. Generally, outer sect disciples must reach the illusion master level to qualify for entry into the inner sect. Jiufang Ming, however, was unique. He belonged neither to the outer sect nor the inner sect. The top 10, scanning the individuals around him, Jiufang Ming inadvertently caught sight of a young woman gazing in his direction. Yin Qitong? Jiufang Ming was somewhat taken aback, then began to ponder inwardly. The final battles would undoubtedly be exceedingly arduous. Volume 1, Chapter 16, Fury. Jiufang Ming and his companions were assigned to a secluded villa within the sect for rest. Unlike the previous competition venue, the final showdown would take place in the plaza of the outer sect. In the usual course of events, this place is where the most people gather and disciples congregate the most, declared Jiufang Ming. Addressing the more than 20 individuals present, the crowd nodded in agreement and then proceeded to locate their respective accommodations according to the numbers assigned to them. The residence comprised 2 stories, and Jiufang Ming was allocated a temporary lodging on the 2nd floor, situated in a corner on the western side. Upon entering his bedroom, Jiufang Ming opened the small window, allowing bamboo leaves to stretch into the room. While the morning dew continued to glisten with a crystalline brightness, a waft of earthy fragrance enveloped him as Jiufang Ming concentrated his illusionary elemental power, channeling it towards the flowers and grass outside the window. In an instant, buds that were on the verge of blooming revealed their splendor, and the air was filled with an intoxicating floral aroma, while some withered grass regained its vitality and the bamboo grew even taller. "Where does this fragrance come from?" came a voice from outside, belonging to the young lady Tai Muyun, who had opened her window to engage in contemplation. "Senior sister," Jiufang Ming called out as he leaned out. "The scent of these flowers is truly delightful." Tai Muyun plucked a flower from near her window, inhaling its fragrance with care. The delicate floral scent filled her nostrils, prompting Tai Muyun to exhale deeply. Feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility, the fragrance of the flowers outside is enchanting, yet the allure of those within is even more profound, Jiufang Ming remarked with a playful smile. "You do have a way with words." Tai Muyun replied with an elegant smile. "Tomorrow marks the competition for the top 10. Do you feel confident, senior sister?" Jiufang Ming inquired with concern as he noticed Tai Muyun leaning out further. "I possess a 60% certainty, but should I encounter that Yin Qidong, I fear I may falter and fail to reach the top 20, Tai Muyun confided, expressing her worries. Yin Qidong's illusionary martial arts are far from ordinary. Capable of manipulating the sun and moon, a skill of extraordinary caliber. Even if I devise a method to counter Qifeng Jiuge, I cannot guarantee that Yin Qidong does not possess other hidden trump cards. What if you and I were to face each other?" Jiufang Ming said with a hint of seriousness. Tai Muyun remained silent for a while. "If I were to confront you, senior sister, I would surrender at once." Jiufang Ming replied with a cheeky grin. "You would forfeit all those rewards?" Tai Muyun questioned, her expression a mixture of complexity as she gazed at Jiufang Ming's profile. Jiufang Ming lowered his gaze to the ground. Remaining silent for a moment, "I wonder how senior brother Han Yun is faring," Jiufang Ming suddenly said. "And my little black bird," he added, his tone growing melancholic at the thought of the small black bird. "I believe that Ming Jinsher must be intricately connected to Ming Jin Ming," Tai Muyun speculated. "I share that belief. However, when I inquired with the old man, he claimed to be unaware." Jiufang Ming concurred. "I suspect he is merely trying to mislead me." Jiufang Ming thought to himself, "Junior brother, may I pose a question?" Tai Muyun said, feigning an air of mystery. "Having been in the sect for quite some time, is there a young lady who has caught your eye?" Tai Muyun lowered her voice. "And are there any young ladies who harbor feelings for you?" she continued, refusing to relent. "That is even less likely," Jiufang Ming responded with a wry smile. Having only joined the sect for a year and dedicating himself to cultivation, Jiufang Ming let out a self-deprecating smile, acknowledging the truth in Tai Muyun's words, rendering him powerless to refute. These remarks were keenly overheard by Yin Qidong, who resided on the 1st floor. Tai Muyun. Yin Qidong muttered the name with a hint of disdain before closing her eyes. The incense burner within the room suddenly extinguished, leaving behind a wisp of curling blue smoke. After a day of recuperation, Jiufang Ming and more than 20 others arrived at the outer sect square. The square had already been meticulously prepared with defensive barriers, allowing passing disciples to observe the battle without fear of harm from the illusory martial techniques. In the first match, Zhai Juanxia faced Kong Wenyo. Zhu Yabing announced loudly. "I would appreciate your guidance, my esteemed opponent," Kong Wenyo said, bowing respectfully. "Enough with the pleasantries, let us fight," Zhai Juanxia declared, striking his chest and swinging the large hammer in his hand toward Kong Wenyo. After a series of evasive maneuvers, Zhai Juanxia, panting heavily, was compelled to unleash his illusory martial technique, Crimson Fire Black Gold Hammer. Zhai Juanxia channeled his illusory energy, aiming a blow at the already dodging Kong Wenyo. The execution of a low-tier illusory martial technique required but a fleeting moment, and its lethality was equally swift. Kong Wenyo hastily gathered his illusory energy to defend, yet he was still struck, leaving him dazed and unable to rise. Zhai Juanxia, victory, Zhu Yabing noted, crossing out Kong Wenyo's name and circling Zhai Juanxia's. In the second match, Jiufang Ming faced Jiwan Qing. Zhu Yabing suddenly spoke with some embarrassment. I concede that Ji Wanqing smiled bitterly, acknowledging her defeat. With her cultivation level laid bare, she had no choice but to surrender, as facing a 9th-tier illusionist like Jiufang Ming, who also possessed Yuan Dust, was simply beyond comprehension. Feeling a twinge of envy, upon stepping outside the arena, Jiufang Ming turned his gaze directly towards the eagerly awaiting Tai Muyun. Noticing Jiufang Ming approaching, Tai Muyun took the initiative to greet him. "How is it that you have such good fortune? Winning without a fight," she complained, tugging at his sleeve. Jiufang Ming understood that Zhu Yongbing was up to something behind the scenes. The sly look on his face indicated he had engaged in some underhanded dealings. In the third match, Murong Changwei faced Bu Yuan. Victory. The woman named Murong Changwei departed the arena with a hint of regret. In the fourth match, Xian Yara battled Lu Manor. Victory. In the 10th match, Tai Muyun faced Yin Shitong. Jiufang Ming's brow furrowed slightly, for his greatest concern had come to pass. Tai Muyun. Yin Shitong struggled to contain the illusory energy surging within her, her fighting spirit ignited. Clear winds and bright moons. Yin Shitong's delicate brows furrowed in displeasure. She felt a twinge of jealousy. Why was this woman allowed such proximity to Jiufang Ming? The sky darkened ominously as Yin Shitong cast a scornful glance at Tai Muyun. A mere illusionist dares to dream of defeating a master illusionist. The more Yin Shitong pondered, the more incensed she became, directly unleashing a blade of wind toward Tai Muyun, initially maintaining her composure. Tai Muyun began to panic as the onslaught of wind blades approached relentlessly. The first strike, unsurprisingly, landed upon Tai Muyun's forehead, leaving a delicate scar. The second cut swiftly followed, viciously slashing across Tai Muyun's face. As Yin Shitong deliberately targeted the vulnerabilities of women, deception knows no bounds in battle. Observing the gradual fading of clarity and calmness, Yin Shitong seized every opportunity. Amidst Tai Muyun's momentary confusion, she drew her long sword, infused it with spiritual energy, and mercilessly thrust it toward Tai Muyun. Preoccupied with deflecting the cutting winds, Tai Muyun was suddenly engulfed by a piercing pain. The longsword pierced through her chest, and she violently coughed up a pool of blood. "Senior sister," Jiufang Ming exclaimed, witnessing the sword embedded in Tai Muyun's chest in horror. Yet, Zhu Yongbing remained unfazed. Thinking that as long as she did not die, it was acceptable, Yin Shitong wore a sinister smile as she withdrew her sword and delivered a kick to Tai Muyun's abdomen. Tai Muyun was sent flying several dozen feet, leaving a trail of blood on the ground resembling a long serpent. "Stop!" Jiufang Ming rushed forward. "This is intolerable." Yin Shitong, relishing the moment, gazed at the blood on her sword. "You have won," Jiufang Ming said, lifting Tai Muyun in his arms and addressing Yin Shitong. Seeing Tai Muyun's pale visage, Jiufang Ming's rage ignited. "Why resort to such lethal measures?" he questioned, turning to Yin Shitong with a grim tone. "Jiufang Ming, please listen to me. Enough. If anything were to happen to my senior sister, we shall meet on the stage of life and death." Jiufang Ming, consumed by fury, dismissed all thoughts. Yin Shitong. Victory. Zhu Yongbing elongated the last word deliberately before approaching Jiufang Ming. Zhu Yongbing passed by Yin Shitong. He could not help but cast a lingering glance. Followed by a deep sigh, Yin Shitong turned and exited the arena. This was a direct assassination. Zhu Yongbing lamented upon noticing Tai Muyun's feeble breath, regretting not having intervened earlier. "Elder Zhu, I implore you to assist me once more." Jiufang Ming, still cradling Tai Muyun, did not raise his gaze. "Speak." Zhu Yongbing began to channel healing energy to treat Tai Muyun's wounds. "Tomorrow marks the competition for the top 10. I must face Yin Shitong." Jiufang Ming declared resolutely, a fierce fire of anger burning within him. Zhu Yongbing paused his ministrations, for he had distinctly heard Tai Muyun utter a word. "No." However, Zhu Yongbing feigned ignorance and acquiesced to Jiufang Ming's request that he move to a corner, retrieving the roster. The arrangement for the matches the following day, spotting the positions of Jiufang Ming and Yin Shitong. Jiufang Ming leaned against the railing by the pond in the secluded courtyard, observing the subtle ripples on the water's surface. A stone plopped into the water, startling the fish into a frenzied escape. "Bu Yuan?" Jiufang Ming looked up in surprise at the youth who had thrown the stone. The boy flashed a bright smile, particularly striking under the pristine moonlight. Noticing Jiufang Ming's gaze, Bu Yuan approached him. Jiufang Ming Bu Yuan drew nearer. Jiufang Ming stepped away from the railing to greet him. "How is senior sister Muyun faring?" Bu Yuan closed one eye, gesturing nonchalantly as he tossed another stone into the water. "The cultivation level has plummeted, leaving one in a state of unconsciousness." Jiufang Ming touched the tip of his nose, a hint of remorse flickering across his face. In the instant a pebble fell upon the water's surface, ripples emerged, and the fish beneath seemed to be lost in reverie, the reflections of pavilions and waterside structures becoming strikingly modeled. If only I had intervened in time. A sense of guilt gnawed at Jiufang Ming. Yuan inhaled deeply, then exhaled. What do you intend to do about Yin Cheeto? He pressed, refusing to shift the topic. Jiufang Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Zhu Yongbing's lack of diligence had allowed such a clandestine arrangement to become known to outsiders. Yet upon reflection, this seemed inarguable. Unbeknownst to Jiufang Ming, Yin Cheetong's name had long been stricken from Zhu Yongbing's records. In the annals of the victor, the vanquished are but a mere footnote. When the soldiers come, we shall resist. When the water rises, we shall bury the earth, Jiufang Ming declared in a low voice, his tone laced with barely concealed fury. Yuan gazed at Jiufang Ming with a hint of confusion. But the enemy lurks in the shadows while you stand in the light, he emphasized. Yin Cheetong's illusionary martial skills rely on the concealment of wind blade fluctuations. As an illusionist, Jiufang Ming cannot discern the source of any elemental force fluctuations, a principle that applies equally to himself. But Yuan mused privately. As an illusionist, do you have no countermeasures? Jiufang Ming suddenly recalled that Yuan was a first-tier illusionist and inquired. Yuan shook his head, revealing his intention to surrender should he encounter Yin Cheetong. The clear breeze and bright moon hung in the sky. Jiufang Ming looked up at the luminous moon, the gentle wind brushing against his face. Yet the fury within him remained unresolved. Currently, Jiufang Ming's mastery of illusionary martial skills was limited. The innate 10,000 fathom sword technique, the upper clear flowing shadow, and the boundless flowing light technique. All of these could only be regarded as martial techniques in the context of true combat. Naturally, agility was fundamental. Among the three martial skills selected previously at the Illusion Technique Pavilion, aside from the innate 10,000 fathom sword technique, which was of yellow grade, the other two were of mysterious grade. Jiufang Ming had not been in a hurry to cultivate them, instead choosing to indulge himself that I can no longer rely solely on the resources of Yuanqing. Jiufang Ming thought to himself, realizing that his grasp of illusionary martial skills was woefully inadequate. A temporary advantage in cultivation could not last. Some illusionary cultivators, even those several tiers above him, fought with an air of calm, for they wielded an illusionary martial skill, which was stronger than anything else. However, in the face of absolute power, illusionary martial skills lost much of their efficacy. Before the Illusion Emperor, even the Illusion Kings were akin to ants, easily crushed with a mere finger. Just as illusionists appear as supreme beings in the eyes of mundane mortals, regarded as celestial beings. The smile of Time Muyu suddenly surfaced in his mind, prompting Jiufang Ming to break into a foolish grin. Yet then, the pale visage of the girl came to mind. Her breath weak. I shall avenge you for this grievance. Jiufang Ming gazed up at the bright moon, struggling to contain his fury. He retrieved a jade slip and, channeling his illusionary elemental force, began to study this new illusionary martial skill, the devouring yuan technique. Jiufang Ming stared blankly at the three large characters that materialized before him. To usurp the creation of others. This is undoubtedly a sinister art. Upon examining the detailed contents, it was clear that this technique belonged to the category of malevolent arts. With a soft sigh, he concluded that the devouring yuan technique was unsuitable for his cultivation. Illusionary martial skills are not classified as righteous or evil, but rather by their strength. There are no techniques that are both righteous and evil. The hierarchy among illusionists is similarly defined. It all hinged on the final illusionary martial skill. Jiufang Ming, harboring a mindset of tentative exploration, withdrew the final jade slip. Junling Xue. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiufang Ming's face as he beheld the name of the illusory martial art. How splendid it would be if all things in this world could be transformed into illusions, he mused to himself. The illusionist cultivators can only condense illusory elemental power to manifest flying swords. Might I request of you a melody of snow? Suddenly, a vivid scene unfolded before Jiufang Ming's eyes. A young man clad in dark green fabric adorned with dragon patterns stood alongside a woman draped in a butterfly motif. Both amidst the snowfall, the woman gazed affectionately at the middle-aged man, momentarily entranced as she stepped into the snow. The man produced a flute and began to play it as the notes of the flute resonated. The woman's dance remained unwavering. The snow fell more fervently, blanketing the ground, and the woman left behind a trail of footprints. While the man appeared somewhat dazed, the flute still poised at his lips. As the dance concluded, the woman halted, only to collapse to the ground. Blood stained the snow, crystallizing into ice. The middle-aged man, filled with melancholy, lifted the woman in his arms. What could this piece, Jun Lingxue, signify? Jiufang Ming found himself utterly perplexed. Upon reaching the conclusion, a sudden understanding dawned upon him. A profound-level illusory martial art. When my late consort's lifespan was nearing its end, she created this illusory martial art, naming it Jun Lingxue. Still a profound-level martial skill. Jiufang Ming was taken aback, yet he continued to read on. My name is Wui, and as an illusion sovereign, my lifespan spans a millennium. Jiufang Ming had surmised the identity of the middle-aged man. He must be Ming Wui, the founding ancestor of the Wui sect. He was astonished to discover that this Wui ancestor was also a person of deep sentiment, for a martial art crafted a millennium ago could endure to this day. Jiufang Ming delved into the true essence of the martial skill. Should he grasp the intricacies of this enigmatic technique, he might just catch his adversaries off guard in battle. Jiufang Ming contemplated silently. Volume 1, Chapter 18, The Confession of Yin Qitong. Jun Lingxue, Jiufang Ming scrutinized the detailed content of this illusory martial art, embarking on an attempt to channel his illusory elemental power in accordance with its guidance to conjure a wisp of snow. The little consort of Wui ancestor was likely of the same cultivation level as the illusion emperor. Contemplating this, Jiufang Ming could not help but marvel at the prowess of the founder of this illusory martial art. Presently, Jiufang Ming could only conjure a mere wisp of snow, which in the context of combat would merely serve as an embellishment, utterly devoid of practical utility. To manifest a tempest of snow. How much illusory elemental power would be required? Jiufang Ming's brow furrowed slightly. It was evident that this was not a martial art he could wield. Yin Qitong's ethereal clarity brought about a dramatic shift in the atmosphere, enveloping her surroundings in a shroud of darkness. Yet how could she ascertain her own position? Jiufang Ming sensed something amiss, feeling that he was inching closer to the answer. Could it be that she possessed an extraordinary perception surpassing that of an ordinary illusionist? That seemed implausible. Given Yin Qitong's cultivation level as an illusionist, she could at most sense a very limited range around her. The auditory perception of an illusionist transcends that of ordinary mortals. In the midst of a true battle involving illusionists, even those with a modicum of experience are likely to set up formations in advance to isolate the sounds of their combat. There exist advanced illusionary arrays that can obscure the very presence of a struggle, rendering it undetectable, even if one were to fight right before them. Illusionary arrays? Jiufang Ming pondered this and seemed to grasp something profound. Yet, if Yin Qitong had indeed prepared a special illusionary array in advance to sever the opponent's perception, referred to as illusionary awareness, then the lower-tier illusionists, albeit possessing such awareness, would only have a limited range, barely extending to 10 zhang. Restlessness began to creep into Jiufang Ming as he quietly opened the door, careful not to disturb the other illusionists or Yin Qitong. A troubling thought struck him. What if Yin Qitong had already established her illusionary array? In the outer sect square, not a soul could be seen. Those who were meant to cultivate were immersed in their practices, while others, though wandering outside, would not venture into such a desolate place. The square was engulfed in darkness, with trees casting twisted shadows, through which faint glimmers of light could be discerned. Unlike the inner sect, where one would be greeted by a scene of vibrant illumination and lively activity. Observing the emptiness below without any significant discoveries, suddenly, it dawned on him that the old man had not only failed to teach him the art of alchemy, but had also neglected to instruct him in illusionary formations. Frustration welled up within him. He realized he was merely a novice, unable to comprehend the intricacies of illusionary arrays. With a hint of disdain, Jiufang Ming curled his lip in the darkness, just as he awkwardly turned to leave. A rustling from the bushes heightened his alertness. Someone was there. Jiufang Ming remained still, watching the undergrowth, suspecting that the other party had sensed his presence as well. Suddenly, a figure darted from the thicket, swiftly heading towards the back mountain of the outer sect. Attempting to flee, Jiufang Ming focused intently on the figure, quickly giving chase. The figure initially sought to create distance but soon found that their agility paled in comparison to Jiufang Ming's. And before long, Jiufang Ming was closely tailing them. As he pursued, a nagging suspicion arose in Jiufang Ming's mind. This figure might have some connection to Yin Qitong. However, the figure abruptly halted not far ahead, and Jiufang Ming, guided by a sliver of moonlight, squinted to discern the silhouette, which was turned away from him. Jiufang Ming. The figure spoke suddenly. Who are you? Lurking in the square at such a late hour? Jiufang Ming approached cautiously, maintaining his vigilance, unwilling to relax even slightly. The figure appeared to know his name, indicating prior foreknowledge. As for the matter regarding Tai Mu Yun.it is my fault. Jiufang Ming stopped in his tracks, staring in astonishment as the figure turned to face him. You are Yin Qitong. Bathed in moonlight, Jiufang Ming recognized the young woman before him. Yin Qitong took a few measured steps towards him. What do you intend to do? Jiufang Ming retreated a few paces. A tremor ran through Yin Qitong's heart. Did he despise her? Please, let me explain. Yin Qitong began to speak. There is nothing to discuss, senior sister. Jiufang Ming hesitated. She has not yet awakened. At this point, a wave of fury surged within him. Why did you resort to such brutal measures? Jiufang Ming strode forward, grasping Yin Qitong by the collar, demanding answers. Yin Qitong remained silent, her expression unreadable. In the midst of Jiufang Ming's raging fury, he suddenly felt a warm current coursing into his sleeves. Have you been crying? Jiufang Ming's demeanor softened, realizing that besides tears, what else could it be? Yin Qitong abruptly pushed him away, discreetly wiping her tears. Witnessing a girl cry for the first time, Jiufang Ming felt a pang of sympathy. However, recalling everything Yin Qitong had done to his senior sister, he steeled his resolve once more. How could I possibly cry? Yin Qitong then cast a defiant glance at Jiufang Ming. The moonlight parted the clouds, illuminating their faces. The girl's visage radiated exquisite beauty, evoking a desire to tease her, while the boy's countenance bore an unrefined yet resolute quality, so youthful that it rendered them both unable to meet each other's gaze. Can't you let me finish what I'm saying? Yin Qitong asked, a hint of irritation in her voice. Go ahead, Jiufang Ming replied, taking a deep breath to quell the inexplicable turmoil within him. Yin Qitong looked at Jiufang Ming, her hands clasped behind her back, hesitating to speak. Just say it already, Jiufang Ming urged, growing impatient. I like you. After uttering those words, Yin Qitong lowered her head. But I didn't know you before. We were complete strangers. Jiufang Ming was taken aback by the girl's confession. He possessed a profound understanding of the concept of affection. For such a long time, you never even noticed me, Yin Qitong remarked, turning her face away. Jiufang Ming misconstrued this as hostility. If you like me, why did you treat my senior sister so harshly? He swiftly shifted the conversation. I heard everything you said. Yin Qitong took a few steps forward, asserting, is it because of jealousy? Jiufang Ming's eyes narrowed, realizing that he was indeed the source of the discord. So what if it is? Yin Qitong dismissed his concern. Then why did you cry just now? Was it not out of guilt? Jiufang Ming inquired with a hint of scorn, feeling that Yin Qitong had nearly bewitched him. You were so rough. You hurt me, Yin Qitong retorted, turning to point a finger at him, speaking with righteous indignation. The complexities of a woman's heart eluded Jiufang Ming. What brings you to the square at this late hour? Setting up a formation. He pressed down her finger, feeling discomfort by someone pointing at him. You know about that too? Yin Qitong exclaimed in surprise. She then continued, actually, I have a plan. Subsequently, she outlined her strategy for the following day, establishing the formation and employing the profound wind-based martial technique, clear breeze and bright moon, to render her opponent senseless, allowing her wind blades to slice through them, just as they had done to those defeated by her, such as Yin Qingxue and Tai Muyun. And how do you plan to deal with me? Jiufang Ming asked, intrigued. As he watched Yin Qitong gesticulate animatedly, he found her inexplicably endearing. If I were to encounter you, I would concede defeat, Yin Qitong mused, contemplating Jiufang Ming's scenario. Although she could overpower him, she found it difficult to strike him down, especially since he was the boy she admired. Concede defeat? Simply because you like me? Jiufang Ming expressed skepticism. The resources of the Huizong's outer sect are relatively scarce, although Yin Qitong possesses astonishing cultivation talent. It is exceedingly difficult to elevate her realm in a short span of time without the assistance of medicinal pills. If you truly care for me, you should not have inflicted such harm upon my senior sister. Jiufang Ming was devoid of any anger, realizing that tomorrow's battle was destined to be a victory without conflict. Reluctantly, he chose to compromise with Yin Qitong, suggesting she apologize to his senior sister. It is my fault, Yin Qitong replied, somewhat aggrieved. Why do you still look so pitiful? Jiufang Ming retorted, exasperated. In the contest of illusionists, life and death are determined by fate. Yin Qitong asserted with conviction. As for your senior sister, I will have Sister Ming attend to her injuries, she added, patting Jiufang Ming's chest. Jiufang Ming frowned. My chest has been viciously pierced by your sister Ming. He regarded the girl with displeasure, clearly distrustful of Ming. Sister Ming is a third-tier illusionist. How could she possibly bully you, a mere illusionist? Yin Qitong countered, unconvinced. Jiufang Ming fell silent, the scars on him having vanished due to the effects of Changxing Yuanqing. He then elaborated on how an old man had forcibly arranged a betrothal with Ming, who subsequently interfered in the martial competition, severely injuring him and compelling him to swear a heavenly oath. Sister Ming knows I have feelings for you, yet treats you like this, Yan Qitong exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Perhaps it was all for my sake that she pressured you, she suddenly mused, her countenance brightening with happiness as she silently expressed gratitude towards Ming. Jiufang Ming was left speechless. What sort of person was Yan Qitong, weaving such absurd reasoning? Could you at least apologize to my senior sister? He proposed, making a concession. All right, but you must allow me to accompany you from now on. Yan Qitong seized the opportunity to negotiate. If I hadn't come to the square today, when would you have intended to introduce me to yourself? Jiufang Ming inquired. Let fate decide, she replied. Today is a meeting of kindred spirits across 1,000 miles. Without giving Jiufang Ming another chance to retort, the girl grasped his hand, produced her flying sword, and soared towards the direction of the side courtyard. Jiufang Ming stood upon the blade, while Yan Qitong guided it with grace, inhaling the faint fragrance of the girl's flowing hair before him. Just so you know, I do not harbor feelings for you, Jiufang Ming abruptly declared. The girl remained unfazed, her focus unwavering on maneuvering the flying sword. My affection for you is sufficient, she replied softly after a moment of silence. Do as you please, Jiufang Ming said with indifference, averting his gaze. Under the solitary moon, their figures gradually faded into the misty luminescence, the boy and girl gliding through the night sky on their enchanted blade. Volume 1, Chapter 19. The contest for the top 3. As the morning light gently illuminated the world, the distant chirping of birds approached, accompanied by a waft of floral fragrance that danced into Jiufang Ming's nostrils. Seated in solitude, Jiufang Ming was in a meditative state and would not ordinarily emerge from it unless disturbed. Was it too quiet here? Rising, he descended from his bed and directly flung open the window. The silence of this place left him somewhat unsettled. Suddenly, Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow, for the window had just been closed. Where had that floral scent come from? Who was it? Sensing a presence behind him, Jiufang Ming swiftly turned around, only to let out a sigh of relief upon recognizing who it was. It's just me. Yan Qitong gradually emerged from beneath the bed, sporting a playful smile. That I can't believe you spent the entire night under there. Jiufang Ming couldn't help but question Yan Qitong's intelligence. She was indeed quite eccentric. Finally standing upright, Yan Qitong stretched after a night of curling up, her waist feeling a tad sore. Was it really necessary to cling to me like this? Jiufang Ming remarked, somewhat speechless, before looking at her with a wry smile. That a gentleman's word is his bond. That is hard to retract as a team of 4 horses. Yan Qitong raised an eyebrow and let out a soft huff. You. Jiufang Ming was on the verge of expressing his frustration, feeling as though he was being dominated by a woman, which left him feeling somewhat resentful. Stop talking so much. From now on, I'll follow you wherever you go, Yan Qitong said with a mischievous grin, the corners of her mouth curving upward. Though only 16, Jiufang Ming was quite knowledgeable about matters of the heart, especially with the guidance of the elderly Ming Feizhou. It was hard not to understand, given his influence at that moment. Jiufang Ming felt that everything the old man had taught him was utterly useless. Ming Feizhou would regale Jiufang Ming with tales of his youthful escapades over roasted rabbit meat, with each bite accompanied by a new story. Jiufang Ming couldn't help but curse the old man for his lack of gratitude, considering how much rabbit meat had gone to waste. How are you preparing for the grand competition today? Yan Qitong asked as she playfully tapped Jiufang Ming on the shoulder. Not much, Jiufang Ming stammered, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt as he looked at the girl before him, a feeling he couldn't quite articulate. Although she had injured senior sister Tai Muyun, it was a matter of fate in the world of illusion cultivators. Outsiders should not interfere. Jiufang Ming pondered that perhaps he was the true villain. The other party would only press harder. With this understanding, he felt no need to harbor any compassion. That it seemed he had indeed misjudged Yan Qitong. Jiufang Ming mused inwardly. However, he would not easily forgive Ming Dream for everything she had done. That was not a fair competition, but rather a disgraceful interference in the realm of illusion cultivators. Due to Ming Dream's status, Zhu Yangbing and the others refrained from intervening, leading Jiufang Ming to some clarity. A shift in his thoughts cleared the clouds of worry. Had Jiufang Ming unleashed the Yuan Dust technique from the start, Ming Dream would have either perished or been gravely injured. The eternal Yuan Dust, when possessed, granted immortality. Similarly, the Yuan Dust technique had the capacity to devour illusionary power and life essence. The might of ancient illusionary dust was terrifying. In truth, a mere speck of illusionary dust could stand against formidable forces. Yet in the face of absolute disparity in cultivation, even the celestial dragon dust from the ancient dust compendium could not reverse the tides of fate or alter the outcome of a battle. That figure, Buyuan, seemed to be an illusionist as well. Yan Shitong spoke with a serious demeanor, casting her gaze towards Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming recalled the youth who had thrown stones at him that night, whose name was indeed Buyun. When did he achieve a breakthrough? Jiufang Ming inquired. Last night, Yan Shitong replied, biting her crimson lip. This individual possesses a remarkably pure disposition and exhibits tremendous diligence in cultivation. If you encounter him, he should not pose a challenge for you, Yan Shitong stated candidly. How so? Jiufang Ming listened intently. He is a practitioner of the ancient true Buddha's lineage, an untainted cultivator, Yan Shitong articulated succinctly. Is it possible to cultivate without illusory dust? Jiufang Ming exclaimed, gazing at Yan Shitong in astonishment. To be frank, Jiufang Ming found it hard to believe, as he had stumbled upon his own opportunity at the age of 15, narrowly escaping death and awakening his illusory dust, specifically the ancient illusory dust of eternal life. Reflecting on his past, Jiufang Ming recalled the colossal serpent. Had it not been for that encounter, he might still be languishing in obscurity. Meandering through the Qingwu mountain range, Yan Shitong regarded Jiufang Ming with a hint of confusion. Are you truly unaware of this? In the path of illusory cultivation, the awakening of a spiritual vein leads to the manifestation of illusory dust. However, there exists a category of individuals who do not require illusory dust. She paused briefly before continuing. Take Buyuan, for instance. He has inherited the ancient true Buddha's legacy, possessing a Buddha bead within his dantian that can absorb illusory yuan power, enabling him to cultivate at a significantly accelerated pace compared to ordinary illusory practitioners. Yet, Yan Shitong slowed her speech. So, as long as one obtains the ancient legacy, one can cultivate without illusory dust? Jiufang Ming interjected. Partially correct, Yan Shitong replied, raising a finger in acknowledgement. A curse? Jiufang Ming posed another question. Yan Shitong seemed momentarily taken aback, falling silent for a considerable time. Why do you have so many questions? Can't you read more books? Isn't there literature on these subjects in the Illusory Techniques Pavilion? Yan Shitong lamented, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. What Jiufang Ming did not know was that the intricacies of curses remained a closely guarded secret. I shall refrain from inquiring further. Jiufang Ming feigned annoyance, turning away and ignoring Yan Shitong. Oh, come now. Don't be like that. Please continue to ask. I am, after all knowing. Yan Shitong stepped in front of Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming secretly reveled in having found a vulnerability in this esteemed lady. However, in Yan Shitong's eyes, Jiufang Ming's behavior appeared to be an endearing display of affection. After Yan Shitong provided a detailed explanation, Jiufang Ming attained a deeper understanding of the utilization of illusory yuan power. Thank you, Miss Yan. Jiufang Ming bowed respectfully. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, strive to secure a top 3 position. Yan Shitong remarked, her cheeks slightly flushed. Jiufang Ming blushed at the thought of the upcoming competition, realizing that Zhu Yabing had arranged for him to face Yan Shitong in the same match. Given her nature, she would likely surrender just as Ning Xiaodai and Xiao Wanjing had done previously. Yet this time, the reason for her opponent's capitulation would merely be her admiration for Jiufang Ming. How could he still feel shy? Yan Shitong mused quietly, observing Jiufang Ming's slightly reddened face. The first match, Buyuan versus Zhai Juanxia. Zhu Yangbing retrieved the roster, reciting the names of the two individuals. Before scanning the crowd for Jiufang Ming. At this moment, Jiufang Ming stood alongside Yan Shitong, making them somewhat conspicuous. Thus Zhu Yangbing quickly spotted Jiufang Ming. Upon noticing Zhu Yangbing's astonished gaze, Jiufang Ming released the hand he had been holding with Yan Shitong. To the onlookers, they appeared to be a young couple. Zhai Juanxia and Buyuan had already taken to the stage, locking eyes with one another. Brother Zhai, I apologize for any offense, Buyuan said with a cheerful smile. Zhai Juanxia admitted with a tone of admiration. Before exiting the arena. Buyuan, victory, Zhu Yabing announced, subsequently striking Zhai Juanxia's name from the list. In the second match, Jiufang Ming, against Zhu Yabing deliberately elevated his voice. Yan Shitong. Yan Shitong looked at Jiufang Ming in surprise before breaking into a radiant smile. The two approached the arena, exchanging glances for a moment. Upon hearing Jiufang Ming's name, the crowd eagerly turned their attention to the center of the plaza. Yet, a portion of the spectators, having missed Yan Shitong's name, were curious to catch a glimpse of her. Just as the audience anticipated an entertaining spectacle, the young lady made a remarkably astonishing move. Yan Shitong leaped towards Jiufang Ming, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. "That I believe this is fate," she remarked, gazing with satisfaction at Jiufang Ming's flustered expression. "That I concede." Before the onlookers could react, Yan Shitong willingly declared her defeat. Taking Jiufang Ming's hand as they descended from the stage to "My goddess," the lament akin to a pig's wail echoed throughout the plaza, leaving the crowd in a state of awkwardness. "Another one has lost it." The spectators watched with pity as a heartbroken illusionist mourned. But how did Yan Shitong and Jiufang Ming end up together? "I heard that Yan Shitong injured Jiufang Ming's senior sister. Wasn't Jiufang Ming seeking retribution?" a female disciple exclaimed, engaging in animated conversation with her companions. "Will Shitong still come to find me?" Zhu Yunxiao thought, watching as Jiufang Ming and Yan Shitong held hands, feeling a pang of sorrow. Zhu Yongbing, initially taken aback, then announced with measured clarity, "Jiufang Ming, victory." Ming Feizhou observed keenly from the shadows, taking a bite of the slightly charred rabbit meat in his hand, chuckling as he scolded. "You do not desire my granddaughter Jean Ming, yet it seems you are drawn to my granddaughter here. How is it that I had not considered I had another granddaughter? It appears my past flirtations have borne some fruit." Ming Feizhou mused as he regarded Yan Shitong. After finishing his roasted rabbit, Ming Feizhou took flight. In the third match, Lu Manor faced off against Lu Mingxian, who was absent from the competition, thus granting victory to Lu Manor. In the fourth match, Mo Junya battled against Hua Rochuan. Both were illusionists of similar prowess, and they engaged in a lengthy contest before a victor emerged. Mo Junya, triumph. Zhu Yongbing declared in the final match. Huan Changping faced off against Shun Xingjin. Shun Xingjin, victory. Zhu Yongbing crossed out the last name on the list, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and hurriedly employed the art of illusion to lower the surrounding temperature to an extraordinarily comfortable level. The top 5 included Bu Yuan, Jiufang Ming, Lu Manor, Mo Junya, and Shun Xingjin. Among these 5, one would inevitably be exempt from combat and directly advance to the top 3. Unexpectedly, Jiufang Ming was the one to be exempt, thus advancing effortlessly. Bu Yuan, as anticipated, triumphed over Lu Manor, while Mo Junya regrettably fell to Shun Xingjin, who was a level higher in cultivation. It was clear that Zhu Yongbing had manipulated the situation. Jiufang Ming's exemption was a foreseen surprise. The finalists were Bu Yuan, Jiufang Ming, and Shun Xingjin. Except for Bu Yuan, who was an illusionist, both Jiufang Ming and Shun Xingjin were illusion warriors, the determination of first. Suddenly, a hand appeared at his side. Jiufang Ming firmly grasped it, recognizing it as Yan Shitong's hand, preventing her from easily succeeding in her intentions. Given her character, she would likely attempt to cover his eyes with both hands. "You think?" Jiufang Ming turned around, preparing to mock Yan Shitong for her failed scheme. "Senior sister?" Jiufang Ming stared blankly at the girl before him, who was none other than Tai Muyun, recently injured. Volume 1, Chapter 20. The banquet. As the morning light began to break and the sound of birds chirped from afar, a hint of floral fragrance wafted into Jiufang Ming's nose. Alone in meditation, Jiufang Ming typically did not emerge from his introspective state unless disturbed. It's too quiet here. He rose from his bed and opened the window. The tranquility of the place made him feel somewhat uneasy. Suddenly furrowing his brow, he recalled that the window had just been closed. Where had that floral scent come from? Who? Sensing someone behind him, Jiufang Ming turned swiftly, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon recognizing the intruder. It's me. Yan Shitong emerged playfully from beneath the bed, flashing a mischievous smile. "Goodness, you weren't hiding under the bed all night, were you?" Jiufang Ming questioned her intellect, finding Yan Shitong's behavior rather peculiar. Finally standing upright after curling up all night, she complained about her sore waist. "There's no need to cling to me like this," Jiufang Ming said, feeling somewhat speechless, then added with a wry smile, "A gentleman's word. Is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. Yan Shitong raised an eyebrow and let out a soft hum. "You." Jiufang Ming was about to retort, but felt as if he were being constrained by a woman, stirring a sense of reluctance within him. "Stop talking so much. I'll follow you from now on. Wherever you go, I shall go too," Yan Shitong said with a sly grin, her lips curling slightly. Although merely 16, Jiufang Ming was quite knowledgeable about matters of the heart, thanks to the old man Ming Feizhou's teachings. Each bite of rabbit meat leading to a new tale. Jiufang Ming couldn't help but curse the old man for his lack of conscience, lamenting the countless rabbits wasted on such frivolous stories. Today is the grand competition. How prepared are you? Yin Shitong gently tapped Jiufang Ming's shoulder from behind. Not much, he stammered, suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt as he gazed at the young lady before him. Reflecting on this, Jiufang Ming realized that he was, in fact, the villain, disrupting the established rules of the illusion cultivator's duel. That a tacit understanding was the outcome he desired. In his mind's eye, the figure of Wei Zhenghao materialized. Was he not akin to Yin Shitong, aggressive and demanding of life? No. If he did not strike to kill, would I have needed to respond in kind? Jiufang Ming's gaze chilled. He had come to a profound realization regarding his opponent. If he refrained from taking lethal action, the other would surely become the aggressor. This thought led him to conclude that he need not harbor any semblance of mercy. That it appeared he had indeed wronged Yin Shitong. He mused quietly. However, he would not easily forgive Ming Jindream for her actions. That was no fair competition, and meddling was most unbecoming of an illusion cultivator. Due to Ming Jindream's status, Zhu Yangbing and the others refrained from intervening. And Jiufang Ming began to comprehend the situation. Could it be that old Ming truly viewed this as a battle? Doubts clouded his mind that if that were the case, it would signify that old Ming held him in considerable regard and trust. Jiufang Ming reconsidered, his worries dissipating. Had he unleashed the Yuan Dust technique initially, Ming Jindream would have been gravely injured, if not killed. The eternal life Yuan Dust, when possessed, grants immortality, and similarly, the Yuan Dust technique has the capacity to devour both illusionary power and life force. The might of ancient illusion dust is indeed formidable. A mere speck of it can withstand great forces. Yet, in the face of an absolute disparity in cultivation, even the celestial dragon dust from the ancient dust compendium could not reverse the tides of battle. That Bu Yuan Dot seems to be an illusion master as well, Yin Shitong remarked seriously, looking at Jiufang Ming. Bu Yuan. Jiufang Ming recalled the youth who had thrown stones at him that night, whose name was indeed Bu Yuan. When did he break through? Jiufang Ming inquired. Last night. Yin Shitong bit her red lip as she responded. This individual possesses a remarkably pure disposition and is quite diligent in his cultivation. Should you encounter him, he would likely not be your match, Yin Shitong stated bluntly. How so? Jiufang Ming listened intently. He possesses the ancient true Buddha's legacy, a dustless practitioner, Yin Shitong explained, her words succinct. No illusion dust. Yet able to cultivate? Jiufang Ming exclaimed in shock, staring at Yin Shitong in disbelief. To be honest, he found it hard to believe, for he had stumbled upon his opportunity at the age of 15, narrowly escaping death and awakening to illusion dust, specifically the ancient eternal life Yuan Dust. Reflecting on the past, he recalled the great serpent. Had he not encountered that creature, he might still be languishing ineffectually amidst the Qingwu Mountains. Yin Shitong looked at Jiufang Ming with some confusion. Do you truly not know this? The path of illusion cultivation requires the awakening of spiritual veins, which gives rise to illusion dust. However, there exists a category of individuals who do not require illusion dust. She paused before continuing her explanation. For instance, this Bu Yuan is a result of receiving the legacy of the ancient true Buddha. Within the dantian lies a Buddha bead capable of absorbing the ethereal essence, allowing for a significantly accelerated cultivation speed compared to ordinary ethereal practitioners. Puzzled, Yin Shitong seemed momentarily at a loss for words, rendered speechless. Why do you have so many questions? Can't you read a bit more? Isn't there literature on these topics in the Hall of Ethereal Techniques? Yin Shitong approached Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming secretly rejoiced, feeling as though he had uncovered a weakness in this lady. However, in Yin Shitong's eyes, Jiufang Ming appeared to be playfully seeking her attention. After Yin Shitong provided a detailed explanation, her cheeks slightly flushed. Jiufang Ming, recalling the competition later that day, felt a blush creep upon his face, realizing that Zhu Yangbing had arranged for him to face Yin Shitong. Given her temperament, she would likely surrender just as Ning Xiaodai and Xiao Wanjing had done previously. However, this time, the reason for her surrender would merely be her admiration for Jiufang Ming. How could he possibly feel shy? Observing Jiufang Ming's slightly flushed cheeks, Yin Shitong pondered silently that I end the first match, making them rather conspicuous, and thus Zhu Yangbing quickly spotted Jiufang Ming. Upon noticing Zhu Yangbing's astonished gaze, Jiufang Ming released his hold on Yin Shitong's hand. To onlookers, they appeared to be a young couple. Zhai Juanxia and Bu Yuan had already taken their positions, each locking eyes with the other. Brother Zhai, I apologize for any offense, Bu Yuan said with a hearty smile and a respectful bow. The older Zhai Juanxia returned the gesture, displaying the respect due. Zhai Juanxia's brute strength was no match for Bu Yuan, and after a mere 20 exchanges, he was defeated. I didn't expect you to have already ascended to the rank of ethereal master. Zhai Juanxia admitted with admiration. Before exiting the arena, Bu Yuan wins. Zhu Bing declared the outcome, subsequently striking Zhai Juanxia's name from the list. In the second match, Jiufang Ming faced. Zhu Bing deliberately raised her voice. A portion of the gathered crowd remained unaware of Yin Qidong's name, eager to behold her beauty. Just as anticipation swelled among the spectators for an enthralling spectacle, the young maiden made a most astonishing move. Yin Qidong leapt forward, landing a forceful kiss upon Jiufang Ming's cheek. I am convinced that this must be destiny. Yin Qidong gazed with satisfaction at Jiufang Ming's flustered expression. I concede defeat, before the onlookers outside the arena could fully grasp the situation. Yin Qidong willingly acknowledged her defeat and took Jiufang Ming's hand. Descending from the stage together, my goddess, a wail, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, echoed throughout the square, leaving the crowd in an awkward silence. Was Jiufang Ming not seeking retribution? A female disciple, astonished, began fervently discussing the matter with her companions. Will Qidong still come to seek me out? Zhu shall watch with a heavy heart as Jiufang Ming and Yin Qidong clasped hands. Zhu Bing was momentarily taken aback before announcing with deliberate enunciation, Jiufang Ming, victory. Ming Feizhou, observing from the shadows, understood the unfolding events well, taking a bite of the slightly charred rabbit meat in his hand. He chuckled and chided, My granddaughter Jean Ming, you are unworthy. Yet here is my granddaughter, who is rather proactive. How did I not consider that I had another granddaughter? It seems my past flirtations have borne fruit. Ming Feizhou cast a glance at Yin Qidong before finishing his rabbit meat and soaring away. In the third match, Lu Manor faced off against Lu Mingxian, who was absent from the competition, thus declaring Lu Manor the victor. The fourth bout featured Mo Junya against Hua Rochuan. Both were illusionists of similar prowess, resulting in an extended contest before a winner emerged. Mo Junya, victorious, Zhu Bing declared. The top 5 were determined as follows: Bu Yuan, Jiufang Ming, Lu Manor, Mo Junya, and Shun Xingjing. Among these 5, one was exempt from combat, advancing directly to the top 3 by an unexpected turn of events. Jiufang Ming found himself exempt, advancing to the top 3. Bu Yuan, as anticipated, triumphed over Lu Manor. Mo Junya regrettably fell to Shun Xingjing, who possessed a higher level of cultivation. Zhu Bing had undoubtedly played a hand in this. Jiufang Ming's exemption was a foreseeable surprise. The final 3 were Bu Yuan, Jiufang Ming, and Shun Xingjing. Except for Bu Yuan, who was an illusion master, both Jiufang Ming and Shun Xingjing were illusionists. The distinctions for first, second, and third place would be revealed 3 days hence at the martial arts arena. Zhu Bing announced loudly. An illusion master presents quite the conundrum. Jiufang Ming narrowed his eyes, observing Bu Yuan as he slowly departed. Suddenly, a hand appeared at his side. Jiufang Ming grasped it tightly, recognizing it as Yin Qidong's, preventing her from executing her usual tactic of obscuring his vision with her hands. You think so? Jiufang Ming turned to mock Yin Qidong's foiled scheme. Senior, sister, Jiufang Ming gazed intently at the young girl before him, who was none other than Tai Mu Yun, gravely injured a few days prior. Volume 1, Chapter 21, A Half-Step Illusionist. The kingdom of Yushang sprawls over a vast expanse of land. Considerably larger than the Min dynasty, its sphere of influence, however, is somewhat inferior to that of Min. In recent years, the smaller nations surrounding Yushang have voluntarily pledged allegiance, presenting tribute year after year. While the current head of Wuya sect, Ming Qingzi, has merely reached the pinnacle of illusion lord, Jiufang Ming is aware that Ming Feizhou's cultivation likely surpasses that of the illusion emperor. Yet the specifics of his rank remain unclear. Deducing from Yin Qidong's age, it is evident that Yin Su attained the title of illusion emperor in just over 30 years, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Contemplating this, and observing the prodigious aptitude of Yin Qidong, Jiufang Ming finds himself less astonished. He harbors a sense of longing for his parents, although he is unable to cultivate. They have consistently endeavored to elevate his status within the family. His heart is laden with profound guilt towards his parents. Yet, Jiufang Ming has never regretted his decision. Were he to hastily marry and depend on a woman for sustenance, he would still be the incapable second young master of the Jiufang family, enjoying a life of opulence and beautiful concubines, a life that many would envy. What he truly cherishes is the freedom to embark on an unrestricted journey of cultivation. After finishing all the dishes laid out before him, Jiufang Ming discreetly stifled a satisfied belch, then tossed a pill into his mouth. With Yan Shitong being so affluent, there was no need for him to skimp on expenses, he thought to himself. Consuming so many pills without timely refinement, was he not concerned about the possibility of exploding from within? Yan Shitong, with a semblance of a smile, tossed him a vial of 5th-grade pills. Upon receiving the pills, Jiufang Ming was suddenly reminded that these were, after all, medicinal concoctions and not mere confections. This time, he had indulged the most. Sensing a disturbance within his dantian, Jiufang Ming set down the vial and began to circulate his illusionary essence. Probing into his dantian, waves of illusionary essence surged within, clearly emanating from the pills he had just treated as dessert. So much essence. Goodness. Jiufang Ming found himself regretting the sheer quantity he had consumed. Ignoring the dust beneath him, he sat down upon the ground, anxious that if he did not refine the essence promptly, he might indeed meet the explosive fate that Yan Shitong had warned of. Having cleared the remnants from the stone table, Yan Shitong eagerly observed as Jiufang Ming absorbed and refined the potent energy of the pills. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Yan Shitong took a seat beside Jiufang Ming on the stone bench, leaning against the table, keenly interested in witnessing his struggles. Tai Muyan cast a worried glance at Yan Shitong. After consuming so many pills, let him suffer the consequences. Who told him to wish to see me embarrassed? Though Yan Shitong held affection for Jiufang Ming, she remained quite vengeful. Tai Muyan chose not to speak further. Jiufang Ming could distinctly sense the excruciating pain caused by the chaotic turbulence of the illusionary origin force swirling violently within his dantian and meridians, should he fail to refine and absorb it in a timely manner. Even if it did not result in his body exploding, he would likely be tormented to death by this agonizing sensation. It depends on you, Yuanqing, he thought. As he gazed inwardly at his dantian. A speck of silver glimmering, Yuanqing calmly faced the frenzied dance of the illusionary origin force. Through his cultivation, Jiufang Ming gradually comprehended the utility of the everlasting Yuanqing at the stage of an illusionist. One could merely mend superficial wounds. However, at the current stage of illusionary scholar, it allowed for a swifter absorption of illusionary origin force from the heavens and earth, as well as the effortless repair of damaged meridians. As for toxins, the everlasting Yuanqing was powerless against them. Jiufang Ming anticipated that upon reaching the rank of illusionary master, the everlasting Yuanqing would undergo further development. As for the Yuanqing techniques, Jiufang Ming typically refrained from employing them unless faced with life and death situations. Likewise, the heavenly dust could employ illusory spirit power to enact Yuanqing techniques. Witnessing the everlasting Yuanqing struggle to endure such immense medicinal potency, Jiufang Ming felt a twinge of panic. Yet, after a moment, he discerned the underlying intricacies. The surface of the everlasting Yuanqing remained undisturbed while it rapidly absorbed the chaotic illusionary origin force within the dantian, subsequently utilizing the transformed, purified illusionary origin force to continuously dilute the foreign illusionary origin force. Is it truly refined like this? Yan Shitong exclaimed in astonishment. Jiufang Ming opened his eyes to find Tai Muyun and Yan Shitong present, though the sky had darkened. You managed to refine all of this medicinal power in just one afternoon. Are you human or ghost? Yan Shitong inquired with curiosity, her gaze directed towards Jiufang Ming's dantian. Just as she was about to reach out, Jiufang Ming prevented her. I had attained half a step into illusionary mastery. Jiufang Ming responded, somewhat unexpectedly. That is rather discouraging, isn't it? Tai Muyun sighed, realizing she had been left far behind by her junior, with her own cultivation at the 7th tier of illusionary scholar. It seemed unlikely she could catch up to Jiufang Ming's strides. Sister, do not lose heart. My illusion dust is the everlasting Yuanqing. Jiufang Ming scratched his head. However, the dust compendium records that the everlasting Yuanqing is an ancient divine dust that has long since vanished after centuries. Even if it exists in this world, it would not so easily acknowledge a master. Yan Shitong expressed with disbelief. That is the dust compendium of your Yushang kingdom. I hail from the Ming dynasty. Jiufang Ming clarified, hoping this would convince Yan Shitong. That makes sense, Yan Shitong realized, having overlooked Jiufang Ming's origins from the Ming dynasty. My illusion dust is the vermilion pearl phoenix dust, merely an ordinary illusion dust. However, my father mentioned that with the blood of an ancient true phoenix as a catalyst, it could inherit the title of Phoenix Yuanqing. Yan Shitong elaborated. Yuanqing is exceedingly rare. It cannot be passed down so easily. Tai Muyun shook her head. Then, what illusion dust does the Lord of Yin possess? Jiufang Ming inquired, curious about the individual who ascended to illusionary emperor within merely 30 years, suspecting that their illusion dust must be exceptional. Primal Yuanqing, Yin Qidong replied. As Jiufang Ming had conjectured, Yin's illusion dust was indeed of the Yuanqing variety. Do you know what illusion dust Ming Latu possesses? Yin Qidong suddenly turned her gaze towards Jiufang Ming. As the previous term of endearment used by her grandfather had now been replaced with the old man Ming. Uncertain of the reason, Jiufang Ming found himself at a loss for words. Ming Feizhou was notoriously secretive in his dealings, and when it came to Huanshan, it was even less likely that outsiders would be privy to such knowledge. Perhaps he had his own reasons. For if it were indeed an exceedingly extraordinary Huanshan, it was likely that Huan Zun would come to seize it. Taimu Yun remarked, though Huanshan could be awakened through spiritual veins, it could also be cultivated later and then grafted. The act of seizing Huanshan follows the same rationale, as Huanshan often dictates a person's cultivation speed. Thus, geniuses are typically those who possess Yuanqing. Jiufang Ming, now at the threshold of becoming a Huan master, owed part of his progress to his own diligence, but equally, the Longxing Yuanqing played a crucial role. Without the Longxing Yuanqing, it is probable that Jiufang Ming would only be at the initial stage of a Huan scholar. Taimu Yun, not one to hide her knowledge, smiled and said, "It's nothing extraordinary, just a matter of having accumulated ample battle experience." Jiufang Ming nodded slightly, secretly resolving to seek an opportunity to venture into the outside world for training. The reason for this cautious approach was that Ming Feizhou would generally not permit Jiufang Ming to go out on his own. The promise made back then was that until one became a Huan master, they were not to descend from the mountain. Now, with just one step remaining to reach the status of Huan master, Jiufang Ming felt a sense of urgency. Half step, Huan master. Jiufang Ming probed his own cultivation and smiled faintly. "What are you smiling about?" Yin Qidong inquired, puzzled by his laughter. "I laugh because even a sparrow aspires to soar high." Jiufang Ming replied, "Is it not true that even a humble sparrow possesses the potential to ascend to the skies and glide through the heavens?" With a rising ambition, Jiufang Ming resolved not to halt his progress in the path of Huan cultivation. He had made a pact with Xiaohe, aspiring to reach the status of Huan Zun, traversing the void and commanding myriad flying swords, demonstrating the prowess of a true master. Jiufang Ming would not easily relinquish this dream. He also felt a twinge of guilt regarding his fiancée, whom he had yet to meet. In just 2 days, he would face off against Bu Yuan and Mo Junya. "Are you still planning to stay at the other courtyard?" Yin Qitong asked. "If you wish for me to stay, then I shall," Jiufang Ming replied with a charming smile. Yin Qitong's face flushed with embarrassment as she took Jiufang Ming by the hand and hurried to her residence. Upon arriving before a building named Mu Yanxian, Yin Qitong came to a halt. Since the distance was not too far and the flying swords disrupted the tranquility, the two opted to walk. Mu Yanxian. "Is this your residence?" Jiufang Ming inquired, pointing to the plaque adorned with golden characters that read Mu Yanxian. Astonished, the area surrounding Mu Yanxian was brightly lit, and the characters on the plaque were easily discernible. However, what puzzled Jiufang Ming was how Yin Qitong could reside alone in such a spacious place. A strand of starlight descended from the heavens, reflecting alongside the surrounding lanterns in the water before the building. The area around Mu Yanxian was heavily shaded by numerous red trees. Should it rain at this moment, any passing Huan cultivators would undoubtedly struggle to determine the color of the misty rain. Jiufang Ming lowered his gaze to the lake's surface, where the crescent moon was disturbed by the fish. Suddenly feeling an indescribable bitterness, the moon, reminiscent of the brightness of his homeland, stirred a sense of homesickness within Jiufang Ming. "What are you daydreaming about now?" Yin Qitong urged as they approached Mu Yanxian. Jiufang Ming was enveloped by an exquisite fragrance wafting from the entrance. Only someone like her, a lady of high standing, would take pleasure in such things. Jiufang Ming drew in a deep breath as he stepped into the elegant Mu Yanxian. This establishment boasted 3 levels. The first floor served as a simple reception area, while the second was designated for guest accommodations, and the third housed Yin Qitong's private chamber. One could say that this place resembled a celestial abode. As Jiufang Ming surveyed the interior decor of Mu Yanxian, along with the casually arranged elixirs and illusory martial techniques, he could hardly contain his astonishment. "If you were to marry me, all of this would belong to you." Yin Qitong's words extinguished Jiufang Ming's fleeting thoughts. "And the position of the ruler of Yushang Kingdom, would you care to consider?" Yin Qitong remarked playfully with a smile. "No," Jiufang Ming replied, unaffected by her various temptations. Yin Qitong turned away, preparing to assign him his quarters. As we agreed beforehand, you are not to enter my room. Jiufang Ming fixed his gaze on Yin Qitong, his tone earnest. Yin Qitong pointed to the ground, grinning at Jiufang Ming. The corners of Jiufang Ming's mouth twitched. Such a splendid place. If he could reside here permanently, it would be worth enduring, with a resigned sigh. He followed Yin Qitong to the second floor. You shall stay here, and do not enter the adjacent room, she instructed, gesturing towards a guest room by the staircase, before adding a reminder. Thank you, Miss Yin. Watching her depart, Jiufang Ming closed the door with a heavy thud, preparing for his cultivation. Volume 1, Chapter 22. The dusty chronicles of Yushang. Jiufang Ming approached a bookshelf, halting before it and dusting off the surface with his hand. The decor of Yin Qitong's residence was antiquated yet exuded a regal aura. The room assigned to him was well furnished. Reflecting on Yin Qitong's earlier remarks, he suddenly realized his limited understanding of the intricacies of illusory cultivation. Fortuitously, there was a bookshelf present. Perhaps it contained tomes that could broaden his horizons. Jiufang Ming had always believed that traversing 1,000 miles would grant him dominion over a realm, yet he understood that he must first familiarize himself with the knowledge contained within books. This book is, he mused, retrieving a conspicuous tome from the shelf and gently brushing away the dust. It was likely that this guest room had seldom been occupied, or perhaps never at all. Considering Yin Qitong's peculiar disposition, he surmised that she had few friends. The dusty chronicles of Yushang. Jiufang Ming's pupils constricted. He had some knowledge of the chronicles during his time in the Jiufang family. Elite disciples who awakened rare illusory dust were recorded within these pages. Particularly notable was the Yuan dust. However, ever since Jiufang Ming ascended to the status of illusory sovereign, no cultivator had been documented awakening Yuan dust. Inanji, Longhua dust, Weisheng Fei He, Shui Yunan dust. The rankings ranged from commonly found illusory dust to the exceedingly rare Yuan dust, and even to the celestial dust, Yin Su, Hong Huang Yuan dust. Unsurprisingly, Jiufang Ming turned a few pages back and effortlessly located Yin Su's name. The Hong Huang Yuan dust was exceedingly rare, with Yin Su being the sole individual to awaken it in over a century, highlighting its scarcity. What more could be found in these pages? Jiufang Ming pondered with curiosity, feeling the thickness of the remaining pages and surprised. Could there be even more extraordinary talents recorded within? If that is indeed the case, then what significance does a mere fragment of the eternal life dust hold? Yin Shi, the celestial dust of the 9 heavens. Nie Xian, the witch's anticipation of celestial dust. It is astonishing to realize that beyond the eternal dust, there exists celestial dust. Jiufang Ming was truly taken aback, having always believed his eternal life dust to be an extraordinary relic of antiquity. Yet upon comparison with those of predecessors, he found his own dust to be utterly insignificant. Like a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the sky, he felt fortunate to have encountered this dust codex today. Jiufang Ming lamented that had he not witnessed this codex, he might have remained forever unaware of his limited perspective. Weakness is not to be feared. What is truly perilous is when the weak remain oblivious to their own frailty while vainly attempting to masquerade as strong. Afa ade of strength, devoid of substance, is of no avail. Even if the eternal life dust is but a worthless remnant, I shall not relinquish my aspiration for martial excellence, Jiufang Ming resolutely affirmed within himself. This codex bears no reference value. Its sole worth lies in allowing readers to comprehend the magnitude of their predecessor's strength, serving as a mirror through which one recognizes their own unworthiness to stand upright before such figures. I shall rewrite this codex. My fate shall be determined by me, not by dust. Jiufang Ming clenched his fists tightly. The codex explicitly mentioned the 5 ancient divine dusts, the celestial dust of the azure dragon, the profound dust of the vermilion bird, the original dust of the white tiger, the emperor dust of the black tortoise, and the most diminished of all, the eternal life dust. Jiufang Ming then retrieved another volume, who later ascended to the realm of illusion sovereignty and proclaimed himself the eternal life emperor. The eternal life emperor commanded the 4 beasts and soared on the clouds. This legend continues to circulate among the children of the streets. Yet only a select few obscure clans are aware that this Wu Changxing hailed from a higher realm, and his true origins remain a mystery. Before his demise, Wu Changxing condensed his life as illusionary dust along with the primal essences of the 4 divine beasts into eternal dust. Embedding it within the boundary stone, one could gain the opportunity to acquire the eternal life dust by paying homage before the boundary stone. Subsequently, those who ascended to the realm of illusion sovereignty sought to prevent the eternal dust within the boundary stone from being recklessly disseminated in future generations. Lest another eternal life emperor arise. Before their own fall, they emulated Wu Changsheng, condensing their illusionary dust and embedding it into the boundary stone. Those illusionists who derive their dust from this source have a significantly greater chance of ascending to the realm of illusion sovereignty, where attaining such heights is akin to scaling the heavens. Each illusionist can awaken their illusionary dust, and even primal dust, through their spiritual veins, or they may pay homage at the boundary stone, attempting to inherit the legacy of ancient powers, including the divine dust of the four great beasts, the boundary stone. Upon reaching this point, Jiufang Ming felt a flicker of doubt if he remained as he once was. Without awakening his illusionary dust, could he still approach the boundary stone and strive for a chance at inheritance? However, upon reading the subsequent text, Jiufang Ming found solace. The Emperor of Heaven executed the evil sovereign Fang Yin, who, in his final moments, attempted to embed the primal dust within the boundary stone to harm future generations. Fortunately, the Emperor intervened, annihilating the boundary stone and severing the connection between the Yuntung continent and the higher realms. Fang Yin awakened the malevolent dust, bringing calamity upon living beings and slaughtering throughout his life, ultimately being slain by the Emperor of the Sky, Min Tianshi. Upon reading this, Jiufang Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow. The so-called malevolent dust referred to the eternal dust of life. Jiufang Ming gazed at his dantian and the minuscule speck of eternal dust, murmuring to himself, "If I were to ascend to the throne, should I not bestow upon myself a title?" Observing the illusory cultivators who had awakened the eternal dust, he noted that those who had emerged prominently had all fallen before achieving the status of illusory sovereign. Jiufang sovereign? Jiufang Ming pondered, but dismissed the notion, with his ancestor Jiufang Chongming above him, whose alternate title was Jiufang Mingzuan. Mingzuan, a spark of inspiration illuminated Jiufang Ming's mind, and he conceived a rather resounding title for himself. "If I were to ascend as an emperor in the future, I shall self-proclaim as Ming Emperor," Jiufang Ming thought inwardly. Ming Emperor, he exclaimed with a hint of excitement, already yearning to soar through the 9 heavens. Unbeknownst to him, he had become fiercely ambitious. The once naive youth had vanished entirely. What a splendid Ming Emperor! Outside Jiufang Ming's dwelling, a girl peered through the crack of the door. Her dark eyes wide with disbelief, her tone dripped with disdain as she turned away. Is someone there? Jiufang Ming sensed a subtle movement outside the door. It seemed devoid of malice. He decided to let it go this time. He speculated that Yin Qitong was engaged in some clandestine activity outside, perhaps spying. Let me see if there are any books, such as maps, here. With this thought, Jiufang Ming patiently searched the bookshelf. There was indeed a considerable amount of dust, yet the books were remarkably well preserved, untouched by insects and completely dry. He discovered a book with a gilded title, Cloud's Rising Atlas. The content of the book likely described the surrounding conditions of the Yoshang Kingdom and the history of its territorial development. Jiufang Ming perused the atlas, but still found no information regarding how to reach the Min dynasty. Although illusory cultivators could travel by sword, it consumed a significant amount of illusory yuan power, and one had to maintain unwavering focus while maneuvering the flying sword. To traverse the vast distance to the Min dynasty, one would have to rely on flying illusory beasts or the illusory emperor's aerial passage. If one possessed the cultivation of an illusory sovereign, they could bridge thousands of miles in an instant. If only I had Xiaohe. Jiufang Ming thought of Xiaohe, who had flown with Ming Jinshi and himself from the Min dynasty to Weizong. But now Ming Jinshi's whereabouts were unknown, and Ming Feizhou seemed oblivious as well. Only Si Hanyan could provide some insight. It had been less than a year since Jiufang Ming last saw Si Hanyan. A mere 3 days apart can lead one to see things anew. Now, Jiufang Ming was already half a step into being an illusory master. Given Si Hanyan's aptitude, he should now be at the initial stage of illusory mastery. Very well, my cultivation may not suffice in front of Ming Jinshi, Jiufang Ming mused. The unwavering loyalty of Xiaohe surely stemmed from a position of strength. Contemplating this, Jiufang Ming realized that he needed to expedite his cultivation while simultaneously investigating Ming Jinshi's background. A member of the royal family, how could she possibly take an interest in someone like me? Jiufang Ming thought deeply, aware that there were hidden machinations at play. In the past, he had relied on his parents, unable to resist the prospect of this marriage. If only he possessed sufficient strength, he He could easily dismiss any engagement. I wonder how my elder brother is faring. Jiufang Ming pondered, feeling a twinge of guilt regarding his brother. The young Jiufang Ming had declared, thumping his chest and gazing at Jiufang Ming. Yes, I believe in you, elder brother, Jiufang Ming replied. Rising slowly from his corner, he wiped away his tears and smiled at Jiufang. He resolved inwardly to drift along with the current would only lead to mediocrity. Conversely, to struggle against the wind could result in being battered and bruised. It is the path of tranquility and composure. Devoid of haste for immediate gains, that Jiufang Ming truly desired. It seems my visit to Mu Yanxian today was not in vain. He reflected after poring over numerous texts. His hands, now somewhat soiled from dusting, went unnoticed as he immersed himself in the pages until dawn. On the third floor, within Yin Qidong's chamber, the flickering candlelight cast a dim glow. Yin Qidong rested her head upon her desk, only stirring as the candle neared its end. However, upon raising her gaze to the window and spotting a carrier pigeon approaching, her expression shifted. A letter from my father. Upon recognizing the familiar pigeon, Yin Qidong exclaimed with delight. With utmost care, she incinerated the letter and its envelope using the candle, revealing her weariness. The paper lay askew as she spilled ink upon it, expressing her slight dissatisfaction. Jiufang Ming had thoroughly perused the ancient tomes and various illusory martial techniques on the shelf, filled with awe. He marveled not only at the wealth of knowledge contained within the books but also at Yin Qidong's immense fortune. As the illusory martial techniques lay casually bound without the protection of jade slips, among these techniques were several of profound grade, typically viewed as exceedingly precious by outsiders, yet they were merely bound into volumes here. Jiufang Ming was taken aback by the ostentatious wealth of this affluent young lady, a subtle display of riches that was most striking. It is worth noting that this was merely an ordinary guest room. Having organized the books, Jiufang Ming reluctantly departed the chamber. The early morning was the perfect time for sword practice. As he descended the stairs, he found the first floor empty, and he slowed his pace to avoid disturbing Yin Qidong above. The crimson trees surrounding Mu Yanxian cast their reflections upon the lake, which appeared as if it had been stained with a vibrant hue of red. Soon, the distant sound of bells resonated, heralding the arrival of daylight. A faint chill of the morning air seeped into Jiufang Ming's collar, prompting him to instinctively shrink his neck. Jiufang Ming had imparted only 2 sword techniques to him, and prior to truly awakening the Illusory Dust, Jiufang Ming could only master the upper clear flowing shadow style. However, upon attaining the Illusory Master Realm, Jiufang Ming, drawing from fragmented memories, grasped the second technique, the boundless flowing radiance style. Yet, he lamented, I was never taught the third technique by my elder brother. What am I to do? Jiufang Ming found himself in a quandary. Although his storage ring contained various illusory martial arts related to swords, swordsmanship differed fundamentally from other martial techniques. Simultaneously practicing multiple sword styles could lead not only to ineffectiveness, but also to the peril of encountering a mental barrier in sword comprehension. This so-called sword path mental barrier is the delusion of believing oneself to be invincible in the art of the sword, while the harsh reality may render one incapable of progressing throughout their life. Typically, illusory cultivators exercise caution in selecting a sword style that suits them before deciding whether to pursue it. Most illusory practitioners strive to master their current sword technique to a profound level before embarking on the study of other sword arts. Jiufang Ming understood deeply the significance of swordsmanship. Without it, even wielding a renowned sword would render one akin to an ant in the eyes of a master of the sword. Thus, he found himself in a state of inner turmoil regarding whether to select a new sword style. The cultivation of illusory martial techniques cannot be delayed. Perhaps Ming Feizhou possesses superior sword techniques. Jiufang Ming indeed thought of Ming Laotu, yet the old man was elusive, often disappearing without a trace, leaving even his own disciple unaware of his whereabouts. Jiufang Ming reflected that his training in swordsmanship would likely be postponed. The practice of sword techniques is most detrimental when pursued haphazardly. The full name of the Wuwei sword is Jiufang Wuwei sword, created and passed down by Jiufang Wuwei to in this distant realm of the Yushang kingdom. Finding the third style of the Wuwei sword seemed nearly impossible. Unless, Jiufang Ming naturally thought of Yin Qidong, for he held great trust in her capabilities. For now, he decided to take a step back. Unbeknownst to him, Jiufang Ming had repeated the boundless flowing radiant style several times. Furthermore, he thought of the innate 10,000 ren. Concentrating his illusory elemental force, he conjured a flying sword and once again executed the boundless flowing radiant style .40 flying swords. Jiufang Ming stared in astonishment at the flying swords before him. Relying on his own illusory elemental power, he had effortlessly manifested 4 flying swords, and with the augmentation of the boundless flowing radiant style, the total amounted to 40. Once more, Jiufang Ming exclaimed with vigor. 70 swords now. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. The 7 flying swords conjured this time were remarkably stable, and Jiufang Ming clearly felt his ability to control these 7 swords with ease, coupled with the enhancement from the boundless flowing radiant style. The total now reached 70 flying swords. Jiufang Ming withdrew his illusory elemental force, and the 70 flying swords dispersed like fallen leaves upon the lake's surface, noticing a depletion of his illusory elemental force. Waili Ming was merely an enhancement of Shangqing Luing, and their simultaneous manifestation would only reveal the effects of Waili Ming, with a hint of disappointment. Jiufang Ming retracted his illusionary power and kicked a pebble into the lake at his feet. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that at the center of the ripples, a small fish lay belly up, its wounds oozing blood, merging the crimson hue with the lake's waters beneath the shadow of the red trees. As Jiufang Ming stepped over the threshold and raised his gaze, he was met with an awkward sight. The young maiden stood before him, her back turned to the door, her delicate shoulders slightly exposed, her form partially concealed beneath a sheer veil. Jiufang Ming's face flushed with embarrassment. It seemed that Yin Qitong was rather forward, and he hastily ascended the staircase, feeling the awkwardness keenly. Knock, knock, knock. Ming Jinming? Jiufang Ming's heart tightened in surprise at the identity of the woman, his wariness escalating. What? Haven't you seen enough? Ming Jinming retorted coolly, while straightening her somewhat disheveled attire. The footsteps on the staircase abruptly ceased, indicating that someone had arrived downstairs. Sister Jinming, what brings you here? Yin Qitong first glanced at Jiufang Ming, then joyfully rushed towards Ming Jinming. I've missed you. Ming Jinming replied with a gentle smile upon seeing Yin Qitong. Jiufang Ming found himself momentarily entranced by the fleeting elegance radiating from Ming Jinming. Sister Jinming, I placed in the top 10 of the great competition, Yin Qitong exclaimed, grasping Ming Jinming's hand. Don't think I don't know. You. In order to accommodate Jiufang Ming, willingly conceded, Ming Jinming remarked, casting a displeased glance at Jiufang Ming. He awkwardly rubbed the corner of his nose and coldly responded, this matter is between Qitong and myself. It does not concern you. Ming Jinming let out a soft huff, then took Yin Qitong to the guest room on the 2nd floor. Preparing to share a few whispered words, that lash from Ming Jinming would eventually be repaid 100-fold. Yet, for now, lacking in strength, he could not confront her directly, but he must not allow her to overshadow him in spirit. Jiufang Ming stood there impassively, contemplating how to address the matters following the competition. Truth be told, he was exceedingly eager to locate Ming Jinshi and Xiaohe. Before long, Ming Jinming descended the staircase with Yin Qitong. They exchanged a few more words, and Ming Jinming expressed her intention to stay here for a while, temporarily intruding. Not a problem, I am usually here, and it is quite lonely, Yin Qitong replied with a smile. So you have kept the desolate courtyard company with a. Ming Jinming whispered. Yin Qitong's face turned crimson. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't linger. You must also prepare for the upcoming inner gate assessments, Ming Jinming advised. The two then shared a knowing smile. The bond of sisterhood was not something easily conveyed in mere words. Just as Ming Jinming was about to step out, Jiufang Ming called out to her. Hold on. Is there something else? Ming Jinming replied, a hint of impatience in her tone. Yin Qitong remained silent, realizing she could not intervene in the animosity between the two. Do you know a girl named Ming Jinshi? Jiufang Ming inquired, his impatience evident. No comment. Ming Jinming replied succinctly, crossing the threshold. Ming Jinming. Jiufang Ming's expression darkened. Sister Jinming is likely unaware as well. I just inquired with her, Yin Qitong elucidated. Are you plotting to deceive me together? Jiufang Ming's expression remained unchanged as he chuckled softly. Yin Qitong fell silent. Very well. After all, we harbor enmity towards one another. Jiufang Ming's demeanor returned to calmness. Upon reflection, he realized that this predicament was of his own making. His earlier attitude towards Ming Jinming had not been particularly amiable. What one does not wish for oneself, one should not impose on others. Thus, Jiufang Ming held no one but himself accountable. There is no need for you to act in this manner, Yin Qitong remarked. You do not comprehend, Jiufang Ming replied, shaking his head as he regarded Yin Qitong. That a slight bitterness lingered in Yin Qitong's heart, yet she did not voice it. What weapon do you specialize in? Qitong? Jiufang Ming withdrew his long sword, earnestly caressing the intricate engravings upon its blade. The fan technique. Noticing the change in how Jiufang Ming addressed her, Yan Qitong felt a flicker of joy. Jiufang Ming, lost in thought, glanced at the fan often affixed to Yan Qitong's waist, surprised that this seemingly ordinary accessory was, in fact, a lethal weapon. What do you wish to learn? Yan Qitong unsheathed the fan from her waist. And with a swift motion, a vibrant painting unfurled before Jiufang Ming's eyes. This is .A, an illusion array. Jiufang Ming observed the artwork on the fan, realizing it was far more intricate than it appeared. Indeed, Yan Qitong nodded, extending the fan towards him. The fan seemed to retain a lingering fragrance. The moment Jiufang Ming touched it, a rich aroma enveloped him. How delightful! Jiufang Ming inhaled the scent from the fan. Feeling an unexpected sense of tranquility wash over him, his face flushed with embarrassment as he recalled that the fan had just been at Yan Qitong's waist, and the implications dawned on him. Do you possess any sword techniques or the like? Jiufang Ming inquired, opting for straightforwardness. None. Yan Qitong turned on her heel and departed, leaving Jiufang Ming in a state of bewilderment. The heart of a woman. Truly unfathomable. Jiufang Ming scratched his head, exclaiming in exasperation as dusk settled. Jiufang Ming awoke from his meditative state. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the night deepened as he lit a candle, illuminating the room with its glow. What is this? Placing the candle on the bedside, he discovered an additional jade slip beside his pillow. Jiufang Ming infused the slip with his illusionary essence, eager to uncover its contents. The Wu-Wei sword. It is indeed the Wu-Wei sword, and furthermore, it encompasses a complete set of techniques, totaling 12 forms. Jiufang Ming gazed at the jade slip with exhilaration. This Yan Qitong has certainly not let me down. A subtle smile graced his lips. It seemed prudent to cultivate a good rapport with Yan Qitong while maintaining a respectful distance. With the complete Wu-Wei sword in hand, Jiufang Ming's apprehensions dissipated entirely. His combat prowess was assuredly on the rise. The third form, the 7 stars falling blossom. Jiufang Ming regarded the third form with eager anticipation. After all, possessing an additional trump card would only enhance his odds when facing Bu Yuan and Shen Xingjing. Outside, Yan Qitong quietly departed, holding the candle aloft. Volume 1, Chapter 24. The 7 Stars Falling Blossom. Jiufang Ming looked at the jade slip, now glimmering with a pearlescent sheen, and could not suppress a growing smile. His gratitude towards Yan Qitong deepening further. Had it not been for the arrival of Yan Qitong, who procured the latter half of the Jiufang Wu-Wei swordsmanship, Jiufang Ming's sword techniques might have remained stagnant, and his combat prowess would not have seen significant enhancement in a short span of time. Once again channeling the illusory yuan power into the jade tablet, Jiufang Ming beheld an array of characters and radiant golden patterns materializing before him. The Wu-Wei Sword Manual. Jiufang Ming gazed at the 4 grand characters glimmering in gold and found himself momentarily entranced. The Sword of Wu-Wei, capable of moving mountains and parting seas, seizing the stars of the 9 heavens. The 7 swords aligned themselves neatly in a circular formation, their tips pointing toward the earth. 7 stars falling petals. With a low exclamation, Jiufang Ming commanded the 7 flying swords to soar towards the center of the lake. Jiufang Ming, somewhat astonished, infused more yuan power into the jade tablet, pondering that if this technique were genuinely that elementary, there would be no need for deliberate study. Was it merely raising the flying swords into the air and then striking down together? He regarded the jade tablet with a hint of skepticism. Yet, he soon discerned the intricacies. This third form of Wu-Wei swordsmanship was indeed not as straightforward as he had presumed. The essence of the 7 stars falling petals technique lay in the ability to command the 7 flying swords with finesse. Jiufang Ming nodded, recognizing that this aspect was well within his capabilities. The crux was that as the 7 flying swords descended from above, they could be reconjured to scatter like petals, resulting in an instantaneous explosive effect. It seemed insufficient. Jiufang Ming surveyed the solitary wave with a tinge of disappointment. To achieve the effect described by the illusory martial technique, there ought to be at least 8 waves, with the central wave being the most vigorous. I refuse to believe this. Jiufang Ming felt a surge of impatience on his third attempt. After conjuring the 7 flying swords and sending them into the lake, 3 waves finally appeared. Is my infusion of illusory yuan power insufficient? One more try. Realizing the crux of the issue, he endeavored once again. On the 4th attempt, as Jiufang Ming conjured the 7 flying swords, he noted that a significant portion of his illusory yuan power had been depleted. It appeared that this third form could only be executed freely at the illusionist level. With his current cultivation, repeating the technique multiple times was becoming quite taxing. A frown crossed Jiufang Ming's face. and he subsequently consumed a pill designed to replenish his illusory yuan power. As the pill slid down his throat, a cool sensation enveloped him, and upon reaching his dantian, it erupted into a substantial surge of illusory yuan power, invigorating his entire meridian system. 7 stars. Falling petals. Jiufang Ming cast a defiant gaze toward the lake. Falling petals. He then issued a firm command. Upon the lake's surface, 8 distinct waves of varying sizes emerged. What could this mean? Jiufang Ming stared, astonished, at the ripples upon the water. He felt a flicker of joy at his ability to successfully execute the third form, yet he recognized that his infusion of illusory elemental force was somewhat lacking. The presence of these 8 waves, differing in size, indicated an inconsistency in the illusory elemental force contained within the 7 flying swords. It appeared that further refinement in controlling this force was necessary. Jiufang Ming mused inwardly. "How goes your practice?" came the voice of Yin Shitong from behind him. "Not too bad, though my mastery of the illusory elemental force is not entirely uniform," Jiufang Ming replied. Turning to face her, Yin Shitong was clad in a honey-yellow garment adorned with a myriad of butterflies, complemented by a pale purple skirt embroidered with magnolia branches, its fabric shimmering like moonlight. Draped over her shoulders was a verdant green veil that resembled cicada wings. Her lustrous black hair was styled in a cloud-like bun, embellished with a jade hairpin that sparkled with exquisite jewels. Her skin, smooth as cream, was adorned with a silver bracelet of intricate design, and her waist was cinched with a yellow embroidered sash from which hung a delicate, pale red purse. On her feet were brown shoes with golden accents, crafted from fine sheep leather, rendering her an ethereal vision. Jiufang Ming found himself momentarily entranced, for beauty is a universal allure, yet the girl before him was strikingly exquisite. Am I beautiful? Yin Shitong inquired, having sensed Jiufang Ming's gaze. After a brief hesitation, he responded, "You are indeed lovely." The youth and maiden fell into a prolonged silence, their thoughts interrupted only by the birds skimming across the lake's surface. As the night deepened, "I hope to learn from you in this duel," Bu Yuan said with a confident smile. Zhu Bing, watching their back-and-forth exchange, grew impatient. "You two may commence," he directed, casting an irritated glance at Bu Yuan. Subsequently, Zhu Bing withdrew a ledger and marked Shen Xingjin's name with a line. Jiufang Ming couldn't help but smile at Zhu Bing's actions. It was evident that he was not an ordinary individual, worthy of his elder status. Jiufang Ming turned to Yin Shitong and remarked, "It seems this Zhu Bing is quite formidable." Yin Shitong nodded. Having accompanied Jiufang Ming to the final competition today, she held great confidence in his ability to excel. "Let us observe their strengths," Jiufang Ming stated earnestly, shifting his gaze to the center of the arena. "Brother Shun, let us not delay any further. We shall begin." Bu Yuan grinned, brimming with confidence. "Very well," Shen Xingjin replied, his brows slightly furrowing. Both were adept in swordsmanship, making it relatively straightforward for them to determine who would prevail in this bout. Bu Yuan drew his long sword and firmly embedded it in the ground, resting his hands upon the hilt. Shen Xingjin, on the other hand, summoned his illusory elemental force, manifesting a sword that materialized from thin air, though Shen Xingjin was the elder, having practiced swordplay for a longer period. Bu Yuan's innate talent surpassed his OWNAS, a dust-free practitioner. Bu Yuan, through a fortuitous encounter, obtained the ancient true Buddha's legacy, thus transforming himself from a mere mortal and advancing his cultivation at an astonishing pace. By the tender age of 20, he ascended to the first tier of illusionist, leaving many awakened yuan dust prodigies in his wake, with Jiufang Ming himself acknowledging his own inferiority. "Humph!" Zhu Bing let out a cold snort, casting a disdainful glance at Shen Xingjin, the disciple of Li Hao Tsong. Naturally, Zhu Bing would not offer him any semblance of respect. Yin Shitong remarked. Jiufang Ming, undeterred, continued to observe the duel between the two with keen interest. In the battle between illusionists and illusion warriors, the illusionist possessed an undeniable superiority in realm. However, the same could not be said for Shen Xingjin. The awakened illusion dust of Shen Xingjin was the hundredly mysterious dust, which lay between ordinary illusion dust and yuan dust, categorizing his innate talent as merely average. Yet, in terms of swordsmanship, Shen Xingjin inherited the Shun family's return to origin divine sword, which he had trained in since childhood, and now had reached a remarkable proficiency, far surpassing Bu Yuan. "Come, let us battle," Shen Xingjin declared loudly. This Shen Xingjin was indeed a prodigy of swordsmanship. A young boy in the audience crossed his arms and remarked, With Bu Yuan harboring an ancient legacy, this promised to be quite a spectacle. Another youth nodded, keenly observing the martial arena. Swordsmanship, you say? Jiufang Ming's pupils constricted, piqued with interest, uncertain of his own swordsmanship against Xinjin. Jiufang Ming's expression wavered. Only when the sword is drawn does one regret the lack of refinement. He mused inwardly. If he could not progress far enough along the sword path, how could he aspire to ascend to the position of illusion sovereign? Gazing down upon the world, the illusion sovereign wields his sword across the heavens. With a single stroke, he can cleave mountains and rivers. With 2 strokes, extinguish life across the realm, and with 3 strokes, shatter chaos. Volume 1. Chapter 25. Bu Yuan's defeat. Xinjin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Bu Yuan not far away. The two exchanged smiles once again, then erupted with overwhelming battle intent. Xinjin's swordsmanship is indeed cunning. I must tread carefully in combat against him, Jiufang Ming thought as he observed Xinjin's unwavering form, realizing that the combination of agility and sword technique could both attack and retreat. Those whose agility is lacking would inevitably find themselves in a passive position, and at this moment, Bu Yuan was precisely in such a predicament. Facing Xinjin's remarkably swift movements, Bu Yuan found himself at a disadvantage. As he saw the tip of Xinjin's sword approaching, Bu Yuan calmly gathered his illusion yuan force, enveloping his conjured flying sword in a protective shield. Could Xinjin truly breach Bu Yuan's defenses? Jiufang Ming watched with keen interest as Xinjin's flying sword surged forth with a fierce momentum, resembling a dragon in flight, eagerly seeking its prey. Xinjin, taken aback by Bu Yuan's actions, thought, "It seems I have underestimated him." The last vestige of disdain faded from Xinjin's eyes, transforming into a vigilant awareness of Bu Yuan's every move. For illusion practitioners, defense often serves as their offense, a perfectly natural tactic. However, should the dominant party grow complacent, they risk losing their advantageous position and ultimately facing a regrettable defeat. In the heat of genuine combat, even the slightest hint of underestimation could lead one to become merely a remnant of bone. Bu Yuan's gaze locked onto Xinjin, both their eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit. "Draw your sword," Xinjin commanded softly, captivating the attention of all disciples in the audience with the sword in his hand. Though it is well understood that this sword is but a manifestation of illusion, its exterior bears no discernible difference from that of a genuine blade. A male disciple gazed enviously at the illusory sword in Xinjin's grasp and remarked, "Objects such as weapons can indeed be conjured through illusion. Lower-tier illusionists can effortlessly create flying swords, albeit too fragile for long-distance flight. High-tier illusionists, endowed with a dense reservoir of illusionary power and spiritual essence, can manifest objects that endure for extended periods." Legends speak of the ancient illusion sovereign, Emperor Chongqing, who, with his singular strength, assisted the founder of Yunting continent, the illusion sovereign Yunting, in the creation of this realm, achieving a remarkable transformation of decay into the miraculous. Yet, legends remain mere tales. While illusionists may deceive the heavens temporarily, they cannot maintain such illusions indefinitely. "Draw your sword." Bu Yuan nearly mirrored Xinjin's movement. At that moment, Jiufang Ming, like the other onlookers, was wholly engrossed in the duel between Xinjin and Bu Yuan. Particularly for Jiufang Ming, whether one emerged victorious or defeated, if he aspired to claim the top position, faced an insurmountable chasm separating him from true illusionists. This very chasm would determine how Jiufang Ming could triumph over them. But Bu Yuan let out a low shout, directing his sword towards Xinjin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet, the strike met only empty air, as Bu Yuan evidently held back his full strength. Xinjin stood 2 zhang away, regarding Bu Yuan with a knowing smile. Once more, Bu Yuan commanded. The outcome mirrored the previous exchanges. Bu Yuan's sword seemed poised to strike, yet in the end, Xinjin always found a way to evade with ease. Xinjin was certainly not one to overlook any opportunity for counterattack. Bang! Xinjin's palm struck true, causing Bu Yuan to stagger slightly. "I exerted but a third of my strength," Xinjin declared, pointing to his palms. The crowd gazed at Xinjin in disbelief. Was he truly not exerting his full might? Bu Yuan's expression grew somewhat awkward as he adjusted his stance. "Crush the spear, shatter the halberd, and elevate the soul to the ethereal heights," Bu Yuan intoned, reciting incantations with remarkable speed. In the realm of the Supreme, the Jade Void, the luminous emperor of the Purple Dawn, descend into the 9 abysses, the true emperor of the divine caverns, illuminate with the dual lights of wisdom and compassion, and liberate the wandering souls. He had heard no mention of any illusionary technique capable of masking one's cultivation. His speed was undoubtedly at the level of a high-tier illusionist. No, he must have, like himself, trained diligently in agility from a young age to attain such prowess. Jiufang Ming contemplated. He was acutely aware that his own hidden cultivation was achieved through elixirs, not through illusionary martial techniques. To his surprise, this young man's speed was indeed astonishing. Ming Feizhou discreetly compared Shen Xingjin and Jiufang Ming, concluding that the former was swifter. Brother Buddha, it's my turn. Shen Xingjin, with a smile that concealed a blade, drew his sword. The sword that materialized exuded an imposing aura of grandeur. He forcefully plunged the blade into the ground and then dragged it forward, charging directly at Bu Yuan, who was attempting to shield himself with the true Buddha Dharma. As the sword advanced, dust billowed, obscuring Shen Xingjin's visage. Bu Yuan dispelled the true Buddha Dharma and summoned an illusory martial technique to defend himself. 9 Tripod Universe, Bu Yuan exclaimed with a low growl. Behind him, a faint shadow of the true Buddha loomed, towering several feet high. Then, from the heavens above, descended the colossal 9 Tripod. Various intricate patterns adorned the surface of the 9 Tripod, concealing a phantom formation within. With a thunderous resonance, the 9 Tripod firmly established itself on the ground, encasing Bu Yuan within its center. Shen Xingjin moved with remarkable speed, disregarding the obstruction of the 9 Tripod as he surged forward. The clash between the sword and the tripod produced a dazzling brilliance, with their energies failing to merge. Subsequently, the earth trembled, akin to an earthquake. The gentle breeze swept through, seemingly carrying a faint scream. Ordinary illusion practitioners might not discern this subtle cry, yet Jiufang Ming could distinguish it clearly. As the sword struck, the tripod was forced apart. Bu Yuan was repelled several yards, leaving a blood-red trail upon the ground. In that moment, even a prodigy like Bu Yuan could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Struggling, Bu Yuan attempted to shift his shoulder, trying to coalesce an illusory force into a shield to fend off Shen Xingjin's impending assault. Yet, the anticipated attack never materialized, prompting Bu Yuan to withdraw his half-formed illusory power. It seems I have lost, Bu Yuan remarked with a bitter smile, realizing that Shen Xingjin was not only extraordinarily swift but also possessed astonishing strength. Defeating him despite his own early-stage illusionist cultivation. It was worth noting that Bu Yuan hailed from the ancient true Buddha lineage. The victor is Shen Xingjin. To Bu Yuan's astonishment, Shen Xingjin had emerged triumphant. Zhu Yongbing's countenance darkened. In the next match, Jiufang Ming would face Bu Yuan. Li Haotsong snatched the roster from Zhu Yongbing's hands, his expression shifting upon seeing that the crossed-out name belonged to Shen Xingjin rather than Bu Yuan. Zhu Yongbing exchanged a meaningful glance with Jiufang Ming. Li Haotsong grunted with displeasure. Zhu Yongbing realized that this debt could not be evaded. According to the rules of the competition, should Jiufang Ming be defeated, Shen Xingjin would claim first place, followed by Bu Yuan, and then Jiufang Ming. Li Haotsong addressed Jiufang Ming, stating that if Jiufang Ming triumphed, Bu Yuan would be in third place, followed by a contest between Shen Xingjin and Jiufang Ming, thereby determining first and second places. With that, Li Haotsong cleared his throat. Shen Xingjin approached Bu Yuan to assist him back to his quarters. Thank you, Brother Shen. Please show mercy. Bu Yuan lowered his head as he spoke. He discerned a greater sense of battle intent. Zhu Yongbing hurriedly caught up and inquired, Bu Yuan, in a few days you. Upon hearing this, Bu Yuan immediately understood the purpose of Zhu Yongbing's visit and replied, I have injured my dantian and fear it will take considerable time to recuperate. That I must forfeit. Forfeiting is well. Good. You must take good care of yourself. Soon, I shall have my disciples deliver some medicinal pills to you. Zhu Yongbing stated earnestly, though inwardly elated, for this meant that Jiufang Ming would undoubtedly secure a place in the top 2. Thank you for your concern, elder. No need for thanks. Zhu Yongbing waved his hand and departed. That Zhu old man. Jiufang Ming had been trailing closely behind Bu Yuan and did not expect to witness this scene. Well, Zhu uncle is merely looking out for your best interests, is he not? Yan Shitong silently emerged from behind Jiufang Ming. What do you call him? Bamboo rat. Jiufang Ming was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Yan Shitong and chuckled. Bamboo rat, a delightful name. What bamboo rat? He is Zhu uncle. Uncle. Yan Shitong elongated her syllables. But he appears to be an old man. Jiufang Ming quietly added, that is because. Never mind. I shan't elaborate. Yan Shitong's words trailed off. Why do you always leave things half said? Jiufang Ming expressed his exasperation. Would you believe it if I told you? It's better left unsaid. I would believe. Jiufang Ming retorted. Yin Qitong shrugged and remarked, do not be deceived by his white hair and aged visage. His actual age is merely 36. Jiufang Ming was taken aback. Zhu Yongbing was not as old as he had imagined. He, once troubled by love. Yin Qitong continued at a leisurely pace that Jiufang Ming expressed his surprise. In times past, there was a talented individual, Zhu Yongbing, who fell in love with the princess of Min dynasty, the very same who is now the empress of Jingwei. Yin Qitong elucidated. Min Jingwei? Jiufang Ming inquired. Need I say more? The princess of Min dynasty must bear the surname Min. Yin Qitong gazed at Jiufang Ming incredulously that I did not mean that. I have an aunt who seems to be named Min Jingwei. Jiufang Ming replied. Could it truly be so coincidental? Yin Qitong pinched Jiufang Ming's cheek, questioning him. My mother was also once a princess of Min dynasty, named Min Yuru. Jiufang Ming asserted with conviction, albeit feeling a slight discomfort. Do continue, he urged. In days of yore, there was a gifted man, Zhu Yongbing, who fell for the princess of Min dynasty, now the empress of Jingwei. Zhu Yongbing was smitten by the Min princess and endeavored to court her, only to be secretly harmed by a royal expert of the time. The reasons for this remain unknown to in any case. After his injury, he transformed into the self-serving, aged figure he is today, Yin Qitong narrated. Jiufang Ming pondered deeply that it seems that the old man Zhu harbors secrets unknown to many. He recalled how Zhu Yongbing had once detoxified him with the illusory flame and felt a sense of nostalgia. Will you, because of me, also be troubled by love? Jiufang Ming jested, looking at Yin Qitong. Yin Qitong glanced away, seemingly at a loss. Who knows? My eyes feel somewhat dry. Jiufang Ming blinked and suddenly realized it was already dusk. Volume 1, Chapter 26. The arrival of the illusory sect. Zhu Yongbing had already devised a plan. Should Bu Yuan face defeat, he would employ every means to persuade him to withdraw as fate would have it. Bu Yuan was injured in the Dantian by Shun Xingjin, prompting him to voluntarily forfeit, thereby fulfilling Zhu Yongbing's wish. Zhu Yongbing, eschewing any delay, conferred with Li Haotsong and others, and scheduled the duel between Jiufang Ming and Shun Xingjin for the following day. Without further ado, today, Jiufang Ming shall face Shun Xingjin. Zhu Yongbing announced with fervor. The audience erupted in discussion. It was said that Jiufang Ming awakened the Yuanshan, thus earning the favor of the Grand Elder. A young girl gazed at Jiufang Ming, somewhat enamored. Indeed, however, he does not appear particularly formidable, retorted a young boy beside her, exhibiting a hint of defiance. Neither paid heed to the other, instead focusing intently on the two figures emerging from opposite sides of the training ground, Jiufang Ming and Shun Xingjin. Although it was not a clash of superlative powers, the spectacle of youthful combat was still worth witnessing. Li Haotsong remarked while observing the flying sword in Shun Xingjin's grasp. The two began to employ their respective techniques, with Shun Xingjin soaring on his sword, while Jiufang Ming ascended the stone steps at a measured pace, entering the arena. Upon spotting one another from a distance, they exchanged smiles. As they approached, Shun Xingjin seized the initiative. Launching a sword strike mid-air, Jiufang Ming halted, swiftly coalescing his illusory yuan power. Shangqing Luing style, Jiufang Ming exclaimed, conjuring three illusory swords that split from his hand. Predictably, Jiufang Ming's illusory swords would struggle to withstand a strike from Shun Xingjin's tangible blade. Shun Xingjin's expression shifted slightly, and his sword slowed ever so slightly. This lad possesses some decorum after all, Ming Feizhou observed in surprise. When battling an adversary or an elder illusionist, one may take the initiative. But it is considered respectful not to employ lethal moves or trump cards straight away. Jiufang Ming refrained from unleashing his Waiali Ming or Qixing Luohua immediately, demonstrating respect for Shun Xingjin, in terms of age. Jiufang Ming was indeed considerably younger than Shun Xingjin, and no need for courtesy. Unleash your full strength, Shun Xingjin bellowed, his fighting spirit surging fiercely. Recognizing Shun Xingjin's fervor, Jiufang Ming decided to hold nothing back. Poco by long, a silver dragon erupted as if breaking through the earth, raising a cloud of dust and accompanied by a soul-piercing roar. The dragon's cry reverberated, shaking the spirits of all present. Jiufang Ming executed his technique, moving through the air as his sword followed his every motion. Vanishing from sight, the silver dragon charged at Jiufang Ming, stirring up dust as if turning the tides of the ocean. With each step taken by Jiufang Ming, a flying sword materialized and subsequently vanished. Shun Xingjin's agility surpassed my own, and if this continued, it was only a matter of time before I was overtaken. Jiufang Ming pondered within, acknowledging his inadequacies in speed, talent, and cultivation compared to Shin Xingjin. Was defeat inevitable? Recognizing Shin Xingjin's formidable prowess, Jiufang Ming felt a flicker of uncertainty. Shin Xingjin's awakened Illusory Dust was also primordial dust, possessing talent that rivaled Jiufang Ming's, and his mastery as an illusionist significantly exceeded that of Jiufang Ming. Moreover, in terms of speed, Jiufang Ming was thoroughly outpaced by Shin Xingjin. Were it not for Shin Xingjin's hesitation regarding the flying swords, Jiufang Ming would have found it impossible to maintain any distance from him. It was only when Jiufang Ming stepped into empty air that he realized all the flying swords had vanished. This is dire. Ming Feizhou observed Jiufang Ming's lapse in concentration, his brow furrowing slightly. I have been careless. Jiufang Ming plummeted rapidly, having no time to retrieve his illusory sword and stabilize his form. The colossal dragon, conjured by Shin Xingjin, looked on with a predatory gaze, its expression tinged with mockery. This dragon? Jiufang Ming noted the disdainful and derisive look in the white dragon's eyes. How dare this illusion mock me? Anger surged within Jiufang Ming, as if the dragon embodied Shin Xingjin himself. Devour the primordial! Jiufang Ming roared with fury. Shin Xingjin directed the white dragon to assault Jiufang Ming relentlessly, offering no respite. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a breath-stealing spectacle unfolded, accompanied by Jiufang Ming's furious roar. The surrounding illusory primordial energy first surged wildly away, only to be drawn into another dimension by an unseen force. Look, what is that? Wei Jinghao, among the spectators, was the first to notice the unusual phenomenon in the sky. Is that not the primordial dust technique he deployed last time? A young girl recognized Jiufang Ming's technique. Not entirely. Haotsong shook his head, clarifying. Jiufang Ming, harnessing the fluctuations of primordial energy, halted his descent. The white dragon conjured by Shin Xingjin had ceased to exist, consumed by the vortex in the sky. Devour the primordial. Ming Feizhou was struck with dread, hastily making his way to the training ground. No. Ming Feizhou admonished. A wicked smile crept across Jiufang Ming's lips, the aura of a formidable illusion monarch. Zhu Yabing furrowed her brow, realizing that the celestial disturbances caused by Jiufang Ming had attracted powerful beings. Upon recognizing Ming Feizhou's presence, Zhu Yabing felt a slight sense of relief. But wait, why are there also illusion sect members? Just as Zhu Yabing began to relax, she sensed a chilling presence. Following the source of the aura, she gazed towards a distant Eve. A veiled woman observed Jiufang Ming with an impassive expression. Before noticing Zhu Yangbing's scrutiny, which junior dares to pry into our sect? The woman transmitted. Senior, I meant no offense, Zhu Yangbing replied. Beads of cold sweat forming. An illusion sect expert could obliterate those beneath the illusion monarch with but a thought. Humph, the woman scoffed coldly, disappearing from sight. Zhu Yangbing looked up, only to find that the woman had vanished without a trace. Ming Feizhou, upon sensing the presence of an illusion sect expert, stood rooted in place, not daring to move, let alone take the bold initiative like Zhu Yangbing. His mid-level illusion monarch cultivation was but an insect in the eyes of the illusion sect. This woman seems intent on confronting Jiufang Ming. What should I do? Ming Feizhou's gaze shifted anxiously toward Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming, having dispelled the devouring essence technique, regained his clarity of mind, only to discover Shin Xingjin collapsed on the ground at the far side of the venue. Master? Noticing Ming Feizhou standing beside him, Jiufang Ming was momentarily taken aback. You have a knack for embroiling me in trouble, Ming Feizhou remarked with a hint of anger, referring to the formidable practitioner from the illusion sect. Do you not realize that the devouring essence technique is a malevolent art? Ming Feizhou admonished. Did I just employ the devouring essence technique? Jiufang Ming replied, somewhat astonished. He had only perused it once before, fully aware of its sinister nature, and had consequently abandoned any intention of cultivating it. Indeed, I merely glanced at it once. Jiufang Ming stated, It is not convenient to converse here. Let us find another place to clarify matters with my master. Ming Feizhou frowned, as his presence had attracted far too much attention. Zhu Yangbing's expression was tense, and it was not until Li Haotsong patted him on the back that he came to his senses. Jiufang Ming wins, Zhu Yangbing stammered as he announced the outcome. No one had anticipated that Jiufang Ming would triumph in such a manner. Ming Jindream observed from a distance atop a building. Taking in the scene with disdain. I merely glanced at it once. and even then I knew it was a malevolent art. And then, Jiufang Ming paused. I did not pursue its cultivation. Jiufang Ming added, why do you still deceive your master? Ming Feizhou's brows knitted in displeasure, his countenance reflecting his discontent. Indeed, he had only seen it once. Jiufang Ming silently lamented. You truly did not cultivate it. Ming Feizhou regarded Jiufang Ming with surprise. A master, my cultivation. Jiufang Ming gestured toward his dantian, speaking in a peculiar tone. Illusion master. Ming Feizhou's gaze turned strange, pondering whether his disciple might be an anomaly. Ming Feizhou retrieved a golden embedded jade slip from his sleeve and gradually infused it with illusionary essence. He meticulously examined the contents within the jade slip, his brow furrowed in concentration. After a considerable time, he stowed the slip away and cast a bittersweet glance at Jiufang Ming. That seems you have some connection to that malevolent Emperor Fang Ying from your past life. Ming Feizhou remarked. Past life? Jiufang Ming questioned, his skepticism evident. He had never subscribed to such notions of reincarnation before. In ancient times, there were 5 primordial essences, one of which was the eternal life essence. And the malevolent Emperor Fang Ying was its first host. Ming Feizhou elucidated. Those who awaken the eternal life essence are all connected to the malevolent emperor, Jiufang Ming inquired. Yet the eternal life essence is only recorded once in the dust chronicles of the Yuntan continent. Ming Feizhou replied with resignation. The absence of records from predecessors does not imply the absence of successors, Jiufang Ming countered. Jiufang Ming remained silent for an extended period. Moreover, a powerful practitioner from the illusion sect just appeared. Ming Feizhou did not conceal this fact. Illusion sect? Jiufang Ming realized the gravity of the situation. Volume 1, Chapter 27. The Sect's Rewards. Ming Feizhou cast a meaningful glance at Jiufang Ming, contemplating the multitude of secrets harbored by his disciple. It would be best not to discuss this matter further. Ming Feizhou sighed softly. As for who you were in your past life, I fear that knowledge will only come to you when you ascend to the rank of Illusion Emperor. Ming Feizhou added. Understood. Jiufang Ming nodded in agreement. Within the main hall of the outer sect, a middle-aged man sauntered in leisurely. You are Jiufang Ming? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and inquired. Indeed, I am the junior. Jiufang Ming performed a respectful bow and replied. I never expected that there would be such a genius among the outer sect. The middle-aged man spoke with a smile. Master Ming, regarding the first reward. What do you think? Zhu Yangbing interjected. Jiufang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared that he, like Ming Feizhou, possessed remarkable cultivation. From the man's tone, Jiufang Ming inferred that he was the master of the inner sect. Speak. What else do you desire? I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes, Ming Zian said. Jiufang Ming certainly noted Ming Zian's use of the word utmost. That I do not dare to be extravagant. Jiufang Ming replied calmly. I shall forego the remaining rewards. I only wish for you, esteemed sect master, to inform me of the whereabouts of 2 individuals. Jiufang Ming stated his condition. Who has captured your attention so profoundly that you would forsake such generous rewards? Ming Zian inquired with curiosity. Si Hanyun and Ming Jinsher. Jiufang Ming replied. Si Hanyun has already entered the inner sect and has become a disciple of Weisheng Guanyu. Once you enter the inner sect, you may seek him at Guanyu Pavilion. Ming Zian explained. As for this Ming Jinsher. Ming Zian expressed his confusion. Why am I unaware of this person? Jiufang Ming was taken aback. Could it be that only Si Hanyun was aware of Ming Jinsher's existence? I am certain of this person's existence, Jiufang Ming asserted resolutely. Very well. I shall dispatch someone immediately to arrange for an investigation. Results will be forthcoming shortly, Ming Zian said. He communicated with several outer sect stewards, instructing them to search for a disciple named Ming Jinsher. Ming Zian surmised that Ming Jinsher must also belong to the Ming clan. The reasons for his ignorance could only be twofold. Either he had been secluded in cultivation for an extended period, or someone had deliberately concealed this information. The phrase "a promise of utmost sincerity" reflected the demeanor of the master of Huaizong, Jiufang Ming mused. However, it was only right that the rewards be granted. Ming Zian chuckled. 5 7th-grade elixirs, 3 sets of profound-level illusion martial techniques, and guidance from the esteemed elder, who happens to be my master. Ming Zian then instructed Zhu Yangbing to check the inventory of elixirs, while he allowed Jiufang Ming to select the illusion martial techniques at his leisure. As Ming Zian observed Jiufang Ming, a slight frown crossed his brow. How is it that such a matter persists? Ming Zian expressed his displeasure. Can we not even locate a single person? He admonished the outer sect stewards through communication. Jiufang Ming naturally noticed the subtle shift in Ming Xian's demeanor, but chose to ignore it. Thank you, esteemed sect master. Jiufang Ming expressed his gratitude. Within the outer sect steward hall, several stewards exchanged glances. Feeling somewhat at a loss for words. How are we to find this person? Su Zhengping sighed helplessly, followed by a gentle exhalation. Indeed, how are we to go about this? Another steward's face reflected concern. Of course, this dialogue occurred unbeknownst to Ming Xian. Ming Xian led Jiufang Ming to the Master's hall, and naturally, numerous envious gazes followed Jiufang Ming. Look. That young man beside the sect master. A female disciple from the inner sect whispered. I haven't seen him before. Another female disciple accompanying her shook her head, also casting her gaze toward Jiufang Ming. Suddenly, Jiufang Ming realized that he and Ming Xian had become the focal point of attention. However, it was uncertain who was truly the center of this collective gaze. Jiufang Ming quickened his pace, adhering to the inner sect's regulations, which forbade casual sword flight, even when employing footwork for ascending the building. It is strictly prohibited. Under the watchful gaze of many onlookers, Jiufang Ming followed Ming Xian into the towering Zhongzhu Hall. Surrounding the hall were edifices, and at its pinnacle, wisps of floating clouds could be faintly discerned. Ming Xian remarked. Jiufang Ming was rendered speechless. If Ming Xian found him disagreeable, would that not mean the loss of any rewards? Subsequently, Ming Xian retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to Jiufang Ming. This is the complete technique of the Shiwanju. Ming Xian looked at Jiufang Ming and said, Shiwanju? Jiufang Ming was puzzled about Ming Xian's intentions. Does it matter whether it is righteous or evil? Ming Xian discerned the concerns within Jiufang Ming's heart. In the realm of illusion practitioners, there exists only strength and weakness, devoid of notions of righteousness or evil, Ming Xian stated. Jiufang Ming, somewhat moved, gazed at the jade slip in his hand. Then I shall accept it for now, Jiufang Ming replied, omitting any mention of the incident that had occurred during his earlier contest with Shen Xingjin. Ming Feizhou nodded in satisfaction. The token at his waist emitted a low hum. And Ming Xian knew that the inner sect stewards he had dispatched had news. What is it? Ming Xian inquired telepathically. Reporting to the Zhongzhu, there is no person named Ming Jinsher within the Ming family. But one of the inner sect stewards hesitated to continue. Do not hold back. Speak. Ming Xian urged. With Ming Xian's encouragement, the steward felt relieved. This Ming Jinsher is the illegitimate daughter of the current head of the Ming family. The inner sect steward replied. Ming Xian's expression darkened. It seemed that the previous outer sect steward had been mindful of his reputation. Very well, I shall handle this matter, Ming Xian conveyed sternly through thought. Jiufang Ming's expression remained unchanged, yet internally, he speculated on Ming Xian's intentions. This that I have sent someone to investigate. Indeed, there is no Ming Jinsher in our Huaizong, Ming Xian stated with gravity. Jiufang Ming feigned a respectful demeanor, but inwardly felt somewhat helpless. Then it appears I have misremembered, Jiufang Ming said, feigning an admission of error that almost amused Ming Xian. So be it. Ming Xian waved his hand dismissively. Then I shall take my leave. Jiufang Ming said respectfully. Ming Xian nodded. Jiufang Ming departed the inner sect under the guidance of a female disciple. Ming Xian observed Jiufang Ming's receding figure. His expression gradually turned cold. This ungrateful child has brought shame upon my face. Ming Xian silently fumed, his anger surging forth. It seems the Zhongzhu is unaware. I can only seek out senior brother Hanyan, Jiufang Ming mused. Just before completely leaving the inner sect, Jiufang Ming halted. What is it? Jiufang Ming exclaimed with delight. Turning his gaze to the girl, Jiufang Ming expressed some disappointment. In that case, the Mu Yen Xian, a martial technique of illusion that I deem useless, Jiufang Ming chuckled ruefully, then retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring. Yin Qidong looked on, puzzled. This is the Shiwanju. Jiufang Ming sensed an intense chill emanating from the jade slip. I observed as Yin Qidong took hold of the jade slip, her curiosity compelling her to infuse it with her illusory energy. After a brief moment of contemplation, an expression of astonishment gradually adorned her countenance. Think such a domineering technique existed. Yin Qidong remarked in surprise as she withdrew her illusory energy. The instant the energy was retracted, the golden characters suspended in the air dissipated entirely. Yin Qidong turned her gaze towards Jiufang Ming. I shall not practice such malevolent arts, he stated resolutely. Whether it is righteous or sinister matters not to me. Yin Qidong replied, her beautiful eyes flickering, her cherry lips parting slightly. Just as she stepped through the doorway, Jiufang Ming recalled something. 7th rank? Yin Qidong exclaimed, somewhat taken aback as she accepted the elixir from him. Without waiting for her to fully comprehend, Jiufang Ming entered the room. This devouring technique. Jiufang Ming struggled to focus on the jade slip, that if he wished to gain strength swiftly, the devouring technique was indispensable. The technique involves consuming the illusory energy of other illusionists, as well as the energy present in nature, to elevate one's own cultivation. Should Jiufang Ming wield the devouring technique to absorb the illusory energy of others, his progress would undoubtedly accelerate far beyond his current pace, potentially allowing him to ascend to the realm of illusion sovereign in a remarkably short time. Jiufang Ming gazed at the jade slip. Having arrived at a final resolution to regard the devouring technique as a trump card, he pondered, extract its essence while discarding its dross. Jiufang Ming enlightened himself, deciding to harness its advantages while forsaking its flaws. What was that just now? Jiufang Ming's heart raced with trepidation that it appears that before delving into the devouring technique, I must consume a heart-nourishing pill. He contemplated silently to prevent his mind from falling prey to chaos. Many illusionists opt for elixirs or illusory formations to ward off the encroachment of inner demons prior to practicing perilous techniques. He then retrieved a pill adorned with 3 distinct patterns from his storage ring. Although the quality of the heart-nourishing pill was not particularly high, it was quite precious. The elixirs he possessed were remnants from when Ming Feizhou had offered them to him as treats during leisurely moments. Upon careful inspection, Jiufang Ming found that he still had over 20 heart-nourishing pills remaining in his storage ring. After consuming one, he felt emboldened to practice the devouring technique without reservation. Chapter 28. Entering the abyss. Upon swallowing the heart-nourishing pill, Jiufang Ming felt a refreshing coolness in his throat, instantly invigorating him. A soothing stream surged into his dantian, providing immense comfort, and some dormant illusory energy within seemed to awaken, radiating brilliance characteristic of their respective attributes. The efficacy of this heart-nourishing pill is indeed remarkable, Jiufang Ming mused, exploring the illusory energy flowing within his dantian with admiration. The heart-nourishing pill plays a crucial role in nurturing one's mental state, often consumed by illusionists before attempting particularly perilous techniques. However, should a mortal take the heart-nourishing pill, its effects would be significantly diminished, which explains why, despite its low price, it is seldom sought after by ordinary individuals. Is the devouring technique a boon or a curse? Jiufang Ming once again scrutinized the jade slip in his hand, feeling a pang of indecision that a curse cannot be evaded. He thought to himself with a wry smile. Subsequently, Jiufang Ming gradually infused the jade tablet with illusory yuan power. In that fleeting moment of infusion, the jade tablet was ignited, emanating a dazzling brilliance. The originally pristine white jade now radiated a golden hue. Upon the surface of the jade tablet, rows and columns of neatly arranged black characters became visible. Why is the script of this illusory martial technique black in color? Jiufang Ming pondered with some confusion. Unlike the hues of other illusory martial techniques, the script of the devouring yuan formula appeared in a black shade, an aspect that exuded an eerie quality. Devouring yuan formula, which consumes the illusory yuan of the world. Jiufang Ming silently recited the opening line. The foundation of devouring yuan lies in solidifying one's dantian, using dust as a vessel. Thus it is devouring yuan as Jiufang Ming gazed at the slightly distorted black characters. He began to circulate his illusory yuan power as instructed. The first step was to condense the illusory yuan, which bore no difference from other illusory martial techniques. Jiufang Ming grasped the method. Channeling the illusory yuan power. As the illusory yuan power continued to coalesce, Jiufang Ming progressed to the next step. Use illusory yuan as bait. The black characters trembled violently, as if urging Jiufang Ming to proceed with haste. Yet, there exists illusory yuan power in the world. Why can I not devour it? Just as Jiufang Ming managed to condense a sphere of illusory yuan power, he withdrew at point. One must avoid contending with the heavens for fortune. To act against heaven's will is to invite calamity. The black characters quivered once more, warning Jiufang Ming. With a hint of disdain, Jiufang Ming cast a glance at the black characters. The path of illusory cultivation is inherently one of defiance against the heavens. He then murmured to himself, if heaven does not favor me, why should I conform to its will? Jiufang Ming swiftly flicked through the characters of the jade tablet with his thoughts. The tablet seemed to express anger, the black characters trembling violently, akin to ripples upon the water's surface. Jiufang Ming frowned slightly. What on earth is this? He felt puzzled. Then, an alarming spectacle unfolded before Jiufang Ming's eyes. The black characters shed their dark exterior, revealing their true color, blood red. Devouring Yuan formula, a chill ran down Jiufang Ming's spine. The transformation of the black characters into blood red was already chilling enough. But soon, several skeletal formations, resembling coral, sprouted from the blood red script. Should you harbor thoughts of defiance against the heavens, I shall extinguish you immediately. After a series of transformations, the blood red characters arranged themselves into a line of text. The emerging skeletal formations advanced towards Jiufang Ming like sharp nails. Sensing an imminent breath of death, Jiufang Ming exhibited no fear. He conjured 21 illusory swords that circled around him, ready to fend off any potential attack. To his astonishment, Jiufang Ming realized he was utterly unable to withdraw the illusory yuan power he had infused into the jade tablet. Death. Blood-red characters condensed upon the jade tablet, while the skeletal formations surrounding the text crumbled into dust, dissipating into the air. Are you afraid of me? Jiufang Ming scoffed. This seemed reminiscent of the enormous serpent he had encountered earlier in the Qingwu mountain range, invoking a primal fear within him. No sooner had Jiufang Ming's words left his lips than the characters upon the jade tablet reverted to their original black hue. Jiufang Ming was taken aback, scanning his surroundings to find Yin Qitong and Ming Jingming both present in his chamber. Yin Qitong? Jiufang Ming felt a surge of confusion. What has transpired? Yin Qitong gazed at Jiufang Ming, whose body was drenched in blood, and with a hint of concern, she spoke. He has succumbed to madness. Recalling the moment he had practiced his technique, the realization dawned upon him. He had indeed fallen into madness. Had he not consumed the heart-nourishing pill? Glancing at the untouched heart-nourishing pill within his storage ring, Jiufang Ming's lips quivered. Not a single one had been consumed. This indicated that he had not ingested the heart-nourishing pill at all. Thank you for what transpired earlier, Jiufang Ming stated as he rose. Turning his gaze towards Ming Jingdream, she furrowed her brow slightly, remarking, to succumb to madness over a mere illusionary martial technique. Sensing the contempt in her voice, Jiufang Ming's anger reignited, only to be extinguished once more. To his astonishment, Ming Jingdream had already achieved the 6th rank of illusion mastery. Jiufang Ming, taken aback, attempted to probe into her abilities. This brat dares to scrutinize me. Ming Jingdream, who had originally crossed her arms, now lowered them in irritation. However, both were mindful of Yin Qitong's presence, preventing any conflict from arising. Unable to bear the escalating tension between them, Yin Qitong swiftly diverted the topic. By the way, what illusionary martial technique are you practicing? She cast a gentle glance towards Ming Jingdream. The devouring element technique, Jiufang Ming declared. The devouring element technique? Ming Jingdream faltered. Do you realize this is a sinister art? Her gaze towards Jiufang Ming now brimmed with even more aversion. This. Yin Qitong covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. It seems I truly should not have saved you. Ming Jingdream chuckled wryly, acknowledging that she had rescued someone undeserving of it. I am grateful for your aid. Jiufang Ming replied nonchalantly. As for whether my illusionary martial technique is right or wrong, what concern is it of yours? Jiufang Ming's voice turned. I see why. At this, he could not help but let out a chuckle. Ming Jingdream huffed in disdain, then exited the room, slamming the wooden door shut. Jiufang Ming slightly lifted his chin, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his neck, while the bloodstains on his body tormented him greatly. He found only a faint vitality emanating from the yuan dust, while the rest of his illusionary elemental force lay still, as if lifeless. With a sigh, Jiufang Ming immersed himself in the water. Relishing its warmth, occasionally, fish would nibble at his legs, allowing him to lose himself in thought. To think one could be so leisurely while bathing. A young man passing by Mu Yinxian noticed Jiufang Ming near the center of the lake. Astonished, Jiufang Ming opened his eyes and called out, "Care to join me for a wash?" The youth, momentarily speechless, awkwardly waved his hand to no, and then hurriedly departed. Jiufang Ming reclined comfortably in the water, allowing himself to drift freely, his garments flowing around him. Yin Qitong, on the 3rd floor, witnessed everything clearly and heard every word, her face flushing crimson as she quickly turned away. I thought he was inviting me to join him. Yin Qitong mused to herself. As Jiufang Ming delved deep into his thoughts, the ethereal force of the illusory yuan gradually began to awaken. He retrieved a jade tablet and placed it upon a lotus leaf. After confirming that he had consumed 4 nourishing heart pills, Jiufang Ming felt emboldened to infuse the illusory yuan into it. Preparing to explore further, however, he was met with silence. Jiufang Ming gazed at the still jade tablet. Perplexed, Had the previous reactions been mere illusions, doubt began to cloud his mind. This tablet had been bestowed upon him by Ming Xian, and surely, the leader of a sect would not engage in the folly of endangering the talents of his own disciples. Jiufang Ming pondered, realizing that the issue lay within his own cultivation of the remaining illusory martial techniques. After careful reflection, he could detect no anomalies, save for the fact that during his earlier battle with Xinxingjin, he seemed to have lost his sanity. This descent into madness appeared far from coincidental. Could it be that he truly possessed a nebulous past, as Ming Lao had claimed, and a connection to the malevolent Emperor Fang? Jiufang Ming suddenly found himself inclined to believe the words of Ming Feizhou, a wry smile escaping his lips. Ignoring the old man's counsel had led to immeasurable trouble that he recalled the frequent admonitions from Ming Feizhou regarding the perils of losing oneself in madness. Contemplating his mindset during that tumultuous moment, he recognized it as one devoid of fear, neither of heaven nor of earth. The events that had transpired felt achingly real, that it seemed imperative to seek out another forbidden technique to uncover the truth. Jiufang Ming conceived an idea that even he deemed absurd. Typically, illusion practitioners, after experiencing a bout of madness, would be haunted for a decade, some even shying away from cultivating illusory martial techniques altogether, stunting their growth for life. Stowing away the jade tablet, Jiufang Ming ascended from the waters, swiftly changing into appropriate attire before alighting upon the ground. Such haste. Yin Shitong regarded Jiufang Ming with astonishment. With Yuan Shen present, inner demons pose no threat, Jiufang Ming replied confidently. How can you say that? If it weren't for Sister Jean Ming severing your illusory yuan just now, you might have truly succumbed to madness. Yin Shitong remarked with exasperation. Jiufang Ming cleared his throat awkwardly before responding. So that was the case. Yin Shitong turned her gaze towards him. What else could it be? Do you truly believe Sister Jean Ming is as unfeeling as you imagine? Noticing the hint of reproach in Yin Shitong's demeanor, Jiufang Ming gracefully took her right hand. Rest assured that I hold no ill will towards her, he smiled reassuringly. However, how could he ever forget that lash? Volume 1, Chapter 29. Internal sect assessment. As dawn gradually illuminated the sky, the surface of the lake reflected a faint glow of rosy light, heralding the rise of the sun. Jiufang Ming sensed the pure illusory yuan and realized it was morning, thus liberating himself from his meditative state. After a night of accumulating illusory yuan, he could distinctly feel its refinement. If he were to condense it now, the resulting flying sword would undoubtedly be far more stable than before. Having reached the pinnacle of the illusory scholar realm, Jiufang Ming stood on the precipice of a breakthrough. Yet, Ming Feizhou had previously cautioned him that unless absolutely necessary, there was no need to rush into advancement. It was paramount to solidify one's foundation and secure one's cultivation first. This Lingjin pill, when consumed under the guidance of a master illusionist, can instantaneously elevate one's rank by a minor tier. However, if one's foundation is unstable, there exists a constant risk of regression. Ming Feizhou handed the elixir to Jiufang Ming, stating with gravity. Jiufang Ming examined the pill, adorned with 7 intricate patterns, undoubtedly a treasure of no ordinary caliber, and nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, he mused, the moment is not yet ripe. There are precedents in history of individuals achieving greatness in a single thought, or ascending to royalty, all due to their solid foundations. The Eternal Life Emperor, Wu Changsheng, ascended the Yunting continent, only to be besieged by formidable foes, and in the face of despair, he transformed into an emperor with but a single thought, effortlessly extinguishing the might of the illusion lord with mere gestures. A single thought to become a king. Jiufang Ming was not in haste to break through. On the contrary, he wished to retain a hidden card, although his true cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of an illusionist. In a critical moment, transforming into an illusion master was not beyond the realm of possibility. Such a trump card. Who could ever fathom it? Jiufang Ming smiled with self-assurance. Most illusionists, when faced with peril, would resort to advanced weaponry or even illusionary artifacts to confront their adversaries. Some even possessed illusion formations that a scant few, however, had the extraordinary ability to escape 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Jiufang Ming's secret lay in his potential for an imminent breakthrough in cultivation. He consumed another nourishing heart pill to maintain his mental composure before rising to his feet. This morning marked the assessment for entering the inner sect. Despite Jiufang Ming's title as a junior master, he was still bound by the rules. That I wonder how Brother Han Yun is faring. Jiufang Ming reflected upon the youth from the woodshed. There remains much that I have yet to unravel. He pondered. Unbeknownst to him, several months slipped by. Illusionists are particularly sensitive to the passage of time, yet they do not dwell on it. In comparison to their centennial lifespans, these few months are but a fleeting moment. Nevertheless, Jiufang Ming felt as though these months had dragged on interminably. YA outer sect, Jiang Yai, called the steward responsible for the inner sect assessment. The youth named Jiang Yai approached the testing platform with a calm demeanor. Acknowledging the call with a composed bow, clad in a dark blue brocade robe, cinched at the waist with a striking blue phoenix patterned sash, his raven black hair cascaded down, and his indifferent gaze exuded strength. Indeed, he presented a formidable figure, walking with an air of confidence. The inner sect steward, Shi Xing, regarded Jiang Yai with a nod. Let us commence with the first test, the strength assessment, Shi Xing announced loudly. Lacking mastery in amplification illusion techniques, Shi Xing resorted to shouting. The strength test involved wielding a mid-tier flying sword to strike a colossal stone on the testing platform, with the intensity of the swing being gauged by the stone's movement. Jiang Yai, unfazed, grasped the sword, raised it above his head, and delivered a powerful blow to the stone. The stone remained unscathed, merely swaying slightly. Pass. The steward, Shi Xing, recorded the positions before and after the strike, then declared, "It merely wobbled a tad, and that suffices for a pass?" Jiufang Ming gaped in astonishment at the massive stone beside Jiang Yai. "Watch your back." When speaking, Yin Shitong playfully patted Jiufang Ming's back. Reluctantly, Jiufang Ming fell silent. "Oh handsome," a young lady exclaimed, gazing at Jiang Yai on the testing platform. Jiang Yai, naturally aware of the girl's exclamation, remained unfazed and then turned his attention toward Jiufang Ming's location. "Is he looking at me?" The young girl spoke with a hint of excitement. Jiufang Ming's gaze was icy, clearly sensing the hostility emanating from Jiang Yai. "Oh, you know this Jiang Yai?" Jiufang Ming inquired. "Oh," he replied thoughtfully, deducing that Jiang Yai's animosity stemmed from jealousy towards him. The phrase "a commoner has no crime, yet bears the sin of possessing a jewel," referred, of course, to Yin Shitong. Subsequently, Jiufang Ming's expression grew indifferent, filled with a murderous intent as he turned his gaze upon Jiang Yai. The latter, sensing the palpable threat directed at him, turned pale and stood frozen in place. "Is this all you can muster?" Jiufang Ming remarked, while simultaneously retracting his oppressive aura. "A highly skilled illusionist naturally exudes a certain pressure, akin to the dynamics between a ruler and his subjects, where the latter must maintain humility." As Jiufang Ming deliberately released his pressure towards Jiang Yai, the latter found himself cornered with no means of escape. After probing Jiang Yai, Jiufang Ming discovered that he possessed merely a fifth-tier illusionist's capabilities. "You dare to covet my woman?" Jiufang Ming stated flatly. Yin Shitong blushed at his words, her beautiful eyes lingering. "How could you say such a thing?" Yin Shitong retorted with indignation, realizing he had misspoken. Jiufang Ming's face flushed. "Did I say anything just now?" he asked, crossing his arms and pretending as if nothing had occurred. "You." Yin Shitong pointed at Jiufang Ming, rendered speechless. The playful banter between Jiufang Ming and Yin Shitong did not go unnoticed by Jiang Yai, who let out a cold snort, feeling a pang of jealousy. Jiang Yai then spoke to the inner gate steward, and to an outsider, it appeared to be a mere casual exchange, while in reality, it was a covert maneuver. Jiang Yai, strength test passed, 5th-tier illusionist, dual elemental spirit dust of birth, classified as moderate aptitude, hereby approved, Shi Xing announced, his expression shifting slightly. Jiang Yai looked haughtily at Jiufang Ming, exuding arrogance. To Jiufang Ming, however, Jiang Yai appeared no more than a chicken with an extra feather, insignificant. Meanwhile, the other elite disciples selected from the outer gate were eager to showcase their talents. "Next, Ji Yuan Kuei?" Shi Xing called out loudly. "Ji Yuan Kuei?" Yin Shitong frowned slightly. "What is it?" Jiufang Ming inquired. "It's not nothing." Yin Shitong hesitated, and Jiufang Ming chose not to press further, turning his attention back to the testing platform. Ji Yuan Kuei, clad in a deep purple gauzy garment, with flowing hair and melancholic tiger-like eyes, possessed a tall and slender physique, appealing to many female disciples. "There must be something amiss," Jiufang Ming mused inwardly. The outer gate disciples present were awestruck by the scene. Shi Xing observed Ji Yuan Kuei with satisfaction. Ji Yuan Kuei, strength test passed, 1st-tier illusionist, elemental spirit dust of birth, Jiuge Yin dust, hereby approved, Shi Xing announced. "It seems there are still many who surpass us," remarked a male disciple, visibly disheartened, who then chose to withdraw from the assessment. Wei Xingxin, strength test passed, elemental spirit dust of birth, Xiantianlin Dust, 7th Tier Illusionist. Hereby approved. Shixing declared once more. Jiufang Ming. Approved. Chang Sun Inua. Not approved. Lu Hongru. Not approved. Shixing felt a twinge of anxiety, having anticipated that all participants would succeed, yet finding only a modest beginning. As Shixing gazed at the list of names that had been crossed out, he could only shake his head in resignation. Next, Yin Qitong, he announced, his voice tinged with a hint of fatigue. Yin Qitong stepped up to the testing platform, directing her gaze towards Jiufang Ming, who smiled in return. She was adorned in a peacock green silk jacket embellished with floral patterns, paired with a lavender skirt of fine silk, and draped in a delicate gauzy fabric of deep crimson. Her silky black hair was styled in an exquisite round bun, and nestled within her cloud-like tresses was a purple jade hairpin. Her hands, as smooth as cream, were adorned with a bracelet of tourmaline beads. At her waist hung a violet-fringed pouch crafted from brocade, while her feet were clad in embroidered shoes resembling blooming lotus flowers. With time, she would undoubtedly embody the essence of beauty and grace. It was no wonder that Jiufang Ming understood why others might harbor jealousy towards her. Yin Qitong, you have passed the assessment, a second-tier illusionist, with your innate illusion dust being the splendid Jiuge dust. Having attained the rank of illusionist at the tender age of 16, a rare achievement that further underscored her remarkable talent, Jiufang Ming smiled in acknowledgement. Next, Jiufang Ming, Shixing announced that it was finally his turn. And Jiufang Ming felt a tinge of impatience that he strode swiftly to the testing platform, drawing the curious gazes of both tested and untested disciples alike. First place in the outer sect competition. Jiufang Ming, the outer sect disciples easily recognized him and gasped in astonishment that in their eyes, the better one's qualifications, the more persuasive their standing. Similarly, in a team, possessing both high cultivation and exceptional talent allowed one to command respect through sheer strength of will. Approaching the massive stone, Jiufang Ming cast a glance at the sword. Lift the sword, he commanded with a firm voice. Then, summoning all his strength, he slashed horizontally at the stone. However, the stone remained utterly unmoved. What? Yin Qitong's lips parted in astonishment that I knew this worthless fool would fail. Jiang Yi sneered, pointing a finger at Jiufang Ming with disdain. Sensing Jiufang Ming's murderous intent, Jiang Yi felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Trembling in fear, "Humph," she scoffed, taking several steps back. The onlookers were equally startled, buzzing with speculation about why the stone had not budged. Is Jiufang Ming merely riding on his reputation, nothing more, a male disciple remarked. I believe that to be the case, Jiang Yi added, not yet ready to concede. Be silent. Yin Qitong retorted coldly. Continue to speak, and we shall settle this on the life and death platform, she declared without hesitation. Jiufang Ming paused, reflecting on Yin Qitong's silhouette, feeling a surge of emotion. That I will not disappoint you, he murmured, a slight smile gracing his lips. Jiufang Ming failed to pass. Shixing observed the stone's immobility, preparing to announce the result, his heart heavy with disappointment. He had not anticipated that Jiufang Ming, the first in the outer sect competition, would fail even the most basic strength test. Sighing, he shook his head. Jiufang Ming, not passed. Failure to pass is simply failure. There must be no hint of deception. It is abundantly clear that Jiufang Ming did not pass the test of strength, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could not allow himself to deceive like Jiang Yi. After all, those present were not fools. Jiufang Ming chuckled lightly as he descended from the testing platform. He made his way directly towards Yin Qitong, who happened to be turning at that moment. The two unexpectedly collided, but fortunately, Jiufang Ming caught Yin Qitong just in time. Let go, Yin Qitong said shyly. Let us depart. Jiufang Ming replied nonchalantly, deliberately raising his voice. Humph, even at this moment, still pretending, Jiang Yi scoffed. Just a man living off a woman, another male disciple remarked, filled with envy. Oh handsome. What a pity he is already taken, another female disciple lamented. Jiufang Ming, unfazed by the murmurs behind him, took Yin Qitong's hand and swiftly left. Next, Xia Jingwen, Shixing called out. Xia Jingwen stepped onto the platform, skillfully grasping her longsword, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. This, steward, Xia Jingwen raised her sword high, yet had not brought it down. What is it? Shixing, noticing her startled demeanor, assumed something was amiss. However, upon observing Xia Jingwen, he realized there was no issue, which sparked his irritation. Are you here too? Shixing began to express his frustration. only to be stunned by the scene before him. A mighty boulder emitted a crisp sound before splitting in two, crashing to the ground. Troublemaker, Shixing uttered the unfinished thought. Xia Jingwen gazed at the shattered stone, her mouth agape, looking innocently at Shixing. The ability to shatter such a boulder was ample evidence of Jiufang Ming's strength at the intermediate level of an illusion master. This boulder was no ordinary stone, but rather one forged from elemental stones used at the inner sect's testing platform. This proclamation was loud enough for even the outer sect disciples to hear, knowing full well that Shixing would not employ amplification techniques. You are truly wicked. Yin Qidong giggled, covering her mouth. I certainly cannot afford to pay for that stone. Jiufang Ming replied with a wry smile. As Jiufang Ming's sword struck the boulder, he sensed its imminent fracture and made a hasty retreat. I'm out of here. Jiufang Ming chuckled inwardly as Shixing announced his failure. Volume 1, Chapter 30. 8,000 Faces. The assessment for entry into the inner sect concluded hastily after just 2 days. The individual who garnered the most attention this time was undoubtedly Jiufang Ming. Over 30 individuals passed the inner sect evaluation, aside from a few illusion masters among them, the majority, including Jiufang Ming. The individuals around began to murmur about the incident concerning the shattered stone by Jiufang Ming's sword, among them a young maiden whose heart fluttered, falling into a state of infatuation that I thought otherwise. A masked girl's gaze was sharp and penetrating. Dressed in black and concealing her cultivation, Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow slightly, slowing his pace. After enduring multiple strikes, he merely encountered a stroke of luck. Landing that final blow, the maiden remarked disdainfully, "Go." Jiufang Ming raised an eyebrow, pondering that this woman possessed some intriguing qualities, and then turned his attention toward her. "What is this? Are you unsatisfied?" the maiden retorted, her demeanor brimming with arrogance. Jiufang Ming remained silent, unfazed by her bravado. "It seems you are indeed displeased." The maiden crossed her arms, her anger subtly flaring. Jiufang Ming shook his head, inwardly concluding that this girl was courting trouble, and began to assess her cultivation, subsequently feeling a sense of disdain. "Then do not blame me for being impolite." Jiufang Ming unleashed his pressure, directing it towards the maiden. Taken by surprise, she found herself kneeling on one knee in an instant under the oppressive force. The maiden gazed at Jiufang Ming in fear, realizing that this masked man exuded a terrifying aura. Despite her cultivation being at the 7th rank of illusionist, she could not withstand even a fleeting moment under his pressure. Could it be that her pupils constricted? An illusionist. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she spoke, her voice laced with reluctance. "My affairs are not yours to reprimand." Jiufang Ming readjusted his black hat and approached the maiden. He then extended a hand to help her up, offering a handkerchief to wipe away the bloodstains. The maiden was ablaze with fury. "This pill should suffice to silence you." Jiufang Ming retrieved a pill from his storage ring and forced it into her mouth. The maiden's complexion paled. Her expression shifted dramatically as she instinctively attempted to spit it out. However, the pill seemed to dissolve upon entry. "What have you made me consume?" she uttered coldly. "What do you think?" "Of course, poison," Jiufang Ming replied with a playful smile. Turning to leave, the pill ignited a burning sensation in her throat, rendering her momentarily speechless. In desperation, she clutched at Jiufang Ming's sleeve, prompting him to turn back. "Stop right there," she commanded. Jiufang Ming frowned slightly, sensing her insatiable nature. "Remember my name, Yan Jinyao," she declared through clenched teeth. Yan Jinyao? Jiufang Ming was taken aback. The surname, Yenda, was it not of royal lineage? "That I shall await your challenge. But for now, you are merely at my mercy," he chuckled. Subsequently, seizing the opportunity, he shed his long robe and swiftly made his escape. This person. Yan Jinyao gazed at the black robe in her hands, gritting her teeth in frustration. Upon reaching the level of illusionist, Ming Feizhou would no longer have grounds to restrain him. He could go wherever he pleased. Previously, an agreement with the old man Ming had stipulated that Jiufang Ming was not to venture out until he attained the status of illusionist. And now that he had met the conditions, he naturally sought to explore the world. Yen Qitong. Jiufang Ming left behind a letter. This time, he was uncertain of how far he would wander. Perhaps never to return. Jiufang Ming mused inwardly. With Ming Xian's tacit approval, Jiufang Ming ventured out under the guise of an inner sect disciple. If he did not return within 3 years, he would be deemed to have severed ties with the sect. Yen Qitong gazed into the distance, tightly clutching the letter in her hand, murmuring to herself, "Has he truly departed just like that? Sister, just now a lecherous scoundrel bullied me." A young girl ran toward Yen Qitong. Her expression filled with indignation. As Yin Qidong was lost in her own sorrow. The arrival of her cousin restored her composure. Humph. Which audacious person dares to bully my granddaughter? Upon hearing this, Ming Feizhou set down the skewered meat in his hand. Though his tongue did not cease its motion. A man clad in a black hat and long robe. Just because I uttered a few words, he laid hands on me. Yin Jingyao exclaimed, her tone tinged with grievance. If Jiufang Ming were to hear this, he would likely be infuriated. This is indeed his black robe. Yin Jingyao produced the black robe left by Jiufang Ming and handed it to Yin Qidong. Upon inhaling the familiar scent, a change washed over Yin Qidong's expression, her gaze turning somewhat melancholic. Ming Feizhou also halted his actions, staring intently at the black robe, his brow furrowing. It seems our Huaizong cannot retain such extraordinary talent. Ming Feizhou murmured as a pot of fine wine spilled onto the ground. Yin Qidong turned her gaze toward Ming Feizhou, her eyes filled with curiosity. Think. He has already reached the 5th tier of Illusion Master. Ming Feizhou remarked, looking at Yin Qidong. My Ming has indeed changed. His old eyes clouded a bit more. Yin Qidong cast a reproachful glance at Yin Jingyao, recounting the events in detail. So that young man in black is your beloved sister, Yin Jingyao exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Recalling the elixir that the young man in black had given her, Yin Jingyao was once again filled with doubt. Did he give you something to eat? Ming Feizhou queried, somewhat astonished. I have no idea what kind of elixir it was, but thankfully nothing ill has occurred. Yin Jingyao replied, just look at your cultivation. Yin Qidong stated nonchalantly. Yin Jingyao probed her dantian and found that her illusory elemental power was indeed denser than before. Her realm having evidently ascended from the 7th to the 8th tier of Illusion Master. Elated yet suddenly understanding, Yin Jingyao realized what Jiufang Ming had fed her. No wonder my cultivation has improved by a tier. It turns out he gave me a spirit advancement pill. Yin Jingyao mused, recognizing her lack of appreciation for the gesture. Yin Qidong remained silent, her gaze fixed on the horizon. From the very first moment, she laid eyes on Jiufang Ming. Yin Qidong had been smitten, though the reasons for such feelings remained elusive even to her. Ming Feizhou, deep in thought, closed his eyes, attributing the matter to his own inadequate teaching. He had failed to impart the arts of illusion arrays, alchemy, and artifact forging to Jiufang Ming. In every respect, he was not a commendable mentor. Clad in a new outfit, Jiufang Ming donned a dark hat and stepped out of the sect. The sea is vast. Let the fish leap. The sky is high. Let me soar. Jiufang Ming smiled with confidence. As for senior sister, Jiufang Ming thought of Taimuyun, yet ultimately chose not to bid her farewell. His current mission was to locate senior brother Hanyan. Jiufang Ming contemplated. Perhaps only he knows the true identity of Ming Jinshi. Taking a deep breath, Jiufang Ming mused. Regarding Ming Xian, he held some reservations, but he had absolute trust in Ming Feizhou. Time serves as a witness. The words of Ming Feizhou's counsel to Jiufang Ming are devoid of superfluous remarks, save for the mention of Jiufang Ming's potential marriage, which Jiufang Ming perceives as mere self-indulgence on Ming Feizhou's part. Without the Huaizong, he might still be a humble illusionist. Absent Ming Feizhou, he would likely have devolved into an ordinary servant disciple, gazing at the sky from a well, endlessly toiling with a broom and lamenting his fate. With his back turned to the 3 characters of Huaizong engraved upon the colossal stone, Jiufang Ming stands with arms crossed, pride swelling like clouds, a surge of ambition radiating within him. My heart knows no bounds. What can the heavens do to me? Jiufang Ming chuckled. In a world of myriad faces, Jiufang Ming encountered numerous travelers and merchants on his descent, concealing his cultivation and true visage. What harm could there be? The world outside is fraught with peril, a reality Jiufang Ming has long mastered. Among the merchants, those who appear devoid of prowess may well be skilled experts hired by businesses, and those who seem most unremarkable are often the ultimate victors. The greatest concealment lies within the bustling marketplace, a truth Jiufang Ming fully comprehends. In a world of myriad faces, Jiufang Ming altered his attire, shedding the ostentatious garb of Huaizong, enveloped in black. Save for the bamboo hat he crafted himself, the rest of his ensemble was procured from the sect shop. Assessing his meager possessions, Jiufang Ming let out a resigned sigh, having grown accustomed to the ways of the old man within Huaizong. He had never even laid eyes on a yuan stone. In the words of an illusionist, I have never encountered a yuan stone, and I possess no interest in it. Only 10 inferior yuan stones? Yet Jiufang Ming remained undeterred, continuing to rummage through his storage ring. The storage ring, vast in space, was nevertheless barren, containing only a pile of clothing, a few elixirs, and an unexpected long sword. with nothing else to speak of. Although they do not require sustenance, they still need lodging. Jiufang Ming can easily forego sleep for 10 days or even half a month. Yet, at the core, illusionists are still human. Who can resist the allure of exquisite cuisine? Growing weary of roasted game, Jiufang Ming would naturally not forfeit the opportunity to savor delicacies from every locale. Casting one last glance at the gates of Wyazong, Jiufang Ming drew his sword and soared into the skies. Where the sword points, there lies the horizon. Volume 1, Chapter 31, Beichuan City. Beneath a clear and boundless sky, with the occasional bird soaring by, a shadow of a sword flitted through the heavens. This solitary figure and his sword were none other than Jiufang Ming. As Jiufang Ming flew, the consumption of illusionary yuan power prompted him to eventually opt for walking after expending a significant portion of his energy. For illusionists, flying on a sword is the most fundamental yet luxurious means of travel. The absorption and refining of illusionary yuan power require a certain amount of time, and traversing via sword inevitably demands an immense expenditure of energy. To his surprise, a city emerged below. Jiufang Ming gazed down, discerning wisps of smoke rising through the mist. Not far from the smoke lay a city, its tallest structures reaching skyward, piercing the heavens. After 3 days of travel, it was time for a respite. Jiufang Ming mused. Jiufang Ming pondered for a moment. With a journey of 100 miles a day and no more than 2 rests along the way, he estimated that he would reach the northern mountains of Lichuan, where Si Hanyun resided, in approximately 1 day's time. However, feeling the fatigue of travel, Jiufang Ming resolved to take a break midway. In previous instances, he had rested in the wild, often in secluded caves. His needs for sustenance were minimal. What he prioritized was the safety of his resting environment. In cities, flying was generally prohibited for illusionists. Recalling a passage from a travelogue by an ancient sage, Jiufang Ming slowed the pace of his flying sword. To avoid attracting attention, he deliberately landed in a suburban area near the city gate. Jiufang Ming strolled towards the city gate, where the cacophony of carriages and horses converged, gazing upwards at the city tower. He could see the plaque adorning the gate, Beichuan City. However, as he approached, he discovered a lengthy queue before the gate, and being the last to arrive, he would inevitably be the last to enter. It was a matter of inevitability, Jiufang Ming thought with resignation. With the prohibition against flying within the city, he had no choice but to join the line. He briskly made his way to the end of the queue, his speed still swift as the wind despite not employing any special techniques. The queue was somewhat chaotic due to the mingling of carriages, yet it remained relatively orderly. Jiufang Ming stood still, gradually advancing with the line, waiting for the individual at the front to pass through the city before the rest could follow. The efficiency was, by all accounts, remarkably low. Why not create 2 passageways? Jiufang Ming frowned at the imposing city gate. The merchant caravans occupied a significant space, prolonging the time taken to pass through. An additional passageway could effectively alleviate the issue of excessive waiting. Beneath his conical hat, Jiufang Ming's aura remained concealed, and his cultivation was imperceptible to the others in the queue. He appeared merely as an oddly dressed man. You know not what you're missing. Inspections have tightened recently. An elderly man in simple garb patted Jiufang Ming on the back. Speaking up, Jiufang Ming nodded, opting for silence. Caution was paramount in such matters. The old man ceased his chatter, aware that excessive conversation could invite trouble. Before long, the queue had transformed into an extensive line. Why are there so many entering the city? Jiufang Ming inquired. They are merely refugees from neighboring countries. The elder replied after a moment of contemplation. Jiufang Ming nodded thoughtfully. The conflicts between nations were not matters in which illusionists ought to involve themselves, yet he could indeed offer some assistance to these refugees. However, illusionists were not lacking in compassion. While sympathy was natural, Jiufang Ming would not allow excessive empathy to draw him into unnecessary complications. As the saying goes, in times of poverty, one should focus on self-cultivation. In times of abundance, one should aid the world. After waiting for a full half hour, Jiufang Ming finally beheld the city gate in its entirety. The gate swung open, yet it was heavily guarded. Jiufang Ming scrutinized the guards with a touch of surprise. All were 7th-tier illusionists. Was such rigorous defense truly necessary for merely guarding a city gate? He found it perplexing, seemingly linked to the old man's earlier remark about the heightened scrutiny. After waiting for a while longer, it finally became his turn to stand at the forefront. Jiufang Ming let out a long sigh. This time of anticipation had been sufficient for him to fully comprehend an entire illusionary martial technique. What is your name? A burly guard, leading the group, asked menacingly. while the guards flanking him cast vigilant glances at Jiufang Ming. Hey, Jiuge? Jiufang Ming replied in a subdued tone. Perhaps it would be wise to adopt the name Jiuge to conceal his identity. He mused inwardly. Clad in a black garb and wearing a wooden hat, he felt assured of his disguise. The stout guard regarded Jiufang Ming with a hint of satisfaction before waving his hand dismissively. It's him. The guard snatched the parchment from his subordinate, scrutinized Jiufang Ming, and then commanded, "Seize him. Are you apprehending me without cause?" Jiufang Ming narrowed his eyes, his voice icy, as a ripple of murderous intent stirred deep within him like a stone cast into water. Without cause, the stout guard sneered at Jiufang Ming, that we possess both witness and evidence. The one who abducted the city lord's daughter is none other than you. Who else could it be? He retorted. As dozens of guards closed in around Jiufang Ming subtly turned his head, noticing that the elderly man behind him had already retreated to a safe distance. Have you mistaken the person? Jiufang Ming asked, removing his hat to reveal half of his true face. Humph, how could I possibly be mistaken? The stout guard paused, slightly taken aback by Jiufang Ming's visage, before snorting coldly. Jiufang Ming donned his hat once more, adjusting it deliberately, his black eyes coldly surveying the 10 or so illusionary guards encircling him. If you refuse to reason, then I shall not hold back, Jiufang Ming stated icily, subsequently unleashing the pressure inherent to an illusionist. How could mere guards of illusionary rank withstand such formidable pressure? The 12 guards were gripped by terror, scattering in all directions that an illusionist. The guards gasped in fear, their gazes fixed on Jiufang Ming. Only upon reaching the level of an illusionist could one exude such potent pressure. Jiufang Ming remained silent, casting a detached glance at the stout guard. Blood trickled from the corners of the stout guard's mouth, his complexion turned ashen, and he opened his mouth to utter something, only to collapse to the ground. The remaining guards, sensing Jiufang Ming's overwhelming presence, froze in place, sweat beads slowly trickling down their foreheads. Draped in a flowing black robe, Jiufang Ming hastened towards the heart of the city. Among the passers-by, those adorned in splendid attire and possessing striking features were few, while the crowd comprised individuals from all walks of life, scholars, farmers, and merchants alike. Lanterns hung high between the streets, and the road was paved with azure bricks, smoothed over time by countless footsteps. The enticing aroma wafting from the vendors' stalls compelled Jiufang Ming to inhale deeply. However, with his purse lacking, he could only walk away with resignation. These coins must be preserved for lodging. The boatman either propelled his vessel with a bamboo pole or used a long rod to hook onto the nearby bridge. Some were busy securing the boat with thick ropes tied to the willows, while others worked diligently to lower the mast, facilitating the passage of the craft. Furthermore, a few even pulled the willow branches, entwining them around the boat to prevent it from drifting away. Jiufang Ming observed the bustling and vibrant scene of the mortal world with a sense of delight, followed by a soft sigh. With a leap, he glided across the expansive lake, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, reaching the opposite shore. His actions stirred quite a commotion, yet Jiufang Ming found the onlookers' astonishment rather exaggerated. What was so remarkable about merely gliding over the water? He soon realized that Beichuan City was not comparable to Wai's sect, being merely a small town where the number of illusion cultivators was naturally scant, most inhabitants being ordinary individuals devoid of awakened illusion dust. Beichuan City lay adjacent to Hank River, situated to the north of the river and named accordingly, quite distant from the capital of the Yushang Kingdom, Taijing, and also several hundred miles away from Wai's sect. Jiufang Ming traversed this distance on his sword, taking several days to arrive. After a brief respite, he mused to himself and sought out an inn. His notion of rest was, in reality, a simultaneous cultivation to restore some of his illusionary vitality. At dawn the following day, Jiufang Ming vacated his room, glancing at the 9 low-grade essence stones remaining in his storage ring. Feeling a sense of helplessness, he had forgotten something as crucial as money. Exiting the inn, he slapped his forehead in quiet regret. Although the accommodations arranged by Ming Feizhou were rather humble, his status as a supreme elder allowed him to gain a considerable profit. Even if Ming Feizhou turned a blind eye to sect affairs, a substantial amount of essence stones flowed into the accounts each month, of which Jiufang Ming was aware. Had he known, he would have extracted a bit from the old man. Reflecting on his roasted rabbit meat, he mused that if he had charged Ming Feizhou even a little for each piece, he wouldn't be fretting over such trifles now. Money is always regretted to be insufficient when needed. Jiufang Ming grumbled, inhaling the enticing aroma wafting from an unknown source. Ascending a higher building, he gazed into the distance, affirming the direction for his continued journey. Not far off, he noticed several beams of light intertwining and focused his attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a human illusion cultivator engaged in battle with a beast in mid-air. Due to the distance, he could not discern their respective levels of cultivation. Intriguing. Jiufang Ming stroked his chin with interest, then furrowed his brow. Was it not reckless to engage in such a conflict in a small town, risking harm to innocents? Summoning his flying sword, he soared through the air towards the site of their confrontation. Despite her aerial maneuvers, she remained at a disadvantage. Jiufang Ming stood upon his sword, observing the duel unfold with a detached demeanor. He was no bleeding heart, quick to draw his sword in misplaced chivalry. In the law of the jungle, as long as the leopard did not harm the innocent, he would refrain from intervening. Yet, what if that woman was also fighting to protect the innocent from the illusion beast? Another thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it was best to investigate further. Jiufang Ming contemplated, guiding his sword closer to the scene of the battle as he approached within a distance sufficient to discern her cultivation. Jiufang Ming finally beheld the visage of the woman. Ming. Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow slightly, for this woman was a familiar figure. Volume 1, Chapter 32. To save or not to save? Ming. Upon recognizing her countenance, Jiufang Ming felt a twinge of astonishment. The woman's skirts danced gracefully, the whip glimmering like flowing light, at times transforming into withered vines, at others into thorns. She soared through the air on her sword, the whip moving in tandem with it, darting up and down like a dragon in flight. Indeed, this world is quite small, Jiufang Ming mused inwardly, astonished by the serendipity of encountering his adversary. He still vividly recalled that whip, the anguish it had wrought upon his heart, and how the poison upon it had nearly claimed his life. Humph! Jiufang Ming snorted coldly, perching himself upon a rooftop not far from where Ming was engaged in battle. Preparing to observe, upon sensing the approach of another, Ming initially displayed great vigilance, but upon recognizing him as a human illusionist, her demeanor shifted to one of delight as she transmitted her thoughts. I humbly request the esteemed elder's assistance in subduing this phantom beast. Clad in a black robe and a wooden hat, with his cultivation concealed, Jiufang Ming appeared to Ming as a mysterious powerhouse. Yet, he remained indifferent, his expression beneath the hat unchanged. He resolved that this young woman must experience the trials of being oppressed by others. Jiufang Ming thought to himself. Earlier, Ming had taken advantage of her status as an illusionist to bully Jiufang Ming, who was merely an illusionist at the practitioner level. The principle of treating others as one would not wish to be treated lingered in his mind. Reflecting on this, Jiufang Ming awkwardly adjusted his hat. If he were in peril and there existed someone capable of saving him, yet that individual chose to remain indifferent to save or not to save. Jiufang Ming observed as the leopard unleashed a fierce assault, leaving Ming struggling to defend herself, her attempts to counterattack proving exceedingly challenging. The young man in black slightly nodded, deep in thought. Perhaps it is best to observe a little longer. Jiufang Ming, still harboring reservations, opted to continue watching. Unlike ordinary beasts, phantom beasts possess unique cores, granting them, in a manner of speaking, 2 lives, as long as the core remains intact. The phantom beast will not easily perish. Ming wielded her long whip with fervor. The leopard, utilizing its astonishing leaping ability, sprang into the air, its claws shimmering with a chilling purple light, then lunged toward her. Leveraging the surrounding structures, with her flying sword, Ming could indeed evade the pursuit with relative ease. However, prolonged entanglement would inevitably lead to the exhaustion of her illusionary energy. The sword sliced through the air, leaving behind a slender trail of red illusionary energy that illuminated the sky. The leopard grew increasingly fierce, leveraging the various edifices within the city, transforming the ordinarily earthbound phantom beast into a creature that soared as if it were a celestial steed, dominating both the skies and the ground. With a roar, the leopard missed its mark, its fury igniting as it pounded the ground with its claws. Then, it leapt into the air, its speed so swift that an ordinary person could hardly discern its movements. And even illusionists would find it difficult to capture its trajectory. Upon gaining sentience, a phantom beast like the leopard would first seek to strengthen itself, choosing to bully the weak, whereas beasts like wolves, upon awakening their intelligence, would opt for survival in packs, seeking to bolster their collective strength. That I implore you, esteemed elder, lend me your aid. Ming Jinming gazed towards the black-clad man not far away, for he was her final glimmer of hope. Should she continue to be ensnared in this relentless entanglement, the inevitable outcome would be the depletion of her primordial energy, rendering her at the mercy of the leopard's slaughter or forcing her to flee. Burdened with the ignominious title of one who lured the beast into the city, Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by the realization that Ming Jinming also found herself in need of assistance. How could one forget the manner in which she once treated me? Jiufang Ming seethed inwardly. Confronted with Ming Jinming's onslaught, he nearly met his demise, coerced into swearing a heavenly oath. Yet, considering her lineage as the granddaughter of Old Man Ming, I shall extend my aid just this once. Jiufang Ming recalled Ming Feizhou. Despite his grievances with Ming Jinming, he could not overlook the kindness he had received from Old Man Ming. Jiufang Ming understood the importance of gratitude in life. Ming Jinming's illusory primordial energy was nearly exhausted, and her flying sword trembled under the strain. After hastily consuming a medicinal pill, she persisted in fending off the leopard's pursuit. However, having already used several similar pills earlier, the efficacy was now significantly diminished. Before long, Ming Jinming's speed began to wane, and as the leopard prepared to pounce, she found herself with no means of escape. Am I destined to perish? Ming Jinming murmured in confusion as she fell from her flying sword, the blade striking the ground with a resonant clang. Jiufang Ming's pupils constricted. The scene was reminiscent of his own desperate encounter with a giant serpent in the Qingwu Mountains, in moments of bewilderment and poignant loss. The insights of an illusionist often surpass those of mere mortals, particularly at the precipice of life. Removing his conical hat, Jiufang Ming ascended onto his flying sword, soaring through the air. San Jie Yun Su, he called out. Opting to conceal his identity, he considered that the Jiufang Wuwei sword and the Shiwan technique could potentially reveal his true self. Thus, he fabricated the name of a fictitious martial technique for disguise. The San Jie Yun Su technique might not even exist, yet Jiufang Ming felt emboldened to concoct it. Resting on Ming Jinming's blind trust in him, Jiufang Ming's hat slowly descended to the ground. He had already leapt to stand before Ming Jinming. She appeared somewhat dazed and at a loss, her beautiful eyes fluttering as she sensed an uncanny familiarity about the masked man before her. Jiufang Ming cast a sidelong glance at Ming Jinming, noticing she had already regained her composure and was straightening her attire. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your rescue. Ming Jinming bowed respectfully. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed Jiufang Ming's garb. The man was clad in a simple black robe, his face partially obscured, his sharp eyes concealing a latent menace. Thank you, esteemed senior. Ming Jinming lowered her head involuntarily. Jiufang Ming remained silent, yet the gathering of illusory primordial energy in his hands did not falter. He sensed the leopard's murderous intent intensifying, and he remained ever vigilant. In this battle, only the victor would have the chance to survive, a truth the leopard undoubtedly comprehended. Draw the sword, Jiufang Ming commanded. As the illusory primordial energy surged wildly into the blade he wielded, the very sword he had taken with him on the day he fled from his wedding, which had since been shattered by the giant serpent. Concentrating his illusory primordial energy, the broken sword began to emit a resonant hum in the blink of an eye. The illusory primordial energy reforged the shattered blade. San Jie Yun Su, Jiufang Ming unleashed his technique. Charging at the leopard with the reforged sword, the leopard sensed the threat, letting out a thunderous roar as the violet glow upon its claws flickered ominously in the blink of an eye. Jiufang Ming transitioned from drawing his sword to reforging the broken blade, leaving Ming Jinshi utterly astounded by the swift turn of events. A chilling aura of murderous intent began to emanate from Jiufang Ming. As wisps of ethereal power spilled forth from the edge of his sword, "Embrace your demise," he declared, directing his sword towards the cheetah. The cheetah, swift beyond compare, was not in the least inferior to Jiufang Ming in terms of speed. At this moment, it chose not to retreat, but rather to confront Jiufang Ming's impending assault head-on. With a resounding clash, Jiufang Ming's strike met nothing but air, for the cheetah had feigned a direct confrontation. Deftly evading the blow just as the sword was about to connect, the broken blade struck the ground with a thunderous roar, a sound so powerful that it caused countless passers-by to halt in their tracks. Even the servants in the nearby tea-house rushed outside to witness the commotion, while some timid souls, fearing an attack from a phantom beast, hurriedly prepared to flee. Having missed his target, Jiufang Ming seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the unsuspecting Ming Jinming. Although she had her guard up, she was still caught off guard. unaware that the cheetah's intentions lay not with the figure in black, but rather with herself. "Damn it!" Jiufang Ming exclaimed as he reforged the broken sword. Her face paled as her body weakened, collapsing against his back. Jiufang Ming felt the softness of her form against him, a blush creeping onto his face, only to be swiftly followed by a surge of pain in his chest. The cheetah's claws, imbued with ethereal power, struck true. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he pushed Ming aside. "You seek death," he said coldly. The Chongqing Yuanshan sensed its host was injured, emitting a faint white glow. A gaping hole was torn in the fabric of Jiufang Ming's front, and though the wound itself had vanished, the pain lingered, etched into his consciousness. The cheetah, noticing Jiufang Ming's unusual state, retreated a few steps in trepidation. "What are you, human or demon?" it questioned, its voice tinged with a hint of breathlessness, a testament to the toll the battle had taken on its own body. Jiufang Ming stood resolute, hands clasped behind his back. His gaze coolly fixed on the cheetah. The creature cautiously turned its neck, and within its eyes, a flicker of fear emerged. The notion that a human could possess such remarkable regenerative abilities was indeed perplexing. It must be a phantom demon in human form. Recognizing the futility of the confrontation, the cheetah instinctively turned to flee. The so-called phantom demon transcends both humanity and phantom beasts, born with an extraordinary capacity for recovery, enabling them to assume human form in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, phantom demons are a race created by the evil Emperor Fang Ying and the Chongqing Emperor Wu Changsheng. As Jiufang Ming watched the cheetah retreat in fear of its own identity, he let out a sigh of relief. The creature's dread of its true nature had led it to withdraw, filling Jiufang Ming with a sense of pride as he adjusted his attire. Clad once more in his black robe, the wooden hat he had previously removed during the battle was now nowhere to be seen. "Big brother, your hat," a voice called out, drawing Jiufang Ming's attention. A child, no older than 6 or 7, approached slowly. Jiufang Ming initially intended to remove his mask, but halted, opting instead to conceal his identity further for the sake of teasing Ming. The child walked for quite some time before arriving at the location of Jiufang Ming. "Thank you." Jiufang Ming gently caressed the child's face, pondering thoughtfully. The child gazed curiously at Jiufang Ming's mask, yearning to reach out and remove it, but was stopped by Jiufang Ming. Everyone has their own secrets. The child, with an innocent face, beamed with curiosity. Then, "Big brother, what is your secret?" Noticing Jiufang Ming's prolonged silence, the child leaned closer to whisper in Jiufang Ming's ear. The child's voice was faint, almost like a whisper, yet Jiufang Ming heard clearly. "I dream of one day ascending to the legendary Illusion Emperor, wielding my sword across the 9 heavens, vanquishing all illusion beasts. This is my secret." After speaking, the child lowered their head. Jiufang Ming straightened up and donned a conical hat. "I share the same sentiment." Although Jiufang Ming's expression remained inscrutable, a glimmer of brilliance shone in their eyes upon hearing this. The child excitedly raised their head, only to realize that Jiufang Ming had already vanished from sight. Volume 1, Chapter 33. The city lord's request. Jiufang Ming did not employ any movement techniques and walked slowly through the vast Beichuan city, carrying Ming Dream on their back. Having fought against the leopard, Ming Dream was utterly drained of illusionary energy and severely fatigued. Even against an ordinary wolf, they would stand little chance of survival. Jiufang Ming had no choice but to carry Ming Dream through the crowd, despite the murmurs surrounding them. In broad daylight. This is quite scandalous. Indeed. An elderly man, holding a paper fan, closed it with a shake of his head. He then poured himself a cup of tea, sipping it leisurely. Jiufang Ming paid little heed. Their attire might seem peculiar, but it hardly warranted being mistaken for a thief. Sensing a movement from Ming Dream behind them, Jiufang Ming halted and prepared to set them down. "Who are you?" Ming Dream opened their eyes to find a wooden hat before them. Realizing they were being carried by a stranger, Ming Dream's face flushed with embarrassment. Struggling to get down, Jiufang Ming gently set Ming Dream down and fell into silence, intending to depart. "Thank you, senior." Ming Dream clasped their hands in gratitude, knowing that without this unfamiliar man, they might have perished. Jiufang Ming raised an eyebrow, lowering the hat to obscure their face. Their tone slightly altered. "The illusion beast obstructed my path. You need not thank me," Jiufang Ming stated, upon hearing the youthful tone of the stranger's voice. Ming Dream was taken aback, a flicker of joy igniting within. "Since you saved me, I naturally wish to repay you." Ming Dream spoke with fragrant words that Jiufang Ming's mind stirred. This was an opportune moment to tease Ming Dream. "Repay? What will you offer in return? Your very self, perhaps?" Jiufang Ming chuckled derisively. This, Ming Dream bit their lip, their face tinged with a blush. What? Did you not speak of repayment? Jiufang Ming turned slightly, a light laugh escaping. Ming Dream fell silent. Jiufang Ming then replied nonchalantly, I act solely in accordance with my conscience, seeking no recompense. Here, Jiufang Ming paused momentarily. You are a person of noble character, naturally above mundane matters, Ming Dream remarked. What? Is there something else? A hint of impatience emerged from beneath the black cloak. Ming slightly parted her cherry lips and inquired, May I ask the esteemed name of the senior? Jiufang Ming, replied the enigmatic figure, Jiuge, with an air of nonchalance. Ming found herself at a loss for words. Silently committing the name Jiuge to memory. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, she stated. With that, Jiufang Ming executed a graceful maneuver, ascending to greater heights. Hold on. Ming promptly mirrored his movements. Swiftly catching up to him, Jiufang Ming frowned slightly, pondering why Ming proved to be such a nuisance. Given your remarkable cultivation, would you accompany me to rescue the city lord's daughter? Upon successful completion of this task, a generous reward shall await you, she proposed. Allow me to ponder this for a moment. Jiufang Ming halted, initially inclined to refuse, yet suddenly recalling his own financial constraints, he acquiesced. Ming felt a flicker of confusion. Had this man in black not been indifferent to material wealth, why then did he so readily agree? Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? A flush crept onto her cheeks, and she quickly dismissed the thought. What is happening to me? She mused inwardly, striving to regain her composure. Jiufang Ming turned, his voice low and serious. There is no need for such formalities. I am not as old as you presume. Simply call me Jiuge. Ming smiled in relief, her astonishment growing. Could it be that this masked figure was indeed a youth of similar age? If so, his talent was undeniably formidable. Jiuge, she whispered. He acknowledged her softly. Please, let us first meet with the city lord of Beichuan, she suggested. Jiufang Ming remained silent, nodding slightly as he gestured for her to lead the way. What an odd person, Ming remarked under her breath. Taking the lead, she maintained a pace that ensured Jiufang Ming remained within her sight. Rest assured, I shall not run away, Jiufang Ming said with a hint of exasperation, sensing her deliberate deceleration as she scrutinized him. With your assurance, I feel at ease, Ming replied. Jiufang Ming glided upon his sword, while Ming followed suit, albeit at a leisurely speed, which inevitably tested his patience. Aligning his flying sword alongside hers, Jiufang Ming embraced Ming around her waist. Lifting her onto his own sword, lead the way, he commanded, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Reluctantly, Ming sheathed her sword and directed their path, feeling a blush rise as she found herself cradled in the arms of a stranger. Under her guidance, a grand estate gradually emerged before Jiufang Ming's eyes. This is the place, Ming announced. Jiufang Ming loosened his grip slightly, yet Ming instinctively leaned closer into his embrace, feeling flustered. All right. Jiufang Ming slowed the sword's descent, eventually landing on the ground. Is it not prohibited to ride flying swords within the city? He inquired, suddenly feeling a bit awkward. Beichuan is merely a small town. Such restrictions do not apply here. Ming replied. Jiufang Ming's expression shifted, realizing that his earlier wait at the city gate had been entirely unnecessary. Very well, he said, stowing away his sword as the two began to walk towards the city lord's mansion. The mansion's gates stood firmly shut, imposing and fortified, with guards wielding swords stationed on either side. Upon sensing their approach, the guards immediately became alert. Who are you? They demanded. One of the relatively young guards drew his sword, pointing it at Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming calmly pressed the blade down with his hand and then turned his gaze toward Ming. Sure. We have urgent matters to discuss with the city lord, Ming declared. The young guard scoffed disdainfully. I thought you were someone important. Just another beggar looking for a free meal. Upon hearing this, Jiufang Ming felt a flicker of annoyance and turned to leave. Ming grasped Jiufang Ming's arm, shaking her head. Please inform the city lord. Ming bowed politely. Humph. The city lord is not someone you can meet at will. I advise you to leave. The guard sheathed his sword and turned away. Jiufang Ming seized Ming Ming's hand and leaped into the city lord's residence. Not good. There are assassins. The young guard, sensing the commotion, was taken aback. He swiftly relayed a message to the elite guards within the city lord's estate. Jiufang Ming employed his agility, evading the pursuit of various guards along the way. We are being treated like assassins, Ming remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. Jiufang Ming ignored her, quickening his pace toward the main hall of the city lord's residence. The buildings around them rushed by beneath their feet as Jiufang Ming leaped onto the roof, landing at the main hall. Before the hall stood a heavy guard, and beyond them was a middle-aged man. He must be the city lord, Jiufang Ming surmised, preparing to step forward to discuss matters. Humph. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, his voice piercingly clear. Both Jiufang Ming and Ming Jinming frowned. It was evident that their arrival was unwelcome. Did Wang the old thief send you? The middle-aged man emerged from the ranks of guards, fixing his gaze upon Jiufang Ming and Ming Jinming. How absurd, Jiufang Ming retorted, his tone frosty. We are not assassins. Ming Jinming stepped forward, asserting, there must be some misunderstanding that as she approached. The guards raised their swords, wary of both her and Jiufang Ming. The guards were well trained, their ranks orderly and loyal, while the strength of a single guard might be dismissed. A group of them was a formidable barrier. Still trying to argue, the middle-aged man pointed accusingly at them. Clearly, there is a misunderstanding, Ming Jinming stated. The middle-aged man gradually calmed down, lowering his raised hand slightly. Step back. Everyone retreat. The middle-aged man eagerly accepted the notice and commanded, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding indeed. The man sought to ingratiate himself with Ming Jinming and Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming let out a slight snort. Seeing the misunderstanding resolved, Ming Jinming began discussing related matters with the man. That I have been the city lord of Beichuan for over 6 years. In recent years, bandits have wreaked havoc, leaving the people in dire straits. Even my daughter was abducted by bandits just a few days ago, Chu Guanghe lamented, casting a pleading glance at Jiufang Ming. This matter will be entrusted to me, and that this esteemed elder, Ming Jinming said. Zhu Guanghe bowed deeply, clasping his hands in respect. As for those guards who disseminated erroneous information, I shall promptly command their departure. What say you? Observing Jiufang Ming's impassive demeanor, Zhu Guanghe continued with utmost reverence. Jiufang Ming shook his head, then turned his gaze upon Zhu Guanghe. Had I foreseen this, I would have acted differently from the outset. Ming Jinming concurred with notable agreement. Zhu Guanghe stood awkwardly in place, subsequently exhaling a resigned sigh. That old scoundrel possesses the ability to control illusory beasts, and that I am powerless against him, Zhu Guanghe lamented. Jiufang Ming's mind stirred at the mention of controlling illusory beasts. Such a person's emergence renders you culpable. Jiufang Ming pointed an icy finger at Zhu Guanghe. Aware of his own shortcomings, Zhu Guanghe remained silent, absorbing Jiufang Ming's admonishment. That I humbly ask you to show mercy. Esteemed elder, Zhu Guanghe implored. As for the title of elder, let us dispense with it. I cannot assist you without due recompense. Jiufang Ming reflected for a moment before speaking. Zhu Guanghe then raised his head with delight, exclaiming, monetary matters pose no obstacle. Esteemed elder, speak your desires. I shall fulfill them. Ming Jinming observed the unfolding events, receiving the map presented by Zhu Guanghe, which marked their target location. Jiufang Ming then mused, I fear you may not be able to afford it. With that, he strode purposefully upwards, with Ming Jinming closely trailing behind. Zhu Guanghe watched the two depart with earnest eyes, his hands tightly clenched. No matter the cost, I shall ensure my beloved daughter returns safely. Volume 1, Chapter 34. The ambushed Jiufang Ming traversed the skies upon his sword, with Ming Jinming naturally following suit, wary that a moment's negligence might result in her losing track of him. Jiufang Ming's character remained inscrutable, leaving Ming Jinming with no choice but to adhere closely. Chives, Ming Jinming tentatively called out, uncertain if Jiufang Ming had heard her. Jiufang Ming nodded slightly, the black hem of his garments billowing in the wind. His hat lifted by the gusts. Adjusting his hat, Jiufang Ming finally turned to regard Ming Jinming. Not far ahead lay the lair of Wang Yuanlong. Shall we continue our journey upon the sword? Or shall we walk? Ming Jinming inquired. Leaving the decision to Jiufang Ming. On foot, Jiufang Ming replied, slowing the speed of his flying sword to signal for a descent ahead. The ability to manipulate illusory beasts implied formidable strength. Within Jiufang Ming's experience, he had yet to encounter anyone capable of truly commanding such creatures at will. Ming Jinming nodded in affirmation, closely trailing Jiufang Ming as they gradually descended. The pair alighted in an open expanse, which represented the most critical breakthrough point at this juncture. Jiufang Ming's plan was to obliterate the lair, eradicating the roots of the threat to prevent future troubles. Slow your pace. Jiufang Ming turned to see Ming Jinming walking nonchalantly, thus gently reprimanding her. Ming Jinrim perceived no cause for concern. With her acute senses, she discerned nothing amiss in the vicinity, identifying the concealed dangers merely as the wild beasts of the forest, whose power paled in comparison to that of illusory beasts. Dissatisfied, Ming Jinrim slowed her pace and began to curiously scrutinize Jiufang Ming. Clad in a robe of deepest black and wearing a wooden hat, his demeanor was shrouded in secrecy. Could he perhaps be a young scion of a prominent family? Ming Jinrim mused to herself. In order to observe Jiufang Ming more directly, she stealthily positioned herself beside him. Unperturbed, Jiufang Ming lowered his hat, concealing much of his illusionary martial prowess to avoid detection, striving to appear as inconspicuous as possible. That I say, Chives, how old are you? Ming Jinrim inquired, attempting to discern a hint of expression beneath the nearly impenetrable brim of his hat. In response to her question, Jiufang Ming intended to fabricate a reply. 20 years old, he stated nonchalantly. Ming Jinrim nodded thoughtfully. At such an age, reaching the 5th tier of an illusionist could only be considered average talent, which eased her mind considerably. What about you? Jiufang Ming then asked, glancing towards the sun to orient himself before gently guiding Ming Jinrim towards their destination. That a flush crept across her cheeks as the breeze lifted the hem of her light brown floral dress. Her dark hair adorned with delicate green jasmine bamboo hairpins. The pair, a man and a woman, meandered through the desolate woods, where the occasional chirping of birds mingled with the careless hanging of venomous snakes from the treetops. Wait a moment. Jiufang Ming halted abruptly. Ming Jinrim, unable to stabilize herself in time, collided against his back, causing ripples of surprise to surge within her. Feeling an unexpected softness, Jiufang Ming's face flushed, and he cleared his throat. What did I it? Ming Jinrim inquired. Her face slightly reddened, lips parted in confusion. Here, Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings before speaking in a low voice. Ming Jinrim too sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence and understood his meaning. Becoming acutely alert as she drew her longsword at that very moment, the birds in the forest scattered in fright, sensing the presence of a powerful and unfamiliar energy. Simultaneously, Jiufang Ming unsheathed his longsword. Scanning the vicinity as expected, within his range of awareness, dozens of figures emerged, converging upon them with hostile intent. This is not good, Jiufang Ming exclaimed, pulling Ming Jinrim along as they retreated deeper into the woods. Ming Jinrim, caught off guard, felt herself teetering on the brink of falling, only to be swiftly hoisted onto Jiufang Ming's back. What a troublesome woman, he murmured softly to himself. Hearing his mutterings, Ming Jinrim struggled to dismount from his back. If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you, Jiufang Ming chastised, his speed greatly hampered by her movements. Surrounded by foes, he resolutely chose to break through one side in search of an escape. Remaining stationary and confronting them head-on would inevitably lead to the depletion of his illusionary energy. Upon hearing Jiufang Ming's reprimand, Ming Jinrim fell silent, obediently lying on his back, instinctively resting her head against his right shoulder. You young ones, meet your demise swiftly, a sharp voice echoed through the air. Jiufang Ming halted, realizing that an unavoidable battle was imminent. I fear you are the one truly courting death, he retorted coldly. Channeling illusionary energy into his longsword. Let me down, Ming Jinrim urged, sensing the dire situation and wishing to join the fray. Did you not hear my words? If you wish to perish, I shall not hinder you. Jiufang Ming spoke coldly, a murderous intent gradually enveloping him. After contemplating the situation, Ming Jie, understanding the pros and cons, chose silence and held Jiufang Ming tightly. This life of mine, Ming Jie, now belongs to you, she declared, recalling that had it not been for the timely appearance of the young man in the black robe, she would have likely become a soul beneath the claws of a leopard. And this city would have surely faced calamity. In the face of this ambush, Ming Jie felt a twinge of regret for having revealed the notice. She silently chastised herself for her naivety. Resilient, undisturbed by honor or disgrace, this realization made Ming Jie lower her gaze in self-reproach. They are coming, Jiufang Ming hissed, then swiftly moved to confront the hidden adversaries. Despite carrying Ming Jie, his speed was remarkably swift, far surpassing that of any illusionist of the same tier. Shadows darted through the forest, brandishing blades as they charged at Jiufang Ming. He leapt into the air, evading the slashes of two assailants, and landed deftly upon a tree branch. This is troublesome, Jiufang Ming remarked, as carrying someone on his back made both movement and defense a challenge, draining his stamina while demanding his focus. Ming Jie bit her crimson lip, remaining silent. What you witness shortly must not be disclosed, Jiufang Ming cautioned, a flicker of concern crossing his mind as numerous foes surged towards them. Although the attackers were merely illusionists, their overwhelming numbers had already alarmed the snakes. If Jiufang Ming did not act swiftly, countless more would inevitably descend upon them, complicating their escape even further. Among them is an illusionist, Jiufang Ming announced. Ming Jie expressed surprise, recalling that the Lord of Beichuan had mentioned these were merely common mountain bandits. Aside from Wang Yuanlong, who was adept at manipulating illusion beasts and possessed formidable prowess, according to Chu Guanghe, his subordinates were merely fledgling low-tier illusionists. Ming Jie had dared to unveil the notice precisely because she believed a mere mountain bandit would pose no challenge for her alone. Yet before she could even deliver the notice, she was ensnared by illusion beasts and nearly lost her life. She had been outmaneuvered. Realization dawned on Ming Jie regarding Chu Guanghe's intentions. A ploy to draw the tiger from its mountain? Jiufang Ming mused, his brow furrowed. He truly dares to conceive such a scheme. Jiufang Ming scoffed. Chu Guanghe is indeed no virtuous man. His governance of the city is utterly chaotic, allowing bandits to wreak havoc. He stated, promptly mobilizing a large contingent towards Wang Yuanlong's stronghold. As the city lord, he possessed the authority to command troops, and his numbers were not to be underestimated. What if the city lord? The guard delivering the message glanced toward Chu Guanghe. Rest assured, Wang Yuanlong is indeed a master of the illusionary king level. The two of them are undoubtedly doomed. We shall take advantage of this opportunity to capture them alive. And then, Chu Guanghe remarked, indeed, I shall entrust this matter to you, he continued, casting a nod towards his bodyguard. The subordinate vowed to live up to the expectations of the city lord. The bodyguard was overjoyed. For Chu Guanghe's words had implicitly sanctioned his promotion, and thoughts of generous remuneration and elevated status filled his mind as he nodded eagerly. Jiufang Ming leaped down from the tree, effortlessly dispatching 3 illusionists without a trace of blood staining his longsword. Devourer technique, Jiufang Ming silently chanted. The earlier Devourer technique was recorded in a jade slip, and after Jiufang Ming's contemplation, it became a part of the essence of Yuan Dust. The technique of devouring illusionary martial arts entails transforming the Devourer technique, which Jiufang Ming had mastered, into an integral part of himself. Illusion practitioners cultivate illusionary martial arts, which are acquired postnatally, while techniques akin to Illusion Dust are innate martial arts. Thus, Jiufang Ming gained an additional trump card, albeit one that would today extinguish countless lives. That a palpable aura of death enveloped Jiufang Ming as he grasped the neck of one illusionist, feeling a powerful surge of illusionary energy coursing into his dantian. The Devourer technique is indeed formidable. A faint crimson hue flickered in Jiufang Ming's eyes. The illusionist whose neck he had seized convulsed violently, blood streaming from his eyes as he struggled with all his might. Spare my life, that he gasped, before succumbing to lifelessness. What have you done? Ming Jingming exclaimed in horror, gazing at the illusionist's lifeless form discarded by Jiufang Ming. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Jiufang Ming replied coldly. Volume 1, Chapter 35. Underhanded schemes. Jiufang Ming nonchalantly stepped over the corpse of the illusionist, then turned his gaze towards the remaining illusion practitioners, his eyes chillingly reminiscent of death itself. Piercing into their very souls, the few remaining illusionists retreated a few steps in trepidation. The sinister illusionary martial arts employed by the black-clad youth were unsettling, and they looked to the leader. Xia Yongyan, you are no match for him. The lean man halted, signaling his subordinates to withdraw for the time being. They were all secretly astonished. Xia Yongyan was a 7th-tier illusionist. Was he truly preparing to engage directly? Which often bred arrogance, he still possessed the confidence to stand tall against Jiufang Ming. How noisy! Jiufang Ming sensed the unusual aura emanating from the man and focused on Xia Yongyan, surprised to discover that his cultivation level surpassed his own. However, that little lady of yours is quite impressive. After the boss has dealt with you. The man named Wang Xinwei leered, casting lingering glances at Ming Jingming before reluctantly shifting his gaze away. Ming Jingming, who was being carried on Jiufang Ming's back, clenched her delicate fists, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at Wang Xinwei. Is it not true that you have a preference for handsome men? A youth beside the lean man remarked with a grin, directing his gaze at Wang Xinwei. The comment struck a nerve, leaving Wang Xinwei momentarily speechless, engulfed in embarrassment. Jiufang Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. The world is indeed replete with wonders, yet encountering someone like Wang Xinwei was truly a first for him. Without further ado, let us engage in battle, Jiufang Ming declared, his fighting spirit surging, the illusory elemental force uncontrollably surging toward his longsword. Xia Yongyan, with a somber expression, regarded Jiufang Ming, his own illusory elemental force stirring as he unsheathed his longsword, eye in the face of Xia Yongyan, whose cultivation surpassed his own. Jiufang Ming realized that employing the devouring elemental technique might not only prove ineffective, but could also backfire. Could he truly contend with a 7th-tier illusion master? Ming Jingming murmured softly, her gaze distant. In her eyes, no matter how formidable Jiufang Ming was, he could not overturn the reality of being outmatched by Xia Yongyan's superior cultivation. This battle would almost certainly determine their fates, and Jiufang Ming steeled his mind, remaining vigilant against any lurking threats. "Do not fear. If we cannot triumph, we can always flee," Jiufang Ming said softly, turning to glance at Ming Jingming. Ming Jingming's eyes were filled with complex emotions as she looked at Jiufang Ming. If only what he said could ring true, it would be splendid. But how could a 7th-tier illusion master like Xia Yongyan possibly grant Jiufang Ming even the slightest chance? With a swift motion, Jiufang Ming's illusory elemental force roared with intensity. After being consumed by the devouring elemental technique, the concentration of his illusory elemental force had reached the level of a 6th-tier illusion master. Yet in terms of cultivation, nothing had changed. "You shall perish," Xia Yongyan bellowed, his longsword rising lightly as he advanced swiftly, leaping directly toward Jiufang Ming, faced with a strike from a 7th-tier illusion master. Jiufang Ming could not afford to be careless. He remained on high alert, striving to avoid being incapacitated by a single blow. It was certain that he could not win, but he must also find a way to escape. "Damn that Zhu Guanghe!" Jiufang Ming's expression darkened as he deduced Zhu Guanghe's intentions. Initially, he believed Zhu Guanghe intended for him and Ming Jingming to take the lead, drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair, only to provide support later. However, upon reflection, Zhu Guanghe proved to be cunningly shrewd. Jiufang Ming now found himself besieged, and if Zhu Guanghe were to dispatch more men to encircle him while feigning camaraderie with Wang Yuanlong, he could achieve 2 goals with 1 arrow. "I shall make you pay dearly for this." Jiufang Ming coldly tightened his grip on the sword, with immediate priority being to withstand Xia Yongyan's strike. Xia Yongyan's longsword was already at Jiufang Ming's throat, yet in an instant, Jiufang Ming vanished from his position, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. "A mere parlor trick," Xia Yongyan scoffed, recognizing the fearsome skill required to create such an illusionary remnant. However, in Xia Yongyan's eyes, this was merely the last gasp of a dying ember. His own technique far surpassed that of Jiufang Ming. "Then let us see," Jiufang Ming taunted, his longsword aimed at Xia Yongyan. With one hand occupied supporting Ming Jingming, he could only free one hand to both attack and defend. His figure shifted rapidly, kicking up clouds of dust as he charged toward the previous entrance, preparing to utilize his flying sword to distance himself from this place. What astonishing speed! Wang Sunwei gazed into the distance, where Jiufang Ming had already vanished from sight. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and pursue," Xia Yongyan barked, a finger pressing against Wang Sunwei's forehead. "But this," Wang Sunwei replied with a wry smile. "Damn it. A bunch of useless fools." Xia Yongyan glared at the direction where Jiufang Ming had disappeared. Seething with frustration, the coveted prize had slipped away, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Under the impression that Jiufang Ming would engage in a life-and-death struggle with him, Xia Yongyan was taken aback to realize that the former was merely toying with him. A slight frown creased his brow. Pursuing further would yield nothing but futility. Beyond the forest, a substantial force lay encamped, led by a gaunt guard who, brimming with enthusiasm, brandished his long sword and fixed his gaze upon the entrance. It would not be long before the two would emerge, the guard declared, clenching his fist in anticipation. With hundreds of elite soldiers at his back, he felt confident in his ability to capture Jiufang Ming and his companion. The irony of commanding those who once held a higher status than himself filled him with a sense of vindication. As expected, the birds at the forest's edge suddenly took flight in fright, indicating an unusual commotion. "Capture them alive," the slender guard exclaimed with delight, issuing the order. Should he succeed, not only would he ascend in rank, but he would also garner an unprecedented level of respect within the city. Allowing his spine to finally straighten with pride, Jiufang Ming had already discerned that a considerable force was blocking the exit. Confirming his suspicions, stopping in his tracks, he set down Ming Jingdream, narrowing his eyes as he lowered his hat once more. "You all shall perish," Jiufang Ming stated coldly. The guard, spotting Jiufang Ming, strode forward with an air of triumph. "I say, do you no longer recognize me?" the guard remarked, disdainfully poking Jiufang Ming's chest. "Though, this little girl isn't too bad." But what a pity. The guard circled behind Jiufang Ming, casting a regretful glance at Ming Dream. Ming Dream regarded the guard with contempt, her eyes filled with disdain, while Jiufang Ming remained silent. Do you have anything further to say? Jiufang Ming replied frostily, not deigning to meet the guard's gaze. That should be my question to you. The guard retorted, his anger palpable. I afforded you an opportunity. Jiufang Ming scoffed, just as the guard was about to erupt. Jiufang Ming swiftly silenced him with a strike to the throat, killing him instantly. Blood gushed forth, some splattering onto Jiufang Ming's black robe. He wiped away the stains with irritation, only to notice an unusual expression on Ming Dream's face. Intangible yet profoundly affecting his psyche, Jiufang Ming drew his sword, and without Ming Ming's presence on his back, his movements became markedly more fluid and swift. In the blink of an eye, Jiufang Ming descended into the throng of people. Devour the Yuan technique, he silently commanded within. There was no need for mercy towards this group, and he certainly would not spare the scheming Chu Guanghe. After crushing the throat of an illusionist with his hand, Jiufang Ming swiftly absorbed his illusory Yuan power, feeling a gratifying flow of energy surging through his meridians, filling his dantian to the brim. Still, it was not enough. The aura of murder thickened around Jiufang Ming as he wielded his sword. He conjured a flying sword and aimed it at the illusionist. Although the fleeing figure was clad in armor, Jiufang Ming's sword cleaved through both the armor and his right leg, revealing a ghastly white bone beneath. A scream of agony erupted, followed by endless struggles, and then silence. As the sword rose and fell, the surge of illusory Yuan power animated severed limbs, which rained down like drops of rain in Jiufang Ming's wake. At that moment, the cries of despair and pleas for mercy became the predominant melody. Ming, witnessing the horrific scene from a distance, felt a chill run down his spine. The pungent scent of blood made him retch involuntarily. Was this still human? Ming pondered, aghast at how Jiufang Ming had reduced once whole beings to mere chunks of flesh, a scene most macabre. Blood drenched Jiufang Ming's entire being, yet his sword bore not a single stain. He surveyed the desolate surroundings, shrouded in thick blood mist, before sheathing his sword with satisfaction. Volume 1, Chapter 36. In collusion, Jiufang Ming sheathed his sword, gazing at the sprawled bodies on the ground. He instinctively covered his nose. It was his first act of violence, and the nauseating sensation was inescapable, especially with the acrid stench of blood permeating the air. He paid no attention to the possessions of the deceased, but, as he departed, casually pocketed some low-grade yuan stones into his storage ring. Who would turn away from wealth? Jiufang Ming had profited from the dead, leaving Ming perplexed. Previously, Jiufang Ming had outright refused her reward. Was it merely an act of false modesty, or did he disdain the riches of women? Little did he expect that the old scoundrel Chu had such ulterior motives. Jiufang Ming coldly remarked that he had nearly been cornered. All due to Chu Guanghe's machinations. You are devoid of compassion. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A surge of murderous intent welled within Jiufang Ming. The proclamation by Chu Guanghe concealed ulterior motives. What is the matter? Ming inquired, utterly bewildered. Initially, she believed Jiufang Ming was merely outmatched by Xia Yongyan, but now, hearing Jiufang Ming's words, she sensed that the situation was far more intricate than she had imagined. Jiufang Ming coldly elucidated Chu Guanghe's conspiracy, the oppressive aura of a fifth-tier illusionist leaking uncontrollably outward. The gentle breeze dispersed the acrid scent of blood, simultaneously drawing a multitude of foraging beasts to the scene. However, upon sensing the terrifying aura of Jiufang Ming, they all retreated to the depths of the grass, lurking at a safe distance. You are duplicitous, Chu Guanghe, Ming Dream exclaimed with a hint of ire. Yet she could not help but admire the cunning of the young man in the black robe before her. His ability to deduce so astutely revealed his extraordinary nature. Jiufang Ming turned his gaze toward Ming Dream, a cold smirk playing on his lips. You are hardly better than him. I am steadfastly committed to goodness. Do not presume that saving me grants you the right to take advantage. Ming Dream's cherry lips parted slightly as she angrily pointed at Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming naturally referred to the incident where Ming Dream had struck him with her whip. At this moment, she remained oblivious to her true identity, and he seized the opportunity to toy with her. Because of you, I nearly lost my life. Jiufang Ming replied icily, his words laden with double meaning, while Ming Dream mistakenly believed he was lamenting the burden she had placed upon him. How could Jiufang Ming ever forget that whip? The searing pain, the overwhelming sensation that engulfed his entire being, was etched into his memory. This vendetta must be avenged, and he intended to repay it tenfold. 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Without you, I would have escaped unscathed. Ming Dream retorted with a hint of dissatisfaction, yet her demeanor betrayed her unease, as she feared her recent words might incite Jiufang Ming's wrath. It was well known that Jiufang Ming was decisive in his methods of retribution. If he truly wished to harm Ming Dream, he could do so in an instant. However, considering that she was the granddaughter of Ming Feizhou and out of respect for their master-disciple bond, he refrained from using force against her to truly vanquish Ming Dream and redeem his honor. He sought to conquer her heart and mind. Jiufang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, deep in thought, as he propped his chin on his hand. Observing Ming Dream, he lifted the brim of his hat just enough for their gazes to lock. Ming Dream felt a peculiar flutter within her heart as she turned her head away, pondering if he held any interest in her. Yet, he was rather handsome. Jiufang Ming intentionally lowered his voice, awkwardly brushing his fingertip across the tip of his nose. Ming Dream's chest rose and fell gently. Upon hearing Jiufang Ming's compliment, her heart raced like a startled deer, an unfamiliar sensation welling within her. "What is happening to me?" she murmured to herself. Jiufang Ming, dismissively walking past her, reflected on the irony of the situation. This woman, who had nearly become his wife, had almost cost him his life. Had it not been for Huan Yin's healing, he would have long since succumbed to death, fulfilling Ming Dream's wish. The scene from that fateful day replayed vividly in Jiufang Ming's mind. "If you swear an oath to the heavens, I shall let you go." Ming Dream regained her composure, adopting a demeanor of gentle serenity. "What oath?" "Simply swear not to take me as your wife." Ming Dream replied nonchalantly. "Very well, I swear." Jiufang Ming struggled to utter the words, his heart brimming with fury. Ming Dream smiled in relief, tossing him a pill. "I end this life and the next," Jiufang Ming proclaimed to the heavens. "I shall not marry a woman of the Ming family," Jiufang Ming declared emphatically. Evil must be met with evil. Jiufang Ming resolved to embrace the role of a villain, having been forced by Ming Dream to swear an oath to the heavens through extreme measures. He now devised a plan to exact his revenge on her. "I shall ensure that you willingly accompany me, at which point I shall unveil my true identity." Jiufang Ming's visage bore a certain ferocity, followed by a moment of astonishment at how such thoughts could arise within him. He dismissively shook his head. This notion was clearly inadvisable. Even if he sought vengeance against Ming Ming, he could not deceive a woman's affections. "Let us part ways here," Ming Ming spoke, her gaze lingering on Jiufang Ming, tinged with reluctance. The enigmatic youth clad in black robes, endowed with exceptional talent, was undoubtedly a scion of a prestigious family. Jiufang Ming shook his head, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his eyes brimming with lethal intent, in silent understanding. Ming Ming merely nodded, realizing that Chu Guanghe was indeed doomed to not harm the innocent populace. Ming Ming harbored compassion. She recognized that Jiufang Ming's actions were wrought with bloodshed, and the common people were blameless. Jiufang Ming nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the common folk suffered the most oppression. Eliminating the villain Chu Guanghe would surely alleviate the plight of the people in Beichuan City. With the mountains high and the emperor distant, the recent deeds of Chu Guanghe had likely gone unnoticed by the higher officials of the Yoshan kingdom. Inaction and reckless governance inevitably breed malevolence. Jiufang Ming recalled his father's words during the execution of a corrupt official in Jiufang City during his childhood. This lesson remained etched in his heart, propelling him to care for the common people. He led a contingent of guards to dismantle the stalls of unscrupulous merchant. The lord of the city has met with failure. Another individual attempted to rise. Yet it was merely a final struggle, followed by an ominous silence. Chu Guanghe's gaze was vacant, his hands hanging limply at his sides. At this moment, he could hardly pay heed to the stench in the air. "Is this truly your true visage, Chu Laogo?" Jiufang Ming stood atop the high wall, regarding Chu Guanghe with disdain. "Humph." Chu Guanghe snorted coldly. "Do you think I lack a contingency plan?" He steadied his emotions, aware that Jiufang Ming had come seeking vengeance. "How could I possibly grant you the opportunity?" Seizing the moment, Jiufang Ming lunged forward, his sword aimed at Chu Guanghe's throat. "Hold on," Ming Ming exclaimed loudly. "Why are you so verbose?" Jiufang Ming halted, casting an impatient glance at Ming Ming, but a fleeting instant of pause. Jiufang Ming's long sword continued its trajectory towards Chu Guanghe's throat. Chu Guanghe was merely an untrained mortal. A single ordinary strike from Jiufang Ming could easily extinguish his life. Jiufang Ming's expression shifted as a formidable force suddenly deflected his longsword. Judging by the nature of the attack, the one who executed the technique possessed a cultivation level superior to Jiufang Ming's, and their illusionary elemental power was markedly purer. It appeared that another formidable adversary had emerged. The hidden old rogue could no longer contain himself, Jiufang Ming pondered, preparing to confront the impending crisis. Another treachery is afoot. A chill ran through Jiufang Ming's heart. This Chu Guanghe must not be allowed to survive. You young ones, you are no match for me, Xia Yongyan remarked with a smile as he observed Jiufang Ming. You two have met your ends well. He then turned to Ming Jingming, his face filled with a sense of regret. Upon seeing Xia Yongyan, Chu Guanghe's initial reaction was to dash forward and cling to Xia Yongyan's right leg. Immortal, these two rogues conspired to take my life. I implore you to show mercy. Before Chu Guanghe could finish his plea, Xia Yongyan delivered a kick that sent him sprawling. As he looked at the teeth scattered upon the ground. Were it not for the orders of my superior to spare you for the TI, the Lord's residence stood magnificently, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, providing an expansive battlefield for the clash between Jiufang Ming and Xia Yongyan, where Jiufang Ming's agility would not be overly constrained. Under the blazing sun, the dappled shadows of the trees danced, and a gentle breeze began to stir, carrying with it a faint scent of decay. His longsword resting against his back as he gazed intently at the young man in black robes. A sudden gust of wind tousled a few strands of hair. Draw your sword, Jiufang Ming commanded with a grave tone. Pointing his sword towards the heavens, a stream of fiery light descended from the sky, akin to the phoenix's rebirth, surging towards Xia Yongyan. What technique is this? Xia Yongyan looked at Jiufang Ming in astonishment. Phoenix fire. Ming Jingming was momentarily taken aback. This was an illusion dust technique. Typically, an ordinary illusionist would refrain from using such a resource-intensive technique unless faced with life and death, as even performers required several days to recover after its execution. It seems that the young man in black has merely awakened to illusion dust, his innate talent not significantly surpassing her own, Ming Jingming mused, feeling a flicker of hope. Witnessing Jiufang Ming take the initiative with an illusion dust technique sent a chill through her heart. This battle was a matter of life and death. Killed Chu Guanghe. The ethereal force surged rapidly, encircling Jiufang Ming's form, causing his hat to flutter slightly as the dark robe danced in the currents of the mystical energy. The trees swayed, producing faint sounds, and the door, which had not been entirely secured, was abruptly pushed shut by the wind with a loud bang. Xia Yongyan held his sword horizontally before him, striving to shield himself from the impending harm. The blinding radiance of the flowing fire compelling him to turn his head away. As Xia Yongyan slowly opened his eyes, the anticipated assault had not materialized. He merely felt a gentle breeze brush past his cheek, followed by an unsettling calm. Who goes there? Jiufang Ming was taken aback. His previous strike had been executed with great effort, yet it was effortlessly thwarted, and it was inconceivable that Xia Yongyan could have intervened in time, suggesting the involvement of another. Senior Jiutsai. Ming Jindream's voice echoed from behind Jiufang Ming, who turned to see Ming Jindream being held captive by an unfamiliar man. Jiufang Ming's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded the man. May I inquire, esteemed senior, why? Jiufang Ming bowed respectfully, for the man's strength was beyond his ability to ascertain, far exceeding his perceptual range. Wang Yuanlong narrowed his eyes, releasing Ming Jindream and nodding slightly. I ask you, why do you assist the tyrants? Wang Yuanlong pressed his sword against Ming Jindream's back. Jiufang Ming found himself perplexed at this accusation of aiding tyranny. I beseech you, esteemed senior, to enlighten me. Jiufang Ming clasped his hands, aware that Ming Jindream's life hinged upon his every word and action. Any displeasure from Wang Yuanlong could swiftly turn her into a target. Why did you accept the edict of Chu Guanghe? Xia Yongyan interjected. At that time, it was a matter of witnessing injustice and drawing my sword to assist, only to later discover that this Chu Guanghe is the true villain. Jiufang Ming replied with utmost respect, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. However, he refrained from revealing the details of Ming Jindream's removal from the edict, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications, and thus endeavored to keep his words succinct and his tone controlled. This fellow has managed to endure under the pressure of the boss for so long. What manner of creature is he? Xia Yongyan pondered, casting a glance at Jiufang Ming, who maintained a composed demeanor, recalling that he himself had only withstood Wang Yuanlong's scrutiny for a fleeting moment. Wang Yuanlong nodded, turning his gaze toward Jiufang Ming while gently pushing Ming Jindream aside. So, by your account, you too were deceived by Chu Guanghe. Xia Yongyan mused thoughtfully. There remains some misunderstanding. Once the threat to Ming Jindream was lifted, she felt emboldened to speak. Pray, enlighten us, Wang Yuanlong urged. Ming Jindream parted her delicate lips, pointing at the crumpled figure of Chu Guanghe on the ground. This Chu Guangha, outwardly compliant, yet secretly treacherous, feigned a generous offer of gold to enlist our aid in eliminating a villain, only to use us as bait. Continue, Xia Yongyan prompted. He then trapped the two of us, using this as a pretext to feign an alliance with you, esteemed senior. It was this collusion that birthed the misunderstanding, Ming Jindream explained, yet Jiufang Ming frowned slightly upon hearing this. Why is Ming Jindream being so verbose? Wang Yuanlong, I share no enmity or grudge with you. Why then do you relentlessly target me? Chu Guangha's eyes gradually became clouded, revealing the signs of age, as he feebly uttered. Wang Yuanlong lifted Chu Guangha and delivered a resounding slap to jolt him back to awareness. In pain, Chu Guangha's bloodied lips revealed a tooth. Look closely. Do you not recognize who I am? Wang Yuanlong suddenly bellowed. Chu Guangha, unable to discern the meaning, gazed at Wang Yuanlong with a pitiable expression. Do you not remember the country road, a mother and her child? Wang Yuanlong, calming himself slightly, spoke, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Chu Guangha stared at Wang Yuanlong, speechless for a prolonged moment. So it is you. You are that little bastard. Chu Guangha shrieked madly. Merely for obstructing your path. You severed my fingers and abandoned me in the wilderness. You flayed my mother and boiled her for 3 days. I hate it that the roots of resentment remain unextinguished. I hate it. Chu Guangha spat a mouthful of crimson blood. So, my leader, you harbor such a past. Xia Yongyan's eyes glistened with tears. For all these years, Wang Yuanlong had borne solitude and loneliness alone. Yet after solitude and loneliness comes boundless brilliance. Wang Yuanlong, now ascending to the Illusion King, seeks to avenge his mother's murder. However, Wang Yuanlong's ambitions extend far beyond this. Ascending to the Illusion Emperor would grant him the power to resurrect the dead and restore bones to flesh. Yet by then, the tides of time would have likely eroded his most fundamental emotions. I shall not allow your demise to be so simple. Wang Yuanlong grinned ominously, intent on forcing Chu Guangha to endure every torment. What do you intend to do? Bring it all upon me. Resulting in a sickening crack as his bones shattered. A howl reminiscent of a slaughtered beast echoed through the Lord's manor. Once a bastion of authority, it has now transformed into a hall of the underworld. It is not over yet. Wang Yuanlong remarked with a cold laugh. I shall make you witness your daughter endure the very agony that my mother suffered, Wang Yuanlong declared, thereafter instructing Xia Yongyan on the specifics of his plan. Upon receiving Wang Yuanlong's message, Xia Yongyan was momentarily stunned before complying. To eradicate the roots of resentment is imperative, Wang Yuanlong asserted. Some grievances, whether 3 years, 10 years, a century, or even a millennium, remain unresolved. Jiufang Ming cast a meaningful glance at Ming Jindream. Volume 1, Chapter 38. The Many Affections Bestowed, Not Merely a Decade. Wang Yuanlong gazed complexly at the distant sky, his heart a tumult of emotions. With a quiet calculation, Jiufang Ming pondered the path from a tender child to the realm of the Illusion King. Recognizing that even with exceptional talent, it would require over 30 years, has Wang Yuanlong truly endured for 3 decades. The elder could have sought vengeance long ago. Why the delay? Jiufang Ming cast a puzzled glance at Wang Yuanlong. Allowing him to perish so easily would not honor the spirit of my mother above. Wang Yuanlong replied coldly. Originally, this old scoundrel Chu was nearing his end, yet I secretly dispatched someone to extend his life. So he may now suffer a fate worse than death. Wang Yuanlong spoke with profound significance. Jiufang Ming was taken aback, realizing the wisdom of experience. Old age indeed brings sharper insights. Elder brother, everything has been arranged. Wang Yuanlong proposed. Ming Jingming exchanged a glance with Jiufang Ming, and they both nodded in agreement. Such hospitality from the elder is hard to refuse, Ming Jingming remarked, recognizing that declining might invite further trouble. A sentiment echoed by Jiufang Ming. The three then directed their jade slips to fly as the desolate lord's mansion stood empty behind them, a chilling wind sweeping through, carrying a few withered leaves. Outside the lord's mansion, a commotion erupted in the streets, where yellow paper littered the ground. The lord is dead. The lord is dead. The news of the lord's demise spread throughout Beichuan City. Wonderful, that wretched lord is finally dead. Thus, the legend of the 3 heroes gathered in unity circulated, rescuing the common folk from their dire straits. In truth, the populace was well aware that the series of heinous acts had been instigated by the lord. Ah, youth. Wang Yuanlong smiled lightly, shaking his head in resignation. Wang Yuanlong's hideout was vast yet concealed, leading to a considerable expenditure of time in its search. It has been so long since I ventured out that I struggled to locate my own sanctuary, Wang Yuanlong admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Home, Jiufang Ming murmured. What troubles you? Wang Yuanlong inquired. It's nothing, merely a sense of longing for home. Jiufang Ming shook his head, responding that it appears that you are not a native of the Yu merchant kingdom. And to where do you wander? Wang Yuanlong asked, observing Jiufang Ming's attire. Then realizing he had pried too much that I come from the Min dynasty, with an uncertain destination, wandering the ends of the earth. Jiufang Ming remarked, exhibiting no trace of displeasure. Minzhao, I have a friend who also hails from Minzhao. Ming Jindream recalled that Jiufang Ming was likewise from Minzhao. Perhaps we may have the chance to meet. Jiufang Ming feigned surprise, secretly harboring disdain. Ming Jindream's claim of friendship elicited a slight aversion within him. If Ming Jindream were to uncover the true identity of Jiuge, he would likely turn against him. What? Are you not acquainted? Wang Yuanlong inquired with a hint of astonishment, for the black-robed youth had previously fought valiantly to protect the maiden, a fact confirmed by the dispatched cheetah. It is merely a chance encounter. Jiufang Ming replied nonchalantly. In his current guise, he was Jiuge, and his interaction with Ming Jindream was nothing more than the fleeting passage of strangers, a mere happenstance. The life of a phantom cultivator can be perceived as lengthy or brief. Jiufang Ming, possessing the essence of eternal life, would not see his years dwindle beneath a century. By then, the seas would have transformed into fields, yet the firmament would remain unchanged, rendering all individuals mere travelers of time, as well as transient companions to one another. A chance encounter, indeed. Ming Jindream mused, momentarily lost in thought, realizing that in Jiuge's eyes, she was merely a passerby. Unbeknownst to her, her heart quietly acknowledged that this young man before her was one to whom she could entrust her life. Continuing his stroll alongside Wang Yuanlong, while Ming Jindream walked alone behind them, after traversing several hundred steps, the view ahead suddenly opened up, although it was a mountain stronghold. The years of dedication Wang Yuanlong had poured into its development rendered it akin to a small town. Here is my little sanctuary, Wang Yuanlong declared. Ming Jindream, beholding the expansive stronghold, felt an immediate sense of tranquility wash over her. Jiufang Ming and Wang Yuanlong meandered aimlessly, engrossed in discussions pertaining to cultivation. Ming Jindream found herself naturally sidelined. Reluctantly, she continued on her solitary path, until the sight of a familiar figure made her halt. What happened? Wang Yuanlong, caught up in his animated conversation with Jiufang Ming. Noticed Ming Jindream's sudden absence. Ming Jindream's gaze fixed upon the nearby cheetah, a tingling unease creeping into her heart. Bao, come here, Wang Yuanlong called. And the cheetah obediently bounded toward him. It seems Bao had a previous altercation with you. There is no need for concern. He is merely my spirit pet, Wang Yuanlong explained. Only then did Ming Jindream relax her guard, recognizing that with Wang Yuanlong's prowess, subduing a phantom beast as a pet was indeed a trivial matter. Master, this fellow appears to adopt. The cheetah looked up at Wang Yuanlong and conveyed telepathically. He is currently my guest. Our prior misunderstandings were mere miscommunications, Wang Yuanlong replied. Their minds seamlessly intertwined in silent discourse. He seems to belong to the demon clan. The cheetah expressed its apprehension. The demon clan. Wang Yuanlong furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared that this young man's identity was somewhat obscure. However, such matters were beyond his purview. If, as Bao suggested, he truly belonged to a reclusive demonic clan, then it was a predicament he could not afford to provoke. Jiufang Ming also surmised that Wang Yuanlong and the leopard were communicating telepathically. Considering the possibility of Jiufang Ming being of demonic lineage, his demeanor grew increasingly deferential. Noticing the shift in Wang Yuanlong's attitude, which was no longer as affable as before, Jiufang Ming felt somewhat at a loss. The younger generation is known as Jiuzai. Jiufang Ming was inwardly alarmed, nearly revealing his true name. The thought of the troubles that would ensue from exposure made his scalp tingle. Ming Jindream, he decided, clearly not using his real name. Wang Yuanlong contemplated this. Jiufang Ming warranted special treatment, and he could not afford to neglect such an esteemed guest. Ming Jindream was also aware that Jiuzai was merely a pseudonym. As he was unwilling to divulge more, she refrained from pressing further. The name was inconsequential. It was the young man she was enamored with that truly mattered. Witnessing Wang Yuanlong's change in demeanor towards the two of them, Ming Jindream developed a higher regard and fondness for Jiufang Ming. After conversing for a while, Jiufang Ming learned that Wang Yuanlong had already arranged accommodations, prompting him to proceed on his own. During his journey, he encountered a familiar stranger. It is you, the elder exclaimed with surprise upon seeing Jiufang Ming. What brings you here? The elder, who had previously been seated on a stone, rose in confusion. The elder, well aware that Jiufang Ming was no ordinary person, deftly caught the vial and eagerly opened it. Yugagu Shisue Dan, he gasped, recognizing its significance. The fragrant aroma wafted from the vial, prompting an exclamation. This particular elixir could extend his lifespan by several decades. The elder shook the vial, realizing there was more than one within. Grateful beyond measure, he wished to express his thanks, but found Jiufang Ming had already vanished from sight. Sometimes, a passerby is a harbinger of opportunity. Following Wang Yuanlong's directions, Jiufang Ming found his lodging. Upon opening the door, he sensed movement behind him and turned to find a young man staring intently at him. Wang Xinwei, the boss has instructed that this guest must not be disturbed. Another young man rushed over, tugging at Wang Xinwei. But Wang Xinwei gazed longingly at Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming frowned slightly, pondering whether Wang Xinwei harbored any interest in him. Speak your mind swiftly, Jiufang Ming said nonchalantly, stepping into the room. Brother, take me as your subordinate. Wang Xinwei's face lit up with joy as he looked at Jiufang Ming, clutching his sleeve. Jiufang Ming was left speechless. In this day and age, the world was vast and filled with all sorts of characters that I do not accept subordinates. Jiufang Ming replied coldly that I meant to say, take me as your younger brother. Wang Xinwei realized Jiufang Ming might have misheard him and reiterated his request. Jiufang Ming's lips quivered slightly as he contemplated Wang Xinwei, surprised to discover his fondness for male beauty, and even more so that he had mistakenly regarded Ming Ming as his beloved companion. Is it too much to aspire for greater achievements? With a swift motion, he struck the youth who clung to Wang Xinwei, sending him crashing to the ground. Jiufang Ming closed the door, preparing for a long-awaited session of cultivation. Volume 1, Chapter 39. Brotherhood. As night descended, the twilight draped its veil over the world, rendering everything seemingly hushed and silent, save for the occasional sounds of revelry emanating from brightly lit edifices. Come, my brother in chives, I shall drink this toast first in your honor. Wang Yuanlong exerted considerable effort to lift his cup, tilting his head back to drain its contents, his cheeks flushing slightly. Jiufang Ming raised his glass, observing discreetly. It appeared that Wang Yuanlong was not adept at drinking, his tolerance evidently inferior to his own. Wang Yuanlong emptied his cup and presented it to the onlookers. A testament to his honesty. Jiufang Ming smiled lightly, also finishing his drink. The fiery liquor burned his throat, a sharp pain quickly giving way to a sense of exhilaration, a hint of inebriation coloring his visage. His face tinged with red. Ming Ming pursed her lips, contemplating a response, yet the jug of potent liquor was already brimming. Under the flickering light of a half-burned red candle, it shimmered enticingly. She poured the drinks for both men and set the jug down quietly. Feeling somewhat out of place at the table, the sole woman present, Jiufang Ming narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on Wang Yuanlong's glass. They raised their cups, Jiufang Ming deliberately lowering his chalice beneath that of Wang Yuanlong. A gesture of respect, acknowledging the elder's status. Despite his youth, having just reached the age of 20, his achievement as an illusionist was a testament to his extraordinary talent, as Wang Yuanlong had surmised. Jiufang Ming was destined to become a remarkable prodigy in the future. "TOS," exclaimed Wang Yuanlong, delighted by Jiufang Ming's display of decorum and humility that a bond forged in camaraderie. They drank deeply, both becoming slightly intoxicated. Looking towards Wang Yuanlong, then solemnly nodded. "To be considered a brother by the Illusion King was indeed an honor, and more importantly, it signified the blossoming of brotherly affection." Rising from his seat, Jiufang Ming gestured for Ming Ming to refill his glass. He suddenly yearned for a tranquil life, to retreat to pastoral serenity. Excellent. Wang Yuanlong, somewhat tipsy, leaned against the table, acknowledging the undeniable allure that alcohol held for cultivators. Beneath the conical hat, Jiufang Ming slightly inclined his head. Eager to lift the hat and behold his true visage, Jiufang Ming had long sensed the movement but was taken aback to discover it was Wang Xinwei. "You seek death," Jiufang Ming said coldly, conjuring a flying sword that sliced directly towards Wang Xinwei. Startled and pale, Wang Xinwei stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. "Away! Why do you?" The earlier youth rushed over, astonished at the sight of Wang Xinwei. Wang Xinwei furrowed his brow slightly and sighed. "Elder brother, why can't you comprehend my heartfelt intentions?" Jiufang Ming remained perplexed. This Wang Xinwei had challenged his limits more than once, persistently harassing him. Senior chives. "If you wish to cultivate and learn, you may do so, but you must not sacrifice your physical form," Jiufang Ming instructed. "But that's all right. I still possess my soul." Wang Xinwei replied somewhat bitterly. A look of delight spread across Wang Xinwei's face as he leaned and excitedly to kiss Jiufang Ming. Elder brother, I love you. Tears welled in Wang Xinwei's eyes. As a child, he had watched a peculiar group soar through the skies on swords, reveling in their freedom, while he could only gaze longingly. Jiufang Ming's words undoubtedly provided him with assurance. Get lost. Roll away. Jiufang Ming exclaimed, striking Wang Xinwei, who fell to the ground, his tears swirling in his eyes. What a thrill! I can finally cultivate. Wang Xinwei exclaimed as he sprang to his feet, bounding back towards his residence. To be candid, Wang Yuanlong felt a sense of exasperation towards his nephew, who aspired to soar like a phoenix yet remained restless and unrestrained. However, the silver lining lay in Wang Xinwei's aptitude, which was not inferior to others. Yet, for many years, he had deemed himself mediocre, achieving no progress whatsoever. On the third morning, Jiufang Ming bid farewell to Wang Yuanlong. As she began to overstep boundaries with her inquiries, I'm traveling the same route as you. Ming Jindream insisted obstinately. You pursue your own path. What does it have to do with me? Jiufang Ming replied dismissively. Ming Jindream, navigating her flying sword with her hair tousled by the wind, felt a tumult within her heart, all stemming from the youth before her. That I see you wish to cling to me indefinitely. Jiufang Ming said with a cold smirk, his mind calculating. As he prepared to leave, Wang Yuanlong had bestowed upon him a significant amount of yuan stones, no less than 100,000 mid-grade yuan stones. Conversely, 10 medium-grade spirit stones are equal to 1 high-grade spirit stone, while a mere 10,000 high-grade spirit stones correspond to a single supreme-grade spirit stone. In comparison to the miserly old man Ming, for having riches without life to enjoy them is the greatest tragedy. As an observer, Ming Jinming finds it challenging to remain indifferent to her own financial resources. It is said that a commoner is innocent. You men always resort to discussing money. Ming Jinming retorts with dissatisfaction. Jiufang Ming remains unfazed, accelerating the speed of his flying sword, confident that a virtuous man should not engage with a wicked woman. Convinced she cannot keep pace, we are leaving. Jiufang Ming glances back slightly, offering Ming Jinming a dismissive gesture as if to challenge her to pursue him. Witnessing the audacity of the youth before her, Ming Jinming's spirited nature emerges, and she channels her full strength into the flying sword, enhancing its velocity. I shall not allow you to escape so easily. She smiles subtly, gazing at Jiufang Ming in the distance. Her eyes filled with yearning, she is eager to uncover the true identity of this young man and all that he embodies. Although she is throwing a tantrum before Jiufang Ming, deep down, Ming Jinming finds herself relying on him for the first time. Feeling somewhat lost as he departs, it seems I have developed feelings for him. She whispers softly, her gaze lingering on the young man in the black robe. Jiufang Ming senses that Ming Jinming is relentlessly pursuing him, feeling helpless about being entangled with such a spirited lady. Not only did she defeat him during their duel, but she now insists on following him without relent. Where is he headed? Beyond lies the treacherous Mirage Beast Mountains. Despite knowing the dangers that lie ahead, Ming Jinming stubbornly follows Jiufang Ming, who does not slow his pace. Jiufang Ming descends on his flying sword just beyond the periphery of the mountains, halting his movement and cautiously scanning the surroundings. Although the Mirage Beast Mountains extend deep into peril, formidable beasts lurk in the shadows, waiting for unsuspecting prey. A moment's carelessness could lead a spirit cultivator to become a victim. Ming Jinming follows Jiufang Ming to the same location, her feet firmly planted on solid ground, and her mind quickly clears. The air surrounding the mountain's edge is thick with the scent of blood. And after an extended period of flying on her sword, fatigue sets in, compounded by a lack of timely replenishment of her spirit energy, leaving Ming Jinming feeling drowsy. You troublesome lady, why must you continue to plague me? Jiufang Ming lamented in despair as Ming Jindream, without consuming any supplementary phantom essence elixirs or taking timely rest, had resorted to ingesting more than one restorative pill to replenish her energy. Lest she falter mid-journey, Ming Jindream clapped her hands dismissively, remarking, such creatures of this realm are easily dealt with by me. How foolish this woman is. Jiufang Ming secretly cursed. Volume 1, Chapter 40, Diverging Paths. Yet he found himself increasingly entangled. Should Ming Jindream encounter peril in the Phantom Beast Mountains, he could not turn a blind eye, especially considering that Ming Feizhou was his master. That we shall part ways here. Jiufang Ming stated coolly, turning his back to Ming Jindream, but he deftly employed his skills to swiftly advance into the depths of the Phantom Beast Mountains, traversing the winding paths, as the gravel beneath his feet scattered like leaves in the wind. Turning around, Ming Dream realized the figure in black had suddenly vanished, and she regretted glancing around, realizing she should not have let him go. Now, it was impossible to catch up with him. Scallions, Ming Dream murmured to herself. With such formidable phantom beasts surrounding them, it seemed the Phantom Beast Mountains were extraordinary indeed. Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow. He had vanquished numerous small phantom beasts along the way, and his attire was stained with a considerable amount of blood. The scent of blood initially attracted a throng of phantom beasts, but upon recognizing the essence of their kin, they retreated in terror. Gazing at the corpses strewn about, Jiufang Ming's expression remained indifferent. Although these were living beings, they perpetually posed a threat to those venturing into the Phantom Beast Mountains. He contemplated ways to draw out some lurking phantom beasts hidden in the shadows, intending to eliminate them in one fell swoop. To eradicate the roots of the problem, Jiufang Ming sheathed his sword, withdrew his phantom essence, and quietly observed the pool of blood and the lingering scent of carnage in the air. Even though he had only taken a brief moment, his efficiency was remarkable. The fluctuations of phantom essence startled several massive phantom beasts, yet upon sensing Jiufang Ming's oppressive aura, they merely quaked in their lairs. In his view, their worth was likely minimal. Rather than blindly gathering them, it would be better to leave them for those in need. Though the scenery of the mountains was unique and picturesque, complete with cascading waterfalls, dense thickets, and melodious birdsong, these locales were seldom trodden by human feet. Jiufang Ming had stumbled upon them by mere happenstance. If the Illusory Beast Mountains were likened to a forest, then these locations could merely be deemed as a modest thicket. A disturbance? Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a trace of anomaly amidst the tranquility, and gathered his focus to probe the surroundings. With his fifth-tier illusionist cultivation, his illusionary perception had begun to take form, rendering auditory senses unnecessary for perceiving the world around him. The sounds of combat. Jiufang Ming discerned the precise location of the commotion. It was a clash between two factions. The resonance of weapons colliding was exceedingly clear. With a swift motion, Jiufang Ming unsheathed his long sword and surveyed the thicket before him, revealing a narrow green pathway. This is... Jiufang Ming frowned slightly, gazing down from his elevated position at the skirmish below. It appears they are engaged in robbery. With arms crossed and sword held aloft, Jiufang Ming observed the melee with an air of indifference. As for whether to intervene, Jiufang Ming had contemplated it thoroughly. In such matters akin to robbery, he could remain apathetic. An illusionist need not involve themselves in mundane affairs, and to ordinary onlookers, a sword-wielding illusionist appeared as a celestial being, elevated and omnipotent. Furthermore, an illusionist's interference in worldly matters was generally looked down upon. A young girl declared coldly, regarding the middle-aged man before her, in the Illusory Beast Mountains, flying-type beasts, due to their aerial prowess and formidable strength, held a status superior to that of ordinary beasts. Thus, a typical illusionist, even one of the Illusion King rank, might only capture beasts of the illusionary spirit level. Therefore, beasts of illusionist caliber were of considerable value, while flying illusory beasts were worth their weight in gold. Often beyond price, as few would dare to sell such prized captures. Oh, little girl, your words are a tad excessive, the middle-aged man retorted with a disdainful chuckle. The girl understood that he clearly intended for her to relinquish the illusory beast willingly. Should she lose it, she would become a pariah within her family. This battle, if lost, might end in a stalemate, yet it was evident to all that such an outcome was utterly implausible. Among the dozens led by the middle-aged man, 2 were high-tier illusionists who had also mastered secret illusionary martial techniques. In contrast, her side consisted of merely one illusionist, a family guest recruited from outside, whose strength was naturally incomparable to that of his opponents. Jiufang Ming perceived the unfolding situation with keen interest, observing the two with subtle intrigue. Yet, there was no recourse. The girl was a member of her clan, and despite the peril ahead, she must leap into the abyss. With a soft sigh, the young girl readied herself, and suddenly, a flicker of sword energy approached, as someone launched a sneak attack from behind. The middle-aged man's smile grew increasingly sinister. There was no time for idle chatter. Foolish woman. Meanwhile, an elderly figure, hunched and drowsy from resting in the carriage, stood up, his gait unsteady as if the wind might carry him away. He was the accompanying old steward. Enough, enough, cease the fighting. The steward's murky eyes regained a flicker of clarity as he impatiently spoke, curling his lip in disdain as he let out a cold snort, sending the assailant sprawling to the ground with a swift kick. Subsequently, the girl engaged in combat with the middle-aged man. She remained steadfast and composed, while he, driven by a fierce desire for victory, launched a relentless assault. Did he seek death? A cruel glint flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes, as he thought, "You better not blame me for bullying the old man." With a pointed finger, he aimed at the old man, who showed a momentary flicker of concern, only to become even more contemptuous as he strolled leisurely towards the battleground of the two combatants. This should be handled differently. The old man shook his head, grasped the middle-aged man's arm, and reprimanded him as if he were admonishing a wayward disciple. The middle-aged man found himself ensnared by an inexplicable force. Rendered immobile, his face turning a shade of deep blue. "You old rascal," he bellowed, his eyes filled with resentment as they fixed upon the old man, that a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop enveloped the scene. This evidently unremarkable old man was, in plain sight, lifting a middle-aged man at the pinnacle of mid-level illusionist cultivation by the neck. Even if the old man had sustained grave injuries and his cultivation had plummeted, he should have been no match for a genuine illusionist. How could this be possible? This utterly exceeded the comprehension of Jiufang Ming, and many others present were equally astonished, witnessing the old man's speed rivaling that of an illusionist. It was astonishing that, before the eyes of so many experts, they had failed to detect the presence of this seemingly unassuming master. "Old butler, you." The girl looked at the old man in disbelief. Her mouth agape. This old butler, who usually swept the floors and moved without issue, had never appeared so vigorous before today. With a single palm, he rendered the middle-aged man unconscious, and only after dealing with those around him did the old man calmly approach the girl. The girl watched in shock as those intent on targeting the illusion beast fell one by one under the old man's prowess. The old man clapped his hands, moving swiftly and beaming at the girl. "Where is my reward?" he queried, extending his hand towards her. "Reward?" the girl replied, astonished. The old man seemed to recall something, removing the hood and mask from his head to reveal his true visage. "You are." The girl was instantly captivated by the revelation of the old man's true form, as the once hunched figure transformed into that of a rejuvenated young man. Jiufang Ming observed the scene with clarity and understanding. For the paramount task at hand was to locate Si Hanyan. According to the information from Zhu Yabing, Si Hanyan had indeed been honing his skills in the Illusion Beast mountain range for half a year. Although this lead was promising, finding an individual within the vast expanse of the mountain range was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, not long after Jiufang Ming departed, the girl retrieved a wooden box from the carriage and presented it to the young man. "Brother Hanyan, thank you so much this time," she exclaimed, her face alight with a smile as she carefully handed the box to him. Hearing the sound of the carriage, Jiufang Ming instinctively turned his gaze that it was the young lady he had just encountered. He recognized her at once as the one who had confronted the middle-aged man. Perhaps she possessed some clues, Jiufang Ming mused, noting that her demeanor suggested she belonged to a merchant family. As he hastened towards the carriage, he was unexpectedly surrounded by a group of youths, their eyes reflecting a hint of envy. What extraordinary talent must one possess to have cultivated to such a degree at an age akin to theirs? The young lady observed Jiufang Ming from a distance. "Thank you," Jiufang Ming replied with indifference before departing, realizing that locating his target would not be so simple. Volume 1, Chapter 41. The conditions of the illusion sovereign Jiufang Ming meticulously surveyed the flora and fauna around him. Even the illusory beasts, yet his greatest vexation was the whereabouts of Si Hanyan. If Si Hanyan were intentionally concealing his tracks, the search would become exceedingly arduous. The illusion beast mountain range was inherently treacherous. A rising intent to kill. Who was this fool seeking trouble? However, upon investigation, he found the source of the sanguine aroma to be motionless, save for the fading life force of an illusory beast. Yet his wariness intensified. Among illusion practitioners, regardless of enmity, there existed a shared adversary, the vicious illusory beasts that currently threatened their lives. Surrounded by illusory beasts, the female illusion practitioner was somewhat displeased with Jiufang Ming's actions. She had waited long enough, wondering why he had yet to act. Jiufang Ming stepped forth from the shadows, drawing his flying sword to cleave through the illusory beasts surrounding her. The sword traced a circle in the air, and the heads of the illusory beasts fell to the ground like ripe fruit, spilling forth a variety of blood. The female practitioner looked about in panic, deliberately glancing at Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming utilized his illusionary energy to incinerate the blood on his sword, stowing it behind him as he approached the young lady. If the threat had been an illusory beast, he could have sheathed his sword and departed. Yet now, he faced an unknown individual. "Thank you, young hero, for your rescue." The young girl gazed at Jiufang Ming with eyes full of admiration, her expression brimming with gratitude. However, Jiufang Ming regarded the girl with thoughts that diverged from her innocent facade. Externally, she appeared pitifully delicate. She must possess at least the capabilities of an illusionist. Otherwise, she would be courting death. Even he could not guarantee that. With his own cultivation at the 6th tier of illusionist, he could handle all the illusory beasts surrounding them when it was time to retreat. It seemed that human illusion cultivators truly reveled in slaughter. This place was exceedingly perilous, and I am quite curious as to how you managed to enter. Jiufang Ming regarded the woman with a half-smile. But even the illusory energy within his dantian refused to respond to his command. Not going to speak? Lin Yan teased, initially believing that the youth before her possessed considerable prowess, only to realize he was merely able to see through her disguise thanks to his illusory martial skills. How could he be compared to an ordinary illusion cultivator? Are you trying to claim that you are a genius? Lin Yan mocked, her disdain evident. She patted Jiufang Ming's shoulder and softly remarked, "If someone like you qualifies as a genius." Lin Yan regarded Jiufang Ming with exasperation. The illusion lord. Jiufang Ming felt utterly befuddled by the bizarre situation he found himself in. It was no surprise, as there were scarcely any illusory beasts of the Illusion King tier and above in the Illusion Beast Mountains. Lin Yan began to formulate another plan. With her eyes narrowing slightly, she relinquished the power of discourse back to Jiufang Ming. "Thus, should you agree to assist me in guarding this cave," Lin Yan proposed, "I might just allow you a path to survival." She articulated a condition that piqued Jiufang Ming's interest, confident that he would not dare to refuse under such circumstances. Is there truly no compensation? Jiufang Ming asked, a slight frown creasing his brow, his displeasure evident. Lin Yan looked at him in astonishment. This young man truly had a death wish, attempting to negotiate terms even at this juncture, should their master discover that the Illusion Beast Mountains were left unguarded. Lin Yan assured him with a smile. Jiufang Ming let out a long sigh of relief. It seems that survival is not an issue. As long as the rewards are substantial enough, he would be willing to serve as a mere male servant. I desire temporary control over this mountain range, as well as some illusory martial arts. He declared. As long as you remain within the mountains, you are the master here. He had anticipated that Lin Yan would respond with outrage, yet was taken aback by the ease of her acquiescence. But what if someone attempts to invade the cave? Jiufang Ming inquired, for he felt that enlisting a mere 6th-tier illusionist like himself was somewhat dubious. No need to worry. Just in case, I shall assist you in breaking through to the rank of Illusion King, and thereafter, venture out into the world. Lin Yan replied with a smile. 2 realms. Are you jesting? Jiufang Ming sensed Lin Yan's ulterior motives. Even if he were to survive, he would be left in a half-human, half-ghost state. For you low-tier cultivators, a mere medicinal pill suffices for an effortless breakthrough. Lin Yan stated. Convinced Jiufang Ming to accept the method of advancement through the consumption of pills. Lin Yan casually summoned an illusory beast. Behold, this beast possesses strength equivalent to that of a 2nd-tier illusionist. The creature, under the weight of her pressure, dared not move. Lin Yan inserted a medicinal pill into the creature's mouth. It struggled briefly before emitting a faint sound. As the beast fell to the ground, Jiufang Ming sensed that its power had indeed risen by 1 tier. Is there truly no hidden danger? I have heard that excessive consumption of medicinal pills can lead to an unstable foundation. Jiufang Ming questioned. Humph, that is merely a common refrain used by old-timers to admonish the younger generation of the sect, Lin Yan retorted. Are you suggesting that? Jiufang Ming pondered, yet Ming Feizhou had never deceived him. No need for further discussion. Whether you wish to or not, you shall consume this pill today. Lin Yan suddenly expressed her impatience, promptly forcing a pill into Jiufang Ming's mouth. Volume 1, Chapter 42, Cleansing the Marrow and Tempering the Veins. Jiufang Ming felt an unknown medicinal pill forced into his mouth, its entrance scorching, followed by the surge of illusory elemental force contained within. A torrent of this power surged towards his dantian, and Jiufang Ming felt his meridians threaten to rupture as his dantian filled with the illusory energy. Simultaneously, he heard Lin Yan's laughter echoing in his ears. It's merely a cleansing pill, and you're in such agony already. Lin Yan remarked with a smile that was both teasing and knowing. Although the cleansing pill was not particularly rare, it was undeniably invaluable in the human realm, even if someone offered to buy it. Others would surely compete for it. The cleansing pill could only be concocted by alchemists of 4th tier or higher, and those alchemists must also possess a certain grade of illusory flame. Should a rogue alchemist attempt to refine it, not only would they struggle to meet the necessary standards, but any impurities would significantly diminish the pill's value. I shall first cleanse your marrow. Jiufang Ming steadied his mind, feeling a fleeting coolness. The illusory elemental force flooded his dantian, while Yuanshun simultaneously converted a vast amount of this energy into a higher quality. Upon reaching a certain threshold, it could transform into illusory spirit power. Not bad, lad. The ones before you have perished here in explosive ruin. Lin Yan jestingly remarked that she was not entirely satisfied with Jiufang Ming's performance. Yet she held a glimmer of hope. Jiufang Ming's countenance darkened. One does not expect fortune to fall from the heavens, and any misstep on his part could lead to dire consequences. As he concentrated, attuning himself to the changes within his dantian, a chill swept across his forehead. Why is there such an abundance of toxins within you? If it were not for a fortuitous circumstance, you might never awaken the illusory dust in this lifetime. Lin Yan exclaimed in surprise, probing into Jiufang Ming's dantian and meridians. Not only was there a chaotic amalgamation of illusory elemental energy, but also remnants of deceased illusory energy, evidently not absorbed by Jiufang Ming himself. To call you a genius would indeed be an understatement, Lin Yan marveled, perceiving Jiufang Ming's condition as akin to that of a cripple, likely having endured great tribulations to seize the opportunity to awaken the illusory dust. Jiufang Ming opened his eyes, finding the process of cleansing his marrow relatively effortless. As he felt the fullness of his dantian, an odd discomfort washed over him, prompting him to glance awkwardly at Lin Yan. "Senior, what should we do next?" he inquired, noticing that Lin Yan's hand remained on his forehead. "What is this?" Jiufang Ming sensed the pungent, bloody aroma of the medicinal pill, causing him to instinctively retreat a few steps. "What are you afraid of? I mean you no harm," Lin Yan reassured him. Jiufang Ming found himself at a loss for words. The woman before him, who knew not what kind of illusory beast she had transformed from. "Do not be so unappreciative," Lin Yan retorted, her dissatisfaction evident. "This is the inner core of a high-tier illusory beast, comparable to a high-tier illusory king in life, that if you swallow it, your cultivation will surely increase. But the price will be endless torment and suffering," Lin Yan stated, showing no concern for Jiufang Ming's feelings. "Then I shall not hold back," Jiufang Ming replied, his eyes lighting up at the prospect of enhancing his cultivation. Swiftly snatching the inner core from Lin Yan's hand. "Now that's more like it." Lin Yan's smile broadened. Jiufang Ming tossed the inner core into his mouth, yet after swallowing, he experienced no reaction whatsoever. There should have been some response. Still no reaction. Jiufang Ming smiled wryly, looking toward Lin Yan. "Did I pick the wrong one again?" Lin Yan admitted awkwardly, searching her storage space, only to discover that the item she had just given him was not the inner core, but rather a soul-cleansing pill. Surely Yu Haven team mixed up the medicinal pills again, Jiufang Ming thought to himself, feeling exasperated, as if this were an obvious ploy against him. Nevertheless, it matters little. What I just provided you was the soul-cleansing pill. Upon consumption, you should feel invigorated and your spirit liberated, Lin Yan declared with a serious demeanor. Jiufang Ming nodded in acknowledgement, yet he did not possess the sensations that Lin Yan described. Moreover, the murderous aura he had previously sensed was far from being merely a simple matter of the soul-cleansing pill. "Do you feel anything?" Lin Yan inquired. "Thank you, esteemed senior. This soul-cleansing pill is indeed remarkable," Jiufang Ming replied evasively, wary of being too explicit. "And what of the matter concerning the meridian tempering?" Jiufang Ming asked in confusion. "Was not the entry of the illusory yuan force into your body the very process of meridian tempering? Are you not wishing for a repeat performance?" Lin Yan chuckled. Jiufang Ming's expression darkened. "What of that inner pill?" Lin Yan produced a substance resembling a pill and presented it to Jiufang Ming. "Now we arrive at the main event," Lin Yan remarked, her anticipation palpable. "Let us hope you do not misplace this again." Jiufang Ming, trembling with trepidation, accepted the inner pill, maintaining a facade of calm while feeling a storm of panic within. Any misstep might cost him his life. "Would I ever harm you?" Lin Yan assured him. Jiufang Ming hesitated, torn between the decision to consume the inner pill or not. After a brief internal struggle, he swallowed the inner pill, bracing himself for the so-called main event. "Esteemed senior, I feel nothing." Jiufang Ming lamented helplessly. Lin Yan discreetly glanced at her storage pouch, confirming that what she had provided was indeed inner pills. Surely, there would be no errors this time, right? "Calm your mind," Lin Yan advised. "I feel nothing." Jiufang Ming shook his head, bewildered by the situation. However, he found it difficult to voice his discontent, for the woman before him was a figure of illusory sovereign cultivation, and expressing dissatisfaction might lead to unforeseen consequences. "Let me take a look." Lin Yan leaped forward, probing Jiufang Ming's dantian. Still Yuan dust. Quite impressive, Lin Yan exclaimed, initially believing this young man to be merely a genius forged through adversity. To her surprise. What need have you for an inner pill? Lin Yan responded. Could it be that you intend for me to substitute illusory beast inner pills for illusory dust? Jiufang Ming was astounded. This method was unheard of. Yet it was merely his conjecture, awaiting Lin Yan's elucidation. You're halfway there, Lin Yan replied with a shake of her head. For practitioners with inferior innate illusory dust, the method you propose might suffice. However, for those endowed with high-tier illusory dust, the inner pill acts as a secondary illusory dust. You, however, possess Yuan dust, thus consuming the inner pill yields no reaction, Lin Yan explained patiently. What if I were to possess a second Yuan dust? Jiufang Ming inquired. You would need to seize a vessel, Lin Yan declared. To acquire a second Yuan dust, you can only resort to possession, as Yuan dust is exceedingly rare, and illusory beast inner pills cannot serve as a substitute. She added. Then, esteemed senior, are you? Jiufang Ming questioned. I am indeed a vessel for possession. Does that trouble you? Lin Yan replied with a smile, a chill sweeping over Jiufang Ming as it became evident that she was displeased with such inquiries. Jiufang Ming was somewhat taken aback. No wonder he felt no trace of illusory beast aura. The purpose of this expedition was to find a beautiful and extraordinarily gifted woman for the purpose of possession. Lin Yan did not conceal her intentions in the slightest. Jiufang Ming immediately became alert. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lin Yan. What I seek is the Min dynasty, not the Yushang dynasty, Lin Yan declared. Min dynasty, senior. Jiufang Ming recounted the circumstances that led him to the Yushang dynasty, along with the various extraordinary encounters he had experienced. You are also from the Min dynasty. Thus we are akin to fellow townsfolk, Lin Yan remarked. To this day, I remain unaware of your name. Do reveal it, for I do not remember the names of the nameless. She continued. I am Jiufang Ming. He replied respectfully, wary of any hint of impertinence. Jiufang? Indeed, Jiufang. Lin Yan gazed at Jiufang Ming with excitement. The surname Jiufang ranks second among the 100 surnames. Jiufang Ming recalled the inquiry from Ming Zi, Lin, and his companions. My surname is Lin. My given name Yan. My true name is Jiufang Yin, Lin Yan lamented, expressing the capriciousness of fate with a hint of sorrow. Senior cannot be jesting. I have perused the family tree of the Jiufang clan and have yet to encounter your name. Jiufang Ming stated gravely, aware that due to his inability to awaken the illusion dust and his frail childhood, he had spent his time in the family's library, perusing numerous texts, albeit mostly historical rather than related to cultivation. Lin Yan smiled sweetly before revealing the reason behind it. I was once betrayed by my kin and cast out from the family, she said with a bitter smile, recognizing that her past had long been severed from her present. The Jiufang family held no ties to her anymore, only a lingering sense of unwillingness. Jiufang Ming racked his brain, recalling a rule within the family. Any member who betrayed the clan or practiced nefarious arts would be expelled and omitted from the family tree. Who would still care about someone from a millennium ago? Lin Yan remarked nonchalantly. She had lived long enough to become indifferent to life, death, and honor. Yet this time, she felt compelled to repay the kindness of an old acquaintance. Jiufang Ming pondered deeply. Indeed, the history of 1,000 years is difficult to trace. Observing Lin Yan's demeanor, he chose not to press further. Since you and I share some connection, I shall bestow upon you several techniques of illusion martial arts. Lin Yan generously presented a few supreme techniques to Jiufang Ming. He sensed the aura of primal energy emanating from the techniques, leaving him momentarily speechless. The martial arts he had encountered thus far had scarcely glimmered compared to these. It is imperative not to exceed the recommended dosage, Lin Yan cautioned, warning that overindulgence in elixirs could lead to adverse effects, making it difficult to elevate one's cultivation and potentially destabilizing one's foundation, thereby exhausting one's potential. Jiufang Ming was acutely aware of the consequences and nodded in acknowledgement. He held a modicum of trust in Lin Yan, given their shared history. Here are 6 elixirs intended for your ascension. Confident in the efficacy of the elixirs she had personally crafted, despite the fact that their effects could vary from person to person. Wait. Just as Jiufang Ming was about to take possession of the elixirs, accommodating additional items was no longer a concern. The first one. Jiufang Ming observed the elixir in his hand, which exuded a fragrant aroma and was entirely golden with 3 distinct patterns, clearly of exceptional quality. Although he was not versed in the art of alchemy, he could discern that this elixir was far from ordinary. After harmonizing it with his illusory yuan power and consuming the elixir, 7th tier of the illusory master, Jiufang Ming rejoiced internally. This breakthrough not only clarified his mind, but also alleviated the pent-up pressure he had long endured. Continue, Lin Yin urged. To stabilize this cultivation level is an unrealistic aspiration for the illusory Beast Mountain. Jiufang Ming, undeterred, proceeded with the refinement of the next elixir. Why has it taken 2 elixirs to advance? Jiufang Ming glanced at Lin Yin, sensing a potential waste in these elixirs. Utilizing identical elixirs in quick succession would naturally diminish their potency. Yet, Lin Yin, perceiving his thoughts, reassured him, "Fortunately, I possess over 10,000 of these. Feel free to use as many as you wish." Very well. Jiufang Ming retrieved 3 more elixirs, preparing for the next phase of his advancement. Still not enough. He sighed, shaking his head. Lin Yin promptly tossed a large vial of elixirs to Jiufang Ming, who weighed it roughly and found it contained over 60 pieces. "Thank you, esteemed one. Pinnacle of the 9th tier of Illusory Master." Jiufang Ming gazed at his cultivation with satisfaction, exhaling deeply. The transformation from mid-tier Illusory Master to the pinnacle of the 9th tier brought subtle changes to his mindset. It has been over a month in total. Lin Yin remarked. To rapidly ascend to Illusory King, at least a year is required. This pace is still insufficient. With a heavy heart, Lin Yin observed Jiufang Ming's progress and couldn't help but shake her head. The individual in question is none other than the present Jiufang Ming. After contemplating for a moment, Jiufang Ming smiled and said, "Senior, you are overthinking. Once I break through to the illusionist level, I will gladly take your place." Lin Yin gazed at Jiufang Ming, remaining silent for an extended period. It appears that the main body has aged and become muddled. Lin Yin chuckled, admitting to a slight confusion of her own. After expending considerable effort to cultivate a human cultivator, it seems to have been a prudent decision. Surely, your late comrade is now ensnared in a predicament of isolation and helplessness. Should a senior intervene, it is likely to provoke unrest, for the emergence of an illusion sovereign is certainly no trivial matter, Jiufang Ming remarked. What if you were to flee at the crucial moment? Lin Yin retorted with a cold smile. I swear by the heavenly Tao. Jiufang Ming replied nonchalantly. It seems you have made quite a few oaths to the heavenly Tao. Lin Yin teased. Spare me, spare me. Lin Yin shook her head. Although worldly affairs were initially of no concern to her, the ties to her late comrade made it difficult for her to refrain from involvement. Now, with such a fated individual willing to assist her, why not seize the opportunity? Permit me to offer you a word of caution. Lin Yin stated solemnly. Please, do go on, Jiufang Ming responded, eager to listen. The oaths of the heavenly Tao are utterly meaningless, Lin Yin declared with a laugh. Jiufang Ming awkwardly chuckled in response, recognizing that such words could only be spoken by an illusion sovereign. After all, the heavenly Tao is not to be defied. Though illusionists pursue longevity, which goes against the natural order, they nonetheless exist under its constraints. You are indeed correct. The oaths of the heavenly Tao are of no consequence. Jiufang Ming admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he averted his gaze towards the sky, a hint of guilt apparent. Then do not so readily invoke such oaths. They are nothing more than empty words, Lin Yin scoffed, expressing her disdain for human cultivators in this regard. What you say is true, Jiufang Ming replied, casting a wary glance at Lin Yin, despite her cold and enchanting visage showing no trace of anger. Jiufang Ming found himself puzzled. Could it be that Lin Yin possesses an intimate understanding of every movement within the illusion Beast Mountain range? It seemed that his every action was under the vigilant perception of the illusion sovereign. In that case, I shall express my gratitude, esteemed senior. Jiufang Ming rose. Watching as Lin Yin departed, I shall await your return here in 3 days. Should you fail to appear, do not blame me for your demise. Lin Yin stated coldly. Lin Yin was acutely aware of every minute detail within the illusion Beast Mountain range. She could sense precisely where a blade of grass withered or where voices were raised. If Jiufang Ming harbored any stray thoughts, Lin Yin would not hesitate to eradicate them. Jiufang Ming was taken aback, rendered speechless. As Lin Yin vanished from sight, he shook his head. Although he now knew the general vicinity of Sihanyun, finding an individual amidst the vast expanse of the beast-infested sea would still prove to be quite challenging. Human cultivators are unlikely to emit any aura in perilous realms. Rather, they tend to conceal themselves with utmost care, which was precisely what troubled Jiufang Ming. I must first ascend to the rank of illusionist. The task at hand is to first elevate oneself to the realm of the illusionist, whether it involves seeking out Sihanyun or substituting for Lin Yin to repay past debts. The prerequisite for accomplishing these objectives is sufficient cultivation. The cultivation of an illusionist in the human realm equates to that of a general commanding an army, while in slightly weaker nations, It could lead to titles of nobility or high office. The potency of medicinal pills is ultimately limited. To achieve a breakthrough, one must rely on personal enlightenment. Jiufang Ming recalled the sensations experienced during his ascension to illusionist. Though the backdrop appeared chillingly desolate, and beside her figure was inscribed her corresponding name, Xiangji, Jiufang Ming called softly, believing that if the earlier Xiangji were indeed a being within the martial techniques, she would respond to his summons. As anticipated, the girl reappeared before Jiufang Ming, albeit this time with a hint of fatigue and drowsiness. "What is it that you wish to summon me for?" Xiangji asked with a touch of impatience, clearly finding her current master somewhat troublesome. "How should one cultivate the diagram of the slaughtering immortals?" Jiufang Ming inquired. "Endless slaughter," Xiangji responded, somewhat exasperated, questioning whether Jiufang Ming was truly the rightful master. "That certainly is a sinister object. It is ill-suited for me," Jiufang Ming declared, shaking his head. Having already cultivated the devouring Yuan decision, he knew that forcibly practicing such malevolent techniques would inevitably lead to madness. Infusing it with illusionary Yuan power to inspect its contents. "What is it now that draws my attention?" Xiangji's voice chimed in, causing Jiufang Ming to instinctively glance at the ring. "Could you possibly be a spirit of the ring?" Jiufang Ming mused, somewhat taken aback, as he had always thought of Xiangji as merely a phantasmal figure within the martial techniques. "What else could I be?" Xiangji retorted, her irritation palpable as she regarded Jiufang Ming. Xiangji, resigned, gazed at Jiufang Ming before producing several volumes of techniques. "These tomes should be suitable for your cultivation. If there is nothing pressing, refrain from utilizing the ring," Xiangji remarked with a hint of impatience. "Xiangji, you too are a spirit of the ring from a millennium ago?" Jiufang Ming inquired, recalling that this was the ring gifted by Lin Yin. "What? Do you wish to call me grandmother?" Xiangji retorted, slightly irked. "Why do you incessantly pose such trivial inquiries?" Luinju. Jiufang Ming perused the text briefly. It was a martial art that required the use of illusory flame for cultivation, and he promptly abandoned the thought of practicing it. To avoid disturbing Xiangji, Jiufang Ming placed the martial arts technique back into his original storage ring. "This one, however, is indeed suitable for cultivation. At last, Jiufang Ming discovered a truly fitting illusory martial art. Yuanshan died. A smile spread across his face. For this technique, based on the cultivation of Yuanshan, was perfectly aligned with his abilities. By enhancing the Yuanshan, one could accelerate the absorption and refinement of illusory elemental energy. Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow slightly. As he already possessed these primal Yuanshan and the devouring Yuan technique, this seemed to force the Yuanshan to differentiate into another form of Yuanshan. Jiufang Ming was uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. The ultimate level could yield 5 Yuanshan, each corresponding to distinct attributes. Possessing multiple Yuanshan would indeed be beneficial for cultivation, yet should this knowledge fall into the hands of outsiders, he feared he could not escape the ensuing turmoil. An innocent man suffers for possessing a treasure. It appeared that the practice of illusory martial arts would have to be set aside for the time being. Jiufang Ming recalled that he had only 3 days until his appointment with Lin Yin, and his thoughts shifted to alternative plans. Now at the pinnacle of illusory warriors, he needed to seek an opportunity to break through. Jiufang Ming contemplated that delaying further would make it nearly impossible to ascend to the rank of illusory master in a short time. Given Jiufang Ming's agility and proficiency in illusory martial arts, it was not out of the question to venture into the inner periphery of the illusory beast mountain range. The reason Lin Yin had not assisted Jiufang Ming was that teaching one to fish was far preferable to merely providing a fish. And excessive aid could inadvertently hinder growth. Time was of the essence. After cleansing his body and donning a fresh set of garments, Jiufang Ming prepared to set forth. Volume 1, Chapter 45, Ambushed Merchant Caravan. Jiufang Ming meticulously eradicated the scent of blood from his surroundings and performed a respectful gesture toward the direction Lin Yin had departed, before retrieving his flying sword and taking to the skies. The cold wind enveloped his cheeks, and the illusory beast mountain range remained as silent as ever, with occasional wafts of blood scent drifting through the air. Jiufang Ming had long grown accustomed to this aroma and paid it little heed, merely adjusting his state before extending his senses downward. Aside from the illusory beasts, there was nothing amiss. As Jiufang Ming scanned the area below, he detected no anomalies. The slightest rustle in the wind would elude his notice. Yet any hint of a human illusory practitioner would be perceived by his keen senses, which afforded him considerable advantage. In this desolate expanse, a long-standing stench of decay mingled with the unmistakable blood mist. Jiufang Ming did not believe anyone would traverse this path, and thus prepared to alter his course that he promptly directed his flying sword to the right, soaring through the air while casting a glance over his left shoulder. Before swiftly redirecting his flying sword downward, the sword, propelled by the sudden infusion of illusionary essence, surged forth with a piercing wail, leading any unsuspecting observer to believe that a new hue of lightning had manifested in the sky. On the other, the essence required for flight had to be administered in a precise and balanced manner. Thus, it was exceedingly rare for a low-tier illusionary cultivator to manage both flight and battle simultaneously. Heightening his vigilance, Jiufang Ming sheathed his sword several hundred meters away from the sensed aura, opting instead for stealthy movement. He ensured his visage was shrouded beneath a dark cloth, guarding against recognition by those with ulterior motives. As he approached, Jiufang Ming discerned figures in the distance, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. It appears to be not quite what I seek. However, upon nearing the point of recognition, a wave of disappointment washed over him. He frowned slightly, observing a group of individuals who appeared to be merchants rather than the Hanyan he sought. The once relatively safe merchant caravan had now attracted the ire of the local illusionary beasts. Falling prey to an unexpected attack, after a moment of contemplation, he realized this caravan bore a hint of familiarity. Spotting the young woman at the forefront, Jiufang Ming concluded that this was indeed the same caravan he had encountered earlier. And his brows furrowed slightly. It seems we are fated to cross paths. Lending a hand would be no great transgression, aware that the leading maiden possessed only the cultivation level of an illusionary novice. While paradoxically being the strongest among the caravan, Jiufang Ming recognized that the previous strongmen had either perished or been grievously wounded. Without assistance, they would likely become the feast for the illusionary beasts. The beast, mistaking Jiufang Ming's restrained cultivation for weakness, perceived him as an easy target, adding yet another delectable morsel to its menu. In the eyes of the caravan's members, however, their last glimmer of hope was now dwindling. This beast possesses the strength of an illusionary master. Be cautious, young hero, the leading maiden warned, her eyes glinting with urgency. Mississippi, we are saved, a young male servant nearby gasped, his survival instincts overpowering his fear of death. Yet, scarcely had he uttered those words when a feral beast crushed his skull beneath its paw. Jiufang Ming, having no time to intervene, understood that his own verbosity could invite peril. Who could he blame? The speed of beasts of equal rank far surpasses that of human cultivators, and both in terms of velocity and physical strength, human practitioners are considerably inferior to beasts of comparable power. Therefore, in most instances, when beasts engage in combat with humans, they often hold the upper hand. Generally, to hunt large beasts, several beast cultivators must be mobilized. It is likely that only Jiufang Ming and Hanyan would dare to venture into the Beast Mountain alone for training. It is a widely circulated saying within the sect that if one enters the Beast Mountain alone and meets their demise, no one would dare to retrieve the body. The little tiger appears quite imposing. Your claws. Jiufang Ming smiled faintly, swiftly evading a strike from the beast. Jiufang Ming conjured a flying sword and struck at the tiger-shaped beast as the sword descended. The right hind paw of the ferocious beast was severed, and the flying sword vanished without a trace. The tiger beast, yelping in pain, attempted to flee but was struck in a vital spot by an arrow shot by a young girl from a merchant caravan. Thank you for your rescue, young hero, the girl approached, expressing her gratitude with utmost respect. Although she had encountered attacks before, this time it was truly a matter of life and death. No need for thanks. We share a certain connection, Jiufang Ming replied calmly, delaying his turn. Connection? The girl pondered, glancing at the male servant behind her. The servant shook his head, while one was deep in thought. Could it be that you are Hanyan? Jiufang Ming waved his hand dismissively. No wonder you employ similar techniques to Hanyan Gige, the girl remarked thoughtfully, though she had never personally encountered the man before. Did we not meet once before on the outskirts? I do have a communication talisman, but Hang Yara's expression turned troubled. The use of the talisman requires a considerable amount of spirit stones. Jiufang Ming discerned Hang Yara's concerns and said, there is no need to worry about the spirit stones. Here, Hang Yara handed the communication talisman to Jiufang Ming, falling silent thereafter. Jiufang Ming casually retrieved a high-quality spirit stone from the storage ring, channeling his energy to refine the stone and infuse it into the talisman. As the spirit stone was consumed, the talisman finally stirred to life. Who are you? Hanyan's eyes opened on the other end of the talisman. Hanyan Shixiao. It is I, Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming replied with respect. Jiufang Ming? Hanyan recognized his voice, a sense of inexplicable melancholy washing over him. If you wish to inquire about the matter of Jiuge, I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose it at this time. Si Hanyun spoke with a grave demeanor, reluctantly withdrawing the ethereal power from the communication talisman. Senior brother, Jiufang Ming attempted once more to activate the talisman, only to find it utterly unresponsive. It seemed that Si Hanyun had completely severed the talisman's connection to its power. Jiufang Ming felt perplexed. It appeared there were no leads regarding Ming Jinsher to be found here. The whereabouts of Ming Jinsher were of little consequence to him. All he desired was his little hay. Lost in thought, Jiufang Ming returned the communication talisman to Hang Yaru, then swiftly transformed and vanished from sight. Young hero, your spirit stone. Hang Yaru watched Jiufang Ming depart, only to notice that a substantial spirit stone remained on the talisman. A high-grade one at that, equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. A significant sum indeed. Yet, despite her calls, there was no response to A.S. Jiufang Ming pondered. Yet another lead in the search for Xiao He slipped away. Jiufang Ming scoffed. If Ming Xian deemed him a fool, he would not hesitate to wield his borrowed authority. Surely, the task was complete. Lin Yin awaited him at the agreed location, thoroughly acquainted with all matters concerning the illusory Beast Mountain range. Can I consider you to be insatiable? Lin Yan's displeasure was evident, and his gaze towards Jiufang Ming seemed to harbor a hint of lethal intent. Jiufang Ming dared not speak further. To request the intervention of an illusion sovereign was likely a momentary lapse in judgment, and Jiufang Ming lacked the strength to quell the turmoil of the mountain range. Even with the power of an illusion sovereign, it would be challenging to pacify it without causing a stir. Half a day will suffice, Jiufang Ming replied, his spirits lifted. Should we leave a few survivors from the extermination? Lin Yin remarked coldly. The pressure of his sovereign presence gradually becoming palpable. I only require information regarding a certain woman and the whereabouts of her illusory beast. Jiufang Ming found it difficult to withstand the weight of Lin Yan's pressure. And what if I refuse to divulge that information? Lin Yin raised an eyebrow, recalling her extensive involvement in the matters of the extermination over the millennia. Jiufang Ming could conjure no suitable countermeasure. Senior, with your power, you could obliterate a sect in the blink of an eye. No one dares to defy your wishes, he asserted. You appear to be an exception. Lin Yin replied with a hint of resignation, then employed her technique, vanishing from sight. Left alone, Jiufang Ming broke into a cold sweat. As Lin Yin departed, he collapsed to the ground, propping himself up with his arms. One leave request. Today, I am delayed in writing due to other matters. I request a day off. Thank you for your understanding and support. Illusory Marshal Supreme, one leave request, currently being typed. Please wait a moment. Refresh the page after the content is updated to obtain the latest updates. The online novel Huan Wuji Zun is being updated with full text. Please remember the website. Huan Wuji Zun one leave request form is currently being typed. Please wait a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. The online novel Huan Wuji Zun is being updated with full text. Please remember the website, Volume 1. Chapter 46. Stepping into the Infinite. Lin Yin surveyed the surroundings, concealing her own cultivation level while hastening the speed of her sword flight. Lin Yan's flying sword was crafted from the remains of high-ranking phantom beasts, possessing an extraordinarily hard texture. After being tempered by lightning, the sword was adorned with arcs of electricity that danced around it. When infused with phantom elemental force, it could display a myriad of colors. However, in Lin Yan's hands, this sword was often stained with the deep crimson of blood that a millennium ago, there existed an extraordinary woman, whose brilliance was unparalleled. Just over 20 years of age, she ascended to the rank of Phantom King, yet was notorious for her bloodthirsty nature, earning her the moniker of Piyin. During her era, there were 3 other prodigious youths, but in the present day, the names of these 3 have become taboo among the populace. The name of the Min Tian Emperor is one that none dare to utter in full, while the remaining 2 of the trio are regarded as heretics from a millennium past, which she could easily breach. True strength carries its own demeanor. Rather than forcefully intruding into the sect, Lin Yin opted to withdraw her flying sword and walk towards the entrance, as she concealed her cultivation. Momentarily stunned, for such beauty was indeed a rarity. Miss, what brings you to our sect uninvited? The other disciple, however, was rather polite and respectfully inquired. May I request an audience with your sect master? Lin Yin smiled and asked. May I ask for your name, esteemed elder? Isher furrowed his brow, surprised to see that the girl possessed no trace of elemental power, yet out of courtesy, he decided to report to the sect. Lin Yin. Lin Yin then cast a cold glance at Murongshan. Please wait a moment, esteemed elder. I will convey your request to the sect master immediately. The youth named Isher bowed, then swiftly employed his skills to dash into the sect. This fool, Murong observed Ishur and shook his head, incredulous that someone would actually believe her. Elder, please allow me to enter. I have urgent matters to attend to. Ishur waited anxiously outside the inner sect's gates. Elder, Ishur called out once more, but still no one appeared. The laughter around him grew louder as a crowd began to gather. The elder has arrived, that a young girl whispered, and upon the elder's entrance, the atmosphere grew considerably more subdued. Jiufang Ming had been diligently cultivating in peace, but this unruly crowd had disrupted his tranquility, causing him to feel a tinge of irritation. Noticing a youth standing there with a respectful demeanor, Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow. What urgent matter do you have? He inquired with a hint of impatience, eager to dismiss this outer sect disciple, suspecting he was merely another useless individual seeking elixirs. A young lady wishes to see the sect master and is currently waiting outside the sect, Ishiru reported earnestly. Huh, a bystander, struck dumb with astonishment, could hardly believe his ears. That I've seen foolishness, but nothing quite like yours. The girl scoffed, shaking her head in derision. Though Ishur possessed delicate features, her intellect seemed rather lacking. Feigning contemplation for a moment, Jiufang Ming tossed an elixir to Ishur. Did you hear that? Now be gone. It appeared that a firmer approach was necessary. Lin Yan shot a knowing glance at Ishur, well aware of the commotion that had transpired within a 1,000-mile radius. Perhaps there was an opportunity to offer some guidance. Lin Yan then strolled leisurely toward the sect's restrictions. What do you intend to do? Murong inquired warily, positioning himself defensively before Lin Yan. Lin Yan cast a cold glare at Murong, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. The pressure of the illusion sovereign erupted instantaneously, enveloping the area, causing the birds and beasts in the surrounding woods to drop dead on the spot. Even the distant fowl faltered and plummeted to the ground. As for Murong, he found his consciousness shattered by the overwhelming force, rendered as powerless as a broken puppet. You monster. Murong gasped in horror, watching helplessly as one of his eyeballs rolled away. Succumbing to despair and the scent of blood as he fainted. Who dares to offend me? Wui. Ming Zian, who had been in seclusion, slammed his hand down in anger, his furious roar echoing throughout the entire sect. I have already given you a chance, Lin Yan replied coldly, her words laced with lethal intent that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard them. The skies above the sect shifted dramatically. What had once been a clear blue turned ominously crimson. What is this? Ishur wondered, turning her head in astonishment, her gaze landing upon Lin Yan. After a single glance, she found herself too weak to look again. An illusion sovereign. In a hidden cavern of the sect, a woman slowly opened her eyes, a look of surprise gracing her lips. An opportunity? Would this sect master fear a mere illusion emperor? Ming Zian glared fiercely at Lin Yan. Propelling himself forward, illusion emperor? Lin Yan replied, taken aback. Instinctively, she sensed her own cultivation level, confirming her status as an illusion sovereign. She then probed Ming Zian's strength, discovering, as expected, that he was at the illusion sect level. Yet only newly ascended, significantly weaker than a true illusion sovereign. The sect master has ascended to illusion sect. Jiufang Ming rushed out, shock evident in his gaze as he stared at Ming Zian. Ming Feizhou also hurried forth, surprised to find that his junior had surpassed him in ascension to illusion sect, feeling a mix of joy and concern. All disciples retreat to 100 miles away. Ming Feizhou shouted, suddenly realizing the magnitude of the chaos that would ensue should these two clash. I did not come here to fight. Rather, I seek information about a certain individual, Lin Yan stated calmly. Mindful that this was the sect of Jiufang Ming, an overly aggressive behavior would be inappropriate. And what explanation do you have for trespassing into my sect? Ming Zian found himself struggling to contain his murderous intent. Lin Yan replied, Are you perhaps afraid? Ming Zian provocatively remarked, seemingly having an epiphany. Not going to speak. Lin Yan responded with a hint of exasperation, as it appeared that a confrontation was inevitable today. Lin Yan fully unleashed his illusionary prowess, gazing at Ming Zian with an air of a celestial being. You are an illusion sovereign? Ming Zian instinctively took a few steps back, his stance faltering. Misunderstanding. Ming Zian looked at Lin Yan in terror. How could our Wia sect fear a mere illusion sovereign? Just as the onlookers were engrossed in the spectacle, a distant feminine voice resonated through the heavens. Lin Shan soared into the air, showcasing her prowess, confronting Lin Yan at the pinnacle of the illusionary realm, neither yielding. This little girl has become quite capable, Lin Yan thought with delight as he regarded the woman before him. Then concealed his amusement. If you can withstand a blow from me, I shall grant your wish. If you cannot, Lin Chan coldly regarded the girl before her, preparing to unleash her lethal move and no need for further words. Come at me, Lin Yin replied with a smile. Lin Chan furrowed her brow, pondering the intentions of this illusion sovereign. Though she was merely at the pinnacle of the illusion sovereign realm, when paired with her techniques and martial skills, her strength was indistinguishable from that of a true illusion sovereign. Dispatching an ordinary illusion sovereign would be trivial. One strike. Ming Xian was somewhat taken aback, subsequently retreating to the side. Lin Chan summoned her flying sword, infusing it with illusionary energy, and struck towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan's smile grew more pronounced as she neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the sword to approach her. However, when the sword was but a hair's breadth away, Lin Yan extended her hands and effortlessly intercepted it. Your sword is indeed sharp, yet your resolve remains inadequate, Lin Yan remarked. Looking at Lin Chan sheathed her sword, staring in astonishment at the girl before her. Why was I not informed of such an important guest? Ming Xian thundered. Isher stepped forward slowly to explain the situation. Lin Yan cast a gleeful glance at Jiufang Ming, while Isher retreated to the back. No need for such formality. Lin Yan shook her head. Thank you for your understanding, esteemed matriarch. Jiufang Ming respectfully uttered, a secret joy swelling in his heart. There is no need for introspection. It is best to eliminate him directly. Thus, it is my fault that if punishment is to be meted out, let it be directed at me, Isher sincerely stated. How intriguing. Lin Yan gazed at Isher. Then you shall be punished. Lin Chan turned her gaze toward Lin Yan, and it seemed that the master and disciple shared a mutual understanding. Isher's heart tightened. Although he had prepared himself, he still felt a wave of anxiety in the presence of such powerful figures. Therefore, your punishment shall be to assume the role of the next sect master of Huaizong, Lin Yin declared with a smile. This. Ming Xian looked at Isher, uncertain of what else to say. Although there was currently no suitable candidate for the sect master position, it was utterly inappropriate to randomly select a disciple from an external sect. Isher was somewhat taken aback, but he quickly bowed in gratitude. To become a sect master requires at least the strength of a Huan. Our sect boasts 1 million disciples at the Huan practitioner level, 800,000 Huan warriors, and 100,000 Huan masters or above, with the highest cultivated disciple being merely a Huan master. Ming Xian looked at Isher. The implications were unmistakable. As long as you ascend to the Huan level, the position of sect master will be conferred upon you, Ming Xian promised. Thank you, sect master, Isher said respectfully. Volume 1, Chapter 47. The Secrets of Huaizong. Is sect master Ming truly intending to pass the position of the next sect master to a mere novice from an external sect? A young female disciple from the inner sect murmured with dissatisfaction. Isher remained silent, lost in contemplation. The Grand Matriarch has visited our sect. As a junior, I have failed to provide adequate hospitality, which is a breach of etiquette. Ming Xian appeared slightly displeased as he glanced at the female disciple before turning to respectfully salute Lin Yan. Lin Yan simply smiled, disregarding Ming Xian, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Ming Xian maintained a bowing posture, while the oppressive aura of Lin Yan left him hesitant to make any unnecessary movements. And Lin Chan grew increasingly cold, her gaze toward Ming Xian rife with reproach. And the predominant feeling is one of J.O.Y.M.Y. disciple. Did you not come here proclaiming your desire for a duel? Lin Yan chuckled knowingly, then took hold of Lin Chan's wrist. It has been a century since we last met. He had been tasked with guarding the Huan Beast Mountain range, making it difficult to venture into the outside world. It was only with the 9 directions of darkness stationed at the Huan Beast Mountain that he felt secure enough to leave. Master, your visit must pertain to matters of great importance. Lin Chan then gestured toward Ming Xian, indicating that his assistance would soon be required. Ming Xian quickly approached Lin Yan and slightly inclined his body. I am merely assisting a junior in locating someone, Lin Yan stated lightly, though in truth, he had prepared for the possibility of annihilation before his arrival. However, with Lin Chan present, there was no longer a need for bloodshed. Please do not hesitate to speak. Even if the individual is not from our sect, I shall exert every effort to inquire and search, Ming Xian said respectfully, while simultaneously astonished at the thought of who could summon a Huan Zun to carry out such tasks. Ming Jinsher, does your sect have any knowledge of this individual? Lin Yan coldly inquired, his gaze firmly fixed on Ming Xian. Ming Xian was taken aback. The existence of Ming Jinsher was, to say the least, exceedingly clandestine. However, at this juncture, any further concealment proved to be a futile endeavor. Alas, it is a failure of the younger generation to guide their offspring appropriately. Ming Jinsher is the illegitimate daughter born of my son's reckless escapades. And it was out of concern for appearances that this matter was kept under wraps. Ming Xian's countenance revealed his inner turmoil, yet he felt compelled to lay everything bare. To withhold the truth before Huan Zun would be akin to courting disaster. Her gaze towards Ming Xian tinged with a hint of helplessness. This, I am afraid, I do not know. Ming Xian replied candidly, concealing nothing, merely awaiting whether Lin Yin would harbor further suspicion. He dared not provoke her. Lin Yin spoke coldly, and then employed her agility, with Lin Chan following closely behind. Master, where are we headed? Lin Chan hurriedly asked, keeping pace with Lin Yan. In her days as a phantom, she had relished being cradled by her master. Soaring through the skies, Lin Chan felt a surge of nostalgia for those bygone moments. Long ago, when Lin Yin was merely the Phantom King, she had been pursued by numerous members of the Jiufang clans, during which she rescued a young girl, who was now Lin Chan. Lin Chan vividly recalled her first encounter with Lin Yin, as a bloodied maiden swooped down, clutching Lin Chan and swiftly fleeing from a throng of pursuers. Her name, bestowed by Lin Yin, had become a cherished part of her identity, though various circumstances had led to their prolonged separation. Lin Yin remained silent for a long while, feeling the warmth of Lin Chan's embrace from behind. In the tranquil expanse of the Phantom Beast Mountains, a young man and a young woman traversed together. The youth, clad in a black robe, deviated from his usual appearance by foregoing his conical hat, while the maiden exuded a lively and ethereal grace. The boy, known as Feng Qingming, held Ming Jinshi's hand, walking slowly forward, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the trees ahead. Qingming, why have you come to such a place? Ming Jinshi, blushing, lowered her gaze and fell silent. I have heard whispers of the Huaizong you mentioned, Feng Qingming stated, secretly deliberating all that lay ahead. What? You were suddenly interested? Ming Jinshi teased, her right hand playfully poking at Feng Qingming's chest. Since it is your sect, naturally, I must pay a visit, he replied with nonchalance. Ming Jinshi's face brightened, secretly believing that this young man had indeed developed feelings for her. Qingming, do you have any plans at present? And his eyes, reminiscent of ancient pools, exuding clarity. Meanwhile, Ming Jinshi, ensconced in his embrace, faced the gentle breeze. Before her stood a figure adorned in a flowing gown of purple silk, intricately embroidered with butterfly motifs and phoenix patterns, trailing gracefully to the ground. Cloaked in a delicate golden shawl embellished with intertwining peonies and the auspicious symbols of dawn and cicada wings, she exuded an air of ethereal beauty. Her silky tresses were elegantly styled into a unique crescent moon bun, adorned with a hairpin featuring a phoenix head inlaid with emerald and ruby. Her hands, as smooth as cream, were adorned with a bracelet of red gold set with silver, while a gem-studded belt encircled her waist. Upon hearing Feng Qingming's remarks about Huaizong, Ming Jinshi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her greatest concern had been that he might turn away from her due to the sect's remote location, as social standing and compatibility were paramount in her mind. Given Feng Qingming's talents and cultivation, he was bound to be favored and treated exceptionally within Huaizong, a notion that Ming Jinshi held firmly. The latter, alerted by the repetition of her name, turned with anticipation, only to discover it was merely Ming Jinshi. Jinshi, it has been quite some time since I last saw you. I hear you have been out on your adventures. Taimu Yin remarked with a smile, her gaze drifting to the young man beside Ming Jinshi. And who might this be? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with interest. In contrast to Ming Jinshi, Taimu Yin effortlessly commanded the attention of numerous young men, a reality that was hardly surprising. Feng Qingming, he announced, feeling somewhat awkward under the scrutiny, yet seeking to alleviate the tension by revealing his name. It appears you are up to no good again. Jinshi, Taimu Yin mused, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she observed the intertwined hands of the two, instantly grasping the situation. Ming Jinshi, blushing slightly, clung to Feng Qingming's right arm, merely smiling, as the atmosphere thickened with an unmistakable blend of awkwardness and ambiguity. The trio's presence drew the attention of many male and female disciples alike. Isn't that senior sister Mu Yun, renowned for her unparalleled beauty among the inner sect? Remarked a male disciple, his eyes filled with longing as he gazed at Taimu Yin, itching to approach and experience her charm. Look at you, as if you were worthy of her, another young man interrupted, causing the first disciple's fantasies to crumble as he dropped his broom, jolting him back to reality. I suppose I shall continue sweeping, he muttered, sensing Feng Qingming's piercing gaze, which made him shrink back, resuming his task in silence, too intimidated to speak further. The desire for beauty is universal. Passing maidens paused to admire Feng Qingming, whispering amongst themselves about the arrival of such a striking young man at Huaizong. In no time, news of Feng Qingming's presence spread like wildfire throughout the outer sect. Am I to be treated like a spectacle? Feng Qingming furrowed his brow, feeling uncomfortable under the multitude of eyes upon him, yet he refrained from expressing his displeasure. Ming Jinsher also noticed the envious and admiring glances directed at them. Feng Qingming was astonished to discover the vast expanse of the Huayazong, Shiyu Garden, Hunyuan Pavilion, Shanxi Pavilion, Sushua Hall, Haoyun Hall. Of course, these were all residences for women, their names both exquisite and elegant, while the accommodations for male disciples bore a stark contrast. Lacking such grandeur, before Feng Qingming stood a series of buildings, and upon seeing the unfamiliar plaques, he could not help but reminisce about the architecture of his own family, which was arranged with grace and displayed an imposing presence. A phantom venerable has come to seek you and inquired about your whereabouts, Ming Feizhou remarked with a hint of exasperation. I am the junior, Feng Qingming, and I state your intentions, or do not blame this old man for being impolite. Ming Feizhou brandished his flying sword, exuding a chilling intent to kill. Feng Qingming remained unmoved, locking eyes with Ming Feizhou, while Ming Jinsher observed the exchange with great anxiety. Not bad. Ming Feizhou sheathed his sword, expressing admiration. Your aptitude is commendable, he praised. You flatter me, senior, Feng Qingming replied, his gaze turning icy, clearly recognizing the deadly intent directed at him. Volume 1, Chapter 48. Return to the Min Dynasty. Jiufang Ming surveyed the vast cave, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Only after feeling the overwhelming phantom elemental force surrounding him did he settle down to cultivate, currently at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the Phantom Master. He was but a step away from true mastery. However, a breakthrough required a fortuitous opportunity. Devouring elemental technique. Jiufang Ming, with no reservations, employed the technique within Lin Yan's cave, situated in the innermost sanctuary of the Phantom Beast Mountain Range, a place of absolute safety. Here, he need not worry about disturbances from others, and under such exceptional conditions for cultivation, it would be difficult not to grow stronger. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of envy towards Lin Yan for possessing such a cave. But upon remembering that Lin Yan was often confined to this place, his envy dissipated. There seemed to be an excessive number of pills. Jiufang Ming gazed at the vast quantities of medicinal pills within his storage ring. Inhaling the potent aroma that filled the air, he resolved to first solidify his foundation, for excessive use of such pills could destabilize one's base, and even one's resolve in cultivation. The absorbed phantom elemental force had reached its limit. Yet there were no signs of a breakthrough. Jiufang Ming exhaled the stagnant air. It appeared that a breakthrough was not imminent. At that moment, two formidable auras surged towards the cave, prompting Jiufang Ming to open his eyes. Instantly alert, upon recognizing that one of the auras belonged to Lin Yan, he relaxed his vigilance slightly. Master, why did you not capture that Ming Jinsher? Ling Chan inquired. Lin Yan remained silent, and Ling Chan quickly realized her impertinence. The youth accompanying that little girl was no ordinary threat. It seemed that Ming Jinsher was also the object of his affections. It was noted, Lin Yan remarked, upon sensing that Feng Qingming had taken notice of her. Lin Yan initially felt disdain, quickly followed by surprise, for she had concealed her aura, and even that minor phantom emperor had not detected her presence. Which hidden family disciple could this be? Ling Chan mused inwardly, contemplating whether she could entice Feng Qingming. A golden-scaled fish is not mere pond life. You cannot retain such a one, Lin Yan stated, reminiscing about how Ling Chan had similarly ventured out after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Ling Chan followed closely behind Lin Yan, seemingly lost in thought. Jiufang Ming rose swiftly to welcome Lin Yan and the mysterious woman beside her. Senior Lin, Jiufang Ming respectfully addressed, your matter has been duly taken care of by me. Lin Yan released a formidable pressure, which instantly spread around the Illusory Beast Mountains, restoring the former tranquility of the area. Where is Ming Jinsher now? Jiufang Ming inquired with some urgency, grappling with feelings of both gratitude and resentment towards her. But the absence of guidance from senior members made it easy to falter or even lose oneself on the path of cultivation. Allow me to introduce you. This is my newly acquired junior, Jiufang Ming, Lin Yan said to Lin Chan Jr. Jiufang Ming could only acquiesce. And this is my disciple, Lin Chan, Lin Yan added, keeping a vigilant eye on Jiufang Ming's expression. Jiufang Ming performed a respectful salute and then stood still. Lin Chan possessed unfathomable strength, far surpassing his own. Where is Ming Jinsher? After much hesitation, Jiufang Ming finally dared to ask. She is currently within the Huayazong and has even acquired a little admirer. What? Could it be that you have taken a liking to that young girl? Lin Yin remarked with amusement. Jiufang Ming's expression darkened, as it seemed that Xiao He was not by her side. Have you seen a pitch black bird? Lin Chan shook her head, admitting she had never noticed any black birds. Jiufang Ming's face immediately displayed concern. Although he had found Ming Jinsher, the whereabouts of Xiao He remained a mystery, causing him some anxiety. You need not worry about that. I shall have Chana assist you in the search. Lin Yin promised. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise, Lin Yin stated, subsequently assessing Jiufang Ming's cultivation level. At the pinnacle of the illusory realm. Not bad. Lin Chan remarked. I shall certainly strive to fulfill the senior's request. And as for my cultivation, I intend to improve it through my own efforts, Jiufang Ming replied earnestly. Without hesitation, Jiufang Ming took out all the elixirs, preparing to return them to Lin Yin. Accept them. I shall provide you with additional resources, but these resources are meant for the family of a deceased friend. Should you dare to keep them for yourself, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth to exact retribution. It dissolved instantly, likely belonging to the category of supportive advancement elixirs. Without a second thought, Jiufang Ming consumed it. What the senior says is true. However, how can I swiftly reach Minzhao? Jiufang Ming queried. If it is still engulfed in warfare, you must assist Ningguo in overcoming its enemies, Lin Yin emphasized. The junior shall remember. Jiufang Ming nodded, relieved that he need not worry about the route to Minzhao. Lin Yin slowly closed his eyes and smiled alluringly. A fierce wind howled, causing the cave to tremble slightly, and Jiufang Ming found himself struggling to maintain his balance. Once steadied, Jiufang Ming turned to look behind him. A flying, illusory beast. Jiufang Ming was filled with unexpected joy. Possessing a flying phantom beast, he need not worry about how to reach Minzhao. Soaring through the skies on a sword was not out of the question. Yet the distance between Minzhao and the Yushang kingdom was far too great, spanning tens of millions of miles across the sea, a journey that could not be accomplished merely by riding a flying sword. After all, even the Phantom Lord lacked the assurance to traverse such vast waters in a single breath, let alone Jiufang Ming, who was but a novice illusionist. This phantom beast, endowed with the strength of a human phantom emperor, could vanquish phantom kings with a mere flap of its wings. I command it to accompany you. You shall sign a pact with it, said Lin Yin. This implication was that the phantom beast was to be gifted to him? Jiufang Ming felt a tinge of doubt. Foolish dreams, weakling of the human race. The phantom beast, Qizhong, proclaimed, its level of cultivation allowing it to comprehend human speech effortlessly. Qizhong. Lin Yin gazed upon the colossal creature as if it were but an insignificant ant. Your subordinate acknowledges the error. Qizhong instantly became more docile. Externally, Qizhong resembled a massive eagle, yet upon locking eyes with Jiufang Ming, an overwhelming aura of dread enveloped him. Naturally, Jiufang Ming's power was insufficient to subdue such a formidable being, prompting Lin Yin to intervene and effortlessly establish a connection between Qizhong and Jiufang Ming. Assist this young man in completing his task, and I shall grant you your freedom, Lin Yin stated nonchalantly. Qizhong rejoiced and transformed into human form, kneeling before her. That I express my gratitude to the demon sovereign. At that moment, Qizhong harbored no grievances, having lingered within the Phantom Beast Mountains for centuries. He felt suffocated. The confined space was not only cramped but also rendered cultivation exceedingly inconvenient. Although he had long harbored thoughts of venturing outside to join the demon clans, the constraints of the Phantom Beast Mountains prevented him from escaping Lin Yan's dominion. Should the Ning kingdom fall, you shall annihilate the enemy nation. Lin Yan's heart harbored the most dire of anticipations. Your subordinate comprehends. The younger generation shall remember. Jiufang Ming exchanged a glance with Qizhong, causing the surrounding phantom beasts to scatter in terror. Lin Chan discreetly withdrew, as the memories of her master's heartache resurfaced. After flying for 3 days, they finally beheld a patch of land. And in such an environment, losing one's way was all too easy. Qizhong subsequently fell silent, and Jiufang Ming quickly grasped the implication. He seemed reluctant to argue with him. A phantom beast. Qizhong's vision undoubtedly surpassed that of Jiufang Ming, a mere human, especially considering his superior cultivation. The elixirs, Qizhong then stated. Jiufang Ming promptly tossed forth dozens of elixirs to restore phantom essence, which Qizhong gratefully consumed, dramatically increasing their speed. Wow, is he really that fast? Witnessing Qizhong's terrifying velocity, Jiufang Ming was left in astonishment. We are nearing within Jiufang Ming's line of sight. A fleet of ships materialized, undoubtedly indicating the territory of Minzhao ahead. May I inquire about the origin of your name, Seven Zhang? Who bestowed it upon you? Questioned Jiufang Ming, as the journey had been largely silent. filled only with the pursuit of cultivation. It was a name of my own choosing. As for the reasoning behind it, 7 Zhang communicated telepathically, I shall return to my cultivation. Jiufang Ming, displaying a perceptive nature, closed his eyes and immersed himself in the vast elemental energies surrounding them. Have you achieved a breakthrough? 7 Zhang noted the fluctuations of energy emanating from his back, a hint of surprise in his voice. Unfortunately, the cultivation of a Mirage Master was still insufficient to dominate the world of Minchao. Jiufang Ming initially felt elated, but soon tempered his spirit, knowing that pride could lead to downfall. We have arrived. 7 Zhang relayed at last. Jiufang Ming gazed upon the unfamiliar yet orderly arrangement of buildings. A wave of sorrow washed over him. 6 years had passed since his last return. He wondered about the well-being of his father and mother. Upon hitting the ground, the box opened, and a bloody head tumbled out, its eyes wide with fury. This, the Ningguo Emperor, Ning Xingchen, who had been leisurely sipping tea on a stone bench, was taken aback, causing the tea to spill onto the floor. Heaven seeks to annihilate my Ningguo. Ning Xingchen wept bitterly, cradling the bloodied head, his mind spiraling into madness, while the eunuch, who had previously fallen, approached, rendered speechless in his attempts to offer comfort. Ning, old dog, come and meet your fate. Just as Ning Xingchen was engulfed in despair, a domineering voice resonated from beyond the palace. Demand forcefully. The brawny man cast a disdainful glance at the old man. Lao Kongtu. After a vigorous gnawing, not a single hair on the robust figure was harmed, while nearly all of Lao Kongtu's teeth lay shattered. With a scoff, Lao Kongtu remarked, You petty thieves, seizing my Ning kingdom's territory. Do you not fear incurring the wrath of heaven? The brawny man, somewhat irritated, casually swung his longsword, and Lao Kongtu's head was severed from his body, witnessing the demise of his childhood companion. The elderly man was consumed by silent agony, unable to voice his indignation. A cacophony of chaos ensued. The brawny man sheathed his sword and kicked Lao Kongtu's severed head into the crowd. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, though some could not suppress their retching. Only Lao Kongtu's companions rushed forth to carefully retrieve the head, caught between the desire to weep and the inability to do so. Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow, surveying the city strewn with dismembered limbs and bloodstains, a wave of concern washing over him. It seemed he would have to eliminate the remnants of the enemy nation. Jiufang Ming shook his head, realizing he had not flawlessly completed Lin Yan's mission. Wait. At that moment, Qizhang interjected. Jiufang Ming turned to Qizhang, quickly grasping his intent. That wretched woman. What kind of footwork has she mastered to flee so rapidly? Help! A young girl sprinted desperately towards Jiufang Ming and his companion. Despite her skirt hindering her speed, she still struggled to maintain distance from the pursuing soldiers of the Qingzhou kingdom. You too. Capture the princess of Ning kingdom, and we shall spare your lives. A young man growled menacingly. Jiufang Ming and Qizhang exchanged glances before leaping forward. Supreme clarity as shadow. Jiufang Ming conjured flying swords, and dozens of them appeared around him, mercilessly descending upon the crowd. No survivors were to be left. The young man, still brimming with menace, was taken aback as he witnessed the audacity of the two as they charged recklessly forward. Jiufang Ming and Qizhang had dispatched a multitude of bodies in mere moments. A mirage. Master. The young man never imagined he would fall so easily to a foe 2 realms above him. Where is she? Jiufang Ming scanned the surroundings, realizing the earlier girl had vanished, likely frightened away. Forget it. Let us first cleanse the enemy troops, Qizhang suggested. The two moved swiftly towards the direction of the palace. Congratulations to General Tianhe for slaying the old wretch of Ning Kingdom, achieving unparalleled military merit. We admire your prowess, a young captain proclaimed, his fear evident in his fawning demeanor. From this day forth, there shall be no more Ning Kingdom. The man known as the Great General maintained an impassive expression, coldly stating, Hua Tianhe, you dog thief, may you meet a terrible fate. Hearing this, Hua Tianhe turned to see an old man clutching the severed head. An expression of reluctant sympathy crossing his face. Become a citizen of our Qingzhou kingdom, and various benefits shall surely. Hua Tianhe patiently attempted to persuade. Bah! The old man spat a thick gob of phlegm. Kneel before me, Hua Tian sneered, promptly kicking the old man aside. Young man, flee quickly. You are no match for them, the elder implored with a heavy heart. Bullying the weak, are we? The murderous intent of Jiufang Ming surged, his spectral pressure sweeping towards Hua Tian. Mage. Hua Tian gasped in horror, astonished by the presence of such a formidable being in Ningguo, especially as he himself was merely a general with a cultivation of only the 4th or 5th rank. proclaimed the annihilation of the enemy forces. Great Immortal, your benevolence is unforgettable. We shall forever remember your grace. The common folk, still reeling from the dramatic shift in battle outcomes, struggled to comprehend the situation. Great Immortal, he offered no further explanation, intent on departing. Great Immortal, please stay. Jiufang Ming halted, sensing the presence of a young woman behind him, the fleeing princess of Ningwa. Dada. So you are the princess of Ningwa? These resources are for the reconstruction of your kingdom. He tossed a storage ring to Ning Xiaodai. Ning Xiaodai could no longer contain her tears. Thank you for your kindness, Great Immortal. Jiufang Ming remained silent. Feeling a twinge of guilt, had he arrived sooner, perhaps such calamity could have been averted. Nonetheless, he was relieved that the bloodline of Ningwa still endured. Beyond you, is there any other bloodline of Ningwa? Jiufang Ming asked, determined to safeguard its lineage. Aside from Dyer, all are dead. Jiufang Ming found himself at a loss for words, fearing to wound the girl's heart. Ning Xiaodai appeared to be of a similar age to him, yet had endured such hardship. Great Immortal, feel free to speak your mind. I shall follow your arrangements, Jiufang Ming replied coolly, reluctant to reveal more emotion. 3 days later, tranquility returned to Ningwa, the streets, now sparsely populated. Long live the Empress. No need for formalities, Ning Xiaodai timidly responded, casting a glance at Jiufang Ming. This enigmatic youth was, after all, the savior of a nation, awakening within her a cascade of unrealistic fantasies. And next there is an account to settle. Jiufang Ming's killing intent surfaced. Zhou Kingdom. Ning Xiaodai ground her teeth, flames of fury igniting within her. With Jiufang Ming's support, she suddenly felt an unprecedented surge of confidence and resolve. Minister 1. Issue a decree to recruit troops and entrust their training to these two great immortals. Soon, we shall wage war against the enemy. Ning Xiaodai proclaimed, in accordance with the decree of Her Majesty the Queen. Attain the pinnacle of the illusionist realm. Thus spoke Jiufang Ming. 3 days, Ning Xiaodai exclaimed, incredulous. Having cultivated tirelessly to reach merely the 7th tier of illusionist, how could an individual devoid of any cultivation possibly ascend to a higher realm in such a brief time? Despite her skepticism, Ning Xiaodai nonetheless issued the command, for with Jiufang Ming present, nothing seemed unattainable. Volume 1, Chapter 50, Training New Recruits, Senior Qizhong. Upon the completion of my task, may I trouble you to escort me to the central region of Min Dynasty? Jiufang Ming respectfully inquired. Upon hearing himself referred to as senior by Jiufang Ming, Qizhong felt a peculiar sense of gratification and readily acquiesced. After much contemplation, Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow and ultimately reached a decision. In that case, I shall not inquire further, Qizhong replied calmly, invigorated by the prospect of freedom upon task completion. Ning Xiaodai organized the officials of the court to recruit soldiers, promising each new recruit a subsidy of 100 low-grade yuan stones. While this sum might be insignificant to illusionists, it represented a substantial fortune for common folk that in the realm of mortals, wealth is often measured in gold and silver. Many may never encounter yuan stones in their lifetime. Senior Jiufang, we have successfully recruited 751 individuals thus far, Ning Xiaodai announced joyfully, approaching Jiufang Ming with a thick stack of documents that I have already stated that you need not call me senior. After all, Ning Xiaodai hesitated, recognizing that Jiufang Ming was indeed the great benefactor who had saved the nation from peril. We are of similar age. You may simply address me as young master, if you do not mind. You may also call me brother, Jiufang Ming replied. Of similar age, Ning Xiaodai gasped, noting that the young man before her was remarkably handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura, and possessed of cultivation far surpassing that of the late Su Jinqing. Is this sufficient? Ning Xiaodai was somewhat taken aback, yet she complied without hesitation, halting the recruitment of new soldiers. The following dawn, the 751 individuals gathered at the training grounds, awaiting their instructions. Accompanied by Jiufang Ming and Qizhong, Ning Xiaodai arrived at the martial arts arena. The sight of over 700 people assembled was indeed magnificent. Who is Tianjing Tian? Jiufang Ming inquired in a resonant voice, causing the newly recruited soldiers of the illusionist sect to shudder involuntarily. I am. Tianjing Tian stepped forward with determination, neither servile nor arrogant. That's him. Jiufang Ming nodded, simultaneously observing the reactions of the others present. Let us pledge allegiance to Tianjing Tian as the Grand General of the Ning Kingdom, Ning Xiaodai proclaimed, to which Tianjing Tian bowed his head in gratitude. He was acutely aware of the arduous journey of cultivation. Thus, seizing the opportunity to enlist was paramount. Upon hearing that one's capabilities could be elevated from 0 to the pinnacle of an illusionist within 3 days, he immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of such a claim. Aside from a few prodigies nurtured within various sects, who among the common folk could achieve results after decades of cultivation, the allure of transforming an ordinary individual into a formidable illusionist in merely 3 days was irresistible. Individuals like Tian, who had already attained the 7th tier of illusionist cultivation at the tender age of 16, were exceedingly rare in the Ning Kingdom. The prospect of becoming an illusionist was beyond imagination. It would alleviate the pressing dilemma of the Ning Kingdom, which was grappling with a severe shortage of military strength. With this in mind, Jiufang Ming quietly resolved to take action, a decision that could potentially influence the future of the Ning Kingdom. Jiufang Ming exuded an overwhelming aura of power. Do you still have anything to say? A smile broadened across his face as he regarded the insolent individual, feeling compelled to deliver a resounding reprimand. Obey the instructor's orders, the recruits chorused in unison, save for the earlier insubordinate soldier. What? Are you still unwilling to submit? Jiufang Ming advanced with agility. The recruit, petrified, found his legs trembling, unable to muster the courage to move. I shall obey the instructor's orders, he stammered, as if foreseeing the consequences of his future actions. It is still not too late to withdraw, Jiufang Ming warned. His gaze fixed intently on the recruit. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. As the pressure Jiufang Ming exerted left them breathless, remain. You must pass my trial, he declared with a grin. Today's trial will consist of standing in place for an entire day. Anyone who falters shall be dismissed. Having led numerous small creatures and claiming territory, thus, he possessed considerable experience in military matters. Upon learning of Qi Zhang's extensive experience in military training, Jiufang Ming finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that the first step was to eliminate those with wavering resolve. Ning Xiao Dai, at some point, instructed the eunuchs to bring 3 wrought tan chairs from the palace. Jiufang Ming then leisurely settled into one of the chairs. Observing the movements of the 750 individuals, Qi Zhang, being particularly stringent, would occasionally descend to walk a few laps around them. As noon approached, and the sun blazed fiercely, Ning Xiao Dai. The effectiveness of such a display, killing the chicken to scare the monkey, was eternally unparalleled. As for Tian Jingwen, he appeared the most at ease, given his foundational cultivation at the 7th tier of illusionists. He even began his own cultivation while standing still. Time passed swiftly, but ever since the first individual was eliminated by Qi Zhang, no one else dared to stir. You? Qi Zhang approached another recruit and spoke. The recruit, feeling a surge of anxiety, was rendered speechless. Open your mouth, Qi Zhang commanded. Then proceeded to insert 5 medicinal pills into his mouth. I will return shortly to check on you. Qi Zhang memorized the recruit's appearance and then moved on in another direction. Subordinate. Speak up, Qi Zhang interjected with a frown. Had this been one of his own underlings, they would likely have been reduced to a mere pulp by now. Subordinate has attained the 5th tier of illusionists, who he presumed had now reached the rank of illusionist. Illusionist. The pills did not disappoint Jiufang Ming. Instructor, you are magnificent, one recruit shouted, prompting a chorus of agreement from the others. The recruits, reflecting on their transformation from ordinary individuals to illusionists, suddenly found the day's earlier trials to be inconsequential. This is a testament to your own talent and effort. By the way, by noon tomorrow, I expect you all to reach the 7th tier of illusionists, Jiufang Ming declared, issuing a stern command. Yes, the recruits responded in unison, brimming with confidence. This was precisely the outcome Jiufang Ming desired. Boosting morale was of utmost importance, regardless of their cultivation level. In the ensuing days, as anticipated, with the aid of the medicinal pills, the vast majority of recruits had successfully cultivated to the 7th tier of illusionists. Those with slightly lesser aptitude had not even awakened their illusion dust. Jiufang Ming was particularly concerned with the unity and loyalty of the team. However, following the trials of the previous day, this group of recruits had matured significantly. Those who have reached the 7th tier of illusionists, step forward, Jiufang Ming declared. As soon as his words echoed, several hundred individuals stepped forth, swiftly arranging themselves into formation, the atmosphere gravely solemn. All of you have followed me to battle against Qingzhou. Do you dare? Jiufang Ming inquired with a commanding voice. The main forces of Qingzhou had largely been vanquished by him and Qi Zhang, leaving only a handful of insignificant foes. That we pledge our unwavering loyalty to the Empress and will faithfully adhere to your directives, they proclaimed. Excellent, Jiufang Ming replied nonchalantly, then led the soldiers in a grand procession out of the city gates. Along the way, numerous citizens cheered in farewell. and even women from the bustling streets couldn't help but lean out from their balconies to watch. At long last, the grievances of Ningguo can be avenged. Old Kong, your death was unjust, an elder lamented as he observed the mighty army pass by. The proximity of Chengzhou to Ningguo was undeniable. The two nations had historically enjoyed peaceful relations. However, with the ascension of the new emperor of Qingzhou, whose insatiable greed led to a rift with Ningguo, the balance was disrupted. Yet, as the saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold. If Ningguo were to fall, how long could Qingzhou endure? Within the palace of Qingzhou, a minister rushed towards the court, bending low and disregarding any attempts to halt him. It appears to be Ningguo. The enemy forces are approaching. The minister stammered, unable to muster the courage to meet Cui Zhong's gaze. Cui Zhong smiled calmly, then poured himself a jug of clear wine. Your Majesty, the sorcerer possesses a 7th-tier cultivation. I wonder if he can contend with that fiend. The minister expressed his concerns, acutely aware that the two individuals had effortlessly slain thousands. Jiufang Ming, leading over 500 men. Jiufang Ming articulated his principles clearly, indifferent to whether the others would adhere to them. Are you all too afraid to show yourselves? Noticing the lack of response, Jiufang Ming took to the air and kicked the gates open with ease. As the gates swung wide, a figure emerged, none other than Emperor Cui Zhong of Qingzhou. You younglings from Ning would dare to intrude. Cui Zhong scoffed upon seeing the leading Tian Jingwen and the other youthful soldiers. Jiufang Ming released his aura, advancing towards Cui Zhong with deliberate steps, each one seemingly pressing upon Cui Zhong's psyche. If you do not provoke Ningguo, why would I seek to trouble you? Jiufang Ming coldly regarded Cui Zhong, a murderous intent beginning to surface. To slay a mere illusionist, he believed one sword would suffice. Cui Zhong remained unfazed, gazing at Jiufang Ming with an air of indifference. A mere first-tier illusionist dares to challenge me. Cui Zhong suddenly grinned wickedly, exuding an aura surpassing even that of the Illusion King. They an illusionist? Jiufang Ming's brow furrowed slightly, taken aback to find such a formidable figure in this small realm of Qingzhou. Qi Zhang also sensed the anomaly and swiftly moved forward, preparing to assist Jiufang Ming in eliminating Cui Zhong. There is no need for your assistance, Senior. Jiufang Ming has resolutely decided to engage in battle with this illusionist. Vanished in an instant, only to reappear poised at Cui Zhong's chest. Is that all? Cui Zhong scoffed, extending his hand to seize the flying sword. Although this caught Jiufang Ming off guard, he had prepared a contingency. Devouring Essence Technique. Jiufang Ming propelled his speed to its utmost limit, swiftly maneuvering behind Cui Zhong. The latter, taken aback, sensed Jiufang Ming's presence too late to react. With a single palm strike, Jiufang Ming pierced through Cui Zhong's back and promptly activated the Devouring Essence Technique. In a fleeting moment, it felt as though part of his cultivation had been siphoned away. Jiufang Ming reveled in the elemental energy he had pilfered from Cui Zhong. The Devouring Essence Technique was indeed formidable. Second-tier illusionist. A surge of joy filled Jiufang Ming's heart as he unexpectedly broke through a tier with relative ease, perhaps owing to the accumulation of medicinal pills he had previously consumed. You claim to be an illusionist, do you? A mysterious smile played on Jiufang Ming's lips, leaving Qi Zhang unable to discern his thoughts. As an illusionist, Cui Zhong certainly possessed his own set of skills. Moonslasher. Cui Zhang conjured a crescent moon, directing it towards Jiufang Ming. Faced with the attack of a 7th-tier illusionist, Jiufang Ming had to proceed with utmost caution. A moment's carelessness could spell his doom. While Qi Zhang remained intently focused on their every move. Meanwhile, the Ningguo army stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed such a spectacle. Falling stars. Cui Zhong was unwilling to grant Jiufang Ming a moment's respite. Launching another strike, the previously clear sky transformed into an endless expanse of night, dotted with twinkling stars. Yet, in the next heartbeat, these stars plummeted towards the ground, seemingly lifeless, with Jiufang Ming as their target. Cui Zhong seized the moment, springing into action. This was dire. Jiufang Ming was no match for Cui Zhong's speed. He had intended to evade by employing his agility, but overlooked the insurmountable chasm in their respective cultivations. Thus, he could only. Jiufang Ming reluctantly retrieved dozens of medicinal pills from his storage ring, hastily consuming them while urging the elemental dust to refine rapidly to 3rd-tier illusionist. With the aid of the pills, Jiufang Ming's cultivation ascended yet another level. His concern was whether this would compromise his foundation. However, the only path to conquer Cui Zhong lay in consuming the pills. Regrettably, he thought, perhaps he should not have feigned strength. Qi Zhang's intervention was not as effortless as he had anticipated, and he could hardly blame others for his own folly. Stealing a glance at Qi Zhang, he received nothing but an indifferent gaze in return. Am I not still at his mercy? Cui Zhong cackled, secretly lamenting Jiufang Ming's wastefulness. It seemed that only by consuming all the pills could he hope to surpass this opponent. Without hesitation, Jiufang Ming retrieved the entirety of his medicinal pills from his storage ring and swallowed them in one go. After all, Lin Yin had previously mentioned that Jiufang Ming was her subordinate. However, it seemed far more complicated than that. The mere thought of Lin Yan's furious expression sent a shiver down Qi Zhang's spine. Jiufang Ming sneered, his speed, augmented by the wind-running pill, far surpassing that of Cui Zhong. 8th tier, Jiufang Ming suddenly soared forward, blocking Cui Zhong's path, extending his middle finger, and giving a gentle nudge. Cui Zhong was momentarily dazed by the gesture, his body hurtling rapidly toward the ground. This kid truly is a madman. Qi Zhong observed that Jiufang Ming emerged unscathed, having consumed an astonishing number of pills, and still appeared vigorous. Could it be that Qi Zhong suddenly conceived a hypothesis? Possessing such an extraordinary refining capability likely required the innate talent of one endowed with Yuanqin. Is this all you've got? Jiufang Ming disdainfully planted his foot upon Cui Zhong's face, conjuring a flying sword to rest against Cui Zhong's chest. Cui Zhong dared not utter a word. The calamity of the Ning kingdom arose because of you. Impervious to blades, the illusionary Yuan force can directly infiltrate the flesh, and the so-called blades are merely ordinary weapons of the mortal realm. Then let us proceed with the killing. Jiufang Ming lightly flicked the sword's tip, and Cui Zhong instantly dissipated into smoke. That we must swiftly assault the city. Tianjin Wen was the first to react, leading a contingent forward. As news of the national tragedy spread, few impediments lay in their path. Most members of the Qingzhou Kingdom's army had already knelt in anticipation. Before long, the 500-strong army of the Ning Kingdom had overtaken the entirety of the Qingzhou Kingdom. General Tian. What is the state of the battle? Jiufang Ming inquired, then produced a pill, offering it to Tianjin Wen. Unscathed, Tianjin Wen had no time to express his gratitude before Jiufang Ming vanished from sight. Such should be the conduct of a true man. Tianjin Wen gazed up at the sky, the scenes of Jiufang Ming's battle with Cui Zhong still reverberating in his mind. The great general of the Ning Kingdom, Tianjin Wen, achieved resounding military feats, being conferred the title of Duke of the Ning Kingdom, a legacy to be passed down through generations. Ning Xiaodai proclaimed loudly, personally assisting Tianjin Wen to his feet. Jiufang Ming left a set of techniques for Ning Xiaodai, uncertain when they would meet again. My benefactor, even if it is at the ends of the earth, I, Ning Xiaodai, shall seek you out. As she caressed the techniques, she reflected on her current status as the empress ruling over 4 nations, and the vast chasm that lay between her and Jiufang Ming. Volume 2, Chapter 52. Min Jiuge. Senior Qi Zhong, it seems our paths diverge here. Jiufang Ming respectfully bowed, gazing at the figure of Qi Zhong, who had transformed into human form. Qi Zhong subsequently reverted to his mythical beast guise, unfurling his wings and letting out a resounding cry before soaring towards his destined horizon. Until we meet again, Jiufang Ming called out in the direction of Qi Zhong's departure. At present, Jiufang Ming found himself in the central region of the Min dynasty, a land expansive enough that traversing it within a month seemed impossible. Not wishing to inconvenience Qi Zhong further, he resolved to be placed in the central area. As he felt the coastal breeze, his spirits lifted considerably. Behind him lay a dense forest, presumably a perilous domain frequented by mythical beasts. Employing his footwork, Jiufang Ming summoned the wind beneath his feet and swiftly dashed into the woods. With the speed of an 8th-tier illusionist, he was as swift as lightning. After a frenzied sprint, Jiufang Ming finally detected a hint of movement. Human cultivators. Sensing the presence of fellow human practitioners, Jiufang Ming felt a surge of joy. After observing for a moment, he noticed 2 groups ahead, unsure of whom to assist. Min Jiuge, obediently surrender the Moon Tong essence. The leading man smirked sinisterly, immediately unleashing his 5th-tier illusionist prowess. Boss, this little wench is disobedient. Why not just kill her? Wan Hao gazed at Min Jiuge, momentarily distracted. Hee, the boss speaks wisely. Wan Hao rubbed his hands, growing impatient. If we're to play, I should go first. You stand aside. Wu Tu then slapped Wan Hao. Though Wan Hao winced in pain, he dared not protest. Trapped in this predicament, Min Jiuge, with her mere 3rd-tier illusionist cultivation, was far from a match for Wu Tu, who showed no regard for her royal status. A commoner is innocent. Possessing treasure is the crime. She mused. However, even if Min Jiuge were to surrender the Moon Tong essence, Wu Tu and his companions would likely not relent easily. Wu Tu, Are you not afraid of the royal wrath? Min Jiuge retorted angrily. How could Min Jiuge, a mere third-tier illusionist, possibly withstand the force of a fifth-tier strike? Wu Tu was determined to claim her life. Your life is forfeit. Suddenly, Wu Tu froze, fear gripping him as he realized his right arm had been completely severed. Damn it, show yourself. Who's behind this treachery? Wu Tu scanned the area, but found no sign of movement. Wan Hao, search. He roared in anger. Dead. Wu Tu gasped, bewildered by the thought that someone could silently slay all his subordinates. Wu Tu. Yet her own third-tier prowess seemed trivial in comparison. Min Jiuge had long since resolved to hand over the moon pine essence. She felt no particular interest, merely responding to the injustice she encountered. Jiufang Ming withdrew his energy, and the ethereal sword he had conjured immediately vanished from sight. Pray tell, where is this place? Jiufang Ming inquired awkwardly, realizing that such a question might render him a curiosity in Min Jiuge's eyes. A master of such formidable strength and striking appearance, could he truly be a madman? Then it struck him. Jiufang Ming rejoiced, for this was the very place where he had awakened the illusion dust. Since he found himself in the Qingwu Mountains, it suggested that he was not far from home. A surge of joy filled his heart. He had not anticipated reuniting with his family so soon. Senior, are you all right? Min Jiuge waved her right hand in front of Jiufang Ming. That I'm fine. Jiufang Ming winced, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had almost been mistaken for a lunatic by Min Jiuge. Miss Min, I seem to have lost my way here. Might I borrow your map? Jiufang Ming asked, knowing the location of his home, but lacking the precise direction, which would waste precious time in confirming his route. Very well. Jiufang Ming did not decline, as he had grown weary after days of travel and sought a place to rest. Thus, he followed Min Jiuge out of the mountains, neither utilizing their agility. Recalling that 5 years prior, this creature had been a menacing threat. How had it transformed into a guardian? One must admit, after attaining human-like intelligence, these mythical beasts exhibited a cunning surpassing that of ordinary humans. How dare it speak to me so? The giant serpent exhaled a wave of rancid air, its dark, beady eyes fixated on Jiufang Ming. He shook his head. 5 years had passed, and he no longer wished to dwell on past grievances. Recalling the events of 5 years prior, it seemed that sparing him had been a grave oversight. The serpent's eyes narrowed, yet it bore no malice towards Jiufang Ming now. The enmity had dissipated. Jiufang Ming clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, and together with Min Jiuge, they vanished at the mountain's exit. Upon first encountering you, I felt a pang of pity, for you possessed not even a wisp of ethereal dust. Yet now the serpent's head twitched slightly, before it resumed feasting upon the remains of the human cultivators who had unlawfully hunted the phantom beasts. As he strolled onward, Jiufang Ming came upon the once familiar relay station, the very place where he had first crossed paths with Tang Hu and the other 3 companions. Now, it lay overrun with verdant foliage, with some phantom beasts lurking within, a testament to its utter abandonment. When did this relay station cease to exist? Jiufang Ming inquired, pointing at the overgrown ruins. 5 years prior, the second young master of the Jiufang family fled from his marriage. The Jiufang clan dispatched individuals to investigate, but upon reaching this place, all traces vanished. Consequently, the family was incensed, leading to the slaughter of everyone here, and a tomb was erected for the second young master, Jiufang Ming. Min Jiuge explained, her heart heavy with sorrow. He approached, crouched down, and brushed away the moss, revealing indeed his own name inscribed there. Without uttering a word, Jiufang Ming bowed his head in silence and walked towards the mountains. Might it be that you, esteemed elder, are acquainted with Jiufang Ming? Min Jiuge voiced her thoughts. Just an old acquaintance, Jiufang Ming replied, his eyes slightly reddening. Noticing the change in Jiufang Ming's demeanor, Min Jiuge refrained from further inquiries. Volume 2. Chapter 53. The dilemma. Upon arriving at a marketplace, Jiufang Ming began to eagerly procure swords and jewelry, all intended as gifts for his cousins. Shopkeeper, wrap up your finest jewelry for me, he declared, slamming down 100 medium-grade essence stones on the counter. His bold proclamation drew the attention of even the vendors outside. Who dares to cause a commotion in my Tianjin pavilion? A young lady emerged gracefully. Possessing striking beauty, she had previously turned away numerous affluent young men from Jiufang City who sought to curry favor with her, all of whom were rebuffed. Fortunately, her elder brother, Shangguan Ziyu, had intervened on several occasions, especially with the last wealthy suitor who had been crippled, serving as a cautionary tale for others. Thus, none dared to approach her lightly thereafter. However, Jiufang Ming, ignorant of the underlying rules, boldly disregarded Shangguan Ziyu's established boundaries. Youngster, if you truly seek to make a purchase, Shangguan Yun smiled sweetly, casting Jiufang Ming a knowing glance that I'm afraid I cannot sell you a single item, she stated, unfazed by Jiufang Ming's astonished expression, and turned away without a second thought. What manner of woman is this? Jiufang Ming was incensed. Did she truly reject such a sum of essence stones? Ah, you might as well give up. This is an age-old routine. An elderly man advised earnestly. Having resided on this street for many years, he had witnessed countless talented young men attempting to flatter her, familiar with their tactics. Apologies for the inconvenience. Jiufang Ming glanced at Jiuge, who was waiting not far away, feeling somewhat troubled. 0.5 times the price. Jiufang Ming exclaimed. 500 medium-grade essence stones equate to 50,000 low-grade essence stones. That is no insignificant fortune. Stop testing. This tactic has long since lost its efficacy. 10 times. With no one emerging, Jiufang Ming said helplessly. This is troublesome, he remarked, shaking his head as he prepared to switch to another jewelry store. Witnessing Jiufang Ming's predicament, many passers-by, including an elderly man, erupted in laughter. Is there anywhere left to procure high-end jewelry? Jiufang Ming inquired of Jiuge, believing that a girl might possess more insight than a man of his stature. None, Jiuge replied. Upon hearing this, Jiufang Ming realized Jiuge was merely toying with him and decided to relent. Without a gift for Jiufang Ishue, it would surely be awkward though. The ring. Jiufang Ming suddenly recalled the item Lin Yin had casually given him. Perhaps it contained some jewelry. However, after searching for quite some time, he found only one item suitable for a woman. A crimson longsword adorned with cloud-like engravings, unmistakably crafted by a master artisan. This is for you. Jiufang Ming offered a skewer to Jiuge. Jiuge, astonished, accepted the candied hawthorn from Jiufang Ming's hand, wondering, can this even be eaten? Soon, the pair devoured the candied hawthorn, after which Jiufang Ming used his essence power to incinerate the bamboo skewers. You possess fire essence power, Jiuge inquired curiously, observing the flames emanating from Jiufang Ming's hand. Indeed, Jiufang Ming assumed Jiuge had never witnessed it before, so he gathered his illusionary essence power once more, conjuring a flame between his palms. Hand me the skewer. Jiuge passed the skewer to Jiufang Ming, her gaze fixed on the flames in his palm. What flower do you favor? Jiufang Ming asked. Roses, Jiuge pondered momentarily, thinking to herself what scheme this might lead to. Watch closely. Jiufang Ming smiled mysteriously, his middle finger subtly moving as he manipulated the essence-powered eye in the blink of an eye. The flames in Jiufang Ming's hand transformed into a fiery rose that he guided the fiery rose onto the skewer and presented it to Jiuge. Jiuge was momentarily taken aback, but accepted the fiery rose nonetheless. Where can one find a rose that doesn't prick? Jiufang Ming remarked, then conjured another rose, this time of water. A water rose. It won't prick. Jiufang Ming handed the water rose to Jiuge. How can you control water essence power as well? Jiuge stared at the water rose in astonishment, pondering how one could manipulate both water and fire attributes simultaneously in illusionary essence power. Attempting to conjure a rose of her own, she found herself repeatedly thwarted. Clearly, there existed a certain finesse in the endeavor, yet she hesitated to inquire directly. As the two continued their stroll, they abruptly halted in unison. Wait, Jiuge called out to Jiufang Ming. There's something else. Jiufang Ming's brow furrowed slightly, his patience wearing thin. Being halted at this juncture suggested urgent business. Very well, he thought. I shall listen. This is my home, Jiuge asserted, fixing her gaze upon Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming, taken aback, rubbed his eyes. Indeed, this was unmistakably the Jiufang residence. Is this not the Jiufang residence? He inquired. Indeed, it is the dwelling of my younger generation, Jiuge replied, suspecting the youth before her was feigning ignorance. Is this not my home? Jiufang Ming was perplexed, stepping closer for a better look. Sensing an approach, the guards of the Jiufang residence swiftly surrounded them. Begone! Uncle Yu barked angrily, drawing his sword and advancing. By the proof of the Wuwei sword. Jiufang Ming unsheathed his longsword, demonstrating the Jiufang Wuwei sword technique before the residence. This is Uncle Ding's expression darkened as he observed Jiufang Ming's swordplay. Exchanging glances with Uncle Yao, they swiftly comprehended each other's thoughts. This child has clandestinely mastered the sword techniques of our Jiufang clan. He cannot be allowed to remain. Uncle Ding conveyed this thought to Uncle Yao. Observing Jiufang Ming's sword techniques, Uncle Yao immediately relayed the information to those within the estate. Why is there yet another impersonating my cousin? Jiufang Hong, engaged in his training, could still perceive the commotion outside. Is this not enough? The quandary Jiufang Ming faced was how to prove his own identity. From where did you pilfer my Jiufang Ming family's sword techniques? Uncle Ding demanded, his murderous intent palpable. Humph, in this Jiufang city, who does not know our names? And remember to address me as Grandpa, not Uncle. Uncle Yao scoffed. You little thief, prepare to meet your end. As Jiufang Ming became lost in thought, Uncle Ding seized the opportunity to strike. Although Jiufang Ming had anticipated such a move, he offered no resistance. The sword was already poised at his throat, yet he remained unmoved. At the very moment the sword was about to graze Jiufang Ming's neck. Wait. Jiufang Hong caught sight of Jiufang Ming, scrutinizing him for a long moment. Jiufang Ming remained silent, wanting to see if Jiufang Hong could recognize him, for the two brothers had spent much time together in their youth. Goodness, it truly is my cousin. Jiufang Hong was startled as he noticed the small black mole near Jiufang Ming's ear, stepping back in surprise to confirm his suspicion once more. Volume 2, Chapter 54. Welcoming the second young master. Young Master Hong. This. Ding De gazed at Jiufang Ming, rendered speechless. Young Master Ming, is he not? Yao Qing gritted his teeth and spoke. In their minds, Jiufang Ming had long been considered deceased, having vanished without a trace for 5 years. Anyone would assume he had perished. 5 years have passed. Cousin. Jiufang Hong chuckled foolishly. We used to play hide and seek as children, and now you have made me search for you for 5 long years. Tears welled in Jiufang Hong's eyes. Not a single day had gone by without the pangs of longing for Jiufang Ming. Though they were cousins, in Jiufang City, who did not respectfully refer to him as the third young master? 5 years prior, Jiufang Ming had resolutely run away from a marriage, after which he had vanished, leading everyone to believe he was dead. Yet only young Master Hong, within Jiufang City, persistently inquired about him in the surrounding areas, albeit to no avail. Suddenly, Jiufang Hong recalled something and dragged Jiufang Ming towards the depths of the estate. Who was Ming heir? A young man questioned in confusion. Could it be that foolish person who ran away from the marriage 5 years ago? In an instant, the crowd exchanged glances, all speculating about who Ming heir, as mentioned by Jiufang Ping, truly was. Prepare the sedan. Jiufang Linglong anxiously instructed her servants to ready themselves for a trip to Jiufang Manor. Cousin, do you know what has transpired during your 5-year absence? Jiufang Hong clenched his teeth and inquired. Jiufang Ming looked at Jiufang Hong, remaining silent. What of Cousin Ishue? Jiufang Hong began to speak but suddenly lost the courage to continue. And to this day, her life or death remains unknown. Jiufang Hong stammered. The palace of unrequited love, what manner of entity is that? Jiufang Ming inquired. It is one of the 10 major sects of the Min dynasty, having risen to prominence only in the past 5 years, Jiufang Hong explained. The palace boasts over 1 million disciples, many of whom have attained the rank of illusionist, with numerous others having advanced to illusion master. Jiufang Hong added. Hence, no one dares provoke this titan, do they? Jiufang Ming coldly remarked. Alas. Jiufang Hong let out a long sigh, lamenting his current status as merely a first-tier illusionist, feeling inadequate in comparison to the prodigies of the sects. Cousin, look who has arrived. Jiufang Hong suddenly smirked, nudging Jiufang Ming forward. Upon closer inspection, Jiufang Ming realized it was none other than Min Jiuge, who had previously abandoned him to enter the residence first. I am acquainted with that woman, Jiufang Ming said to Jiufang Hong. Acquainted? Jiufang Hong was increasingly perplexed. How could Jiufang Ming, who had been absent for 5 years, possibly know his fiancée? Sneered disdainfully at Jiufang Ming, scoffing at the audacity of individuals daring to feast and revel in the Jiufang residence. And you? What are you? Jiufang Ming replied nonchalantly, regarding Jiufang Zhijuan, who was merely at the peak of illusionist prowess, daring to provoke him. Oh, getting anxious, are we? Jiufang Zhijuan retorted coldly, then made a gesture. Kill, without mercy. Yes. With the command, the elite family members behind Jiufang Zhijuan advanced expressionlessly towards Jiufang Ming. Kneel. Jiufang Hong bellowed. Young Master Hong, please refrain from anger. Do not be deceived by this lowly individual. Jiufang Zhijuan ingratiated, wary of provoking the second-generation heir. Indeed, young Master Hong, we know young Master Ming has already. Another added. Jiufang Hong fell silent, casting a bewildered glance at Jiufang Ming. Yes, he has been dead for 5 years. Jiufang Hong self-deprecatingly chuckled. But who is my cousin, and who are you? Begone! Jiufang Hong then executed a swift strike, sending Jiufang Zhijuan flying a considerable distance. Your temper remains as fiery as ever, Jiufang Ming remarked with a smile. Jiufang Hong awkwardly chuckled. Fearing the dire consequences should this truly be young Master Ming, it was wiser to observe the unfolding events. Suddenly, Jiufang Zhijuan noticed a figure descending from the roof, brazenly approaching, none other than Jiufang Ping. The leader of the Jiufang Imperial Guards, General Jiufang, you must uphold justice, Jiufang Zhijuan pleaded, clutching his swollen face. Jiufang Ping paid him no heed and instead fixed his gaze on the unfamiliar young man before him. Uncle Ping, please observe. This truly is my cousin, Jiufang Hong interjected, tugging at Jiufang Ping's sleeve. Whether it is true or not remains to be seen, Jiufang Ping stated sternly, doubting the youth's ability to wield the sword techniques reserved for the direct descendants of the Jiufang family. First form, upper clear flowing shadow. The ethereal figure of Jiufang Ming conjured a flying sword, deftly commanding it to dance gracefully through a series of fixed postures. With the second stance, endless radiance, Jiufang Ming then intensified the concentration of the sword's illusory energy, causing the singular blade to instantaneously multiply into an unfathomable number of swords, suspended magnificently in the air. The spectacle was truly breathtaking. Enough, Jiufang Ping interrupted before Jiufang Ming could demonstrate the third stance. Who does not know that my second young master is inherently unable to cultivate? How could he wield illusory energy? Jiufang Ping's words shocked the audience. Indeed, isn't he incapable of cultivation? It appears that the individual before us is a mere impostor, having illicitly learned the Wu Wei sword from an unknown source. The crowd murmured, their whispers filled with speculation. Were you just claiming that he is Jiufang Ming? This Jiufang Ming found himself at a loss for words, genuinely unsure how to clarify his identity. Are you truly Jiufang Ming? Min Jiuge asked incredulously. Jiufang Ming nodded, pondering who this Min Jiuge was and why she could move about so freely. What a twist of fate, how did you manage to enter? Jiufang Ming questioned, recognizing a familiar face. Min Jiuge remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. I have waited for you for 5 years. Goodness, cousin, are you feigning ignorance? Jiufang Hong interjected to diffuse the tension. What do you mean? Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow, wondering if his memory had failed him. This is your fiancée, Jiufang Hong remarked, patting Jiufang Ming on the back awkwardly. Jiufang Ming was taken aback, suddenly recalling the events of 5 years ago when he had fled from an arranged marriage. Could it be at that time, he had only been informed by the clan elders about a union with a royal princess, without any mention of her name, which explained why he hadn't recognized Min Jiuge immediately. After much contemplation, Jiufang Ming broke into a cold sweat, realizing that he had already formed a deep bond with Yanqitong. It was all a consequence of his own actions, destined to be resolved by him alone. I apologize for my earlier impoliteness. I did not know you were Princess Jiuge, Jiufang Ming said coolly. Recalling the roses he had previously given to Min Jiuge, a moment of folly on his part. What do you mean by that? Min Jiuge felt a chill in her heart, her gaze toward Jiufang Ming now tinged with reproach. Cousin, such a beautiful sister-in-law. Jiufang Hong quickly changed the subject. I have made my decision, Jiufang Ming declared resolutely. This marriage was arranged in my absence, and therefore cannot be considered valid. He spoke with a sense of guilt. What do you intend to do? Min Jiuge's eyes brimmed with tears, and recalling Jiufang Ming's provocations toward Shangguan Yun of the Celestial Pavilion, she suddenly understood his intentions. Was he truly seeking to retract his commitment? Cousin, think carefully. Jiufang Hong was taken aback. Min Jiuge was none other than the royal princess, the future ruler of the Min dynasty. Should they provoke her, the Jiufang clan would be doomed to eternal damnation. And she felt an unexpected shyness, even with the knowledge of Jiufang Ming's esteemed identity. Uncle Ping, now you must believe. Jiufang Ming then soared with Min Jiuge to the family training ground, automatically refreshing the records for anyone who had previously tested their abilities on it. Most importantly, it displayed the corresponding tester's name based on their fingerprint. Without hesitation, Jiufang Ming struck the stone with his palm. A reminder of his past humiliation. 7 years ago, he had struck this very stone for an extended period, only to receive no response. His name displayed, but no cultivation level, rendering him the subject of ridicule within the Jiufang clan. As Jiufang Ming's palm made contact, the stone trembled slightly. Jiufang Ming, 8th-stage illusionist. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. The presence of an 8th-stage illusionist was astonishing, and even more shocking was the fact that Jiufang Ming had survived after 5 long years, leaving no reason for anyone else to remain unbowed. Respectfully welcoming young Master Ming back. This truly is my cousin, Jiufang Hong exclaimed, patting Jiufang Ming on the back, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Volume 2, Chapter 55. Destiny young Master Ming. The old matriarch wishes to see you. Dingda emerged from the shadows, speaking with utmost respect. Cousin, in these 5 years you were away. Jiufang began. Reflecting on how swiftly time had passed out, I understand everything. Jiufang Ming thought to himself. The elopement from years ago was merely an act of youthful folly. During those 5 years, he had traversed countless miles to the distant Yoshang kingdom, where he joined the Huizong sect, thus attaining his current level of cultivation. Jiufang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He chose not to recount all his encounters with Lin Yin. Min Jiuge remained silent, silently choosing to forgive him. I have wronged you for 5 years. Do you not resent me? Jiufang Ming gazed at Min Jiuge, at a loss for words. Of course I do harbor resentment. It seems she cherished this gesture. Then I shall take my leave for now, Jiufang announced, preparing to depart. Jiufang Ming summoned 5 distinct types of illusionary elemental energy, gathering them in the palm of his hand, where the essences of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth manifested quietly, causing a ripple in the surrounding air. Here, Jiufang Ming presented a 5-colored rose to Min Jiuge. 5 types of illusionary elemental energy. Min Jiuge gasped in astonishment. She had thought that possessing 2 elemental attributes simultaneously was already extraordinary, but the overwhelming revelations Jiufang Ming brought her were simply beyond comprehension. With a mere flick of the wrist, one could easily vanquish the Phantom Warrior, and the adept control over the ethereal force was nothing short of exquisite. Yet, what left Min Jiuge in utter astonishment was the realization that her betrothed had accompanied her all along. In a bid to expedite their visit to his mother, Jiufang Ming conjured a flying sword, with Min Jiuge clinging tightly behind him, soared through the air. A disciple, spotting the 2 figures in the sky, gasped in horror. Could they possibly be from the Lihen Palace? Jiufang Ming overheard their whispers, fully aware of the formidable reputation of the Lihen Palace. It was a sanctum for cultivation, and having caught the attention of the palace's powerful beings, Yixue must have already attained the realm of the Phantom Warrior. Rather than attempting to dissuade her, Min Jiuge had instead offered her encouragement back then. It is not your fault. Jiufang Ming had heard these sentiments from Jiufang, who, whether out of prejudice or other reasons, stubbornly believed that the Lihen Palace could not be a legitimate sect. Upon arrival, Jiufang Ming gently descended, dissipating the ethereal energy beneath him, which stirred up a cloud of dust. Mother T gazed at the pavilion and, hand in hand with Min Jiuge, stepped inside. Who goes there? It is I. Minger, as the words fell from his lips, hurried footsteps echoed from within, prompting Jiufang Ming to advance. Mother. Upon seeing the woman, he immediately knelt. What is this? Jiufang Madam stepped forward to assist him, her haggard visage still evident. But it has been hard on Jiuge. Jiufang Madam joined Min Jiuge and Jiufang Ming's hands together. In the years to come, do not let her down. Her words carried a weight of significance. You speak truly, mother. Jiufang Ming noticed his mother's pallor and promptly produced a pair of bracelets capable of restoring mental vitality. This is a gift for you, mother. You are thoughtful. Jiufang Madam smiled at both Jiufang Ming and Min Jiuge, her heart swelling with joy for the first time in 5 years. Where are father and elder brother now? Jiufang Ming inquired, longing for his elder sibling. They are both in the military camp. However, with the pressing duties of war, it may be a while before they can spare time to meet with you. Jiufang Madam replied, suddenly recalling something and adding, there will naturally be ample opportunities in the future. Jiufang Ming nodded. No, Jiufang Ming stated earnestly. I do not believe it. Jiufang raised an eyebrow skeptically. Truly, there is nothing. All right, I shall cease my jesting. This is a technique I have prepared for you. I wonder if it will be of any use to you now. Jiufang Ming and Xiangji share a profound mental connection, allowing them to effortlessly locate an archery technique, the Chengtian Jiujian. Upon seeing the name of the technique, Jiufang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Is this not the technique of the Chengtian sect? Cousin, where did you acquire this? Jiufang felt as though he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Did you inquire about the hen that laid the egg while consuming it? Jiufang Ming, hesitant to disclose the source, could not possibly admit it was merely found. Thus, he concocted an excuse to deflect the question. Regardless, I shall follow you from now on, dear cousin. Jiufang chuckled, subsequently storing the technique within his spatial ring. Did you not prepare a gift for sister-in-law? Jiufang glanced at the taciturn Min Jiuge. Jiufang Ming found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This cousin truly had a penchant for chatter. I have prepared something. Jiufang Ming quickly retrieved a technique from the storage ring given by Lin Yin, the Baiwa Xianjing. Min Jiuge's eyes lit up at the name. and she curiously began to peruse its contents. Jiufang Ming inquired, uncertain of the myriad items contained within Lin Yan's storage ring. It felt like an endless abyss. Goodness, there is a second layer. Upon hearing the mention of medicinal pills, Jiufang Ming became intrigued. How many pills are there? Jiufang Ming discovered nearly an entire layer filled with pills, nearly overwhelmed by the sheer volume. How long would it take to consume them all? Not many, merely over 200. Xiangji yawned, speaking in a languid tone. How could there be just 200? The unit is in the tens of thousands. Jiufang Ming was rendered speechless. Over 200,000 pills. How long would it take to consume that many? Faced with an array of diverse pills, he found himself unable to count them. Cousin, what are you concocting? Noticing Jiufang Ming deep in contemplation, Jiufang Hong offered a reminder. Techniques are not easily found. Allow me to bestow upon you some pills. An illusory-level pill master could summon even illusory kings or emperors to their aid. Who would dare provoke a pill master? For that would be to jeopardize their own path of cultivation. This is a Zhaoan pill, 1,000 in number. Jiufang Ming, amidst Min Jiuge's astonished gaze, produced a substantial quantity of pills and deposited them into her storage ring. This should be a Shurdan. Consuming it can directly elevate one's cultivation by a rank. Roughly 500 in quantity. Jiufang Ming gazed at the Shurdan, which held no value for him, and felt a twinge of regret. Each one could fetch an exorbitant price, yet he would not hesitate to share them with Min Jiuge. Cousin, I also wish for some. Jiufang Hong implored pitifully, nearly clinging to Jiufang Ming. I shall allocate half to you. I do not require so many. Min Jiuge nearly burst into laughter as she gently placed over 200 pills into Jiufang Hong's storage ring. Thank you, sister-in-law. Jiufang Hong then eagerly consumed one pill. Goodness, it truly works. After consumption, Jiufang Hong felt as though his entire being was suffused with the ethereal power of illusion, experiencing an unprecedented sense of euphoria. Nonsense. Jiufang Ming lightly tapped Jiufang Hong's forehead. Truly remarkable, cousin. Jiufang Hong chuckled heartily, then departed with a sense of contentment. Jiufang Ming intended to continue dispensing elixirs, but was halted by Min Jiuge. There is too much. It cannot be accommodated. Min Jiuge gazed at his storage ring, now instantaneously filled to capacity, feeling somewhat speechless. Jiufang Ming pondered for a moment before producing a nearly pristine ring. If a ring can contain another ring, could it not lead to infinite nesting? Jiufang Ming mused. You are overthinking it. Placing a storage ring within another would occupy a significant portion of space. Xiangji, understanding Jiufang Ming's thoughts, explained that no wonder this first level is nearly devoid of items. Jiufang Ming remarked, this ring was originally bestowed upon me by a venerable illusion sovereign. Yours must belong to her directly, while the origin of mine remains uncertain. Jiufang Ming stated candidly that it appears to be a couple's ring. Indeed, Min Jiuge observed, inwardly lamenting Jiufang Ming's fortune, as her own father was merely at the level of illusion emperor. Although propped by the ancestral Min Tiendi, it was ultimately not her own cultivation. A couple, you say? Jiufang Ming recalled the solitary figure of Lin Yan. For everyone harbors untold past, if this is the case. This ring must have been left by Senior Ning Qi. Jiufang Ming reflected upon Lin Yan's entrusted task. Realizing that Ning Xiaodai might be the former beloved of Ning Qi in the depths of the Illusion Beast Mountains, within a cavern, demon sovereign, the task has been completed. The descendants of the Ning Kingdom have claimed dominion over their territory. Volume 2, Chapter 56. The Exorcist Guard. The following morning, Jiufang Ming rose slowly, having cultivated throughout the night. He felt not a hint of fatigue, but rather invigorated and refreshed. Outside, the sound of footsteps approached, followed by a gentle knock at the door, unmistakably the action of a woman. Jiuge, Jiufang Ming tentatively called out, then opened the door. However, upon opening it, he was met with a cold longsword, aimed directly at his neck. Seeking death, Jiufang Ming's expression turned icy. It was indeed ill fortune to be provoked so early in the day. A mere insect of the illusionist rank. Jiufang Ming effortlessly blocked the sword aimed at him with one hand. Blood escape. Jiufang Ming covered his mouth and nose to prevent the blood mist from infiltrating his body. Young Master Ming, are you unscathed? Dingda, alerted by the commotion, hurried over with several companions. An assassin has infiltrated the residence. If anything were to happen to Jiufang Ming, the consequences would be dire. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a cold sweat began to beat upon Ding Da's forehead. I do not blame you. This assassin came for me, and I shall ascertain their origins. Jiufang Ming contemplated, resolved to address the matter himself. The exorcist guard may possess some clues, just as Jiufang Ming found himself at a loss. He heard the voice of Jiuge. Miss Jiuge, Dingda greeted respectfully, having originally referred to her as princess, but Jiuge had specifically requested the more casual title, the exorcist guard. Jiufang Ming recalled the token Jiuge had displayed when threatened by Wu Tu. As a princess of the Ming dynasty, I naturally oversee the most formidable organization, the exorcist guard. Jiuge stated that in truth, numerous masters of the exorcist guard are covertly protecting me, but they adhere to protocol and will not act unless faced with imminent danger. Take this waist token. Jiuge then produced a golden waist token similar to her own and handed it to Jiufang Ming. The token, forged from pure gold, was intricately engraved with the words, Exorcist Saint Envoy. Jiufang Ming gazed at the inscription, failing to grasp its significance. Behold, this token is akin to encountering the emperor of the Ming dynasty. It grants unimpeded access for investigations and arrests. Jiuge explained, though Jiufang Ming still remained unaware of the token's true importance. Quite impressive indeed. I am most grateful, my lady, Jiufang Ming replied with a smile, fastening the token to his waist, concealing it beneath his robe. The exorcist guard, the mightiest organization within the Ming dynasty, wielded influence across the vast expanse of the realm, with each branch embodying absolute authority. The ranks, from lowest to highest, included exorcist clerk, exorcist deputy envoy, exorcist co-envoy, exorcist envoy, exorcist saint envoy, while Jiuge, governing the entirety of the exorcist guard, was the exorcist king. Thus, I may reclaim my honor, Jiufang Ming mused, feeling the warmth of the token, recalling the earlier encounter with Shang Yuan, which left him somewhat displeased. How could this be? Jiufang Ming felt a flicker of unease, leading him to adopt a more subdued demeanor. Indeed, Jiufang Ming nodded, recognizing that Jiuge was destined to become the ruler of the Ming dynasty, her status far surpassing his own. Yet,